merge.
A little bit of bravado, one could say, but ultimately they punished well, and so much credit needs to be given to Alvaro. We've talked a lot about the supports this series, and his scoreline 0-3-15 when the team had 18 kills. On an Alistair as well, like the man is just making magic happen for the team. He did it on Nautilus as well, and he's just catching people out. He's peeling for his teammates, and he's having a fantastic series.
But even just the early roams from phenomenal. Like that was the thing that got people ahead. It was the fact he could cover for Jojo and mid. It just made it so difficult for KC to play, and even the roam with Super netted 2 early kills for Jojo. We just set him up.
I guess Kana is not really.
And on that virus as well,
hey, whoa, he's leaking the. What the fuck, yo, cameraman, turn it off!
Find any pocket plays.
I didn't even. Like,
what the fuck?
You kind of just
bro, he was 1 centimeter from showing their picks.
To really get value with the Oriana.
Jesus.
I think the fact that Emkoy had quite a few, like Jojo able to jump around, Tristan able to jump around, just meant that the value he got.
What the fuck?
And now Emkoy 1 game away from knocking KC out.
It must be the antioxidants, whatever's in that box. Maybe that's the trick.
The antioxidants.
As Koi on match point to go to MSI and another finals.
Yeah, and I want to check in with our co-streamers, Mayado here, and Skane, of course. Guys in the audience, you can cheer for your co-streamers, of course. Guys, how do you feel right now? I saw the excitement on your faces. Your voice was like out of this roof. How do you feel?
I mean, it's 1 Nexus away, right? Yeah. From MSI, from a lot of things. We are so happy, actually. I think that we are not favorite, so it feels insane.
That's the thing, like 1 Nexus away, are you stressed right now? Or given everything you saw from the team, are you confident that they can take it home?
I mean, we are really confident, I think. I think that this draft was really good. Like, the team is playing really good. We are feeling just, like, insane, you know? I don't know, we won with Casadin. Like, it felt insane.
Amazing game for you guys. Thank you so much for the check-in. 1 Nexus away from MK.
Oh, we need to stop saying 1 Nexus away. This could be featured on LoL Esports events that preceded Unfortunate events. Yo, just lock in, play the game. Lock in, play the game. The fuck is this? The 1350 RP Kai'Sa changes abilities VFX after evolving. The 60 million Kai'Sa does not. Was?
He doesn't like that.
There's the Ryzen Legend Kai'Sa, there's the Immortalized Legend Kai'Sa, and then there's the Signature Legend Kai'Sa. Okay. 1 form takedown counter feature. All immortalized. 3 forms takedown counter.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Chat. I'm not gonna buy it, so I'm already bothered.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're being... Just play the video. Bro, why? I gotta skip to see the point. I gotta skip to see it. My attention span is bad these days, man. It's bad. It is bad. Jovi! Can you imagine Gen G did like a... Actually, never mind. That's a bad idea. I was thinking, what if Gen G came to the EU and did like a Gen G versus LEC where they took on every team? It would just be a fucking slaughter. That wouldn't be a show match. That would be a fucking EU wrap-up funeral.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free headset chest and key.
Yeah.
Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
A chicken at every checkpoint. Ooh, I love this song. Wow, 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 wow!
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, healing down, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused.
Skies, we come alive. Is this a Star Guardian song? I have no idea, but it's good. I feel like they should have like a little thing in the bottom left that says the song name. Because people are asking me, but I don't know. Is it Amina Squad? I should change the title. People keep asking me if I'm doing LTA after. What the fuck did I just do? Elta. Hold up, chat, one sec. Bam.
How do you like them apples? It's M. Coy who is at match point. Find themselves there again. I made this joke before.
You're reusing jokes.
I'm using... nobody would have known, Goldberg, but the reason I did it is because you reminded me of... apples was Yapples-ing.
He was Yapples for sure. He was talking a little bit of words.
He said he was going to make him cry.
Yeah, maybe they're going to cry tears of joy because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and there's been no Maokai nor an Ivan for Yak, which we know he loves, our little Swedish dendrophiliac. But I really think coming into this game 4, we need to see more draft adaptations from KC, because I feel like this game, they're just going to make out drafted.
I mean, I love this draft. Winning top lane for Mirian, he gets to play Varus into Rumble. He's done it before in regular season. You have Tristana into Jhin. What more could you ask for in that angle? And then a Kassadin on a last pick. I wasn't initially sold on it, but then that one skirmish happened, and they were just cruising after Jojo got those kills. He reached level 16. Unplayable for KC at that point.
Jack, I know sometimes you like to kind of emphasize your points, but I know that you hated this draft.
Yeah, I really didn't like this KC draft. I think you don't have the type of follow-up. Stand up?
I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, right, when you have Nocturne, you really want champions that will like follow the Nocturne really nicely, right?
Do you want to stand up? He stands up.
In this draft, you have the Jhin, which I like. You have the Rumble. Beautiful. Beautiful 3 picks. But then Victor and Gragas? What is the Gragas going to do? He's going to do Bomba, split them apart? Nocturne doesn't want that. Engage.
Counter-engage the Alistar.
And Victor, it's like, I'd rather have something with some firepower, something that can make things happen in this draft. Because now you have a losing bot lane matchup, you have a losing top, as you said, and you also kind of get outscaled. Like, what's the win con here?
Yeah, I thought we were going to have some bells and whistles, maybe next time. I agree with you. And I also want to kind of highlight a couple of things. I said, I think the Kassadin pick was inspired. It was like, they didn't see it coming, they absolutely didn't, and Jojo just continues on his arc of, for me, impressing
Hello,
more
love
and
your
more
streams
every
always
game.
on my second
but
monitor.
I think who we also really want to talk about is Alvaro.
I guess.
Because he always, we don't have enough time because we need to talk about the
How do I get on your first monitor?
Supa, blah, 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 but this guy is incredible.
Actually, I had him third in my MVP voting. I think Alvaro, this split, little flex there, you know, like that's my guy. Alvaro, I think every time I watch him play, I'm just more and more impressed. It's like he doesn't miss. I think his engages are just on another level. This Nautilus hook was just so beautiful.
Well, actually, I am second in my MVP voting, so... and I think the fact that he's just been popping off has been incredible. I think he's finally on agency. I'm curious to see how he's going to adapt throughout the series, though, because there's only one engage.
I'm not gonna lie, this analyst desk has been the most fun analyst desk.
Seeing that become a contested pick as well.
It's so good.
And Alvaro,
I've really enjoyed the in-between game content. It's been really funny.
We'll cover the draft right here on the desk in just a little bit, but I just want to take stock of kind of the camps, right? Because you have Movistar Koi, who
I feel like it's been really fun.
Even though they won the first best of 5, they're still the underdogs because KC
I want to sit down and listen to the analyst desk.
Like KC is just gonna.
I don't want to be gone AFK too long.
But I think they really feel invigorated by the point now that they did beat them in 5 games last time, right, Jack? Because
Odo,
doesn't even have to
no!
visualize it.
Odo, if
It
you were there,
already
it would be the most
happened.
buff fucking
I
analyst
just
desk
think
ever.
the series comes down so much to draft.
Yeah.
And you talked about how engaged supporters are starting to run low for Alvaro.
Odo
but
versus
I'm even
Finn.
more worried for
Holy.
Armos.
Yeah,
I thought
I mean,
this
Your
Gragas-
guys' draft segments
this
were
Gragas
fun.
didn't look good. And now you're running into a game for Fearless here with even more engaged champions out. I want to see them just early lock a Leona. Please,
I mean, to
make
me,
it easy.
To me, it comes down to: are you fine taking the Leona early and running into a fat Braum or not? Because
I
that is
think
kind of
Leona
what you do.
Ivern. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Leona early pick because I think that is just such like both these teams rely on their support to engage
Ooh,
so
KC.
heavily. I don't
One
think
game
MK is
away from
comfortable
not
with
making
Alvaro
MSI.
ranged, and I don't think KC has shown they're that comfortable on target muscle range. I really want them to really get this Leona early, but you will end up
I
running
wonder what
into
the
a Braum.
vibes
But
are
I
like
think
in
it's even more
KC.
important. I think the Braum
They all
will
look
also
quite
become even more
quiet.
pivotal because one of the main AD carry champions that I see up right now that I know Kalist would love in situations like this would be the Misfortune. We often see him bring it out in the later games. You often want that. We're not the engaged champions, right? And even if Leona goes out and you ban Braum, I mean, maybe a Mumu. I'm not saying we're going to be picking it, but it's like, it's one of those where you just want the combo.
Look at Jojo. Look at him. He's
in.
taking a deep breath. He's locked in. You know, he remembers everything that went down last time. The infinite praise. This is for a trip to his home, quite literally to Canada.
You can go home.
Yeah, because we needed money for a ticket.
There's the Braum ban.
Yeah.
Ooh, brown ban means Leona. Leona means Ivern. Leona Ivern means Ezreal. Ezreal Leona Ivern means Awa, 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 Awa.
So I really wonder here, as MK, do you actually ban it, or do you have another option into the Leona?
But Leona first pick is
crazy.
It's crazy, but I think it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, we all talked about the bot lane matchup.
Leona
but the
first
support
pick is
matchup, both Tana
mentally
and
ill,
Alvaro, it's that bread
but
and
it's
butter. You
really
still have
fucking
to go
good.
to the Jace. The question
Is there a support that's open that's not Leona?
It's a Leona. It's a Leona. It's coming.
They're doing 2 support bans to try to set up for this Leona.
But you have to. You have to, no?
But I think here is
What happens if you don't ban Leona? Do you play a game of chicken with Koi and just not ban it?
Like the thing is, you still have the Nana, there's still the Jace, and there's Ambessa, right? What is your priorities here? What junglers? Yike still has Maokai, Ivern, right? There's still power picks available.
Maokai,
So
oh my god, they left it
Maokai,
open. It's
you
first
have
pick
to
Leona.
pick.
I mean, I think you go Leona here, you look for Ivern 2-3 for KC, try to make it simple.
Oh, you guys are great.
We call it, and it just shows the beauty of Fearless that some champions that normally would not be high.
What does
prior
Koi
just
get
become
for it?
So crucial to draft when a lot of other champions
But
are out.
what do you go here? Because as well, like
Because they can take Ezreal Ivern 2-3. I think it's not bad. It fits their style. It's good for Kalist. You should know they're going Ezreal Ivern. I mean, Poppy support can work, but I don't really like it. Ambessa, I like it.
That are up that I'm thinking are high value.
Maybe take away the Ezreal
thoughts.
thoughts.
Like, what support? What the... It's a rough situation. You usually don't.
I feel like
go into
Ezreal's really good with Ivern Leona.
I've seen Alvaro play Karma before. They have gone for like the Ezreal Karma, the Sivir Karma. I also would be down for like a Sivir Enchanter lane.
Sivir Lulu, yeah.
Sivir Lulu could do pretty
I think
good.
the worst thing KC could do is pick Sejuani.
Sure,
Ezreal, nice.
You're gonna have that go button, but it's gonna be the Ezreal in the end.
What AD is in?
Yeah,
Senna,
I think
Ezreal,
Karma here would make a
Lucian.
lot of sense.
It's Corki, isn't it? It's Corki AD. They could do Corki Ivern. That would be pretty good.
Be MF for KC. Just MF really
I
good
mean,
at
Corki.
Ezreal once she gets that bloodthirster and lifesteal up all that.
Corki
power.
way better.
Yeah, you can contest the mid waves as well there.
Also a flex.
I feel like as well
MF
that
Lilia makes a lot of sense as well.
I will highlight that.
Oh,
it's Corki
oh,
instead. It's gonna be a Corki, which is a bit. We have seen it in LSE.
Lilia
too.
instead of
Not
Ivern
that
is
good
weird.
success. You saw it on the screen, 12 to 19 losses, or 21, I didn't really remember.
Yeah.
It is not really winning a lot here in Europe,
I mean,
and
the
saw
things is
Offset
kinda
win
the-
on it recently, but that was like
Yeah.
the only game they
What are you picking
won
to
and
Lilia?
then
Yeah.
lost ever
feel free
since.
to explain.
Is it
to
a
Jeff
El
if
Yoya
I'm
or
wrong, but
Nidlee's
to me,
out?
Corki is like an early game kind of lane AD carry that doesn't really scale that well into team fights, but has a lot of.
I mean, I would still
pressure.
ban MF here.
With Leona, maybe you can
Poppy
do
support?
make magic happen
It's
there.
pretty similar to Ezreal. I think in this case though, they're probably
You
just
either
gonna
ban
send it mid because the idea
MF
is,
or you
like,
ban
Leona
counters
is
into
out,
Kiana.
it's the
Kiana
go-to
and
stand
Bessa.
up pick mid. That's
Renekton
AD,
ban
so
good.
they just go Corki now to have that damage profile set, and then for bot lane they'll just kind of pick
Renekton ban good.
get, depending on MK's ban. But it looks like
Now,
MK
what does
actually
KC
targeting
ban?
bot lane instead
That
here.
might give away
I
the
mean,
flex.
Banning Renekton and maybe even the Gnar, I think is a good call considering you're against Kana. I think give him the respect he deserves and take out those champions that he
Syndra
has
ban.
so much comfort on.
That signals Corki
Then
mid.
if
I would ban
Renekton
MF.
is
I would ban
out,
MF.
You have like two different options.
I think take MF out.
Either go into a champion like Ace
Syndra
Rock,
ban makes it
that
so
one
they're
is
banning
okay
mages. The
into
reason
Ambessa,
they would ban
doesn't really
mages
have
is
a lot of
because they want to
mages
put
because
Corki
of
mid.
the dashes that Ambessa has. Or you
100%.
go for something more standard like a tank kind of champion.
What
Either
about something
way,
like Jax, or do you not like that here because of the
the
Poppy
Jax
and the
is
Ezreal?
okay, but in the end, you're
Is
kind of
Ivern on
scaling
4 good
parallel
for
to that
Matt?
Buster, which I think
Good for
favors
Koi
her.
or not?
And Matt
Bro, I
said,
can't stop eating.
Gnar. I wonder if
Yeah.
that's a mistake.
So the Gnar is up. I also see an angle for a potential
I need
Yorick.
to stop
It's
eating.
not really been popular in LEC, but in LPL it has a very high presence. And it
Knowing
does
knowing Koi, this Ezreal's probably top lane.
Good shout.
I don't know what ADC Kalist wants to go for here. It needs to be something with a little bit of early game agency. Like also, ideally would have some sort of follow-up. Like you could go something like an Ashe.
Aurora.
I think, like you do have the Leona.
Now, do they
gate, but
answer
you
my
still
question? Do
kinda
they go
like
Ivern on
Very
4?
Cleanse and Merc value if you go Ashe here. You're into Lilia as well. Like that's
You could go Zeri.
Oh my
as
god, they're
well.
actually gonna do it.
Ooh.
Oh.
yeah.
Into Lilia may be a bit hard, but with Poppy and Bessa,
Yeah,
it's
like,
really
good
good.
flex into bot lane as well, into the Leona. You kind of just stop the engages every single time, and it allows you to trade space with the Ezreal, so I don't hate it at all.
But you don't love Ivern into AP junglers because you get really far outpaced.
There
after the
is a
first
rivalry.
clear. So
Kalist
usually you
greater
pick AP
than
junglers
Supa.
into the Ivern because you just eventually build up a big tempo lead and you can just generate the big individual lead on the Ivern. But of course, the Ivern later on.
There's so many
is-
junglers out as well. I think Elio is also just digging for comfort right now, and this is one of the comfort champions he's used in the past.
Yeah, and it's like crucially this is like a different kind of play style. The
They're gonna
Ivern
play
plays
Corki
the
mid.
lanes, while the Lilia more the lanes play for the Lilia. It's just kind of a different dynamic there.
And if they get to a point where Ezreal can just free hit everyone,
Ooh,
and they have
Sivir is
a
not bad.
Ivern in front of them and a Daisy.
Yeah,
and
either
then
the Lilia gets ahead enough and just takes over. As we see the Sivir lock in, it makes sense. There aren't that many champions left.
Do we have enough engaged here?
Sai on
Yeah,
top
that's the
is
question.
really
We have
good with their
enough front
champs.
line here for KC, and that's why they're
I
looking
feel
for
like
Sai.
Koi can cook something on 5 here though. They have a front to back.
Like a lot of late game scaling, tank killing.
Smolder, I don't mind it.
You know, I was wrong. It was big dragon to small dragon.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to ads, you can see 1 2 5. We don't have sub channel for 1 2 back for the game. Start
I'm
picking.
very happy with both teams, what they got cooking up here. I think you got a good front line on both sides. You have really good scaling. I think this
Is it Smolder top or Smolder mid? You know, Smolder top into Sion sounds quite tasty.
I hope Casey wins.
Surely it's mid though.
And I think Casey will win.
I would always actually like to see Casey win just to get a 5-game series.
That's true, that's
I want to highlight, I really
So
like how
Koi,
they kind
I
of
like their
forced
5
Kanna
pick,
into a tank. I think that
but
was beautifully drafted.
I don't want any of that. My prediction was 3-1.
they have 0 AP,
So, yeah.
and there's a Sion Leona on the other side. I'm a bit scared of the damage distribution. Maybe it doesn't matter,
I
but
thought we got rid of that.
He got buffed.
full AD into those champs is a bit scary.
Shocks, yeah, it's making its way back, like all scaling mids do.
Thank you.
Apparently, as we've
Can
already seen in
Smolder
this
go
series,
Leandries?
but a game 4 and a match point. Gents, it's a pleasure to have you by my side as we find out if KC have it in them to take us to another game 5 in this series, as we've had before. Our new rivalry, it's so good to have in the LEC that Koi and KC can deliver us that G2 Fnatic-esque that we've had in the past. That doesn't really exist anymore.
I mean, there was a period where it was Man versus Rogue. They were the top dogs in the league. And then it was the era where Mads just kept running into Rogue in the finals, and Mads just seemed to have the upper hand. It was kind of the era of El Yoya back in, I want to say 2020 and 2021. But of course, yeah, they kind of got pushed to the waysides. And it's really
por
only
ellos.
this year that we've seen a resurgence of these teams. Jojo coming in winter. So many question marks. It felt like after winter, he was kind of middle of the pack mid laners. People didn't really see the value. But my goodness, has this man leveled up in spring?
Grasp Smolder.
All Provo, where he found himself in second after the regular season. And I feel like that he's continued to deliver here in this series and throughout.
Grasp Smolder with Ivern.
We'll say he's had a bit of a quiet
Poppy value this game is very shit, I will say. But it's okay. Poppy just come fight, press R, knock someone away, and then play.
But to be fair, this has been a bit of a one-sided rivalry for a fairly long time, right? In EMEA Masters, it was KC that ended up winning that finals in 2022.
Caedrel, I'm the #1 EU based on Lolalytics Smolder. Trust me, it doesn't care about full AD. Okay, I trust you, I trust you, I trust you.
Even coming through,
I trust you, #1.
The lower bracket of Winter round 2, where KC knocked Koi down into that lower bracket.
I
look
trust
at
you, my
summer
guy. I mean,
2024 playoffs,
I wouldn't expect
KC
anything
knocked
less
Koi out of
from the
that,
Caedrel
but
Twitch
it's
chat.
now in 2025
Olympians,
this spring that
#1 on Lolalytics,
and they have looked like
doctors,
the better team today. They've
lecturers,
been very coordinated on plays. They've been able to set
absolutely
themselves up well.
stacked in here.
They've been getting onto the
Fakers
map
in
the
here
right
sometimes.
places at the right time, and they've really caused issues for KC.
Let's see how things pan out
Built
in this
different.
early game. The analyst has talked about how they expected a slower early game, and I'm very much aligned on that way of thinking. But then, in the Cassidy game, we saw 3 kills go over.
Oh, Harry Kane's in the chat as well, apparently.
Who knows what to expect from these teams?
I was going to say, it's rare I see a slow MCOY game, just in general.
That's true.
Right.
I'm the president of the solar system. Holy fuck, we're intergalactic in this chat. Elyoya, you're such a rat. It's criminal. Like, I hate him. Just for that, I just hate him.
And in jungle, Elyoya will just tra-la-la to the other side of the map and take away the rest of his blue side.
Question mark pings onto the Raptors. I think Yike expects Elyoya to be back on the top side of the map, so he's just letting his team know. Priorities are, of course, very important in the early game, and for now, as Yike continues his full coach, Jojo that gets the push in mid lane on the top side of the map. Kana with the push.
Mid winning, jungle
On the
cheese.
bot side of the map, it actually looks pretty even between both the Sivir and the Ezreal.
Yike just spots it out now. And the fact that Vladdy's low here, as you're saying, I mean, Jojo having a good time and just getting some good grass stacks as well. Gatling gun out of the way. Vladdy, one of his biggest trading tools with the autos. And while we're having a look at Yike, I just want to kind of bring up a story that we haven't talked about yet, considering the fact that Yike hasn't been in. Ignore that. Super has
Volume increase.
He's disappeared, rather. That was actually Targamas looking for the engage, and Super just hangs it back.
This iron pathing is actual rat behavior.
Don't worry, I pressed it again, Dagda. Have a look. Oh, and I broke the screen.
Yeah, I do think, though, like, it has been interesting for Yike, because he's only missed one
Corky
final
versus
since he entered
Smolder,
the LEC.
war not again.
And then also the current record holder for longest streak in title wins in the LEC, sitting at 7. But it hasn't been the best of times in this series. It definitely feels like Elyoya has been able to keep him in check. And now you're going to make things a little bit sad if Yike isn't able to defend his time. Defend his title.
What's the name of that character who's throwing pizzas? Bro, it's a skin. It's Sivir. What do you mean?
They're going to be more than happy to send him back.
Okay.
Disengage. Now I'm going to tell you manually, because I wish I could talk a little bit more about Yike. I wish you could all see what I'm seeing, but again...
What are you going to ask next? What are the toppings? Bro, shut up.
In season finals, when he gets into those finals, he completes the road. He takes it all the way through, and Yike has been this prodigy.
It's C9 sneaky.
That KC from closer to now have just got the extra experience that comes with being in a top team. Yike has to carry them through, and on Lilia, one of his best champions, this is how you
Cocky movement.
See if he's capable of doing it. Both compositions, very front to back. I will say I think the engage is a little bit easier to pull off on the side of KC compared to Koi, who, well, largely I would say because of the Poppy, they have great disengage tools, and maybe that could be used in an engage in and of itself. But double AD carry.
The Sion is doing well in this lane. I thought Ambessa would roll this lane, but Sion seems to be chilling.
Waiting to get those crucial AD carry item breakpoints.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you, Eddie. One of the things that you can see oftentimes with a Smolder is that if you're able to, get to your stacks, use the range of just being able to poke with the sneeze.
Early drakes are a bit hard for Ivern.
And make sure that it's all fine.
The phlegm.
Yeah.
E-flash.
Oh, hang on.
Darkness flash. Oh! Sidestep unreal and slow.
My Leona would do the same thing. Would I have hit though? I guess we'll never know.
Really well played by Jojo to try and step away from that and just nullify everything that KC wanted to do. It feels like the new plan here from KC is try to shut down Jojo so we can't get that scaling going, but they can't make the play happen.
Phosphorus Bomb kited back as well. That's 3 skill shots, make it 4 with the ulti from Vladdy that's now dodge. Alvaro helps with the push, resets, and Jojo now level 6 as well.
Yeah, Yike trying to get in and see if he can go for an invade of some description, but the camp is already marked by Elyoya, and Yike doesn't feel comfortable enough to try and take it, so looks like KC going to back away. And this whole time, Super's just fine. He's been farming up relatively easy on that bottom side.
He's looking to pinch. Kalist will just cut it back as well. Targamas moves with him. It's because Dragon now sits there wondering, and Kalist also doing some fancy maneuvers as well.
Who's going to win this game?
Yeah, I just want to go back to
I don't know. Whoever I say will win will lose. It's going to curse them.
Jojo
But
try and look for that poke or try and play at range when he gets to that super late portion of the game. Because it's not only the fact you've got Sion and Targamas engaged, it's also just the speed up for Kalist to try and help close that gap. So
I feel like
KC
KC is chilling in this draft.
You continue on in this game to try to just close that gap onto MCOY.
I will say,
I do feel like they're kind of chilling.
We'll see how well he can pilot the champion. Typically, when we think of
it might be a
KC,
fun gamer.
Of course, won on the Sion before, but usually we think of Kana as that carry player. We've seen how incredible he's been in this series.
Do you know what Lilia's favorite pizza is? E-Peroni. Chat, banner or VIP, say it.
As the Varus top answer was good, but kind of back to Kana winning ways in a sense
Ban,
as he
not
finds
ban,
himself with a small
forever.
lead on the top side of the map.
But it is strange, isn't it? When you see Kana on a tank, you're like, he's so lane dominant, and we've seen this before. You know, we saw this recently in the last series they faced off as well. As Jojo falls on that.
Need to be careful tanking that Corki W.
Root call-up.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie, I miss Corki package. When he picks it up.
But yeah, Kana on tank's not what I think.
Well, yeah, he actually did a little nice move there. So he hid in the river, waited for Mirwin to reset.
It was kinda OP though, thinking back on it. You can rock up to a dragon fight with a 3 times the length rumble ult with a knockback, more damage, and it's a dash. What the hell? And that's his passive?
So, already now as well, because Callisto and Target was just shoved in bot, they're actually going to match.
It was such a big package as well.
Already
So the lane swap comes in.
Yeah,
it's going to be a grubs contest.
Play these fights and how well he can orchestrate himself, because he will be obviously stepping in front of the
Caedrel trying to cancel Corki base.
The day was like, you got to learn how to press S. Sometimes when you're on these tanks, just hold the space, and that is something that we'll definitely be trying to see if you can do well for the squad.
Ro's definitely holding space now. It's because grubs are spawned and
no, I don't miss AP Corki with Malignance. That was disgusting. You hit them with one big one and they have to base. That was disgusting. Alvaro. Oh. Ooh, I thought he was going to flash E him in the wall there. I think blunder by Alvaro. I think he had to send it there. Is he outie? No, he's not. Here comes the Zion ult. I think Mirwin blocked it. Oh, the shield! Oh! It's 1 for 1. Alvaro died. It's 2 for 1, but the smaller trades at least.
Those grubs are gone mainly to Koi or KC.
It's KC that get the initial
Yeah, Mirwin had to block the Sion.
The way they respond to the grubs being started was very well done. They target out Alvaro, and you mentioned it in the play-by-play. Look at this 2-person sleep coming out from Yike. It makes it really easy for Targamas to then set up the chain CC onto Alvaro. He flashes away, but then Kalist with the ultimate. I mean, he's the one in control of the bush this time round, and then the chase comes through from KC.
And it's that chase down that is just so good with the Sivir. Being able to get that move speed means you're able to carry forward. Bloody little too far, as Red Buff kind of helping out Jojo there a little bit, but still, this is kind of what you need to do as KC, is find those early engages, get the pick, and just run down MKoi when you get the chance, and they're already off to a decent start.
Good thing about having Sivir with an early lead is Kalista's now picked up 2 kills. As early Essence Reaver means early wave clear, means mid push is always there, right? When you
How many stacks does Smolder have? 64. But I think Sivir is the main character in this game now. Sivir will run this shit. She will tear through everyone on Koi.
Definitely. I think we're at 900 CS by
This is a game 5er, chat. Not gonna lie.
Win condition is still real. It's still about those 6 items. It's still about how much pressure you can add in this Kalist. Already showing how quickly he clears the wave versus an Ezreal that has single target damage.
Well, it's important to remember a lot of Sivir's value comes from the bouncing blades, her W.
That's right.
And so if the enemy team isn't stacking up a lot, she obviously doesn't get as much value. And the trade-off of her being able to potentially
Smolder
hit the
scales
whole
better.
team is that she does have quite short
cooks
range
this game.
herself, which is where the things like Ivern, I think, become monstrous in the late game. The protection that this champion provides for AD carries. With a
Why was that
Smolder
Sivir Q
as
for
well,
so much
is
distance?
one of the big late game avenues that Koi will always have as a potential win condition.
Yeah, I do like that Kalist has the spell shield for Mirwin though, because I feel like that's kind of one of the engage tools that MKoi will be trying to utilize. And if you ever end up with that public execution going towards Sivir, you can spell shield would be perfectly fine. So I think that's where you'd be looking more towards people like Vladdy and try and make sure that he's going to stay safe. But at least he has Valkyrie and Flash in a lot of these occasions, so could keep him safe too. But yeah, both teams scale so well.
Yeah.
It really does feel like it's just going to be a case of who gets control in the early stages and hits those 2.5 to 3 items fastest.
It really is just a race for the atomization, and that's why getting these early kills on the Sivir is so valuable. And
God, I love this Sion champ. It's actually my favorite champ.
Is so good, so Super's likely going to be forced to play defensively. As the same can be said for Kana. Now starting to lose out on these early trades, given that Mirwin has a few more points in those skills.
Big lead in support.
The cooldowns are a lot more manageable, and Mirwin is a lot
So Mirwin is a good Ambessa. He's a really good Ambessa. I'm just scared that he will press R on someone and then get chain CC'd and die.
Jumping game to his Nico was a little bit rough. But even game one, it was all about Kana, and it's quietly shifting. And coming into today, like, if you don't know behind the scenes of cast as an analyst, we obviously talk about big storylines. There were so many to choose from in this series because of Calist and Super. You know, Dagger, I know you talk a lot about E-Masters and the regional leagues and what it meant for Calist.
What chain
and
TC?
Super
Well,
as they
Leona will
were
just press
the
Q, R.
primary carries in ERL. They
Lilia
were the
sleep,
best
Sion
carries
ult.
in EMEA Masters
I think
as
Sivir will live.
You look at Vladdy and JoJo's road to get here too. But I always looked at top and how important it was to see this matchup with Kana, who came from T1, who was a middling LCK top laner, who is now leading the league. Now, what can be done up here? Let's look at the play. Targmas has set this up, and Alvaro's caught out.
Oh, this game is cooked, I think. This game is fried.
And he gets KC an early gold lead.
Nice pick from KC. This jungle support starting to work together to find these little moments to pick off Alvaro. This is exactly what KC need. We talk about the
I don't see the Poppy value this game. They probably thought, no, we don't have to ban Leona, we can just play Poppy support into it. But into Sion, Lilia, Sivir, Poppy is just... Lilia's too quick, Sion can ult the ult, and Sivir has spell shield. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough for Koi.
Easy when it comes to setting up these picks. He connected the Q, followed up with the ulti, and Alvaro, I mean, the chain CC, he had nowhere to go.
How relevant is it that no one can build Serpent's Fang? I don't think it's that relevant. I think KC has a lot of reliable damage. Like Sivir Corki is reliable. Lilia is pretty solid. They have a few mini champs. I have sneeze.
Alistar, excuse me.
Oh.
And it has been incredible to watch, but here in his Poppy not having the same early game effect that he's had in previous games.
I think they should do like the LPL. They should 1v1 at the end of this game for game 5 side selection. That sounds fun.
It just get a little tough for you as Targus now. Just starting to set up that vision, and it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Jojo Pyun to try and play up on this top wave. And that's all that this vision really needs to set up, is the ability for Vladdy to farm safely and try and deny Jojo access to that farm.
1.1k gold lead is the advantage KC has been able to build so far. 14 minutes in, the plates have fallen off. Next objective is spawning soon. Herald in about 50 seconds time. It's a tense affair. Both teams know what's on the line. Koi with their sights set on returning to a finals. KC do not want their spring to end just yet.
Would League benefit from a best of 7? No. Best of 7 would absolutely cook the players' brains. Imagine playing a 7th game.
Their next series against G2. When you look
That's
towards
fatigue
KC,
central.
They beat them in winter to actually take the title.
Like your brain on game 5, I think, is already kind of cooked.
Has made it to 4 finals
Like game
ever.
6 or sounds disgusting.
When it wasn't against G2, twice they lost against G2, and now a potential to go forward and try and play against G2 once more. To have that revenge, what was for winter last year, will be absolutely incredible for so many of the players here, because it was G2 that denied people like Alvaro, Supa, Mirwin, that golden road. The golden road. What's the word I'm looking for? Not golden road. It's the Royal Roaders is the word I'm looking for winning your first split as you enter into a region.
Which is rarity, right? And again, both
The
teams
Royal
have been
Road.
underestimated. In 2024, bad year for KC. Let's be real. 2025 has been brilliant.
How do you play this? I think Mirwin, yeah, basing, TP in or some shit and fight, but I don't think they're fighting this, are they?
Obviously, Koi, as we're looking at Herald being done,
Mirwin cancel his
Yike
base.
is pulling away because Koi are looking to contest. As a reset comes through for Yike. Koi is just that team that just never say
Chat, what do you want about BO7's? Okay, fine. BO7 is not fatigue and we should just play the game. Actually, you know what? Let's fuck best of 7. Let's just play until every champion in the game is out, so then we know who the real best team is, because every champion is used. Like, what are you on about?
Koi going to group shove mid, and I think they're going to TP in with Mirwin, although Jojo also looking for the reset.
Okay, so this time is the DP.
Cork E TP's in.
It will actually be taken. Scuttle on the way to Dragon, and stopping Dragon's not going to be good, but Kana's just right there. He ulted as El Yoya is sniffing.
Sion is one-shotting Ivern. That's fair. He has a whole Ruby Crystal build.
And Kana's a tank. He's bought so much time. KC, this fight looks unbelievably good. Mum called in, but she's in another room. They don't care. The brawl between kids keeps on happening as KC just regain control. Not only Herald, but Dragon. Double objective is
That's a volume increase.
The helicopter and the parents doesn't show up in that one, and it means that KC are able to get in towards the Dragon.
2 Drakes to KC, Herald crash.
Immediately goes down in mid, won't be able to finish off the tower, but will get a good chunk. And Kana, that was so much damage onto El Yoya.
just a very nice sequence from KC overall. I really had raised eyebrows when I saw Kana engaging onto Elyoya alone. Because I was like, there is no support.
KC just wait for Drake's GG VP.
By himself against 3 members, but as you guys identified, he's a tanky man, and he knows what he's doing.
How do we even accelerate the game at all, is Koi?
Buys time for his team to not only secure the Herald, but rotate down as well. KC with a clean sequence will likely now set their sights on one of these outer towers. The mid lane suffering significant damage means the KC may set their sights on that one first.
I think it's just a good call from Kana. At this stage, it's all AD across the board, but
he has no ulti
try and play for him?
Oh, he's 5 seconds
He's
off.
dead, he's dead.
Look, count it down. 3, 2, 1. Ulti's in. And Miyawin, he's going to be put to
Damage is very low though.
Coming a little bit early
Still a kill, right?
Miyawin already knows he's going to stand in place, and decimating smash makes it easy.
Alright, Smolder gets a bit of damage on top tier 1. Kana no TP.
Getting the kill is huge, but you look at that top side, still the counter punch from MKoi, trying to push in. I think they were just looking for Jojo to see
No
if he can
top
get
tier
the
1,
tower,
Corki
but
catches.
It's very low, but not quite low enough to finish
Yeah,
that one off.
KC doing really good.
KC securing themselves another pick. No cross map available for MKoi, just as Dagdo was highlighting. And this mid tower, I don't think it's long for this world.
No. It's just constant clear.
Easy secure. And KC just taking firm grasp of this game. We're 18 minutes in. It's a nearly 3K
Who
gold
kills
lead. It's
Sion?
gonna be
Like
that
really?
once Kana secures this objective,
He is
and
just gonna
they didn't
build
have to do
armor
anything
on armor
complicated.
on armor.
That last outer tower on the top lane will be the next point of focus for KC. And they are very much looking to bring us to game 5.
I feel like, again, it might not be punchy, it might not be as explosive, but KC, it is clinical. With a 3.5k gold lead, with a Sion who is in a great position. And once again, by the way, Kana, 1,300 gold lead individually versus this Ambessa. He's back in charge, and not only that, every lane right now is green. Super's early, or rather Kaliss early kills, excuse me, is being met with constant pressure through mid, as we talked about, mid turret open.
BLG is locked MSI, right?
There. This is as clean as you want. If
No,
you're
they're not. They have to beat AL, right?
Like, this is them restocking and getting ready for a final
That's
game
on Monday.
so that they can crush and return to an international back-to-back.
And a lot of it is coming off of, as you say, Yike moving around, but also Targamas working with them. There's so much vision control that KC been able to settle.
BLG's going to lose to AL,
This is just
and then
refreshing
IG will
those
get their
wards, but
revenge
this
and
has
knock
been a
them out. It's
constant
going to be
movement from
fucking
KC
cinema.
To allow Vladdy to play up and aggressive, to keep Jojo in check in the 1v1. And a lot of this is just coming off the fact Kaliss so easily wave clears with those 2 early kills and the Essence Reaver to keep them topped up on the mana. So for KC now, push mid.
So when the
rotate
Smolder
top,
by
see if
Liandry's.
he can deny Jojo more farm, but maybe just the buffs instead.
I really like the way KC is playing this. Just because of how they utilize their prio and mids to immediately convert it into topside pressure. And even if they don't immediately get that top tower, they're going to keep repeating this process, keep setting their sights on that top lane, and slowly chipping away at that objective. You can already see Vladdy going back up towards top lane. Kaliss looks like reset time, sitting on a decent amount of gold with a 1.2k gold lead over Super.
And let me pose this to you. Elyoya's jungle is getting run rampant. 40 CS lead from
I really don't know how Koi
And
wins.
if Ivan
I
doesn't get
really
the farm,
don't
he might
know.
have a cheap build, but if he gets
Smolder
no gold,
170 at 20 minutes. Soul
that
point in a
Smolder
minute.
pick from Jojo doesn't get the protection
No
it
AP
needs.
damage.
That's the same about Super as well. Even Miyawin engaging in. And slower
It's
the better.
unplayable, I
He's just
think,
gonna
this
run
game.
rampant in one shot if he gets access.
Yeah, but you can see there, right? Kaliss just deletes the wave, so I don't know how you try and prevent this, because you're just not really strong enough. Like, if Yike and Targamas walk in, they just beat the tree and the Yordle. You just don't win, so...
It's a bad side of Lord of the Rings.
Well,
Maybe
it's not been a
4
good time
items.
for
I think
Emkoi in this
Smolder
game,
needs
but they need to find some way to
IE,
try and break it, and
LDR,
that
whatever the
seems to be
fuck.
by bringing Mirwin here,
Supa
trying to
needs
deny them
Cyrildas,
access.
Shojin.
45 seconds until
They
Dragon.
need
You've only kicked
Cyrildas on
KC out the top
Ambessa,
side,
and then
for them
I
now
think
to
they can probably
reset
fight.
and
But
move into your bot side instead.
I will say we're again seeing this tendency of Koi to just kind of
maybe game
overgroup
5
when
they
you
can
enter
kill
the mid
Sion.
game. Like, they've got both their AD carries just sitting in mid lane. Of course, Jojo with no TP, but now they've sent Mew in top with the TP, and that bot wave, look, it's just being abandoned. There's no one catching that farm right now, and this is how KC is building ever so slightly with their advantages, the farm, the gold, and the experience. Arakan going to be started off by Koi, a dangerous objective. We'll see how KC responds.
Feels like a flash in the pan. They really want to throw something in.
They're trying desperately.
I think
KC
Koi is
moving
just trying to
forward.
flip
Kana
something
gonna be that front
because they
line.
know they're going to lose the game. Oh, he poppy ulted Corki. Just flip it. They can't even flip it. They don't have the damage to get the fucking Atakan low.
Koi are getting threatened out. Daisy playing zone control. That's nice for now, but at 3k, maybe a flip, maybe something for Elyoya. Patience wearing thin. 2.5.
GG.
Solar flare.
I think GG. Insanely unplayable game. Insanely unplayable. Oh man, game 5 draft is going to be so amazing to watch. They're going to have to cook something special, flex something crazy, try something out of the ordinary. I don't blame Koi too much. I think they should have last picked something different, maybe like an A-Soul or yeah. What other AP champ has good damage late game into their champs? I don't know. Anivia, I think Anivia would be pretty good against KC's champs. I'm not even lying. I think Anivia is not bad. I think Leona's a bit annoying. Vagar, yeah. But now it's just game 5. This game is completely fucked. Like, Koi. I respect that they go for the Atakan, but yeah.
And can KC have stamped their authority here in game 4? The slow, steady, controlled game.
This just ain't gonna work.
This is KC's game to lose.
Too much time.
And what, now MKoi have to fight for third dragon? Like, you don't want to go near these guys right now, but it's not exactly like...
What are you scared of from Koi in a game 5? What the fuck? I do think Anivia might be a bit annoying. He plays Vex top. I think Maokai I'd be careful of giving over. I'd be very careful of Maokai for a Yike in game 5. That sounds disgusting.
No idea what to expect. KC have refined themselves in this game.
Okay, they're chanting Si se puede, which means yes we can, but I mean yes we can go game 5, but Si se no puede ganar este partido, you know what I'm saying? This is fucked.
The death and we wait and see how it handles out. Kana's gonna ulti, try and send us to the final charade of our top 3.
Oh my god, Kana failed the Scion Q.
KC are done. They do not say goodnight this time. They do not give up. And ulti away, Mirwin is panicking because Yike has his number.
Now he used Ambessa ult to cancel the sleep.
And everyone jumping in on Jojo can't not because Kana doesn't die. KC with more merits.
Mirwin ults to make himself unstoppable to stop the sleep. But that does not stop KC from being unstoppable as well. They will chase
two champs I wouldn't want to play against. Yike, game 5 or Maokai and Belveth or some shit, bro. I feel like that shit would be wild. Like a Belveth Annie or something. I don't know. Just CBA or like Draven from Kalist. I don't know what Koi has.
But there's very little that he can do. Instead, he just gets chipped away until he eventually loses his life.
Yeah, Kana, Jace, Vladdy, Talia, Yike, Maokai. There's a lot of random shit.
Prevent the sleep from going through, which means he does escape. But it means that Jojo's left underneath the tower on his lonesome. And KC with the flash forward from Kana will secure the kill. And now Baron is in the rise.
10,000 gold. It's KC's Baron for the taking. Elyoya and Alvaro should
Akali's out. Akali's out. Is Sylas out? No, it's not, right?
It's only a soul to go at 3 minutes 15 if we're still playing this game then. A turret trying to be taken by this Ambessa. I mean, Mirwin wants gold because Koi have none. Back to the drawing board it seems as Targamas might even be executed here with Baron to all 5.
Bot tower. A small...
This is the game 5 Kindred Zillion realm.
They get a tiny gold injection, but those teal bars at the bottom of your screen will barely be dented. As I mean, Kalist.
It won't be a 20k gold
lead.
It
How
won't
wealthy
be.
this man is. 5-0-5 scoreline. 3 items completed. He's already got the BF sword working on his 4th. He has a 3.8k gold lead over his
Yasuo
opposition.
bot, bro. If someone picked Yasuo bot in game 5, I would think it's the freest win of my life.
Monstrous.
What more do you say than this game has been a monstrous effort from KC?
Unless it's 2019 and the MEAD's called perks. I think I'm fine playing versus Yasuo bot.
Running the jungle. There is a reason if KC make their way into the finals, I think G2 will be saying we do not give Yike Lily, we do not give our ex-jungler such a powerful pick, but more than that, for Casey to choke him out. Koi's thinking about that for the final game of Fearless.
Yeah, I think Anivia on 5 would go kind of crazy for Koi this game. Anivia, Poppy into Sion Lilia. That sounds disgusting.
Minwin will jump in, but you see Vladdy as a Corki stands and cares not.
Cannon Minion doing a lot of the work, likely to finish off this tower. They'll get the extra wave, and there it will go. The first
yeah,
has been exposed
Suko Mucho game. Sometimes the draft is just not drafting.
Over towards mid lane, and they'll take another.
The Koi waves just don't exist. The second they walk into range of Kalist, they disintegrate. And it's just allowing KC to walk wherever the hell they want. They will back off. 2 inhibitors taken.
Target.
Oh, he hit Leona there. What the fuck? Pentakill for Kalist. That would go crazy, you know? Oh yeah, I took it.
And with the Nexus in their eyes, with an ulti from Mirwin to escape, KC will just take the remnants of blood.
All right, game 5 booted up. Game 5 booted up.
This is it, yet again, another deja vu.
We go through champs for game 5. Wow, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be special. This is gonna be. It's really nice to see that Koi and KC went 5 games before, and now they go 5 games again. Like, that is a reliable source that both teams are fucking good. Like, they're even, you know? It's not like a stomp one side. And like, the rivalry is real. If one side was stomping, that would be fucking sleeper. But the rivalry actually has like weight behind it.
That was a statement from KC, and MKoi need to find an answer back.
It's these game 5s where I think like Jojo, for example, I remember Jojo Kyun was a very good LeBlanc player. It was like one of his most comfortable champs, wasn't it? It's shit like that that's gonna come out.
We've had a lot of back and forth within the series, you have to say, like a lot of close team fights. We started from game 1. That was the most one-sided game we've had in this entire series.
His LeBlanc win rate's kind of shit, but I don't know why I remember him playing LeBlanc a lot.
Right?
Yeah.
Brel, Leona, Alistair, Nautilus, Rakan, Nico, all gone. And so he kind of needed to bring out something as the pop.
You know, I think Kana is going to do the opposite. I think Kana is going to do the opposite. I think he's going to pick Gnar, or he's going to first pick Jace. That's what Kana will do. Or he'll pick Renekton. Like, Kana will pick one of those 3, I think.
Thank you, guys. They are doing it. Again, taking us to game 5. But before we go to break, I want to celebrate fandom again. But this time around on KC's side, because check out what I found. Thank you, guys.
Cute, cute.
Check out what we found. So we had amazing fan sides on the K-Coil side. And can you tell me what this is and introduce yourself, please?
So my name is Sasha. I'm a huge fan of Kako. So this is the Kako. So that's my girlfriend who made it, and I'm really proud to bring it here to the LSS studio.
Shout out to your amazing girlfriend for doing this, and I would like to give her this as a gift. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, this is a jersey signed by the whole team. Shout out to you, to all of you guys. Cheer for the team, cheer for both teams ahead of game 5. We're gonna take a short break, and we'll be right back right after this.
Boot it up. Boot it up. What OP champs are open? I don't know. Maokai Sejuani's open. Gnar, Renekton, Jace are open. Talia's open. What else is open? I don't know. I need to see the list. Vi's open, yeah. I think mid is like probably like Annie, Sylas, Syndra. Jarvan's in, I think. I think Jinx, Aphelios is probably like Zeri. Yeah, Braum is in, but there's no mini supports in. There's no mini supports. Is Zaya Rakan in? No, it's not, right? Is Kalist the kind of guy to just slam a Caitlyn game or what? I think Mundo is pretty good right now as well. Support, there's not much. There's Karma, Blitz, Braum, Pyke. Bard. Renata's out. Wait, is Renata out? No, Renata's in. Renata. I don't know if Renata's that good when there's no melee supports in the game. I don't know. I feel like something's coming, man. Either KC's gonna slam like Draven Blitz, or they're gonna slam like fucking Caitlyn Lux or some shit, Caitlyn Karma. Or Kana will pick Comfort, Mirwin will cook into the Comfort. Zoe's very dependent on their comp. Is MF in? MF is in, right? I feel like MF is pretty broken right now, probably. But there's no there's not much engage left. I mean, you could just play a face roll comp. You could just play fucking Ornn, Jarvan, Orianna, MF, you know? Just fucking... and just play. I'm looking at their champ pools historically. Ooh, do you know what would be really fun? Okay, I'll make a one Gamba. A really fun Gamba would be, for some reason, Koi goes Zeri 1-2 and they flex Zeri top or some shit. I don't know why, but it would be funny. That's my only takeaway. Like they did with Varus 1-2. I feel like Zeri top would be funky.
Don't make it, by the way. I see three. I can take a Kogo. Is this f***ing? I aim as well. I kill him. Nice, guys. One more game, okay? I'm telling you, we'll win early game. They are so f***ing bad.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to a game 5 once again between Movistar Koi and KC. So we thought we'd move the analyst desk to the crowd. You might be wondering, where is the rest? Well, of course they're getting a snack. They'll be right back because it's game 5, Finn. Let's go.
It is, and it's just such a privilege to be able to watch this game. It is such a banger between these two games, and back-to-back best-of-5 series that goes to 5 games. I'm just so excited.
I'm really, really happy. Also, Jack Spector's prediction was horribly wrong, dude.
Well, I mean, it won't. Hey. If KC wins, I'm still the most right out of all of you guys.
Okay,
So.
good point, but
Well,
how...
GB was wrong.
Yeah, GB
Okay, I was wrong for now, but
yes.
if MKoi wins, then I'm not going to say that I'm at the wrong stand
Anyway,
right now.
so Jack, I'll give you a chance to talk first then,
Yeah.
right? According to the things that you thought that KC would get a 3-0
Okay, now throw things at each other across the
What is
stage.
it going to be in game 5? Are we finally going to see it? What is it?
They just need an easy draft. You saw it in this game 4. They had a nice
In
draft.
Fearless game 5?
Well, just get some sort of engage, some sort of fight starting power, and they're going to smash them. It doesn't look hard.
Well, Jack, I have a question for you.
If it doesn't look hard... wait. No,
What?
no,
Doesn't look hard. When
The
things
quotes
get
are-
hard, I get harder.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
I'm gonna ask you, Jack Spectra, what are they gonna pick for support? Because all your engaged supports are out.
Blitzcrank, Pike.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom.
I can fight again. Let's see what happens.
That was into 3 tanks. This time there's no more tanks.
Counterpoint. What are they going to pick top, eh?
I mean,
Why is
Mirror's
it
gonna get
2v2?
last pick and all the Kana champions are already out, so Mirror's gonna cook something good for
What
us.
about
Okay.
Nar? Nar is not out.
Oh, Kana game 5 Nar?
Last time Kana played Nargis, Mirror and him in 1 and 8.
That was because Nidalee's out.
Nidalee's out.
Hey, I
have
love
other
it.
picks.
I love
Quinn.
it. It's facts and feelings, actually. But I know you have some feelings connected to it as well because you truly believed in Movistar Koi and in Mirwin. Has he
hold
recovered
up.
a little bit after the first 2 games? Can he be a win con for them?
I mean, my eyes are on Mirwin for sure, because my eyes are always on Mirwin. He's always
Yeah, I see it.
exciting player to watch, but my biggest eyes, I have multiple eyes, they are on Jojapyun, because I think Jojapyun has been having a spectacular series right now.
Another
And I think
coffee!
He's shown really good performances. Even on the Smolder this game, he was still doing really good in laning phase against the Corki with the Smolder. So I really want to see him with agency in game 5, something again.
Yeah.
Last counterpoint, I agree with
I
the
mean,
man.
his
Jojapyun
eyes,
going crazy.
his eyes might be on Jojo, but he's tweeting about Kana. He's talking about how good Kana looks, how he's perfect, he has no flaws.
True.
Brother, you
BLG's
know
fighting
KC's
in
taking
Valorant.
the game 5.
Okay, Kana has been playing really good, but I still think
What?
Emco is the better
Who?
team. I can't deny that.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go. We're going into game 5, and we also have
Valorant?
an exclusive
Who?
look in the KC booth for Lord standing with Committal.
Talk to me.
How are you doing? How stressed are you right now?
I'm shaking right now. Yeah, I'm shaking.
W Kameto.
Game 5 is so stressful. One spot for MSI. It's either us or Koi, and I think it will be us. I hope it will be us.
I mean, you've seen this before. You've seen this last week, Game 5 as well.
That's
How
your
confident are
coworker?
you this
That
time
is my
around? And is
coworker.
there anything you want to tell,
Bless up,
not the
Kameto.
players, but the fans cheering for your players as usual?
I mean, it's the last game. It's either vacation or MSI. MSI is our dream.
It's Cancun
so
or Canada.
to cheer us up a lot, and I don't know what to say anymore. It's on the hand of the players.
You said everything you had to say. I wish you the best and an amazing game, Kamel. Shots over to you once again.
Una más.
We're coming back to us, but we're still here. Don't worry. We definitely are. Don't stop chanting now. Come on, Karpas.
I mean, KC.
No vista
Come on, man. Come on. Karpas.
It's El reverse sweep, eh? We called it last time and we have it again. I don't actually know. I think we ended on such a bang. I didn't know it was coming back to us. So I'm going to need at least one more point from each of you that could make us super excited about Game 5.
Game 5, last time these two teams met, KC choked it completely in the draft.
They did.
But this time they learned from it. They've learned from their mistakes. They are going to smash them with a beautiful draft, and they're going to make it look so damn easy and get their ticket to MSI.
That's what I'm talking about.
Finn?
MCOY has been here before, and they have shown that they are the better team in the clutch. In the Game 5, they succumbed.
W Finn!
They made KC into their little... I'm not sure, yeah, they really stomped KC in that game.
Into their little...
All right, I heard we have one more minute, but I think that was a final note, and I'm sure the casters will be happy to hype up Game 5. We did all we could. Take it away, guys.
He's drinking a Gossa. It's good.
It's not bad to warm us in to what should be an exceptional final game of the series. That's Dagger's
Velia,
head,
why are you
that's
tweaking in the
Vedius's
chat?
head, that's my head. We are red and blue to show the different colors. You guys supporting KC. Vedius, I guess, is in the middle, and I'm supporting Spain, apparently. That's what we decided to do. I didn't know it was intentional or not. But
I don't think it was even remotely intentional.
But we've got the colors of both countries.
I think we're lining ourselves up for another beautiful Game 5. The last time that these two teams faced off against each other, it was MCOY that got the better of them in that clutch Game 5. And what the analyst says are true. When you get to these sort of situations, sometimes it is the... What's the word? The things that you can't measure.
Intangibles.
Oh, it was on the caster
that
prompt?
often are the difference makers. Which player has that moment? Which player has the confidence? Is it too much confidence? Being a
What side? I didn't see. Did they put it up? Maybe I'm blind.
It to really keep
Who's
yourself
what side?
centered. And when it comes to this final draft, all on the line, the winner of this game will represent the LEC at MSI.
One team is on red.
And if this was at the very start of the split, I think
Koi's on blue. Ooh. Vi ban good, Jace ban good. Talia ban has to be the next ban, and then I think you just fucking play. You just fucking play. What's open now? So there's Nar Renekton for top. Jarvan ban is good. Jarvan ban is good. What are they setting up? Are they setting up some kind of Jinx Lulu or something? Some kind of Jinx fucking Melio? God knows what. They could... Bro, I'm scared of KC red side. I'm a little bit scared of... I think if I'm KC, I'm playing MF or Draven. It's coming. One of the two is coming. One of the two is coming.
Doesn't miss finals either, apparently, so we're going to remember it's so much.
Maokai's open. It's a first pick Maokai. It's a first pick Maokai. Yeah, insta-lock. Insta-lock. That's a volume increase. 1-3 pick. Now, what do you want to do? I think they will 1-2 one of the ADs, Draven or MF. And then I think they should pick Mundo. And I think that would be a good 1-2 from KC.
I think the blind Jax is a great idea, especially when you're this deep into the
Jax top blind into Mirwin when you are red side. I don't know if that's worth it. Yeah, MF is good. I think they should go Mundo. Push, push, push.
Do they need to grab the Sejuani right now? Maybe they want to keep that.
Could go Sejuani. I like Mundo here, though.
Not available, things that
I told you Belvet Yike, but I don't think he's going to do it.
So Yike as
Well, he's going to do it.
Belveth, I want to say it was against T1, and it didn't go very well.
Sejuani. All right, they have to match bot, and with their bans, I think they're going to play some kind of Jinx Aphelios. You have to, right? What else is there? You're not going to play Draven. Super doesn't play it. Everything else is out. What is it? Are they gonna? There's no way they're gonna play Jinx. No, they're gonna play Jinx Melio, right? Ooh, the Blitz blind. Ooh, ooh, that's clever. Oh, the Sylas on 3. That's even nastier. Oh, okay, so MKoi went with Jinx, Blitzcrank, Maokai, which is a Gen G classic. Maokai Blitz, bro, you go back to the Lehens days, they play that shit. The Sylas has some nasty ults. Some really nasty ults. This is why this is where I think Aurora ban would be really, yeah, Aurora ban is crazy good. Whoa. You need to cook a good 4-5 here. I think, is Akali worth a ban from KC? Oh no, it's out. Akali's out. What can you play to Sylas? Galio, is Galio in? Galio's in, but they do have Aatrox on 5.
He's got counter pick for red side here, and you all know Kana. Counter pick for this top laner is where they could seal the deal.
I'm just trying to run through
maybe one of the best bets for Koi here. And Mirwin, does he play Ornn? Melban? What? Is that Mel support?
Although to be fair, actually, Sylas doesn't get the stun, and I think you can use
Mel support ban.
As well. So maybe there's a couple of things, but
what can Jojo play mid? He needs like a strong AD mid. Ooh, I think Renekton 4-5 for Koi is so good if they want to flex it as well.
Mel support also. Maybe you think because you can reflect the Blitzcrank hook and then pull the Blitzcrank in, right?
Set ban is good. Jojo plays set mid. Jojo plays set mid.
Set has been played support in the east very recently.
Jojo plays set mid. I think for me right now, Galio and Renekton are screaming. Oh, do you take Renekton on 4 for KC?
Not exactly the best of times. So
Bard
is the idea, and then the Bard is going to be the final ban away.
I feel like they're just going to lock in their support here.
Galio flex.
Ooh, this is Galio support.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. So with the whenever you get hooked
it's
by
probably support, yeah, but Loki flex. Cassio, yeah, I see it.
And you don't get the pull through on
3 melees could work.
If you actually do get hooked in, you still got the.
I like Renekton.
The Shield of Durand and everything.
Oh, Cassante, I don't like that champ. I don't like that champ.
Would open up for a Jax for Kana. This is a bit of a risky one for Mirwin.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
It's Mirwin's most comfortable champ, I think, though.
Same about Koi today, but KC are now doing it to them with all these potentials. Cassante locked in.
I do think, though, you don't really have tank killing.
They need a good AD mid
right now, so I think you will have to go for the Jax
that beats Sylas. Or they need a monster mage.
Yeah, actually, true.
Swain good? Swain? No, I don't like Swain.
They may even move Sylas top or put something else mid, but I feel like Kana should have enough.
I think taking Renekton is not a bad idea, because KC will take Renekton and you can deny them. You're not playing Yasuo in game 5. You're fucking lying. Cassio's not bad. Cassio's not bad. Because I think, yeah, Renekton on 5. You could have taken it away and played Renekton into Sylas and tried to fuck him up. Okay, chat, I'm gonna run ads for the last time. If you want to avoid the ads, you can use a tier 1 to try and support the channel and get an ad-free viewing experience for a month. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. Back for the game starts because Korean Renekton. I like both sides. I think that the problem that Koi has is the Maokai Blitz is good, but the targets they have are bad. I guess MF is the nicest, but any of these targets, they don't really insta-die, so it's not the best, but it's still good. Cassio eats everyone. Cassio eats them. 4 melees with a Blitzcrank ult, eats. But there is a Sylas with a Maokai ult. There is a world where we go into a fight and KC does 0 damage. 0. And these 2 champs just fuck them. But that fight is like 2-3 items. A bit late.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's even in the Cassio being a 4 melee.
KC needs to make something happen. I feel like their damage falls off.
So the only person I think is gonna struggle with some value is potentially Alvaro here, because there is no one really that you want to hook into your team on the opposite side. But I think regardless, like, both sides good engage, both sides have good skirmishing. It is really a case of late game scaling for MKOI that they're going to be looking to rely on.
And they've had that before in this series. It was the JoJo Cassidy game where we saw they got off to a great start, and that scaling pushed them forward with momentum.
Who do you prefer, man? I feel like KOI wins if they can scale, KC wins if they get ahead, because they'll roll them if they're ahead.
With a strict structure in this game 5 and scale their way to victory.
Like Jinx Cassio will just get insta one-shot.
Finals, KOI versus KC, Spain versus France, a rivalry that gets better with age. The best vintage in the LEC is before your eyes. Feast, enjoy our final game of the night.
It's been a banger.
All right, let's see it.
Between these two teams.
The heart and the thumbs up.
A ton of fun with it. And you know, for so many of those watching, there's a lot on the line. Not only is it a spot in the LEC Spring Finals, but that coveted MSI spot to join G2
Cancun or Canada. Just click good.
The tension is high, a standard line of scrimmage. I expect early vision investment to come through from Alioya on the top side, see where Yikes.
You have LTA after this? Yep.
And as we've said, when there's a will, there's a way.
Big pace LTA.
Oh, you're not going to face check. Kana was waiting there.
Ooh, Gathering Storms. I think Gathering Storm is a good idea.
Playoffs, they got the finals. Now, of course, they didn't go to MSI, but they got enough points. They got the season finals. They got high up in that. And then they went to Worlds. And fans have this PTSD. They're like, oh my God, you know, Mad or KOI at Worlds. It's scary, but the fact that they always find a way to make
Okay, they're fucking loud.
like times out of 10, there's international representation. That's what makes you guess in this game 5.
But I think against KC, it is well earned. MKOI have stepped up fantastically, and it has been the growth over the course of the split that has got them into this position. But now both teams just need to send it home. It's not going to be easy though for MKOI.
I can definitely see KC getting an early lead and then KOI turning a big fight when they're down 2-3k gold.
Solo laners to look for those skirmishes to play through Sejuani. But it's going to be a case of can MKOI weather the storm and get to that late point where they pop off.
I think for KC, if you want to see them send it early, again, we're talking about drafts coming up.
JoJo is a good Cassio, right?
But this comp, if I've ever seen a send it dive level 6, please everyone press button. I see the KC's comp here. The fact that Kana chose Renekton. That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Kana Renekton is scary.
And Kana, 4 out of the 5 games, or sorry, 3 out of the 4 games that we've experienced so far, Kana's had an individual gold lead of at least
Kana Renekton is very scary.
And he's looking to try and build another one. You can see Mewin. Kazante is not the same champion that he used to be. Who's ever present in the LEC, well, in the world pro sphere, I should say. But after the repeated nerfs, his impact has definitely been significantly hurt.
Hook.
Nice damage. Target
E.
turns it into an engaged
Bit of a trade.
with the Winds of War.
Bounce from Kalist.
Really nice double up from Kalist.
Colon P.
This is the downside of pairing a Blitzcrank with the Jinx. Blitz wants to be aggressive in the lane, but Jinx doesn't have the damage to follow up oftentimes on those hooks, especially against something like an MN to press the attack. So for KC, kind of happy to take those hooks at the moment, and it'll be MKOI to play a little
Both
bit
junglers full clear. Ooh, bot dive, thoughts? What is he sniffing?
No warning, River up. Big Assault gets in between
Mid
vision.
gang.
There's a scrying plan in case, but he's going to use this to find mid. The Cassio half mana. Wait for the miasma. Vedius has talked about it, now I'm breathing it in. JoJo walking up to the wave, Bloody trying to bait in.
If this mid gang backfires, the game is lost.
The brushes. Nothing happens, we move back, it's gone to duck, maybe it's
Looks like it'll work.
Comes in anyway. JoJo tries to stand his ground, Bloody flashes away because Elyoy is here. Bramble smash defensive. JoJo flashes over the wall.
JoJo can TP out. Yoya should be fine. Saved him. Can also base, I guess. Big save. No flash on Yike. No flash on Vladdy. Really worth for KOI there. Do you go, what do you build on Cassio? Do you go Roa?
Means that both junglers will be eyeing up that mid lane once more.
What is it, like Roa, Liandry's, Rylai, Seraphs, or whatever the fuck?
Neither mid laner will fall, but Elyoya and Yike trying their best to make their presence known. It's so funny to me that Game 5 in Fearless, we expect these sort of crazy junglers to come through, and it's Sejuani versus Maokai.
You go boots on Cassio.
A classic jungle matchup. Of course, Maokai providing so much team fight value with Sejuani synergizing very well with these melee carries, both the Sylas and the Renekton.
Wait.
Targamas, he's hovering around mid lane, looking for a play, but he won't really find that much. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Mewin really getting bullied. The good news for Kana is whenever jungle information is given, that gives him the authority to be as aggressive as
El Yoya is so far ahead.
Use of that. Meanwhile, Alvaro
he got double crab.
They're looking for what he can find in the mid lane.
Did he take a camp from... No, he didn't. Did he take a camp from Yike or something?
Has half a bar of fury, and he's going to use that to get the quick wave clear.
Ooh, it's top diveable.
Well. Quick back. Can they stop it? Mewin, he stays in the end.
He doesn't have a biscuit.
So he needs the wave. He's got a couple of minions.
Oh my god, Supa's here. What? What the fuck? Jinx is here. Huh? Wait, he's dead. He's no flash. It's a double kill for Jinx. Oh my god. Oh my god. Super Yushi.
Was perfect for Koi. The fact that Super arrived just as the dive was happening means that he's able to get the kill onto Kana.
Super Yushi. Now they're gonna base and swap back bot.
Massive reset for the Jinx. 2 kills picked up early.
Oh, it's so well played by Koi.
This might have just set up MKoi.
Great timing. That's a volume increase.
Late game early than they needed.
It's a huge
hold up, he's on the phone.
To Super, and they want to keep Super away from Kalist as much as they can. An immediate swap back.
He's on the fraud hotline.
They want to put pressure into the Renekton.
Top jungle of KC's being reported.
A bit of deja vu again, because it's not Jojo this time, but it is Super on a scaling champion that gets early influx of gold.
That's a bad play. I guess they just didn't expect the swap. Might have the flash. Oh, if he saves the hook. Now they just trade flashes.
Super's going to walk it out. Kana survives, but his flash is down, and Kana almost caught for a second time.
Flash from Kana was crucial.
Yoya dead, maybe? Yoya dead? No.
Dangerous. Alvaro gets the fist up. Kana cannot re-engage, and so nothing else from Yoya is burned.
KC trying to get
it's not over yet. Koi gets 2 kills, which is great, but I think the early game's still going to be tough. Need to chill a bit.
KC, they want to try and make something happen, but they're burning flashes right and left.
My goodness, the gold remains dead even. Mewin in a 1v1 against Kalist is kind of the best case scenario for Koi, and there's not much the KC can do about it right now.
The score represents one thing, gentlemen, while we lull about. While Kana gets pushed back in his turret. 2-1 is what Koi have got for their game 5
Kana has ult
in the past 2 years. In this head-to-head. I believe it's in the head-to-head. KC on the other side. 1 and 2 hook just misses.
Ooh, Alvaro's hooks are a bit. He needs to chill a bit.
Koi in a game 5 situation when all pressure's thrown
it's not the end of the world to miss that hook, but I feel like he's throwing his hooks a bit early sometimes.
It's last 2 years, this is the game 5 win rates for KC and MKoi. So MKoi sitting on a positive note, right, for KC. They have to try and find that success.
He needs to calibrate.
Dig deep to bring it back here against MKoi, because honestly, this
it's criminal if Koi get the first rake.
Dictating exactly how you want
it is criminal.
Even getting things like this early dragon just gives them more breathing room when it comes to those later game fights.
Ooh, this dragon is looking tense. Here comes Yike.
Alvaro looking for the hook.
Drifted. Yoya no flash. Sylas takes it. W's the Sylas chain. Cassio doesn't land. Jinx rocket. No reset, no mana. Now they gotta run. This is where the game turns a bit. KC will get some kills. Where's the Sylas? That's where the game turns a bit. They can't take these fights, man. I think their early fighting is so bad. Look at their fucking items. That Cassio had a Sapphire Crystal and a Tear. And Jinx has a Cull and a Longsword. You can't fight your champs with these fucking items.
Only disaster for MKoi.
Vladdy stealing away the Maokai ultimate. Exactly what we said in draft.
Base damage just fucking owns your ass.
The ulti comes through from Jojo, but he gets rooted up alongside Alvaro, and then the chase comes through from KC. Jojo trying to get a bit of movement speed from the Q rather, but the flash in from Kalist with the bullet time does the work to get
rush
KC
some
into
grubbies.
the kill lead.
And that's the thing, you don't have any damage on your carries right now. You've got mana and health and a dream on Jojo, and legs that are moving a little bit faster for Super.
He smites the first one. Warum?
Very much aware
yes,
of
double smite, I
and
guess.
able to take down the fight as they need it now. Oh, Yoya, at least able to get the Void Grubs.
Volume
but
increase.
Still, that gold swing back to KC.
Both Eddie carries the input now.
They put their bot lane mid.
For the ultimate Cliff. Brilliant way to finish off as Koi still get 3 grubs.
3 grubs.
And mind
not
you,
bad.
Again, we talked about the scaling, so 500, 600, 700 is not enough for KC to hold the reins of this game, but it is a start. A start when that said 80 carry is almost towards his bloodthirster at 9, 10, 11 minutes of the game.
No immediate objectives, which means that these outer towers become the focus. Trying to secure these plates, or maybe even looking for a gank. Right now, it seems that there's a lot of camps for Elyoya to clear, so he's going to have to focus on getting through his jungle. Meanwhile, a reset comes out from Yike. His bot side is up. Could consider a play working with Vladdy. Both mid laners have their flashes available. But really, there's not a huge amount on the map to play
Silas
for,
going Roa as well.
Tends to be the name of the game.
Jojo on a ward. CS diff
I think this is
pretty
where it's
solid.
going to become a little bit
I think Jojo is just really
for
scared.
MKOI
He sees nothing.
So the issue is Supa can't clear or at least approach the wave as effectively as Kalist, which then opens up Targamas with his ultimate to now use a bot lane. Point to case.
Oh, he missed so Vladdy missed the petrifying gaze.
Oh, nice flash by Jojo. Oh, it hit! He needs to kill Targamas and just die. Double kill. It's 2 for 2. Bot wave was kind of fucked. It was really smart by Koi to run behind bot lane and fix the wave. That was really smart.
To finish off 2 members, desperately trying to get that gold on top of him.
Wait, Mirwin's kind of cooking Kana.
Having an ult to just keep himself safe.
Just want to get flipped back. Khan's going to clear the way, but now no dominance.
You saw the Jinx and the Blitz. Cassio was standing in this bush. The Jinx Blitz just ran all the way down to bot behind him to help him push out the wave. Was a really good read. Also a really good ult by Jojo on the E. Flashes the Sejuani ult.
Through, but the response from Koi is fantastic. Supa does so much damage, and he's like, you know what? If I'm going to go out, I'm going to take as much with me as possible.
Yeah.
Great confidence.
Going even in these trades with your comp is so good. Sejuani gets a kill, but Jinx just got 2.
And it's MKOI punishing KC for skipping steps. I was just about to say, KC, you have push in mid. You can see Supa can't connect onto the wave that Kalist is pushing. That opens up for Targamas to try and make the play bot. But they don't wait to push in the wave mid. They immediately try to make the play bot, and MKOI are in a position to try and contest. And it's these small mistakes that MKOI have been exploiting all series long to get them into these winning positions.
And I will say, Supa, even though he finds himself with a 300 goal lead with 4
He's
kills,
a level down.
it's only a 300 goal lead. He's
a level down. He's down in
Why?
CS.
Well, because all of the action that Supa's been a part
Early
of.
game wasn't great
Kalist
for him.
has basically been solo farming.
Yeah.
Non-stop.
Oh, what?
Targamas.
Yeah, he's caught out. Petrifying gaze keeps him in Daniel rather than Miasma. The ball time zones out to save the support, but with a zap, with a rocket, kill number 5, Super Trooper again.
Ooh, that hitbox.
Guys, even though the CS lead, the XP is there, Supa keeps getting donations.
I mean, that's a bit of a mistake from Targamas. He thinks that he's safe because of the amount of vision control that they have in the bot side river. But Koi, they just walk in as 3 into that bot side river. Supa clears out the mid wave and is there to respond as well. This is exactly the kind of game 5 that we wanted. 5 to 5 in kills, but 5 of those kills are sitting on Supa. We heard that comment from Kalist saying that there isn't really a rivalry between these two 80 carries. Well, Supa's making it a damn rivalry. You got to look at him here in game 5.
Mirwin with top, Kana lucky not to get flung
He's
back
dropping
to the turret,
CS.
trying to get that
Oh, he got
shot
it with
in.
Thorn now.
Kana not
Remember.
slowed down. Mirwin looks for the chase, and even though Casante's been nerfed multiple times,
I guess
it's
Casante is
1v1.
pretty hard to
He's
kill for
still
KC's
showing
comp.
how he can withstand.
Yeah, I can award though. Alvaro and Elyoya are here.
Sapling out, waiting for the hook. Yike will walk. No, he's back. Try brush. All it takes is a hook. A hook with Jojo nearby.
Oh, imagine he blind hook.
Not going to be pulled in.
Targamas in position though, and that ultimate was just about to come off cooldown. So I think MKOI a little scared that that might be available for the KC support. And this is what I mean is like when you're in a position like this is where you have to be very careful as MKOI because Kalist pushes.
Here comes the next strike for KC.
Into fog of war, and suddenly you can engage in a ton of different positions with Targamas very rapidly. But if you're not able to connect with that, as we saw on the bottom side of the map earlier, that can be where MKOI can turn that around.
Dragon number 2, Vedius, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, tell me why.
Because it's my job.
Okay.
Tell me
Well,
why.
I just need to know more about your
Ain't nothing but a heartbreak.
Okay, alright, so they're definitely ready. Dragon
Well,
number 2
that's
coming,
a volume
whether
increase.
They like it or not. That's how MKOI want it. They want it that way. but they're going to start it off at least to try and bring equilibrium in as Yike is
Hook.
walking in.
Maokai ult hook. Hook. Maokai ult hook. Hook. Maokai ult.
Nature's Grasp going to do exactly that. It might turn into a play. It captures again.
Genji classic. MF ult is good. Reset for Jinx. Does she get it? Yes, she does. Yike's gonna die. Is he gonna die? Flashed out. The rocket hits, but he doesn't die.
Turns and burns. Super now with range. Casey playing scared.
1 for 1.
Kalist may have pulled off the kill, but Dragon secured for a trade.
Exactly that. It's a still favorable trade for MKOI overall. The question is, can KC get something on this tower? Alvaro is fishing for a hook. He's not going to be able to find it. He tried to predict the sidestep coming through from Kalist. He doesn't quite get it. So, I mean, we'll look back.
Maokai Blitzman with the Jinx.
Nice
Get her that reset.
Galio, but again, it's a hook onto Galio. And the problem is that this chain CC comes through onto Elyoya. The bullet time is huge. He flashes away to get to safety, but then Kalist with the auto Q means that he can then do a ton of damage. Vladdy getting ulted on by the Cassio means that he can't really make any plays of his own, so they just choose to disengage.
Also just mirroring on this bottom side, keeping Kana out of the fight. This is the point where this matchup does start to flip around. The Iceborne Gauntlets plus that Bramble Vest makes it really difficult for Nectin to play off of the healing trade pattern that he really likes to go for. You just have so much armor that he just can't really get through him, and that's why, again, I think Kana kind of wanted to dominate in the early stages, but really hasn't had a chance
TP
to
in from Vladdy.
take over in this matchup.
It's getting to a point where I think KC...
He's just teleported for that, by the way, and as you said, Mirwan's going to all out. Kana in trouble. Dominus in as well, but
Kana?
look at the damage. Unbelievable. Kana
Kana?
this series off Mirwan.
Q flash from Mirwan. Oh, I knew he would do that, but Kana also read it with the E. Just baited his flash.
To see both top laners performing at their best here in Game 5. A dead
Hook.
even matchup with a small lead for Kana.
Arctic Salt baited in. Top laners disembarking.
TPing bot, TPing bot, TPing bot. Kana no TP. 4v4 top side.
Something in top side.
But now Mirwan,
they have to give the Herald, right? They have to give the Herald. Maokai Sylas ult, just go bot nose. Sprennington's fucked.
That bottom turret, it looks like his MKOI don't feel confident enough to try and step up to KC when they've got the control.
That mid tower as well, it's completely exposed right now.
Okay, so
MKOI have the wave as well.
Oi, this Herald, is it going to be worth it? They have free grubs, they have bot tier 1, mid tier 1 maybe.
Elyoya has the ultimate. If they really want to get this tower, they can just
They're not going to commit, they're scared.
They don't want to risk it.
A bit scared. I think Jinx could have played that with her passive, no?
He's now level 11 with his Petrifying Gaze. Alvaro wants a hook. There's a ward here, but it's not deep enough to see what else is going on. So Herald and out, that's just going to be the play, as you said, for a turret exposed.
I will say, I think Koi played a little too
MSI's on the line. I think that mid tier 1 can stay up for another minute or two.
And it would have been super easy for Super to finish off that turret.
Take the flower!
And then run
Oh,
away
they're
to
fighting
safety.
bot.
Now though, Kana's isolated in the bot lane.
Slow down.
He's dead, maybe?
Oh, he's
he...
already burned. Mirwan tries to predict those slice and dice, gets him through anyway. Nature's Grasp
Q3.
as well. Wait for the flip. Mirwan finds him, and this Dominus won't be giving him enough health. Even under turret, Elyoya cares not. Bramble smash. 1 versus 3. Kana's not
That's
enough.
a bot tier 1 and a kill, but that's a top tier 1.
Is going to be used top in this counter play.
That's the thing, MKOI didn't end up pushing mid to get the mid tower. They didn't rotate bot to get the bot tower, which means KC...
They crash it into top tier 2, they're hitting mid tier 1. Flash. Into the hook.
It's in his pocket. He got the hook.
Kalist don't care though, he don't even flinch. He saves everything. Almost a top tier 2. It's fucking even everywhere, man. Like one side gets a kill at a bot tier 1, the other side gets a top tier 1. Blitzcrank summoners and a crash into tier 2. But I think anything that's even is favoring Koi.
This game, it feels like it's going to come down to a big team fight that'll determine the first major advantage. Super. Ooh, very close to finally securing that tower. Decides to play it safe, and wisely so.
I think if KC had 2 Drakes, it would be a bit playable. I think 1 Drake is really hard to win.
2v1. He's done it all series, did it in the Tristana game. And relies on mechanics of like dodging a deadly flourish, not getting flashed on by Targamas, who of course doesn't have it for the time being, but it's plays like that. And you can say the same of Kalist as well, who flashed forward in the last fight with bullet time.
Jinx is being given everything. She just took Raptors, now she's taking Wolves, and now she's taking midwave. She's being injected gold.
It's finishing with an international.
She needs Infinity Edge now.
To take down G2. KC better track record if you want to look at Winter, but Koi you can never underestimate. That's been the potency of this series. It's been the power of this best of 5. You can obviously tell I like this rivalry. And you can
Does
tell
Koi
going to
fight
France
Drake?
and Spain later in the
They
year.
could just get a top tier 1.
It's just about
give
which
bot
one
tier 1,
first.
give Drake.
Who do we go
Get
first?
some more
Where do we
items.
go?
I think we go to Dragon first because it's 15 seconds until
No
that's up.
cleanse on
MKOI
Jinx. Needs to
have
base
set
right. They're gonna
themselves
give
up
it
on
right.
the
I
mid
think
wave,
it's
and
smart.
that Sarah is very low.
They know
Mirren
know
doesn't
how
have
to
the
not
teleport
lose
up
the game,
available,
which is important, I
whereas
think,
Kana
with their
looking to
champs.
trade on towards the bottom side. So at the moment, kind of KC trading relatively effectively, but I think actually MKOI, they're just going to abandon Dragon. They're just going to look for a setup in this top side.
Cassio ran top to take over top to make Cassante base.
Kana finally going to get this bot tower. Casey should be able to secure
Maokai
this.
ult.
But it's an engage.
It won't
It's
get
an
anything, I
engage.
think.
You say that, but
Unless
Kalist,
there's a
not quite
Targamas there.
Instead, they look for Alvaro. Chompers
Oh, he
down
knocked him out of the
onto
chompers.
two. Re-engage from Targamas. Elio in trouble. Strainlash out of range. And yikes, ulting misses. Just out of range as well. Super can't trade yet. He ain't 3-item
They still need to do Drake. They're going to lose mid tier 1, bro. Everything is being traded evenly.
He will sidestep
KC will now get the Drake in a flash. Koi will get mid tier 1.
Time for Koi to unlock this mid tower.
And that's really what they wanted.
Everything's being traded evenly.
Koi kind of hid in the bush. They didn't fully commit to that tier 2 and top, which I think is what KC were expecting. Means that they're able to get
Maybe a
that
pick on
mid lane
Renekton
tower,
here, no
still
flash?
establish that vision that they
Nope.
need to. Dragon will eventually go to KC, but this is so
Oh.
much trading back and forth. But again, as long as it stays even, it is MKOI who are
Both these
winning.
teams, I
Their
think, are
comp
playing well.
will get really powerful in that next item.
I was going to prompt you guys because, again, since it is even, I'm like, well, hang on a minute. You know, again, we talked about KC in this final game needing such a big gold lead. That's bounced back and forth, and the fact that Super got all the kills early is really mitigating any pressure.
But look at Koi, man.
KC are at their strongest, especially as you finish
Cassio's
this,
up a
next
full
item for
level
Kalist.
before
You
World
are
of
just gonna
Ages.
absolutely destroy people
Luckily,
in team
Vladdy
fight.
has
So
Roa
for
too.
MKOI, that's why they're trying to trade on the map. They understand this is the moment where KC can just blow open the game, blow open that gold lead, and as long as MKOI don't give
Holy
them that
shit,
chance
bro.
to
This is
fight
going to be
for
a
it,
wild-ass
they can
team
look
fight
to
soon.
take those fights later on.
Winner goes to MSI. Damn.
That's a good point.
He does.
That is stress, stress,
But
stress.
ultimately,
One
one
misclick,
of the
send
big
you
things
to
is how
Cancun.
Vladdy uses his
Don't
ult,
misclick.
because it's the factor that can really be a game changer. And
Don't
you know,
misclick.
we've been calling Vladdy the mini Zeka all split long.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if he can make a Zeka play of his
Oh,
own.
can't miss those.
Misses, though. Jack sends out the ulti. It's into Mirren.
They're
So
getting
that's
TP'd
edge
on
of
behind,
the
and
good
Maokai's not
game.
here. This could be
Kalist
disaster.
blocked it first.
But
There's a push
Vladdy's
back,
chain
though.
CC'd.
Vladdy's in trouble. Mirren dodging the bullet time. It only gets Alvaro as well. The
Jinx
push
ult.
back while he deals with two
Yike
of
has
them.
flash.
Shipping a death rocket.
Flash is out. Galio's going in. Galio has flash. Maokai ult's coming in. He has to tank it, Targamas.
Casey, though, disengaged.
W. What, that layered? Oh, it's a double for Jinx. Just one auto. Super! Didn't get the reset. This 5v5 is favoring Koi so hard. But Mirwin might be dead. It's 1 for 1. It's... Oh, he's out! This sucks so much for Kana. Kana TP'd behind, ulted, and they never joined the fight.
And thought he was about to dive onto Super, but El Yoya lagging a little bit behind everyone meant that he was in a position to keep Super safe. Kana couldn't engage, and MKOI could play
He couldn't find the angle.
four-man unit of KC.
You're seeing how in the front to back, how difficult
Hey,
it
hey,
can
hey,
really
hey,
be for
hey, hey,
KC.
hey, hey, hey.
Kana, though, wants to contest this Arakan. Only 3 members.
Kana
Here
has
comes
Sterak's.
Jojo.
TP behind from Cassante. Wait, Kana's fighting this. Oh, he just killed one of them, I guess. Oh, it's cooked, I think. I think Koi can, like, de-stress a little bit. I think this game is really theirs.
Koi are just getting advantage after advantage. The Arakan is a nice cherry on the cake. Dragon spawning in
I think KC need a monster wombo combo.
Notice that while the hook doesn't quite connect onto Sejuani, it's Mirwin that's tanking.
Look at Kana, he's TPing behind them right now. And he's going to press ult.
Really splitting apart the fight onto 2 fronts. Mirwin continues to tank up the front line, and then Renekton.
And look at Renekton.
That's the thing, because El Yoya was coming down from the top side of the fight, they couldn't, or top side of the map, they couldn't do anything. So it's a 4 versus 5
Look at him.
this entire time, because KC think they have the support coming through, and Mirwin then dashing through everyone here, starts to run out.
He was, they were,
This game is free. If we legit don't lose our minds now.
He's not wrong.
oh my god, I can't believe we're in a timeline where Jojo Pyun is going to represent EU at an international.
The terrain didn't allow him to
Like,
do more damage.
he was
got his
the
ultimate off,
one
and then he
who
really
flamed
couldn't contribute.
EU.
It was so difficult for Casey to fight in that
All the, what was it, 22? And he was like NA's fucking prodigy. Now he's representing us.
Confident.
What the
game
fuck?
Is going their way. Cassio continues to
What is that
scale up.
timeline? The first ever NA import is representing EU.
Last one is for MKOI. Winter 2024. Now they have the chance to...
Oh, he misclicked ult. What?
Kalist just cancelled his ult. He just cancelled it.
Hey, Vedi, that was a low blow.
Struggling in a big moment.
That was a low blow.
Caedrel, he's struggling in a very big moment.
That was a low blow. Guys, didn't even say the name as well. I got it the first time. You fucking rats.
And this is what the desk was talking about, right? But this is also very different from the first time we really saw Zupa and Kalist face off against each other. That EMEA Masters
I think
final,
Koi
it
is
was
just
Kalist
in
that was able to
Casey's
step
head.
up in that game 5 and take that away from Zupa. But now, sitting here, it is Zupa and MKOI that are in control of this game. It is Zupa that is looking to lead his team to the finals once more.
It's crazy to think how much the momentum swung in MKOI's favor just off the back of a single swap. That swap to the top side.
20 seconds on Drake. Look at Jinx's items, man. Oi, oi, oi.
So Mirwin could keep playing into Kalist, and Kana has just been silenced in this game. A 1-3-1 Renekton scoreline. While he does have the goal lead, what is he really going to do against this 2.5 item, nearly 3 item Jinx?
Top tier 2 is an easy objective. This Drake for KC doesn't really matter. Yo, HMNI, thank you for gifted. Much love. This Drake you can give. Get a top tier 2, not bad.
But KC need more gold. They need it now. And Top is at least going to inhibit that a bit.
KC need to start looking at people for making these big plays. This is where you can make or break your entire playoffs. One massive ultimate steal from Vladdy could turn it. One massive ultimate from Targamas could be it. But it has to be into key members, and MKOI are not giving them that chance. They are constantly pushing, constantly prodding, constantly pushing KC to the edge.
Oh, no flash Alvaro.
That's something.
Okay, they got a flash.
Not going to stagnate here. As Jojo said, they have to make sure they don't end, to
Man,
paraphrase him.
KC at this point really needs something. They are bleeding.
KC Dagger, they do want this series so bad because again it would
Their next biggest bullet is MFIE. Get Infinity Edge on MF and just fucking go, I think. It is getting really tough. LDR Jinx. Cassio is soon Leandris. There it is, Infinity Edge MF. I think they just gotta go now. You gotta get level 16 and you just gotta go. No flash Alvaro, maybe a Baron Force or some shit. Silas Maokai ult, flip the Baron, fight. I don't know.
Super now stands at the precipice of really forcing Kalist to look at him and recognize him. Jojo,
I think one MF ult could decide the game. One good MF ult in the next 3 or 4 minutes could win the game. But I think past that point, she's just going to fall off a bit. I feel like the Jinx will just roll them.
From making it to his first LEC finals. That's of course unless KC find an insane fight to turn this game around.
I mean, for Jojo, he won a title in his first year, 2022 spring, but has not made a...
Oh, he's so close to level 16. That MF. They see what I mean by KC. They just got to send it. They're just fucking going. Kalist needs this mid-wave XP, and I think KC should force. Force.
Taking down a long-standing rival.
The Koi fans are ecstatic, and while the gold is even, that is not representative of the game state. This Jinx is absolutely...
I think Kalist is going to catch his wave and say that he's so broken.
But of course, in the game of League of Legends, the
level
beauty
14
of it is,
Jinx, level 16 MF.
While on paper, there are so many things that are going in Koi's favor. At the end of the day, it all comes down to execution.
He didn't get level 16 from the wave. He's 1 XP away. Get that man an experience point.
MKOI are playing this well though. Just have your members on the
I think Cassante is actually the problem, isn't it? How does MF kill Cassante? That guy's too tanky. Oh my god, Koi are forcing Baron.
He's the one contesting.
What?
But Super's got 3 items, that's why.
What?
Yike,
is it gone?
Hero, the thief,
no hook. Yike. Oh, he's grounded. Oh, he's in. He didn't get it. He flushes out. Vladdy's low. Yike's dead. Rocket. Oh, headshot. Oh, the Cassio W. He did get in, but he didn't win it. It's fucked. The game's fucked. Maybe they can cheese in a bush or something, KC, in that top rush. No, it's too late.
Who stands tall? It's MKOI who are pushing towards the base, and it's KC who need to defend.
I'm going to need my asthma puffer because that miasma was perfect. I think Yike can breathe either inner turret, mid going down with it as well. The straw that breaks the camel's back for Spain.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
It's the onslaught yet to come.
KC turn their attention onto Mio, and that's 2 members in the mid lane. I don't know if they even have the damage to kill him.
Yes, no MR.
They've got a Maokai ult as well, but
Is
he's
he
going
dead?
to all out onto Kana. Elyoe is coming to the rescue. He's got an ult.
Oh, the block.
Back 20 seconds.
Oh, the MF ult. Oh!
A shutdown. Mio's down. That's 1 Baron less to deal with. Koi looking for a hook, but Alvaro's on vision. Jojo hasn't swept that ward. Super's there as well.
Hook, 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 hook. Oi!
They
have a mid wave to play on. They're pushing them back. This is good for KC. They can delay the Baron. Uh-oh, they're turning. Yikes, gotta block that. Kalist, don't get hooked. Cocky movement. That's a reset. Targa doesn't give it. Yike, no flash. Oh, they're turning it. Cleanse. Galli ult. Alvaro. Chain hit. I didn't want to hit that chain. They have stopwatch. No stopwatch. W, he's dead. Super turns this. W, misses. Yikes out. Drake's in 30. Oh, 2 for 1. The worst part is Cassio and Jinx still have their sums.
On the Jinx, he is firing away, and KC are falling.
15 seconds until the Ocean Dragon. They will put themselves on soul point.
The Silas just goes in and dies.
How difficult it is for KC to fight back. They turn their attention onto Mirwin in the mid lane. He tanks up so much damage. He trades ultis with Kana. The Maokai ultimate comes through. And then with Kalist ulti, you think this is a great team fight for them, but Super trades it back.
And this is where KC...
I feel like the Silas has such good ults, but he just looks so useless. He doesn't do anything in these fights.
He still has the ultimate up available. Vladdy doesn't have that option to steal any of these ults, so you've just got way more DPS in the MKOI side, and they know it as they go for the engage.
And Yike's ult is 15.
Like, he's a bit of a spectator, and then he just goes in and gets one-shot that champ.
Yike gets hooked, Targamas goes in, Kalist uses the cleanse on the ultimate from the Cassiopeia, but the damage just isn't there. Jojo is healing and has that shield from the Seraph Embrace so well, and the DPS from MKOI is absurd right now.
MKOI back out onto the map.
Don't look Jinx items. Don't look. Do not look Jinx items. Ooh, Sejuani ult down. It's over. GG. That is GG Central.
A turret dead, another one soon. An inhibitor with an excited Super.
They need a miracle. KC need a miracle.
Watching these underdogs clean out our first seed.
Man, respect to Koi. 3-2 against KC the first time, 3-2 against KC the second time. Oh, the hook into ground, into root, into can't move, into stun, into knock up, into Jinx, into reset, into dead. Oh my god, that Jinx! Reset on the red. Pentakill for Super! 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 Super Yushi! Oh my god, Koi's going to MSI.
Triple kill already. Koi are running away. They're not confident enough. They get the wave.
They only need the wave. KC, they're staying.
How do they find a wave?
Jojo Punabata represent EU. Jojo Punabata represent EU.
Jojo's booking a ticket home.
He's going to Canada. He's going home. That's so awesome for Jojo.
You call them mad, but they're movie stars now. Heroes of the screen. They always win in the end. Whether the audience likes it or not, they will show up.
Holy shit, they actually did it. Holy fuck.
But you will fear the return of the Spanish All-Stars.
Wow.
Not once, but
That is awesome. That is so awesome. I'm so happy for Jojo, man.
Go to MSI, and they will look for a rematch against G2 in the finals.
This is a different level of MKOI. It has been a hard-fought journey for them over the course of the last year and a half. It has been learning how to be patient. It has been learning how to work as a unit. And they'll have to see if they've learned how to take down G2.
How did Jojo go from what he was in winter to that? How did this team come together once again? As you
G2 versus Koi for the finals.
That mid laner, I talk about that bot laner and that wicked support. Hot damn. That's one hell of a hero, or should I say underdog story, in our LEC.
The rivalry just became so much
I swear to God, if Jojo Pyun says in the interview, I had to make the international in an easier region, are you fucking red? You're on our side now! Don't say you had to go to an easier region or some shit!
They wanted to keep their winning ways.
Drop the interview now.
MCoy that stops them. We'll see them again for summer, but we will not see them at MSI.
For MCoy, though, what a performance. Step ups across the board.
Super Yushi.
Both here and against KC. The first time they faced up against each other, and I feel like that has been the story of these two teams in playoffs. It has been MCoy. Everyone doubted them. When they faced off against KC, they said it was a flash in the pan, that it couldn't be done again. KC would come back better prepared, but MCoy surpassed them every step of the way here.
Hey!
Went to a game 5. But
what's this
MCoy,
thing
the
with
better
phones?
team on the day.
Guys, Jojo's going to be representing LEC at MSI.
That is crazy. 2 Canadians going to represent Europe.
Breaking history. Dylan, your comrade. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, he will be the first ever North American player to represent LEC on the international stage, which is absolutely insane. Both Canadians are going to be going home. You highlighted Dylan, and they're going to be matching up again in the finals tomorrow. They've only got a day to turn things around.
I hope Koi doesn't go into tomorrow against G2 and just get 3-0'd. Please don't do that. I like the energy. We made it to MSI. We made it to whatever the fuck. Let's not go into the finals and be like, nah, I don't really care anymore. Come on, I want to see some. I want to see some pace in the finals. Yeah, don't fucking do me like that.
Impossible to read, and I mean, when things get crazy, they seem to be in their comfort zone.
Well, with the most improved mid, with the mid laner who will be returning home, but representing us this time, we got Allure and Jojo.
Jojo, be nice. Be nice, Jojo. Be nice.
Thank you so much, guys. Jojo, congratulations!
Be nice. Be nice.
Oh my God.
Say EU greater than an A.
Just like last time. Please, well.
Thank you.
Gracias, Las Carpas. You played out of your mind today. You've been playing so well lately. Tell me about your improvements and also like being so locked in during this series.
I mean, to be honest, today I didn't think I played too well. I think definitely, I don't think I got carried, but I was kind of close to getting carried. I think some games, like the Casio game, to be honest, I first time this champion, so I wasn't sure how much damage I was going to do and everything, so I was just trying to make it to the late game with that pick. So I think my team really stepped it up today, and I was just there to get the win, you know?
Wait, so who do you get this from? Is it Mirvin giving you tips of like first timing champions on stage?
I mean, I asked Mirvin a lot for builds. You know, the Smolder game, I asked him what to build for Casio. I didn't play Casio for like 2 years, so I asked him what to build. So he just gave me advice, yeah.
What is the confidence level that you have, honestly, to pull something like this?
First timer,
I mean,
Fortnite Pro.
This whole week has been through the roof. I think our scrims have been very good. We've been playing very good league. I think today we didn't even show our full potential. I think, to be honest, us and KC didn't show our full potential today, as we do in scrims, but it was still a good game. It was a great series.
It's funny that you say this because last week, scrims, we don't talk about them. Banger games on stage, you take the series, and this week the scrims have been going good, but you also play good. Like, how do you know when you're in good form or not, given that the results don't give you anything?
I mean, I think when I run it down in scrims, I play better on stage. And in scrims this week, I played pretty well, so I knew today I wouldn't play as good as I usually do. So that's where it comes from, yeah.
Keep running it on stage then. Jojo, I have something special for you, Snam, if you can come to the stage.
Hey!
I mean, I'm going back to Canada.
I know!
Not for vacation to play there, so it feels pretty amazing.
You're going back home. It's not for holidays, as you said, but tell me how it's going to be for you playing this first international experience at home.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I haven't been to MSI in so long, and especially since it's in Canada.
What about representing EU?
I mean, I would go back to Canada either way, but of course going to MSI is way better, right? I don't want to be home on vacation, so it's a pleasure.
Now about tomorrow, because the job is not done. You're going to play your very first LEC finals against G2, of course. What is your resolution for this series?
I think they played very well against us. We know we messed up in the series, and they abused our weak points, and we fixed it this week. So I think tomorrow will be much closer. We just have to play our game, and it's that simple.
What is your read on G2 right now, without giving too much, of course? Or on Caps, maybe.
I mean, I think their team is just mostly Caps, you know? It's just Caps 1v9, and if he doesn't, then I don't think they're as good. But of course, it's fine. They're a good team, right? But when Caps steps us up, that's when G2 is really good, you know? So it's up to Caps.
Up to Caps. We'll see about this tomorrow. Do you have anything for the fans that you want to share to them, for them watching online, or the ones who've been cheering for you at the studio today? They were so loud.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for supporting us. It's been a long journey, of course. Winners Play hasn't been as good, of course, but we're ramping up, and I'm proud to say that we're a top team in the LEC.
You're absolutely a top team in the LEC. We have Supa and Alvaro in PGL with shots. Anything you want to tell your bot lane? Nice or not nice, actually. But
I mean, ball lane, they played pretty well, so I got to give them the props, you know? They played pretty well.
All right,
I hope Alvaro gets Pog.
You again, Jojo, congratulations on making it to MSI, making it to finals, and that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to send it over to PGL with Supa, Alvaro, and Shox. Take it away, my dear.
Thank you so much, GB's also here.
I hope Alvaro gets player of the
We're here
game.
with the bot lane, and I just want to kick it off immediately. Kia player of the series was Supa. Congratulations.
Supa
I
got
think
it.
That's a good introduction.
Okay,
Again,
W Supa. Supa gets it W.
Yeah, but
also
this
fun.
one, I'm not that proud.
I think
It was
Alvaro
a
deserves
really
it.
tough series in general, so I just feel so relieved
They
that
both
we're
played
going
really well.
MSI. I don't think about my performance, about anything. I'm just so happy we are going to another international.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. And I think, Alvaro, you had a great series again, and I feel like often because in your team there's a lot to talk about, and as is the case with support, sometimes you don't get mentioned.
Hey, it's fine.
I just want to vouch that on the desk, on the streams, was a lot of Alvaro hype again. So do you feel that you showed a good performance there, or are you also a little bit disappointed?
I think my last series was better in 2KC, but I think today I played really, I would say, stable. I think the Poppy game, it was a bit hard to play already from draft, but I also fucked up a lot. And in this sense, I'm happy about the performance. And yeah, I'm just looking forward for tomorrow because I think it's the real test.
Yeah.
I feel so much, well, not even nostalgia, but it just feels like I've lived through this. You know, you beat KC, you're in a 5-game series, you went to 5 games. Immediately the next day, you had to play G2. You got 3-0'd. Jojo is saying in an interview that having that experience of going up against KC in a 5-game best of 5, then going immediately into preparation against G2 is very difficult. How are you finding the approach different this time around? Because you obviously want to have things end differently.
I mean, I think we are really confident how we prepared this year, this split. So I think it's really good that we got the chance last week because we could see what is G2 putting to us, what we need to learn, what we need to do better into KC. And I think this is so important when I believe we are the best team learning week by week. So I think we got a big advantage and we need to prove it tomorrow.
Jojo couldn't make an international NA, so he had to go to an easier region to make one.
Right? You've got that one thing in your back pocket, so maybe it would allow you to play a little bit more
Bro, isn't Appa about to lose to Shopify Rebels?
I think still
Appa, first take out Shopify Rebels, then we can make the tweets, okay? Hey.
Without, I mean, I will say, I think still, even if we are MSI secure, everyone wants
first
to get the
Shopify
title.
Rebels,
And
okay?
Of course,
then tweets.
Like for me, it's also a relief in this sense. So tomorrow, yeah, I think I will be able to even show up more in a way calm, and it's also something
Didn't
that
play
we
my
have
best,
been
Kana's
working
pretty
on,
good.
Being calm and patient.
When things get
So
hard, I
think
get
tomorrow is
harder
gonna
on
be
his
important
mindset
who
during
show up
clutch
even more.
situations.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, MSI is important, but I know for you guys, being able to lift that trophy to say it was all worth it. And we heard a lot about work ethic, I think, from Elioya as well, and kind of just the focus, how you are one, if not the most hardworking team. I think because of that burden I think you carry of there is so much expectation on your shoulders. Can you say anything towards that motivation, Supa?
I think this team, everyone is built around wanting to be the best players in the world. So we put a lot of efforts. We don't give up. We don't fight into each other because at the end we just want to win. We got a lot through bad moments. We lose a lot. We are 1 year and a half almost, and we really want the title. We love it. We want to kiss it already, no? So tomorrow we are going to prove that we are not throwing more opportunities. This is our time. We need to do it now, and we need to prove that we are here to win.
What else are you looking to prove against the G2 bot lane specifically? Because going up against KC, at least from Winter, it felt like both of you, you're almost living in the shadow of what that bot lane had accomplished. This time around, though, you beat them out. You're going into the finals. You're talking about proving yourself. What are you looking to prove against the G2 bot lane? Both of you, really.
I mean, for me, of course, I think it's a really strong bot lane. I have a lot of respect to them because I think they have been on the top for many years already.
Now we have LTA chat, FlyQuest versus C9.
I know how I want to play into them because I know their weaknesses, but I also know their strengths and I know what I need
Actually,
to
will
do
be good
in
to
order
watch.
to not
Really good watch, I think.
Get that match beaten in a way. And yeah, I mean, just going tomorrow, we're gonna prepare even. I will prepare it now at night, but I have been preparing already how to face into G2 these days, so it doesn't happen like the other time. But today we had the eyes on KC. We're still in the present. Now it's G2, and the ball lane is different. Enemy team is different. They play different as well. So I think whoever is able to adapt better is gonna take the win.
Okay, when it comes to your play then, I feel like when we watch Movistar Koi, we see you guys are incredibly clutch. And to win a Game 5 versus a KC back-to-back, you have to be clutch. And I think the same thing will go versus G2, but you got to be in a position where you can even do that, right? And I think that's a bit tricky. How much work do you think you've done specifically in terms of not being overzealous in those key moments? Because Jojo had a clip in the last game where he said, if we don't jump in now, if we don't like mess it up, we win. And I feel like that's something you struggled with in the past, Supa. So do you feel like more confident that, okay, once you have an advantage, we're not going to throw a Baron, we're not going to throw a Dragon, we're just going to finish the game?
I mean, this series was so important for me, so I go through a really bad moments mentally, but this is normal, this happened to everyone.
Yeah.
I just keep reminding to myself, don't worry, just look minimap, you know how to play, you don't need to even think about it. When the Drake will be there, you know where to be without even thinking, so just look the minimap, be chill, don't lose to yourself.
Look at the minimap.
And at the end, I knew it that if I don't lose to myself, they are not winning into us. So just don't lose.
Yeah, I think also we are the team that has practiced the most games, and also we prepared both physically and mentally. Also, like in the gym, how we want to deal with the tiredness.
Yeah.
Going to the Game 5. And I mean, it also gives me confidence when I hear enemy voice comms. They're saying that the Game 5 is a flip. That means that they're not confident in Game 5. And we know that we are the best team in Game 5, so why not take it?
Yeah, did you remember the quote? There we go, the quote from last week.
Holy.
You know, when Targamas was like, look at how happy they are, you know, they know they can't beat us. You remembered it in that moment?
Of course.
Yeah. We know that you're professionals on the Rift, of course, but we know how much goes into this, and we know, I'm sure you were looking at Twitter after the last one, and at the stream, and at the forums, like, how does it feel like to be, as GB already said, like, for a while you were kind of in the shadow there.
The KC Yike interview is aging like fucking milk with cheese on top.
You are better than Kalista.
It's an horror.
I mean, I think Alvaro and me doesn't look that strong.
Let's have a look at the post-game thread.
We are not insane 2v2, but this doesn't matter. I think we have the level to be the best even in Europe, but we are the best team fighting, moving around the map, and carrying game as a
what the
bot
fuck?
So this is the most important thing.
What
I think
the
in this league, people
what the fuck?
focus too much on 2v2.
Yeah, on the laning phase specifically. Do you think that goes in general a little bit for everything? Because
I mean, I think in Europe we put too much attention to things that are not that important, and the most important thing is set up in well, play fights, play macro.
Yeah, you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, as Supa said, I think people focus too much sometimes on stats and they don't see how the game is played. And there is sometimes that you are not able to see the consequence or how those stats or how can those stats impact.
Yeah.
Because there is some cases that you're going to have a bad matchup, and if you are not losing by a lot, like you're losing little, it makes a bigger difference on how good you are as a player than being behind on a strong matchup that you're supposed to win. So I think it's hard to measure.
It's true. I mean, we saw
European
it
macro, the thing
in
we're
some of the
totally
Mirin
not
kinda
known for
games,
being
right?
shit at.
How was he doing in comms, Mirin? Because he always looks happy, but he wasn't having a good time in those lanes.
I wanted to play the Nico.
Yeah?
At the end we said, okay, you go Nico, I take Nautilus. And I mean, in the end, I thought he was going to go AP. He started going AD because he
it's everything we said.
and we were like going to change the jungler as well, and then we flex it and send it to top, so it was a bit of a messy, but at the end we take the W's.
It looked genius, actually, in the back.
On the inside, on the comms, it's like, oh, I don't know, is it good? Is it good? I don't know if I like it. I don't know. On the outside, it's like, oh my god, it's genius. Look what they've done. They flexed this and picked that. It makes so much sense. On the inside, they're like, oh, I think we're fucked here. I don't know about this one.
X-Factor, and I feel like, because you mentioned the Nico, you can vouch for me, but whenever I seen MKOI draft and the Nico gets locked in, I'm like, ooh, yeah, Alvaro's going to go in. He's going to go in. And do you feel like you're comfortable in this draft, right? In draftless, what am I saying? Fearless. How comfortable do you feel in terms of, oh, yes, that type of a champion is something I really like, but I can also play the Ali. How comfortable do you feel in terms of being flexible and always being able to deliver what your team needs, even in a game 5, maybe against G2 tomorrow?
I mean, for me, I think because in ADC there is not that many champions played. In support, I always I'm the kind of person that likes to see what champions can be flexed, what champions I can add to my champion pool, and I think I have plenty of them. Today there was an angle that I could have picked something or flex another thing, but we didn't have to show it. So yeah, Melce told me, you are down to play this, and I'm down. Like I say, I don't care. Just give me whatever, I will carry.
Yeah.
So I think
give me whatever, I will carry. Pick
those
me a
picks,
champ. It doesn't matter what the champ is. I will carry.
Because
and you know what it is that he was going to play, chat? I bet my money on it. It was Nidalee support.
And also
it was Nidalee support.
Of the Nico top lane, so.
Yeah, it's great. I like that. I think it's something going into
or
we'll be looking
it was Rumble support.
Possibly
or
it
was Rumble support.
I'm curious as well. Super. Last
look at his match history. He has Nidalee 12 games, and he has Rumble support, Rumble support, Rumble support.
I visualize myself being chill, being calm. I already watched all the possible fights. I knew we were better, so it was.
Zoe support,
Got it.
Annie support, Nico support, Elise support, Grega support, Renata support, Fiddlestick support. Maybe Nidalee is not support. Maybe he just plays it jungle.
We have the very last match of our spring playoffs, and we'll see who wins our spring finals. And yeah, we'll see. Is there anything final you want to say to the Kappas who are watching here going into tomorrow? One of you both.
I just want to give you a motivational moment for a second. I'm just going to show you Supa just won against KC and went to MSI. Okay?
Thank you so much for the support.
Let me show you his match history.
When we go through bad moments, you are able to put a smile on my face.
Don't let your last game define you. Okay? Don't let your last game define you. No matter what happens, you untilt, you focus up, and you give it your all. That is fucking criminal. This is his LP before the before the game. He fucking dropped 300 LP in 2 days.
So that's awesome, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
All right, chat. Good timing. You know why? Because now it's time for LTA North. C9 versus FlyQuest.
It's gonna be really exciting.
I got my coffee.
This weekend. I do think
we got Bwipo. We got an upper bracket final.
Please no more 3-0s.
And it's gonna be a slammer. I go P, and we lock the fucking.
This weekend, I think, is definitely going to be.
BRB, 1 sec.
This is going to be the weekend for sure, guys. For sure this time. But thank you for watching the dive driven by Kia. Thanks again to Inspire for joining us earlier, and congratulations to him for winning the Kia MVP award. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of the dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and everywhere else. The LTA returns Saturday, June 7th at 1 p.m. PST as FlyQuest takes on Cloud9 for the bracket final. See you there.
You're like a higher pitched Captain Flowers. That was good.
I go lower pitch.
Welcome back to the LTA North. We got licorice today. Woo! We got Fly versus C9. We got upper bracket final in the playoffs. But before we get into things, we have to give our congratulations to the first North American player to qualify for MSI. Jojo!
That man right there!
All right, let's go!
The eagle is giving me flashbacks to that giant metal eagle that we had to fly around 2022 World.
I mean, North America. I mean, it makes sense how they'd want to rely on a North American import to beat KC.
Of course,
because it works so well at first stand.
It does.
Yeah, Jan already did it in, best of series, and now we got JoJo.
I just noticed that the moose and the eagle were both wearing Crocs.
That's nice, actually. That's a nice touch.
Shout out to our graphics team for that detail.
They should put all the decal too.
Don't get me started on how many EU players you guys need to get out of
Looking
groups.
forward to seeing JoJo at MSI.
Don't even.
In Vancouver, that'd be really cool.
Don't
show us a
even.
Cassidy.
2 more series if these teams want to go to MSI.
Don't
so FlyQuest,
fucking even.
They were arriving in the studio. They
You
win this,
little
then that
rascals.
would qualify from the finals. They'd win that, then they would make it to MSI. Same would be true for Cloud9 as they arrive.
Damn, Vulcan.
They're not in a rush.
I just want to see
not in a rush.
Who's in the car? Who's in the car? We got Blabba in the back.
Well, there's a car
He's
behind
playing,
him too.
he's playing Fortnite Mobile. Loki's fucking chilling. Sven.
That's the C9 muscle, just in case someone messes with their car.
Wait a minute.
That's FlyQuest. That's FlyQuest.
That's FlyQuest.
Oh, Stanatos. That was Stanatos.
Interesting
Then
note,
Loki.
look at the sky.
Yes.
It's mostly cloudy today in Santa Monica. And
there's
our
9
great
clouds?
statistician has confirmed that C9 is the best North American team on mostly cloudy days with
That
the
is
69.6% win rate. All-time
That is
LCS
not
LT North
serious.
stat.
How are they on sunny days?
Did
They're
you-
supposed to get sunny today.
Well,
You know they were
currently it's
gonna
cloudy.
make-
They're also
bro.
very good on sunny days.
You know what that reminds me of?
I don't look at the stats, but we know most
You know what that reminds me of? You know they were gonna make Diana stronger based on full moons. If there was a full moon, Diana would have like a damage increase on the Rift.
FPL will take on Shopify in our elimination match.
We got a big day. Well,
They were
a
actually
big
gonna-
weekend.
they were
We're
actually
gonna
designing
figure
it.
out who's going to be on the finals weekend. That's already fun enough for me.
It was Aphelios? I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it was
Licorice?
Diana.
Who's going to win the whole split?
Or was it
right now?
Aphelios?
Right now.
It was one of them.
Right now?
10 seconds.
C9.
Whoa! Okay, well, I mean, that means...
What's my prediction? My prediction is simple. My prediction is simple.
I mean, I have.
It's
I
a
have
FlyQuest
to,
trio.
spice things up a little bit.
I'm gonna send a message, Dom.
So it's
Where's
a
Dom?
rematch, though, from the last
FlyQuest
game
trio.
of the regular season when FlyQuest made it look not even close. In terms of like kill to death ratio, it was 36 kills to 4 in this series. This is one of the most one-sided series we've ever seen.
Yeah, I know that it was almost like I know Caedrel talks about like the 20k gold lead, and it was like really close to the 20k gold lead at the end of game 2.
The
So that was,
20k
like, a
gold
really rough
lead.
day.
What is the 20k gold lead?
Well, it's like never happened before that a team's
Oh,
been up
got
20k
it.
gold.
Well, it has
And-
happened,
or
but
was it
recently
10?
it doesn't happen
No, I
much.
think it's
gotta be 20.
Yeah, I think it's 20.
10 has been passed.
It's like impossible.
And no one's ever quite broken that, but it was like
They were
really,
super close
Yeah,
right
yeah,
here.
like 18k is like
40 to
insane.
59.5.
Yeah.
I think this was the fastest series.
Lost
and
Ratones
the
did
fact
it.
that you get to something like that.
Lost
anything
Ratones
that
did it.
could go wrong for C9 did go wrong.
Yeah.
There was like that one Drake fight that like
Chat, what is happening to my browser?
that
Is it the
like
extension?
C9 lost, respawn, Blabber walks back up, he dies again. I was like, oh my god, this is as bad as it possibly get. They try and make a play up top side, like.
I messaged Dom, I said FlyQuest trio, and he wrote XD, Lost Ratones dies on Monday.
This series was
Shut
so
up.
one-sided.
You to win? Oh, gee.
Had bigger implications than
Oi!
just the series. The all-pro voting
Brother!
Brother! Brother!
Brother!
But we're going to zoom out a little bit. Okay. Historically.
Ice cream.
Congratulations.
These organizations are actually even. 12 games.
What did he do? He got him some ice cream?
Series to 4.
Yep.
Technically, Cloud9 will be ahead in
Oh.
titles.
What the fuck is happening?
But even
Thank you very much. Oh, yep, straight in. Nice.
Bro, what is going on at these CS
Number
tournaments?
one. Number one.
All you need is a Counter-Strike win. Jim is very happy with his ice cream. This is all you want, yeah?
But I think in terms of
Chat,
strength,
what
they're
is
actually
going
really
on
close.
these CS
And
events?
So we'll just have to wait and see how the series goes.
I think they're closer than people think. But
Are
I
they
do
winning,
wanna zoom
chat?
in on one of the things that I think
is what team is that?
a
Tai
FlyQuest,
what?
like,
Tai Lu?
specific
Tai Ru?
strength
What is
that
that team?
we've seen That C9 are going to have to adapt to. So I'm going
Let's
to
get the board.
return to this giant draft
We're moving
board
the
over
board.
here. Thank you, Jet.
they ran away without us.
Yep.
Look, it used to be
coming back.
it used to be small, and now it's like
That is
really,
massive.
really large.
Chat.
Because FlyQuest play a lot of champions.
Chat,
And the
I need to
thing
show
wanted
you
to
something.
Point out with this is not just
because
that, like,
for some
you
reason
have,
this always
as
happens.
we've already covered,
It
like,
just
Whippo
always
with
happens.
a whole bunch of really interesting counter picks on the top side. We
I don't
talked
know
about
how many times it's
bot lane
happened.
was going to open up, and we've definitely seen that, especially out of Masu.
It just never ends well.
Not just that they have
For some reason, it
plethora
always
of
just
picks
goes
that every
south.
single one of their players can pull out.
It
I know
always goes
Inspired has
south.
more picks than this. It's just they haven't even really needed to flex him onto anything like super weird. But I think the big thing for me is how in a lot of like fearless drafts, when we get to the 4-5, sometimes you end up with a 1-2-3 that's great, and then the 4-5 you like lose the plot pretty quickly or like belongs to a
Check
different
the
draft.
all-pro for NA.
So
What's
like
the all-pro
let's
for
say
NA? Drop the
I'm
link.
drafting for FlyQuest, right? So I'm gonna go like Rumble, and then the Fury, and then Annie. It's a good start,
Annie.
right? Like we got a good start. A
Thirsty.
little AP heavy, but you know, like yeah. But then we're actually gonna go Volibear, which means that that Rumble is gonna be in the bot lane, and then we're gonna pick, where is he? Jhin. This was actually the draft against C9, where they used the flex picks. They also prepped a really good level 1 for this draft.
This
But
guy
my
thinks he
thing
can link
with
me a
FlyQuest
Rickroll
is
and
that
make it hit
their
me.
drafts are really
In
cohesive for the players
2025
they have,
June
right?
at 8 p.m.
And they use flex picks
He's
very,
linking
very well.
Rickrolls.
And the thing that I think is interesting is we hopefully get multiple games is you lose a lot of champions. I'm just going to randomly remove like 5 champions.
Why are you doing that? I have to
I'm just
reset
getting rid
that
of
now?
a bunch of champions, right?
You're making a mess.
I am, and this is what
man.
happens late in Fearless. You just have a mess
That
of
took
champions.
me so long to put together.
But hold on, I've
Hey.
removed so many.
You're cleaning that up afterwards.
But listen, even after you just created chaos in a series, you could still take a very strong team comp. You could say, okay, Renekton, Ivern, Azir.
Well, that's the classic.
And then you could still have like an MF Alistair, an Ezreal Alistair, Braum Alistair, or Braum Ezreal, and have like a very good team comp after basically yeeting
Chat,
the entire
FlyQuest are
board.
heavy favorites,
because
right?
it's one thing to play a lot of champions. It's another thing to play a lot of champions all of different themes. Because they play
Braum, Alistar,
tanks and
bot lane,
carries and
that
split
goes
pushers in
hard.
the top lane. And they play enchanters and roamers and
Braum,
tanks
Alistar, bot
all in
lane,
the
that's a
support
bot
positions.
lane.
So almost no matter how
That's a
starved
bot
they
lane.
get, they can still create cohesive, flexible team compositions.
Not heavy, just favorites.
Okay, all right. I'll challenge you to that.
Just leave it on.
This might sound weird, but is
And
it
it's
ever
nice that
good
we
to
have you
look at
here,
the betting
Licorice,
odds
because
to know
something that is
what
the
the
biggest
fucking
threat to dealing with a FlyQuest in terms of their champion pool?
What the
is going
fucking
straight to it. Maybe you're cleaning it up.
70-30, 60-40 is?
You got it?
The biggest thing to them
'Cause
is
I don't know
their
enough
top
about
lane
the
counter pick
NA.
rate. Like Whippo has the highest counter pick rate of any
It's
top laner, of
65,
course,
35?
regular season and playoffs combined. And the biggest thing for him is like you mentioned.
You're so
the
far away from the
Volibear
mic. No,
being
I'm not.
picked
I'm
with
here.
the Rumble
Hello,
being flex
hello,
bot,
hello.
But it's also
Hey.
like the Swain,
Hey.
the Vladimir, the like constant picks that you'll be seeing, the Yorick that he picked up and then suddenly
Wait, my
cast off. I
mic-
mean, everyone's been playing it, but just in general, he is going to pick something that you probably don't
my
have a lot of
mic
experience
volume
playing.
went down.
And you've done that where you've gone
Is
like
that better?
Aurora top,
Are we good now?
Neferi top. Like it is
we good
probably
now?
the worst thing if you're playing on stage and you have to deal with a player
Wait,
like
it's going back.
Yeah, no, it makes it really hard when you don't know how the matchup goes and like you don't really want to mess around and find out because like if you're like, oh, I think I could win this trade and then you lose and then you die and then you like lose the game.
Okay,
it's
we're
like,
back.
well,
We're back.
that was-
We're
that
back to normal.
sucks.
Sorry.
So let's pull up the C9 champion pool as well. Because we've seen the entire FlyQuest champion pool. My one smaller criticism towards the C9 champion pool is that the champions they play well, they play a lot of. So we
How long
haven't
has it
seen
been like that
pretty much
for?
any series
Where
go
did that
deep,
happen?
But I do wonder how well C9 would do in a series that goes deep because I look at Thanatos, who's dominated most people in the top lane.
No,
but
it
that's
wasn't like that for
mostly
hours.
been on Gnar
5 to 10
and
minutes?
Bessa
Okay, there we go.
Gwen, and we know his Renekton is incredible. But those 4 champions could be gone within the first 2 games of a Fearless series.
Yeah, I mean, they could be gone, but I think the thing about playing against Whippo is that he's probably going to pick something
Bro,
weird.
someone keeps linking something saying
I feel
open this.
like the
Actually, it's
chances
OME guy.
are that Thanatos
Bro,
might be able
why are
to
you
just go
linking
through
this?
his
Bro,
pile list
this
from,
is
like,
from
his first
10
top
years
laner to
ago.
his
Stop
fifth,
linking
and
it.
then that's like 5 games to top lane.
And then
because-
Thanatos can just
yeah,
pick
because he's
his
playing
1, 2,
against
3,
like
4, 5.
Sett and Volibear and Yorick and like, you know. So then like
Nilly.
Whippo is not actually like taking away the shared champion pool.
Yeah.
So if it plays out that way, then he's just going to get to play whatever he wants anyways. So I think like they'll both be happy.
Yeah. This is a very exciting series. We're still
This
have 18 more
is the
minutes to talk
best
about it, but I wanna
NA
talk
has to
a
offer.
little bit differently about failed expectations for Cloud9.
Okay.
And I see this conversation happen online, so I wanted to look into the stats of like this team. I've had a feeling they've been really strong, but they haven't been deep in playoffs for a while. So are they playoff chokers? The last 2 years, their regular season has been the same or better than where they've ended in the playoffs. So starting from the bottom up, 2023 summer.
Are they
second,
chokers?
Second to fourth, and second to third and fourth. This playoffs, they're going in as second. So they'd have to do better than their regular season finish in order to win. And I guess I just want to start the conversation off. Do you think there's anything
Ooh, if FlyQuest 3-0 C9, does C9 get fucking banished to the Shadow Realm with JDG, Fnatic,
best of ones or shorter series, but as soon as the game
and
slows
DK?
down, the series is slowed down, that they fall short?
I was going to ask you if you were sourcing your questions from Reddit again. But,
I could.
I think
did not
the big thing
No,
for
100
me
Thieves are
over
already
the
banished.
past few years has been
Are they?
They have really good
100
players,
Thieves are already
right?
banished?
Consistently, C9 end up on all pro lists. I feel like they put together really, really good rosters, but some of these rosters have not necessarily clicked to take it to the next level, which is why I actually really love the roster they've put together now. If you talk to the players about their impetus behind building this
Quid was up
roster,
150 CS and they
how
lost.
Blabber and Loki have learned
Why does that
to
100 Thieves roster not
go
work?
all in together on a lot of plays. Like, I've really liked a lot of the discussion that C9 themselves have had. And I think if this team is going to succeed and be our MSI team, it's going to
No
be
brains.
because not only have they picked
Zero
good
macro.
players, but because this roster seems to work really well together.
I think they do work fairly well together. I'd say my biggest criticism of C9,
I'm gonna run the
and
ads
why I
now
think
and then
they've
after
fallen
draft
a
and
bit
you're
short
chilling.
in the past couple years is they have such good
Who's the
players
NA
and
GOAT
laners,
now?
but
Who's the NA GOAT?
Overall,
Who's the current
vision
NA
of how
GOAT?
they win the game happens because they have a gold lead, and then
Is it
when they're
Whippo?
up against stronger teams in playoffs,
Is
they're
it
not generally the same
Inspired?
gold leads, and they fall a little flat. Like, they don't pull off great tower dives. They don't have like extremely
Because it
diverse
used to
team
be
compositions.
Bjergsen
They
and
just,
then double
like,
lift, I
pick
guess,
the
or
Gnar
both of them.
and the Maokai and the Azir, and they just beat you in lane, and therefore you lose because of the wallets.
Yeah, I think that has been the case in the past for sure. The reason why I say in the past is because, like, for instance, yes, when they went up against 100 Thieves and they couldn't get the third place, and like a lot of that was based off of them being able to garner leads, but then the teams that were suffering in lane definitely was able to play team fights much better. And in that case, it was 100 Thieves that were able to take them on when they had a lot more games during the playoffs. That happened, and I think it's not the case this time around, just because I think their team fighting has gotten
Captain
so
Flowers
much
is the GOAT.
better. So that's where
Yeah, I mean,
take
he's
the
not
challenge,
wrong.
and I think this time is different.
This will be very interesting. Here's some shots of when current MSI participant Jojo Pune was on the team.
Ooh, Berserker.
Unfortunately, also last place LCK AD carry Berserker was on the team. But aside from that, earlier this week, Inspired, he won his second
Berserker
MVP,
first place
but before that announcement, he did go on a
LCS.
drive with
I'm calling it LCS. I'm doing it. Travis is right. I'm calling it LCS.
Ready?
Yeah, of course.
What's up? It's Smithy and Inspired here from FlyQuest, and we're headed to our weekly football game. But, you know, we're both American now, so we call it soccer. Let's go.
Weekly football game.
How does soccer help you? What does that day mean to you?
Just nice, very refreshing to get out of your PC and play some.
Yo, that
football.
camera quality is too good.
For one day.
I can accomplish my childhood dream for 1 hour. I'm very
Own a
flexible.
Pixel plays
I can play
football. I
with
love
team
this
mates.
content.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't
Yes,
think so. He's a striker. That old school striker.
No, I'm
old
not.
school.
Yeah, I like to play behind the with back turned into the goal because I like to assist a lot. Like, I actually don't enjoy scoring that much, but throwing that perfect ball for my teammate to just score the goal, it's the best feeling.
That's cap.
No, it's not.
I want to see them play football.
Doesn't matter what game
Show
you
me
play,
some
we treat it
tricks.
Very seriously. Even if it's like a for fun soccer
What do people
game,
think
we
when they-
treat it as the LTA final? Like, I think we are just very competitive like that.
Kia MVP award. Why should you get it? Talk to me about it.
Honestly, I think MVP is someone that should be hard to replace.
Yeah.
I don't really see anyone that would be able to play the way I play, even though sometimes maybe it's not the best, sometimes it is the best, but it seems to work, especially this split, so I think I could be a good contender for the award.
One of your best qualities.
It's actually on a Pixel, yeah, it is.
Is how
That's why it's not
cutthroat
live
and
on Twitch right
outspoken
now.
you are when you want something different. We all look up to you, and you make our lives very easy as coaches. When stuff goes down in the team, sometimes we just have to like sit back in our chairs and let you start calling people out.
I treat the game like everyone needs to be on the same page in order to win, and I just hate it when someone is not following the plan. So like I'm not really like thinking to myself that I want to be a leader, but I just am, because I just want people to play together.
So you radiate this confidence about you, and you know, to be fair, you won 2 MVPs already. Where do you get that confidence from?
Honestly, I just view myself as
He played against me in 2019 and he won a couple games. I think that's where his confidence came from.
Time to play this game. I think any player I face, I can easily see myself being better than them, or even if I lose against them, I know that I can be better than them and I can beat them. So I just think it just comes with experience. And
Chat, I'm gonna order a Switch too. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna play. We're gonna play Mario Kart 9.
People are not on my level.
There's a lot of work you guys put in. I don't think people realize how exhausting it can be.
So I think our whole life is just all about playing League, all about getting better as a team and competing. I live here, far away from home, far away from family, from everyone. I think it's already like a big task on its own.
It's a lot of sacrifice.
And yeah, I think you don't even have to count hours. I think we are basically living with League of Legends here, and we are doing everything in all our free time to improve. So winning Kia MVP would just confirm to me that the work I'm putting in is actually paying off. I'm trying my best and trying to be the best player in the league, and if people can actually see it from the outside, I think it will just say that the stuff that I'm doing is working.
As soon as I say Mario Kart, I can't click W rocks up in the chat.
In football as it is in League.
The guy that snipes me in Mario Kart every time.
Ooh,
the football.
Yeah. I believe, but like,
why does it keep lagging?
I know my limits.
You see them, you feel them, right?
I can feel the limits. Yeah.
Damn, he got some moves.
Okay, that's MVP right there.
Okay, let me just restart my browser real quick.
Goalkeeper.
Really well deserved. I mean, there's also no.
Okay, there we go. Should be fixed now.
Instead of a lot of guys.
Amazing. I mean, really well-deserved MVP for Inspired. I feel like very close to unanimous. We do also need to clarify something, though. So after the release of the ballots, there was a mistake found in the formula calculating some of the votes for MVP, affecting the results of the top 3. So it wasn't Inspired Bwipo Busio. It's actually Inspired Bwipo Thanatos.
There was a mistake in the calculations.
In terms of 3rd place for MVP. I think that would actually change the conversation that ended up happening, which is about how Thanatos should have at least been in the top 3.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone was arguing that it should have been ahead of Inspired. So I just take a second to, you know, re-congratulate Inspired on that well-deserved MVP.
There was an issue with the counting.
Within that context, I was, at least the way the voting has gone, because like you have to choose your 3 like prospects, right?
Yeah.
First, second, and third. For me, I had Sven for the C9 part, because I usually at least think of it as like you have to be the best in your field. And I thought that
Bwipo over Thanatos is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Wait, really? Is Bwipo been worse than Thanatos?
It was like actually pretty.
Or is my mod coping
chat? Great split. But anyways, I thought the conversation around Thanatos is real.
Yeah.
Thanatos has had a very, very, very good split individually.
And Licorice, I want to get your thoughts a little bit on the All-Pro conversation in general, because I know the All-Pro was announced last week, where the entire first team was all FlyQuest, and then almost the entire second team was C9, aside from Quid jumping into second team and Loki going to third team.
Bwipo's been better out of lane.
Do you feel like the best teams pay attention to? Will it anger them? Will it make them complacent?
Well, chat, just know that you make me
I feel like it's just
happy.
That, like,
you make me happy.
It happened. Like the last few weeks of the season are weighted really heavily. So as soon as FlyQuest beat C9,
first team Kia All-Pro, Bwipo inspired quad Masubusio.
In this case, they were all of it, and then
what?
But like, doesn't
that
really
is
matter.
not
Like,
gonna
I
age
feel like
well,
for
is
me,
it?
You go into playoffs.
Is that gonna age well?
Whoever wins playoffs wins. Like they're not going to be like, oh, but I was first team All-Pro, and you know, you might have won playoffs and gone to MSI.
Do you think there's some motivation from C9 though? Like I just feel like if they're as good as they are, and they're like, okay, there's no way that FlyQuest has the 5 best players in the league. Like that's how, if I'm coaching C9, that's how I'm trying to motivate them. Like really? Like, does that not anger you a little bit?
Actually, I'm gonna turn it on you, because you got first team All-Pro when you were on Golden Guardians. That had to have felt great.
Yeah, I mean,
ego boost. Yeah. Wait a second.
I mean, it feels really good, but I'm just saying, like, especially for the players that have been around longer, like I think they're gonna be like, oh yeah, like I was second team All-Pro, whatever. Sure. You know, and maybe for some of the newer players,
All-Pro
like
is
to be like first team All-Pro.
It's a flip.
Better than Bwipo, and today he's gonna come out and try to prove it. So
I'll never forget
hopefully that
2023
is, like, good
KT
for them.
All
But I feel
Pro.
like
Oh my
the
god.
players that have been around longer, you've been around so many votes, and it's just like
interesting.
Yeah.
For first team All Pro top, this has been the biggest discussion. I'm the only Thanatos #1 voter here, I think. I was gonna ask Licorice really quick, like who is more difficult to play against, or like who would you put in first? I forget whether you had your team's ballot or not.
I think I didn't have my team's ballot.
It was Saint actually. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would. I mean, Bwipo is just really hard to play against. Like, it's like Thanatos is like a really solid, really consistent player. He's gonna get a CS late. He's gonna be
Bwipo's a
winning
rat.
He's gonna like do well in team fights, but
Bwipo is a scary
is
rat.
Just, like hard to play against because he just does weird things. Like it's just like you play against other players and it's not. It's just like playing against Bwipo is like totally different, whereas Thanatos is just like a better version of like an LTA top.
I am
EU
curious
West
to come back
Betrayer.
to this conversation because right now we have Kobe standing by with Thanatos on stage for an interview.
Ooh, Thanatos interview. Chat, I hope Thanatos does well.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
How's his
Now,
English?
Thanatos, I gotta be honest, you guys got clapped last time you played FlyQuest. What are you gonna do as a team to make sure that this series is different from your best of 3?
Actually, we got feasted that time, but
What the fuck?
after that week, we improved a lot. We got feasted in Scream versus
What?
FlyQuest again, but we learned from that, so we are so back now. We are feasting them today.
What?
Don't worry, guys.
All right, there you go.
Did he just say fisting 3 times in an
Fisted
interview?
to the fisters.
What? Why does he look
you
so
were playing
fucking cold
versus
after he
Bwipo,
said that?
and it's actually fairly contentious. I personally voted for you for first team All-Pro, but Bwipo won first team All-Pro over you. As far as the individual matchup, there's a lot of talk about his champion pool. And he himself said that his job in the series when
So
they
why
play
is
you is to just neutralize you. What is your job to when you play against Bwipo?
I actually agree that he got first team this series, but I think we will see today who is the first top laner today. That's all my job.
All right.
Get him,
There you
Thanatos.
go. There's the word from Thanatos. Send it back to the lounge.
Woo, Thanatos!
You gotta fight it.
I know.
Doing something with
Really, really fun interview. I have my like little Thanatos defense board, which no one's gonna be able to read because no one reads cursive anymore. But basically, here are some of the reasons why, or a few facts I
Aura
wanted to bring up
factor.
about his performance. His consistency, I actually really like that you said that, Licorice, because that's like most
Aura
of my
factor.
argument is kind of eye test and consistency, right? Like,
What is
I thought
our
he was
dominance
the more
tweet? What is it?
consistent, top laner, his laning. As we
Imagine
already
watching
knew,
the
even when he was
split
having,
and thinking Bwipo had a better
struggles
split than Thanatos.
previously, has always been incredibly good. But now he is really good in team fights. He is really good at syncing up with his team. He has the
I trust
lowest
Dom's
of
opinion.
all tops in death percentage, which I thought was also really interesting. And he's never someone who I think of as a KDA player, right? He's not afraid to get into fights. If anything, previously when he was having trouble, it was because he was a little too hungry to get into fights. But yeah, I just thought he was really, really solid.
Dom is
in all
C9
aspects
biased.
of the game. Super, super consistent.
Yeah, but I
For me,
trust
when
Dom
look
to
at
be
Thanatos versus
unbiased.
Bwipo, I feel like if we talk about ballots, I think
It is a
it's
bit weird that
justifiable
both
to
teams
vote
finished
either
12
player.
and
It
2,
depends
but the
on what your
All-Pro is 5 FlyQuest players. That feels a bit
Thanatos,
strange.
As an individual, might be the best individual top laner in the league because of his proficiency on the champions that he's mastered. But I'd say with Bwipo, the difference with these two players is that Bwipo is so in tune with the game
C9
plan
got
of his
clapped
own
by them.
team and with the uniqueness that he
Well, who did
brings in terms
FlyQuest
of
get
what you
clapped
need
by
to
then?
prep for when they're in a
They must have lost
which
best
to
of
me
3s
put
to
him a
someone.
little bit over Thanatos. But I actually do feel like
You're
today,
so fucking fried.
I don't
What
know
up,
who's
hysterics?
going to win that matchup, whether it's going to be
Who did
Bwipo's
FlyQuest lose to?
quirky
Oh, they lost to
picks
C9.
and ability to play with his team and be very
Bwipo,
vocal, or Thanatos'
Bwipo,
raw
Bwipo,
ability as a strong top
Bwipo.
Yeah, and even if I just like, because top lane, you can go on forever.
Bro, I feel
about
like the
that, but
headset
even
fits so
off the
perfectly
individual
in
level of play,
between
I
his
thought Bwipo's
curls.
had such
It's
a
crazy.
great
That
split.
shit
That's
sits
why I
there
had
like a
first team actually
fucking
Saint
cloud.
Not only vote him as the #1 top laner, but Saint had him as the MVP. Like he voted him as an MVP in the league, and then had Inspired second. So it's like that is honestly a great conversation to see. Like because
You can barely
of how
see the
close
top
they
of the
are, and that
headset.
is
It
the
fits so
highlight matchup.
perfectly.
For me, what was interesting
Just
was
looks
when
like
it
he's
came
got
to
some
the All-Pro
earmuffs on
voting,
that are attached to his
the
head.
fact that yes, FlyQuest got they swept the board on first team All-Pro.
Yes.
C9 almost swept the board on second team All-Pro.
Right.
And the one person that was left off was Loki in third team All-Pro.
You're about to
And
see
if you
why
talk to the
FlyQuest are the
players
only decent
and
team
just people in
NA
general in the
has.
league, you get vastly
Yo,
different
John Arrow.
answers about them
NA is
overall.
just
Yeah, and I love
FlyQuest.
this conversation because essentially
NA is just
they both
FlyQuest,
had the
huh?
same reason for ranking him best or worst. It
All right,
was
let's
that
see it.
He does his job.
Yeah.
And whether or not you feel like his job is hard or easy dictated where you put him, because everyone agrees that this guy is very good at mid lane. It's just C9 doesn't ask that much of him in terms of their ways to win.
And there's a lot to talk about this, but I hear we have a clip from FlyQuest, so let's take a listen in from this one.
A clip from FlyQuest.
Oppa Gangnam Style.
Hey, sexy lady. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oppa Gangnam Style.
Bro, the reach that song had is like unrepeatable.
And he had made an iconic dance. It's just
I mean, he was completely smurfing.
too meta.
Oppa Gangnam Style.
What the fuck?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, production.
So there's the wild card team.
Yeah.
What are you guys saying?
Oh,
we have to talk predictions right
Okay.
now. I think this is going to be a bit of a weird prediction because I know what my prediction is and I know what Licorice's prediction is.
That's Twisted
Most
Fate's
people would
dance
predict
chat.
C9. Or sorry, FlyQuest.
Yeah,
most
most
people
people
predict
would.
FlyQuest. But this desk actually ends up being split. So let's go with the
wow.
FlyQuest first.
Okay.
Emily Raz?
Okay, I'll just start by saying the last time they faced off, it was very clear that FlyQuest was better. Even though it will be a closer series, I think FlyQuest is just a better team fighting team. They're a lot more creative in the draft. It goes to game 5.
Quad is
They have a lot
stretching.
more in the bag.
Mine has to do with the drafting stuff I pointed out before, but then also it's not just cohesion in draft, but like cohesion as a team. We talked about how Whippo is a top laner who really understands like the way his team wants to play and brings that as a facet of FlyQuest's overall gameplay.
There's a
and
new
I
daily
think
dose.
that's a
Yeah, I'm busy right
microcosm
now.
for the team as a whole.
Is this
for me,
fucking-
I think the C9 victory is just going to ride on Thanatos and in the top lane because I feel like FlyQuest plays so heavily around Whippo.
Call the
Whippo is
guy.
kind of,
I'm not calling the guy.
The one that they play around. So if Thanatos is able to like do
Worst
a good
case,
job
we'll
in
swap
top
to
lane,
YouTube in
and
a sec.
especially if the top lane picks work out in a way that he just gets to play comfort, then I think C9 will be able to take the win.
I have
What's
a
your
slightly
prediction?
different reason for why I'm predicting C9, and I think you'll be able to
3-0
relate to this,
FlyQuest.
Licorice. If you think back to when 2020
Oh,
C9
God.
was super dominant, you totally dominated spring.
Okay, we're going to YouTube.
You dominated most of summer, and then you ended up finishing 4th. I feel like what's happened with FlyQuest here is things have been so easy for them in this split 2. They've dominated everyone. We know last week they were at least 10-0
Actually, I can't believe it's
against Shopify in scrims, but for FlyQuest,
It'll fix
they
itself.
have had everything work for them. So I feel like it's hard for them to know what is actually good when they're up against a top opponent because I don't feel like they've been able to get any scrims against C9 in the last 2 weeks, knowing that this matchup was coming. So if they haven't been pushed, I don't necessarily feel like
Quad with the
they're gonna be
stretches.
able to know
Bro.
in terms of the meta, and that in terms of the meta,
Wait.
and that. So I feel like
There we
because
go.
C9 is actually so good individually, they can.
Is there
take
something frying my
advantage
PC?
Of FlyQuest's kind of complacency, but it's partially just the spoils of being so good. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. I mean, I think like for C9, like they're probably just playing standard meta for the 2 weeks anyway,
Yeah.
so they're just going to go on and play standard, and then who knows what FlyQuest
Who's
has been
chewing
cooking
on the
up last
fucking
2 weeks and
cables?
see on stage today. So I
Oh,
buy
it's
it,
when I
buy it.
swap app.
You know
Oh,
what
I
time it is,
understand it now.
Licorice?
I get it.
I want you to read
Let me
what's
try
on the
not
bumper
clicking
right
anything.
now.
Start the game.
Start the game! Start the game!
It is not if I click on different things. Let's move to YouTube. Elta. This transition is about to be seamless.
Welcome back to the LTA. It's the upper bracket finals today at the Riot Games Arena, and our 2 best teams are gearing up. Aaron guaranteed spot in the Split 2 finals next
Look
weekend.
at that transition. Oh my god, that was clean.
Dominant split so far with their deep champion pools giving
Say
them
it
the
then.
edge in fearless play. As the whole roster secured first team All-Pro, and Inspired was voted MVP. C9 has been their toughest competition though, with the head-to-head between the two being dead even over the past few
Sven.
years. Will FlyQuest prove they're worthy of all these praises and continue their winning ways? Or if C9 figured out
Is
the
it
key
Flowers,
to taking
Kobe,
down
Azale?
the top
Please.
dogs?
Bro, speak to me.
The LTA starts right now. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azale for this one. Not a single one of our analysts predicted a 3-0. Hell, 3 out of 4 of them predicted a full best of 5, and I'm hoping they're right.
Definitely agree with you, Flowers. We need that full 5-game series. This one, I'm going to say, will deliver because these two teams so hyped up. Despite last matchup,
all
between
right,
the two
we're
teams,
fixed.
you'll
The
remember
tech
it
is
was
good.
a best of 3, and it was
Gwen,
a
Yone,
record-setting
Nico,
best of
Viben.
3
Busio,
in
Nico's good.
FlyQuest's favor, where they were able to get the
Talia,
fastest
Ben,
LTA,
okay. Azir's up.
2-0 record over
Rumble's
Cloud9.
up. Jace is up.
But throughout the year, if we count up the
Azir's
individual
down.
games, it is even tied 3-3 for this year. So very excited to see how Cloud9 will bounce back.
Is it
with a lot of
Rumble?
the extra prep time leading into
Is
this
it
one.
Pantheon?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm not going to read
think
too
Inspired
much
has
into that series.
junglers.
FlyQuest definitely dominated C9, but like you're saying, you know, in the positioning phase, it was C9 that won last split. It was C9 that won in the best of
It's
3
Varus.
as well.
Wow.
And first
Senna's
for the
open.
series going to be the Varus, not a massive surprise at all.
And let's remember, too, the beginning of the last series that these two teams played, FlyQuest came in cooking.
Does
They were the
FlyQuest
ones
flex the
where they
Varus?
early picked the
Rise
Rumble, then they
1-2?
flexed the Rumble down to support,
Rise
then they had the
Pantheon.
level 1 plan to get Inspired ahead.
Wow.
And they were able to do that.
Okay.
So let's see.
I mean, they
so
should
Split
max
Push
jungle,
already
right?
opened
Nefiri's
up
in.
here. Rise for Split Push and Pantheon for the
Ari.
global. Nice 1-2 from Cloud9.
Absolutely.
What a squad like.
And I kind of want to track, you know, how FlyQuest is going to play around top lane.
Galio?
because There's a lot of talk about Thanatos versus Whippo. Last time we had this series, I got to actually interview
Pick
Whippo before
Rengar.
the series, and he was saying basically my
Quad
whole
likes
job
Cassio.
is just to
I mean,
neutralize
Cassio's not
Thanatos.
that bad.
He was seeing Thanatos as the only real win condition for
Yeah.
Cloud9, so he said, you know
There
what?
it is. Chat
my
was
job
right.
is to just shut him down.
And I
Cassio's
mean,
not
that's
that bad
a
into
similar story
Rise.
to what Licorice was talking about
Ooh,
on the
Rise
Lounge,
has a
right?
hard
He's
game
saying
ahead of
C9
him.
is going to win this. It's using Thanatos and it's shutting down
Alistar on
it's
3.
shutting down the Whippo win con since
Don't
FlyQuest
give a
wanna play
fuck, just
around
pick
him.
Alistar.
But let's see what we've got here as FlyQuest lock in that Cassiopeia for
Do they not
quad.
care
This is a
about
quad
Braum on 3?
special, very
I
often
guess they.
banned against him, and the
I guess
Alistar
Braum on
producer.
3 doesn't really do anything into
it does
Cassio
make me
Varus.
wonder, you know, is there a chance of flexing this away from the Cassio? Because it is not only a quad special, but it's also, you know, that old school
Maybe
counter
Rakan
pick
on
into
3
the
is
Rise.
good.
So
Yeah.
you're
Also a
giving
bit
someone
tricky.
his ultimate comfort champ
Oof.
who gets banned against him
C9
all
need
the
to
time,
find
even
a
though it's
way.
not meta,
Senna's
and
good.
you're giving it to
C9
a
need to
matchup that
find
is
a
very
way
favorable
to
for
get
him.
on top
It
of this
feels almost
Cassio
too
Varus.
obvious, so it does make me
I feel like
wonder,
Rumble
you
on
know,
3
if
would be good.
Thanatos maybe is going to take that Rise, and they're going to do something different like that to try to, you know, surprise them a bit.
Senna's
I love
good.
all the memes that the fans can make signs for and get in on this rivalry too. But I completely agree.
Cloud9 is here.
With
don't hide that. Be proud.
with the Senna lock in here, you're getting another global ultimate from Cloud9. So they are tripling
Could
down
pinch
on this
Inspired
strategy
a bit.
already. It also does mean that your early lane phase
Trundle
is
ban
going
is
to
not
be a bit
bad.
weak though. Senna pretty weak early on, has to scale up with the
We drove
with the
9
solos.
miles
You're
to
playing
see
into
C9
a
win.
Varus.
9 miles.
I'm
No
expecting
way.
the Nautilus Band is the #1 pairing definitely with that Senna unless they really want to cook. And the more that they're showing this early 3, I am thinking it's not going to be anything surprising with the Rise. I think it is just going to be a 5th pick, potential counter pick here in top lane for
E
Thanatos.
plus
You know,
12?
give him something that can split push. Give him something
Rumble
that can
ban
really
is
take
good. Yeah, I think
advantage
Rumble was be
of
good for
that
C9's comp.
side lane pressure that they're going to be putting on here. You have the Pantheon ult, you have that Senna
Renekton
ult for
ban?
the 1v1s. I'd really love to see
I
them give
don't
Thanatos
think
something
Gambessa
that's
on
spicy
4
in
is
1v1.
that good.
Well, we will go ahead and
Is
see
that Papa
some
Schmidt at the
melee
back?
fighters taken off the table here with Renekton and Trundle removed by C9 in the second half of the ban phase. Rumble is the 4th ban for FlyQuest, and their final ban of this draft will be the
Bard's a good ban.
focusing towards Vulcan on that one.
Yeah, they're like, okay, so if Vulcan, who already is really
He's
good
Iron.
on Bard, also gets a roaming champ in a game
Yorick
where you
on 4, bro.
1, 2,
What is
3
going on?
picks split push champs.
Renekton
Okay,
ban
1,
for
2, 3,
Yorick
4
on 4.
picks split push.
Wow, double global, triple global
Wide
Yorick.
play. Like Cloud9 are going to make this map as
Triple
wide as
global
possible.
with
I
Yorick.
think Yorick blind is always so risky. There's a lot of good answers into it. You know, even if you don't want to go something that's split pushy as well, like you obviously have things like Camille, like Fiora, like Aurelia.
they
but
flexing
Cho'Gath is
Pantheon
great,
or something?
Sion is great. There's a lot of really strong
Cho'Gath's a good pick.
answers that it's kind
Cho'Gath's a
of crazy
really
to
good
me
pick.
to, you know, be putting all this emphasis towards split push.
Cho'Gath
and then you're
responds
just
to the
gonna
Yorick
blind
well.
Yorick for that. And so it is going to be Cho. Cho'Gath
Homie,
can literally
Haven,
one-shot
Fly,
face
ML
the
at
Maiden
1
level
point.
6 when you summon
What the fuck
and
is
it
that?
is an over 2-minute cooldown, so it is really tough. Like, you pop the Maiden out, that is so much of your power, he just feasts that, instantly gets a stack, and it's
Bro,
dead.
is he fucking...
I would have to say...
Is he
100%
advertising
agree,
Gamba?
This 5th pick better be a banger.
Is
because
NA
they didn't
LTA
have to
just
blind
full
pick
Gamba?
this. Listen, they are red side. They could red side 5 pick if
He's
they
telling
wanted
everyone
to,
his fucking
and
Gamba
they're
picks.
leaving it for surprise. Let's
LS
see.
in the house here. LS joining us for the co-stream
LS.
across the studio there, as we do have the Xinjiao locked in.
Xinjiao's a good pick. Nautilus is easy.
Final pick of their draft is their jungler.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want ads, you can use the tail 1 Twitch Prime. You don't have to subscribe to channel for 1 back for the game. Talk to Big
locked in for that support
I'll see
position
you in a sec.
If it's
Ooh,
Nautilus,
these
it's
drafts
just
are
like the most
strange, man.
obvious pairing with Senna. You know, I called it out. Even as soon as they pick Senna on 3, that is the most common pairing there.
Another day without using y equals mx plus b. What the fuck is that? What is that?
Okay, so it's Rel,
y
but
equals
nothing that's
mx
gonna really,
plus
like,
b.
warp
What does that
the
mean?
game whatsoever.
It's a
just an
slope
engaged
intercept
champion, so I
form
don't
of the
get why you
equation of a
blinded
straight
York there at
line.
all, unless they were worried that Whippo was going to blind
What?
and take it away. But like,
Also, to make it even funnier, it's into an Alistar, which is usually the counter to
Brother,
anyway.
I just first pick fucking...
yourself
Bro,
can
I just
never
first pick
expect
fucking Pantheon, man. It's not that deep.
Am I counter picking myself on red 5 here in order to blind pick the... Okay, anyways, we'll see how it plays out, boys.
I like FlyQuest draft way more. I feel like they're on blue side, and they have...
I think you have two styles here. You have FlyQuest, who will right-click dragons, start the dragon, poke them, rush the objective, and eat it and finish. You have C9's draft, who will push side lane, Ryze ult to the side lane, Pantheon ult to the side lane, Senna ult to the side lane. These are two comps that do not interact with each other. One pushes side very heavily and punishes side, one groups on objectives very heavily. I think C9 have the tools to win the game, and if they do not win the game in the first, like, if they don't pressure and do things, FlyQuest will just stand there and click dragons, and they'll just eventually win by default. So I think the agency is on C9. If Yorick can get ahead of Cho'Gath, if they can snowball dive him. I like C9's draft. I like it. I like what they've done with the draft. But they will never be able to teamfight. They cannot teamfight Ryze Yorick into Cassio Cho'Gath. It's impossible. You're outranged, out frontlined, and out DPS. Whippo needs to not die. Whippo, do not die to ganks, and everything is fine. Just play safe.
There really are opportunities for them to try to punish Whippo here early, and if you can put the Cho'Gath down early, this champion can become really worthless. He's going to just become food, but if you don't, he's going to sustain off the ghouls. He can kill them very easily with all his abilities being AoE. He just gets extra HP and mana back constantly from killing off these ghouls. He's going to be feasting the Maiden every time that thing is summoned up. Yeah. It's tough for York.
Or is Whippo the 7th jungle camp? We will find out.
He is very much a Season 1 type of champion, right? Yeah. Like, if he doesn't have access to the wave, all of the sustain from the character completely disappears, and that 1v1 is not going to be super pleasant. So let's see what we get here
the 7th jungle
at the start
camp?
of things. Doesn't look like
Mods
anybody's
drop the
going
Gamba
to go
now.
for any crazy creative
Now.
ones here.
How many of you fuckers in chat bet money on this game? Go on, say it.
They did.
Say
Cloud9
it.
though has so much information.
How many?
So Cloud9, I do really like what they're starting out with. They got super deep wards on blue buff.
Bro, I
and
swear
on,
half
the
this
Raptors
chat
here,
bets
and
on
they're
fucking
actually
league game. It
starting
is
with a steal
crazy.
away for Blabber on the Raptor camp. So Inspired starting his Wolves.
Blabber walks in and
on the
takes
opposite
Raptors.
Side, assuming he does go over to blue and Gromp.
Wow,
right
look at this
after,
level
he's
1
gonna
from
get seen
C9.
by
It's
that
really
ward.
good.
And Cloud9 have decided we are splitting this map. They want to split it for bottom side. And
I don't know if Inspired's going to let that be
split.
split.
Red does see the Pantheon, so here comes Inspired.
Yeah, so Inspired
But
just
Pantheon
went
finishes
Wolves,
the
and now
buff,
he's
doesn't
going
he, in
down.
time?
He's going to get the bad news here.
Nope, he's just running away.
The Raptors are gone, and obviously will be
He's just
able
gonna
to push him
reset
out as
it.
Busio comes over. So they will be
Reset,
able to
run
defend
away,
the
and
flag,
kill
which is
Cassio.
Oh, but now there's already a problem. Quad
He has
just gets
headbutt.
caught here in the river.
Wait, he's dead. Oh my god, what? Blabber died? Oh, it's the worst level 1 ever.
Mid laner, he sets the bait and reels it in himself.
The defensive ward on their red buff sees it all unfold, and Blabber goes down for first blood already. FlyQuest with an early lead in the game.
I mean, it was looking dicey for a moment there for Busio, rather for Quad, but Busio arrives with the heal, is able to keep him alive, give him
Message
that
Dom.
extra HP
What?
to be able to flash
What? After
forward
one
and finish
kill,
off
message
Flabber,
Dom, message
and
the
that
guy.
is fantastic. Now he gets
Ooh, that's a
super
horror
early
level
tier
one.
off of that kill.
Alistar actually roamed level 1
quickly moves over to intercept.
and used heal to save Cassio to kill Pantheon, who invaded level 1. Like, that is crazy. The heal saves the whole play.
It's enough for Quad to stay alive and go in to finish him off.
Yeah, and you know, Blabber throws an extra couple autos into the Cassio instead of just straight booking it after stunning the Cassio. And so they do get that kill. Both flashes blown, so usually junglers will want revenge for stuff like that.
Yep, that's what happens to me.
Yeah, so Blabber, you know, if you're sitting in Blabber's shoes,
gameplay.
you're usually like, you know what? I'm going to go gank that Cassio.
So this is actually predictions. We got predictions from 3 players from every single team in the league. You will note only one player outside of Cloud9 predicted Cloud9. It is Licorice. Obviously, Cloud9 members predicted themselves, but every other team, all 3 players,
Licorice X Cloud9 though.
FlyQuest to win. So very clearly from scrims, people heavily favoring them. I do think it's going to be a good series. I kind of have that feeling that's going to be a lot closer because it does feel like people are, the pendulum has swung too far the other way. People are underestimating Cloud9.
Well, there was also very few 3-2s in those
I
predictions.
believe,
One
says
or maybe
Victoria
2.
on X,
So a lot of
hashtag
players not
Flywin.
expecting this one to
So
go
nervous
full
for today's
distance,
match, but I believe in the
gotta
underdog tail. Let's
argue
go
against
at
that
C9 lol
perspective in
at
this one. I
LTA
would love
North,
to get the
hashtag
full
C9
five,
win.
really see
Lone
the
Star
fearless
SC.
drafts
C9 is
be
playing
pushed
better
to their
IMO,
limit
so game
in
should be
this
close.
series for the upper bracket
C9 is
finals
playing
as
better.
Vulcan just takes a little bit of damage here with Busio and Masu trying to get the wave shoved in.
This C9 is
Up to
fun to root
stacks
for.
on the Senna, so everything pretty standard here. We'll check back in on that as the game goes forward at a couple of different breakpoints to see how well he's doing.
Now, C9 game plan. Snowball top.
This right here is one of the reasons that this is a pretty good matchup. Some of those goals,
First 10 minutes doesn't really matter. They need to start
like
snowballing post 6.
Obviously, as you do scale up on the Yorick, it gets harder to kill those ghouls. It starts to take multiple hits. But because
So the reason Cho'Gath's good
good
into Yorick is it's obvious. Yorick throws his E, the rats spawn. Cho'Gath auto-attacks the rats, they die, then they heal him because of his passive, and Cho'Gath sustains forever.
Level 6 here.
Quad is getting fucking bodied in this lane. What the hell? How is Loki 15 CS up, 16 CS up?
His main is literally one shot if he summons it right at 6, or is he going to hold on to it? Because sometimes players in these kind of matchups, you just don't actually use your maiden unless a gank comes or something like that to then be able to force a pressure.
Is this a Loki gap or what?
If you just don't summon your maiden for a long time and you just keep farming, is he just going to sit on his feast the whole time and not get feast stacks? You know, it can become this a little bit of a weird mind game. But if you haven't played the matchup and you don't know, you're going to summon that
That's
thing.
the smallest fucking Cho'Gath I've ever seen in my life. Is he always that small? What the hell? Is it a bug? The fuck is that? What the hell? What the hell? He's so fucking small. What? That's a bug? That's a bug? Bro, he's smaller than the rats attacking him from Yorick.
Slightly delayed for Blabber.
Get that man a fucking cheeseburger. What the hell?
I mean, no huge gold leads
What do
in
you mean,
this
says
game.
me?
The biggest one actually being tied for Thanatos versus Bwipo up there in the top side, along with the support head-to-head. As once more, it's Busio and Masu looking to trade with Vulcan and Sven, but not having a great time with that back and forth.
And I will say it's pretty surprising that it's actually, almost no gold lead for Quad in the mid lane. He did get that kill, but he did get chunked out, right? So it did mean he had to base after. Loki has really done well in that 1v1 as a result. And there you see it, and now you don't. So I don't
just
think
ate his
Thanatos is
wife.
a knower, unfortunately. I do not think he has played this matchup because
now you know.
I've played a lot of Yorick, and I've played this matchup, and you don't think that's going to work that way, and then you realize, huh.
You summon it, and all of a sudden you're looking at the 2.5-minute cooldown on your maiden
Your
icon.
ultimate tooltip just says, gives Cho'Gath 1 stack of Feast.
It also makes me extra salty as a jungler because they turbo nerfed Smite. I used to be able to smite Tibbers and all the your maiden and stuff
True.
like that. You're like, I want to do that.
Tell him, Kobe.
Them. And now it's pitiful. Smite just barely does anything to them.
All right, Inspired moving through his own jungle here. Level 5 on the Xin Zhao is slightly behind Blabber in terms of EXP, so Cloud9's jungler not being set.
Where is the Halo
Blades
Blades tech, though?
With that first death that he unfortunately
Where
incurred
is the
going
Halo
for
Blades
early
tech?
invade on the enemy red. Thanatos left to just try to farm up, and you've already talked about how everything in Cho'Gath's kit is AoE. It pretty much guarantees that unless Blabber or Loki is making their way up here to try to do something, it's so easy for Bwipo to have priority.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup actually just gets worse for Yorick, and the fact that he early summoned and wasted the maiden like that.
Who's winning if the game goes like this?
I
feel like FlyQuest is kinda winning, but they need to start stacking some dragons.
Too much here.
Vulcan wants to
Ooh, a Pantheon ult. No cleanse, no flash. Is he dead? Boom! TP from Cho'Gath. It's gonna take a while, still not there. Oh, Rise ult to save.
his way into the fight as C9 now have a 4-man squad ready to go after Bwipo as
Root.
he arrives with the teleport.
Stun.
Bwipo caught
Stun.
out of the prison
Knock.
now. The chain CC is
Busio interrupted the rel knock. Really important.
Busio bails him out.
Perfect play by C9.
And so good for Thanatos as well,
Perfect.
because
Now
gets a
Thanatos
free
is
push
freed
the
up
wave.
big time.
We do see quads moving up, but Yorick just blasts towers, and he does have the
He's
demolish,
gonna
so he's probably
die.
gonna get a plate.
It's two of them moving
07,
up,
buddy.
see if they can actually force Thanatos' flash.
All right, Quad's going to lead the way. Sidesteps
Yeah, he's
out
just
of the
fucking
cage.
dead.
Inspired, ready to back him up here. Thanatos just trying to walk it off. Inspired, saving
Just don't
the
flash, just die.
charge. No way out of that miasma. A little bit more damage will do it. And Quad
Killed the Casio.
And there can go right over to the Grubs after this as well. For
I think
Inspired,
C9 getting a
so
Drake is massive,
two
but getting
kills
Grubs is
now
definitely
onto
bigger.
The Cassiopeia. And this is one of Quad's signature picks, as we mentioned in Champion Select. So getting a little bit dicey there in the aftermath. Cloud9 though.
So it's good from
move on
FlyQuest to
the bottom
deny
side
it.
of the map. You know, good proactive Pantheon ultimate down there for a gank. They
Vulcan
already
wants to
have
fight
spread
it, but his
out into
jungler's
their split push, so
his
they
jungler's
left
farming
Loki
camps.
on the bottom side to push in that wave at the tower.
TP top to fix the wave from Casio. Pretty solid by FlyQuest overall. Even though it was a horror fight, they've solved it.
3 Grubs here for FlyQuest. Going to be feeling really good about
They've
that.
solved it
Obviously
pretty
beneficial
well.
for your team, but also important when you're playing against Yorick to just deny it from Yorick. You do not want to enable.
I mean,
his
look at
split push
Bwipo's
even
items.
more. He is going to spend an abnormal amount of time in those side lanes.
Well, we will go ahead
He is
and
going
get that
hard
extra little
steal.
bit of plate money up there for Quad's Cassiopeia as well. Looking
He
back
is full
over
build.
here at the mid lane, Masu and Busio both level 6. Only Sven also level 6 on the C9 side though, as Vulcan still
Oh, he
needs a
missed the
little bit
knockup.
more EXP to get
Loki
there.
movement.
Whippo unafraid of trading with Loki down here in this bottom side head-to-head.
Missed again.
As the Rupture doesn't find the target, so pretty difficult for Whippo to do anything else at that point. First Drake is still alive. No attention paid towards that one in the first 9.5 minutes.
And one of the kind of easy tells on if the Cho'Gath thinks he's actually going to have any sort of pressure or in the 1v1 is if he's holding his feast. And right now he's not using the feast on a minion. He is going to keep that cooldown up and available to potentially look for a fight.
Ooh, Blabber finding Inspired here. The Zinjar
C9
has
need to fight.
secured the Scuttle Crab already, and now Inspired's ready to try to turn this back around.
C9
A nice
need to
rupture
fight,
coming in from
but they're gonna
Whippo.
lose the game like
Blabber
this.
throws up the shield. He's
Oh,
trying
the
to
eat.
escape in time. A little bit more damage is still required, and the feat of warfare is going to be claimed by FlyQuest.
1 for
Now
1.
Whippo
Souls
stuck
for
in a
Senna.
1v3 will end up
They
being
lose
an
spot
even
wave a
trade.
bit.
Whippo does get the kill, but just barely missed out on the feast stack. Took Blabber down to maybe 5% or even less health with
Casio is
that.
eating
so
the Yorick.
Gonna be a bit sad that
Probably.
he doesn't actually get that
She's
feast
not.
stack.
She's losing. She has
Still
no
gonna be
mana.
feeling pretty good
You
about
have no
it, though.
mana.
Yeah, because the ramifications are in the minion waves that happen afterwards, and the Rise got to push bottom after the skirmish, but here's another look at how it actually happened, them going super far in on it. Blabber then puts up the shield for Pantheon. Whippo holds his feast till it is off, tries to go for it.
I guess Varus can't
but
join there.
just barely didn't have enough. Then he can finish it off with an auto, though, and you know it is a 1-for-1.
Varus is dead.
Masu in some trouble as he gets caught up.
Caught
in
on
Sven's
mid-wave.
lockdown. Blabber's there to
Caught
back him
on
up, and
mid-waves.
It's an easy pick for C9 to make it a 3-3 game.
That's Blabber's ult. As soon as it came back up, it was up before the cleanse, before the flash that he forced last time onto Masu. So just goes
He went
right for him
Umbral
and is able
Glaive
to get
first
that
item on
kill,
Varus.
and now a second just
Umbral Glaive.
repeating onto Masu.
And getting a dragon is quite huge for them. Here's a look at the replay in the picture-in-picture and how it
There's no
happened.
counterplay to that.
Nice little slow there from Sven to start it out. And they're
Pantheon
able
just
to lock
one-taps
him
his
down.
ass.
Let's take another look, though. Whippo back up with the Maiden, and the Maiden says goodbye.
That Maiden is just lunch, man.
It's one of the dangers because Whippo was the first player in the LTA to popularize Yorick after the reword. He was one of the first players to put a lot of time into it, and then you pick it versus him. He's got the knowledge.
At least it's
of
gone for the rest of the
counterpicks,
series for Thanatos.
to use against you.
And it's weird because I feel
The fact
like
that it's gone
people
for the rest
at
of the series
first
is
just
big.
weren't, putting enough priority on the Yorick, but blind picking it, I feel like people are getting baited by playing against just the normal meta champs in scrims, because I think Yorick is really good against some of the most common champions in pro, but it does have a lot of counters, so it's surprising to me to see that it is now just getting blinded.
Could
We'll
try
see
and
if they
play
can make it
this.
work,
Yeah, this is Vulcan committing a lot towards Whippo's Cho'Gath.
Not
up
really
here with the
worth
top
it.
side and not really
Rel
getting a whole
no ult.
lot back for it. That was the
C9
Magnet Storm,
do a
and
bit of
Whippo's
trolling.
still at 3/4 HP, just walks it off.
He's chilling.
I really want to
and,
see
as this
C9
goes
start
further and
playing
further,
more
he
into
is
this Yorick
really
lane,
gonna
but
be
this Cho'Gath is so
very hard
fucking
to actually
tanky.
punch through for Thanatos. He
So
will be
hard
kinda
to
glued
break.
the side lanes, and I will say, as you start getting more
Now
ranks
Loki's
into the
gonna get
maiden,
zoned away.
It gets past this point where you can just one shot. But look at Inspired trying to zone Loki off.
I
with
see
Busio.
what Vulcan's doing, but the game is
kind
kind of cooked.
Further forward, but Loki gets his phase rush proc. He's going
He's trying to snowball top a bit.
Defensive stance as Inspired and Busio keep him further and further away, just allowing Quad more and more time to mine money through these turret plates as the third plate falls on the bottom lane tier 1 turret for
FlyQuest are
C9.
playing the game really well.
It's such a smart play for FlyQuest
Really well.
to overload bottom side is to continue funneling money onto this Cassiopeia. Quad is critical
Masu is
to this team
struggling,
composition,
but
and as you can
the rest
see,
is good.
That is the biggest goal lead in the
Is there
game.
someone top?
Continue to focus on that lane,
Okay,
funnel as much
he's fine,
money
I
as they
think.
can off of turret plates while they are still up.
Oh,
As
these
the
plays
Roderick
are
is
not
stacking,
working.
Then the Seraphs is going to be stacking, and Cassio really does
Did he just
scale
feast one of the
like a
rats? I think he
monster
did.
for the team fights.
And I think right there we got to see an example, the opposite of what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. Whippo knows he's got to take a recall anyway. He's got half health. He's got
Umbral
no mana.
Glaive
So he
Varus.
just munches the 3
I guess
HP
he
tool
isn't
for the
really
free
the main
stacks.
character.
Cooldown's up to get that one cycling back again. He returns back to the base. He gets his first purchase there with a Heartsteel. And considering these two have been scrapping back and forth so consistently,
Maxing W
you'd
second
think
on
he should be able to
Cho'Gath.
get quite a few procs off of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just kind of how Yorick works, right? Like you queue the enemy to get Graves. You obviously can do that with last hits as well, but you're going to be trading. Thanatos also did go
One more
grass, so
XGG and I'm out.
You know, kind of build here instead of going Conqueror, where you're
Yeah,
going
me
to
too.
scale a little bit better in those 1v1s. But really interested to see how he's going to be able to play this out. You know, if he's going to be able to get pressure.
Is
in the
everyone
side
just
lane,
holding
or
their
if
lull
he'll
button?
just
Is that
have
it?
to basically show up to
Everyone's
team
just
fights
waiting?
and just try to play it out as a Yorick in a 5v5.
All right, Thanatos clearing some distance away from Busio down here in the bottom lane. Yet again, 1 minute until the Rift Herald spawns. That'll be our next neutral objective we fight over with the Infernal Drake still 2 minutes out.
Yeah, you can see on the minimap as well that play for the brush attempt, walking straight over the ward into top lane.
Still there,
so
by the way. He's wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, he's channeling his recall right now, so he is getting out of there, but it is a decent commitment up to the top side.
LTA is so
But
boring,
then
streamer
again,
has to
with
make
Inspired, you
chat
always
do
look at
something.
What was he giving up during that? And all his camps were fully cleared. The Raptors just spawning now.
Say
Vulcan
emote,
is actually
farm
there
emote,
first on
see
that
emote.
spawn of Raptors to get the ward. So we'll see if this extra vision that Inspired does not know about ends up punishing him.
Yeah, Blabber immediately moving forward to join back up with Vulcan. They know that Inspired's here. They're looking to at least try to contest this chicken camp, but Inspired has already secured the big one. And most of the small ones, these last couple, just going to be left on their loans. So those are just the Cinesouls, never mind. Instead, those look like
Maybe I
snowflakes.
shouldn't
don't
have
know
put
why I
Mega
thought they were
Banger in the
chickens,
title.
but
Did I put
C9
Mega Banger?
Not really going to get a whole lot off of the vision that they placed down, as Inspired can just keep the farm going.
The souls of chickens.
Yeah, the souls of chickens were snowflakes all along.
I need to stop doing that. I really need to stop doing that.
Exactly. The poor little chickens are nothing but bones. a little bit.
FlyQuest macro
though,
is
with
pretty
control of this
fucking
topside
good.
river, you can see the
They have a
control
Herald
board
here.
down in the line brush
It's
to
free.
the top side of mid. Scuttlecrab just now spawns. As
Quad
Masu,
just needs to go
Busio,
mid,
and
I think.
Inspired will take
I
care
think
of
if he
that
goes
one
bot,
first,
he's getting
and then
Dovin.
continue trying to lock up these neutral objectives going after the Herald itself.
Yeah, and
What
I'm
is
expecting
C9
Bobo to come
doing?
down, get a feast stack there, because these neutral objectives do give you the unlimited cap feast stacks. It doesn't count towards minions. They will be able to take down this tower on bot side, though, as they are overloading this side, and Quad may have trouble actually defending here. They can keep
Oh my
pushing.
god, they're
Yeah,
sending it
here
on
comes
Quad.
Blabber immediately arriving.
But
Yeah,
Quad's
the
playing the
Grand
weak
Star
side well.
Now, C9, they know they probably
I think
won't
they
be able to get a whole
over put
lot more here.
resources
Couple
down
little
here. Why the
bugs
fuck is
randomly
Ryze
wandering into
TPing?
the lane as well.
Yeah, they consciously used the teleport from Loki because
He's
they
probably
wanted
afraid
to
of getting
trade
Dove
that
after
Red
Herald,
Trail to
right?
the bottom
But
side. The Dragon, though,
now
is
they're
still
losing
20
a top
seconds
tier
away,
one.
so they will leave behind a bunch of this
Is it not
vision,
better to just let
through
Yorick
the red
push
quadrant
bot,
in the jungle leading up to the
put
Dragon?
wards down on Rel,
Maybe that
base,
will be
open
very
top, and have
beneficial
Yorick
if
TP
there's
cover the
any
Rise
sort of
dive?
contest from FlyQuest, but FlyQuest actually get not only the Herald,
At
but
least
a
the tower
lot
doesn't
of
die.
damage on the top tower too.
Yeah, not the biggest deal, but Bobo actually used his feast on the Herald and missed it. So he didn't actually get
He
the
missed
last hit
feast
there,
on the
and
Herald?
He was really close on the one
Oh,
with Blabber earlier.
Buipo.
So those are the two uncapped ones that he went for and didn't actually get those feast stacks. So is a little bit behind where he would want to be with
Buipo.
that. And he is going more for this aggressive build. So you
Go
can
on,
see,
Inspired. Don't do what
he is
Missing did. Hit the
picking
fucking
up
tower.
haunting guys. And he is going to build a little bit of AP.
Mario Kart World.
Okay, we've got the Herald summoned up mid by FlyQuest to immediately force down the tier 1 turret, so they'll take that one, get a very slight gold
Ooh,
lead
do
off
I have
of
the
it.
LEC overlay on?
Important to
Let me
note
turn it
here
off.
as well, it's the kills feat for FlyQuest, it's the turret feat for C9. It's all going to come down to these neutral objectives. FlyQuest is already at 2 with the Grubs and then the Herald that they secured, while C9 has the first Drake. So if FlyQuest can get this next Drake,
that's a tanky
it's also
wife.
going to give them the boot reward as Whippo just continues trading with Thanatos up here. The Maiden now with 2,000 HP, going to get knocked up into the air. Whippo gets put in the cage, but he doesn't care about it a whole lot just yet.
Are they both playing the same skin line? They are, right? Is it Battlecast?
Yeah, it is getting low, though,
that's
now,
kind
so
of
it's
fucking
getting
cool.
close to feast range, so he's probably going to feast it again. You can't just one-shot anymore, but we're fighting on bot side.
Yeah, bottom side. We've already got the fight over the Drake.
What?
As immediately
C9 got
it's
Drake?
going to be claimed by C9 and Blabber, but now he's got to be careful. The Realm Warp, Loki trying
Rise
to get
got
the rest
grounded.
of the team out of here. As
Oh,
now
they're all dead.
Blabber's going to be caught over the
Right,
wall. And a
GG.
beautiful shot from Masu to finish him off. That's 2 kills going for FlyQuest. C9 might have got the objective, but it's FlyQuest with the punish.
Yeah, C9 stealing the Drakes is big because Drakes are FlyQuest's swing condition, but I think the good thing for FlyQuest is they can rush down
You have to imagine
Baron
Cassio
very
will be
easily.
given solo tower gold on the bottom tower that is down there as well to funnel more money into quad.
And they
Again,
can just
this is
sit there
3
scaling.
kill Cassio.
Mountain
7 stacks
Soul
on the run of
Cho'Gath
ages
is
so
ready
far.
to
Ceres
eat
is
up.
fully transformed, extra gold being funneled in. I will say for Cloud9, like
Someone comes in the chat and
they
says,
do
I
wanna-
don't
they
like
wanted to
you.
get some dragons so that they wouldn't have to get pulled over
Subbed
there
for 8
later,
months.
so they can actually do their split push. But they do get caught here trying to exit.
Yeah, and the Miasma just barely tagged Loki as he was trying to dodge back and forth on that
Oh,
realm
now we're
warp, and
base
that is what
farming.
canceled it. They both had to flash over the wall, but even with the double flash over the wall, they both die anyway. So that is a costly
Bro,
exit
isn't
there
SEA
for
gang
Cloud9.
at like 8
At the
to
very
6
least,
a.m.? Bro,
lucky
can
the
you
Blabber was able
fuckers
to
go to
secure that
sleep?
Q smite on
I
Pantheon,
can
obviously
see
a
some
very
SEA
good
gang
smite
names in
secure.
this chat, bro.
So
Go
he
to
was
bed,
able to
man.
claim it, but that would have been a disaster
fuck?
otherwise.
I mean, man, we always talk about Quad with this pocket pick Cassiopeia.
Why are
Teams
you
always
awake?
banded
Why are you
against
awake?
them. It gets through in game 1.
NA
Here
gang
is
makes
upper
sense. They
bracket
just woke
final.
up. What
He's
are you
off to a
fucking-
3-0 start. He's got all the tools he needs to carry this
Damn,
game.
what is he wearing?
As
Looks
now
kinda
the
cool.
Top lane tier 1 turret about to fall. Whippo crashing the wave into that one. Brings the gold lead for
Still
FlyQuest
here
up to
from
about
DK.
3,000,
No, you're
not. Even
not.
20 minutes into the game. I'd say they got to be really happy about the state of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Quad, big early advantage here, over 1K ahead at 14. Really looking good on this Cassio. And Riftmaker second, I touched on that for Buppo. He is going more of kind of that aggressive build, that dueling build. He does like to do this a lot on a lot of tanks he plays. Obviously on Sign, you always see him going for Titanic and for Overload's Bloodmail and Sterix rather than the pure tank. He wants to be able to put out some threat. This does allow you to do that, has that little bit of extra threat. If you're just trying to ignore this guy and fight past him to get in onto Quad, you can definitely punish someone when you go a bit more of these kind of AP bruisery builds.
See how well that works out for him, as there probably is going to be another bigger fight coming up here soon. We do have the Otacon spawning in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the Dragon going to spawn in about 2.5 minutes here. So if nobody has the confidence
Now
to go
they're
after
globaling
the
on the
Otacon,
Yorick lane. It's
considering
very,
both teams are
it's
now
not
at
very
2
late,
neutral
but they could have done this a
objectives
lot
each,
earlier.
I do
But this is what they need to do. Pantheon ult Rise ult, send it on whoever's on the Yorick side, kill them, but they're not going to do it.
Big
They're too
thing too
scared.
for Cloud9
That
is
Cassio
they're
is
the team
pretty
that
fucking
wants to
tanky.
try and play open map with
And she's only
Realm
gonna get
Warps and
tankier.
Pantheon ults and split pushing.
Yeah.
However, they're the team that's down in outer turrets because of the success of FlyQuest with this gold lead you're talking about early on. So it has become a little bit of a difficult situation. That being said, if they can even up those turrets, like there is a decent amount of standing gold in those towers,
They're just
that
starting Otacon.
will cut down on it very quickly.
They're
but
just,
Whip-
I mean, any
Whippo will
objective
start out
force is good for
himself,
FlyQuest with
and you still
Cassio
have
Cho'Gath.
Thanatos on the
Any
top
objective
side,
force.
although-
For this, they're gonna go.
Yeah, Cassiopeia is very
Do they not
fast
see
at
it?
taking neutral objectives because of the high DPS
Loki's
nature
freezing
of her
bot.
kit.
Nice pushing
So
now.
Quad and Whippo, they've already got this down to about half HP. C9
It's
not
just
moving
gone.
towards it. Busio still just hanging out over the wall in
See
case
it,
somebody
but it's too
tries to
late.
approach from the Tri-Brush. Yeah, this one's already done. They want to give the feast over to Whippo, and it looks like he secures that one. Thornbound Otacon goes FlyQuest's way
God,
alongside the boot
Thornbound
reward, not even
Atacon.
21
It sounds
minutes
so
into the game.
cool, but I
Yeah,
just...
and you definitely...
Is
Like,
it useful?
You agree with that call, right, for Cloud9? You don't
Level
wanna actually
15
fight
Cassiopeia
right now.
is roaming the
The
Rift
Cassio
right now
had to
at
take
21
over with
minutes.
the-
There
with
is
the
a
10
level
for the extra
15
level on the Rod of
Cassiopeia.
Ages.
What
Plus,
the
after getting
hell?
the Otacon with all the extra experience of the flowers, got up to a 2-level lead here. It is level 15 for him over Loki. So definitely would be dangerous, like walking into a small corridor versus a team that is better set up for team fighting.
You can see these are the average Senna stacks at 14 at 20, so we just passed the 20-minute mark. We're at 21 now, and Sven has 61, where the average at 20 is 72 stacks, so a bit behind the curve.
Yeah, but I feel like the
that
stacks
goes.
are lower than
Hasn't
usual.
Really been involved in a lot of scrapping.
On current
He's
Senna,
mostly just been kind of catching
it's
waves,
normally
which means
lower
he
than what
is
it
not
was.
getting an incredible amount of souls But this game does
like
feel
62
like it
at
is
20
long,
is not the end. It's not. I mean, it's not the
dragons,
great,
that's
you know,
likely
but
to extend it if they want to turtle up.
it's not that bad.
It'll take a long time for Soul and Elder and all this stuff to be able to be out there. So he has a lot of
It's
time
like
to
fine,
continue
isn't it?
getting
I
those
feel like
souls, and we have
60
seen
at
a
20 is
number of Senna
actually
games where it just gets to a certain point where they're hitting 120,
actually like fine. It's like
140
average.
stacks, and they're on the other side of your screen, and they are killing you.
Yeah, and that the real test of this game is going to be how the mid game goes and how Cloud9 can spread it out and use a lot of their range. They were able to, of course, take the top side tower, so now at least both the side lanes are open for play for them. Mid lane for FlyQuest, though, they've done a good job of defending that one, so they still have that defense. But now we get to start to see the fun stuff that Cloud9 had.
Does
in
no one in
mind
NA
with
make
their
plays
draft,
between
where
Drakes?
it is
Well,
trailing
FlyQuest
split
doesn't
push
really
from
need
Loki
to make
here
plays.
on the
Their
rise
comp is
with his
Dragons.
Realm Warp ready.
C9's comp is
And
dive
once you hit
Cho'Gath.
16, especially
But
for
I
the
think
York,
C9 are
the
slowly
main just has
realizing
so much
we
health that
cannot
then it actually
dive
becomes
Cho'Gath.
really annoying to actually kill it off as the Cho'Gath. You have to really work it down before you can feast it. You know, yes, your feast damage goes up, but it doesn't scale nearly as much as the main's health does.
All right. Important to note, you talked about the Rod of Ages for Quad's Cassiopeia.
They cannot dive at all.
He is more than 2 full levels ahead of Loki in terms of EXP. Has now inspired, has stepped into the enemy jungle, takes a little bit of damage. Blabber with a nice secure there onto the blue buff, but now he's in danger.
Maybe this is a bit
himself.
too deep by FlyQuest.
Ready to join up here in the fight as Vulcan tries to go for an
Quad
engage,
might
but
die.
Inspired doing a good job staying alive there with the ulti flaw. Quad
Oh,
with
Q
flash
flash right, Blabber.
but Quad is shut
Pantheon
down.
ulting them in.
Big movement
Rise
there
ulting rather.
for C9, but FlyQuest are not
Quad
yet
being
finished.
down
They're
is
going
big
after
for
Sven.
C9.
Inspired, but the wind becomes
Quad
lightning.
being down
Nice
is everything.
shutdown back over to
What is
Loki
FlyQuest
as he
doing?
takes
All they have to do is
the
just
kill
chill.
onto Bwipo's Cho'Gath.
They're just going
now
in.
FlyQuest have to try to exfiltrate the hot zone and do it without losing anybody else. C9 trying to cut him off. Thanatos gets another heal from Sven. Masu inspired and Busio, or just Masu and Busio trying to walk out to the bottom lane now as Inspired
They are both
has grabbed
dead.
himself a Gromp. Blabber rejoins with a Grand Starfall. It's a 4v2. FlyQuest turn away. This one's about to
He
get
used
ugly.
cleanse as well.
Masu wants
Oh,
to
and he
bring
flashed.
somebody with him. He flashes
Nice
back
try.
out. Blabber stays alive.
Wow.
A double
I'm
kill
surprised
for
FlyQuest is
Sven
forcing that
Senna.
hard.
C9 take the lead.
That's a
It was
volume
so well
increase.
played by Cloud9 on multiple levels. So the early skirmish does look like
It was
there's
nice
going
try
to
by
be
Masu to get a
big
kill.
wombo from FlyQuest,
They don't
but
even
then they
need to
have
fight the
really,
game
really
over a
good
blue buff.
fighting here back towards the pit. Teleport
They're
comes
losing
in
the game
from
over a blue
Bwipo,
buff.
So he tries to move over from the other side. Then they get this big amount of pressure onto Quad, forcing his flash, and Blabber actually taking him down. Here's where it got dicey, though, because Sven had to kite for his life on the top side. You see these 3 people. He flashes away. He's able to slow Inspire.
Yeah.
All the while,
I mean,
Loki
Bwipo
then
1v1
left him
Thanatos.
with the
Sven
Realm Warp,
pulls 2
got
people.
to circle back around,
Quad is way
get the
too
kill
deep.
onto Bwipo, and then buy time for Blabber's ult to rejoin.
And honestly, I just think such a big mistake in this fight was Bwipo just taking this extended 1v1 against Thanatos that he was losing. Like, he spent the entire fight just autoing Thanatos in a losing fight instead of joining with the rest of his team. I think his thought process was he's just marking them and his team would win the 4v4 without him, but it is not what happened. He gives
Very
up his
close
flash,
by
gives up
Masu.
his life for free on the other side, but he could have just guaranteed
Losing
some
sums
kills
and getting
with the
nothing
Beast.
is a stinger.
FlyQuest thought they had it all figured out, but C9 play the fight like
Oh,
absolute
Blabber's
cinema.
caught or what?
Problem is, Blabber's got to try to get away now from Bwipo.
That
If you
finals
wanna watch
watch party
some
thing
cinema,
is a
reminder that you can
flashbang.
also join a Regal watch party when finals come around to enjoy the show with some other like-minded fans. Maybe get some free stuff the same way C9 got some free bags of gold when FlyQuest walked into the jungle.
And we said this is going to be the exciting part of this game, where the 2 strategies really get to clash. And because Cloud9,
Is this game going to go super late where FlyQuest get 4 mountain dragons with Cho'Gath?
Drawn to a certain
Oh
point
my
of the map
god.
by FlyQuest. So we really get to see if they can flex their mobility here. But very important, keep that vision on the Baron. Both teams actually do have very decent Baron damage, especially the team with the Cassiopeia. So always have to keep your positioning on the map as well as your vision of the Baron in mind. Cho'Gath, of course, lending that feast just makes smite securing super duper 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 easy.
Super duper duper duper. 3 dupers on that super.
Does FlyQuest just start Baron and turn?
Guaranteed feast stack though, because he wasn't able to get
I feel like that's a
any
very
from
FlyQuest
champions.
thing to
He only
do,
got
just
that
starting
one
Nash.
later. Now he's looking for Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos about to meet a
Rise
whole
ult to
lot
save him.
of FlyQuest pressure.
Q misses,
Loki
sidestep.
realm warps up into the lane, but it's still pretty hard
Knock
to do
up.
anything here. You're still vastly
Senna ult.
outnumbered for the time being.
Eat dead.
Sven's ulti is not
Very
nearly
easy
enough
pick
to
on the
save
Thanatos there from Fly.
Whippo loses half HP in the fight,
Maybe
but that
catch
doesn't
this
matter
wave
too
aggressively
much.
or what?
45 seconds with the C9 top
And
laner
then go
dead.
Nash?
Yeah, they do actually.
Or
get
play
that
it safe
kill
and
again.
go
Not able
Dragon.
to get the feast
What are we
stack,
going to do?
unfortunately. At first,
Go Nash.
they're
Okay.
just going to start this. They're just going to start with the Baron right now.
Okay, C9 on the approach. They got themselves in a 4v5.
Whippo wants
They've
to
got
base
to try to stop
and
FlyQuest from
TP
being
back.
able to secure this objective. Right now, Inspired and Quad just two-manning the DPS as Masu and Busio try to interfere on the C9 approach. Busio immediately jumping in for the headbutt.
Ooh, I think they should be playing to finish here,
Quad moves
FlyQuest.
up to throw the miasma down.
Yeah. It's
And
GG, by the way.
Blabber's out of the picture.
They're going to
Every
get Nash, they're going to
jungler
get Drake.
taken care of.
C9 is
FlyQuest
monstrously
never even
outscaled.
dropped aggro on the Baron. They're
Monstrously
going right back
outscaled. The
into
only
pit
fight
to finish
FlyQuest
what
lost
they
this game was them
started.
overchasing.
It's Baron for Fly, 27 minutes in.
And it's all because they got that super
FlyQuest's
easy
draft
pick
is just so
onto one of the
easy, isn't it?
Cloud9 split
Just
pushers.
farm,
Thanatos
go
was
to
up here
objectives,
pushing on
click
this side
them.
of the map, but they had no pressure in the other lanes, and so they were unable to get anything. Let's see, we have a little malfunction here. There we go.
Yeah, we're back.
They were unable to get anything for themselves while he got picked off, and so FlyQuest returned the Baron. Really good from them. Now let's see how much can they get with
Solid
this Baron
drafting by
empowered,
FlyQuest. I like
pushing
C9's
for them.
idea
The
though.
siege
I just
will
think
be
that if
very
Cho'Gath
easy.
goes
The
even in
Dragon
the
will
first
be
20
very
minutes,
easy
he's
as
just
well.
so hard to
We're
kill.
kind of seeing the reality of what we talked about a little bit earlier with C9 at least being able to buy themselves
Also,
time to
Cassio
not
got
have to contest
accelerated,
these
so she
dragons
was
with the
also
early ones
tanky
they
as fuck.
secured. This would be
And
a
I just
whole
don't
lot
think they have the
scarier
damage
if
to
you
dive
didn't
anyone on
have those
side.
first couple. If FlyQuest was now on Soul Pointer, even worse, the Soul itself, but still just tied up 2-2 in the Drake count. Whippo going to move right back up here into the defensive position to neutralize Thanatos' split push. You've got a three-man squad of the bot lane duo plus jungler there in the mid lane for Fly, while Quad is also moving to join up with everybody else. No real strong pushes in any one direction, though.
Yeah, not at all. They haven't really been able to get too much pressure
Has
going.
anyone made the Cassio
Seems
no
like it was
boots joke,
just-
or am I going to
they're
be the
take
first
gold
one?
from the
Bro,
Red
shut
Bull
up.
Baron. They're gonna
It's
see
not a good
what
joke.
they can get with it, but not really aggressively committing to anything. Inspire was still just doing his camps. Now it looks like they want to move forward here a little bit, get some vision on the top side, and I think they want to bounce between the mid lane and the top lane tier 2, try to take at least one, if not both of those, and they've cleared out so much of this vision now in the C9 jungle.
How do you win a
This top lane
C9?
tier 2 is gonna be
I
very
think
difficult to
you
defend.
cannot,
This one
sadly.
looks
I
like it's
think you
pretty
are
much guaranteed to
outscaled
go
at this
down,
point.
and it's gonna be a
FlyQuest would
nice
have to make a
injection
very big mistake in a fight. Overdive, overchase,
Thanatos
blunder.
Or the Maiden or the Ghouls or anybody is walking up to save that one as Busio
Stuff
is
like
launched
that
by
might
the
lose in the
blast
game.
cone further forward to see if maybe there's a wraparound angle.
Now it's
to
on
go ahead
on
and assist
FlyQuest to
Whippo,
lose
but
the
now
game.
Busio has already lost almost all of his life. The Senna ulti flies
Okay,
out.
I mean, this
Busio
is
survives
actually
and does
not bad
spend
for
the
C9, a
unbreakable
tier
will to
2
do
for
it.
2 tier
Meanwhile,
2s.
bottom lane, Loki
I
was
think they'll
pushing the
take
whole
that.
time. He claims a tier 2. Now FlyQuest is going to trade 1-for-1 on those as they take one in mid lane. Ultimately ends up being a 2-for-1 alongside that tier 2 top that got claimed. But C9 at least fighting back, trading something for what FlyQuest is bringing.
Yeah, they have to stick to their strategy. They are fully
I
all
saw
in
Super
on
Solo Q, I
this,
saw it, chat.
and it works out quite nicely given the situation that they were in. To be able to get a tier 2 down there is a bunch of gold for Loki for the Rise here. So that's going to be important because you see he's got double needlessly large rods in inventory. And since he has not
actually, it
broken
doesn't really
the
matter.
arm guard yet,
Wait.
he can use both of those to make
How
a
does
death
LTA
cap.
work?
Does
Someone
not
remind
need to
me.
upgrade
The winner
to
of this goes to the
Zonia's just
LTA
now.
finals.
You see Quad already level 18 now.
And the
so
winner of
no
the
more
finals
room
goes
for
to
him
MSI.
grow. And,
Is that
he
it?
does have
There's
the
no
components of the
cross-conference in
Zonia's, but he
spring?
can do the same thing that you're talking about for Loki. You know, if he doesn't actually have to
And
use
in
that Seekers, he
LTA
can just
South,
go
the
towards
winner of
Death
the
Cap,
finals
get
goes
that
to MSI.
Zonia's later on. Of course, one of the nice things
Okay,
about
so
Cassio, it's rare that
they
you get
just-
these super late games, but you can
Okay.
go, 6
What?
true items because you don't need boots. So it is always beneficial if you have a super
So
late
North
game on
will get one
Cassio,
MSI
'cause you
team,
don't have to give up
and
move
South
speed
will
to
get one
actually
MSI
go
team,
for
but
a
they
true
won't
6-item
compete
build.
against each other.
Well, the Baron has now
They will just get
expired.
given 1
2.5
each.
minutes until the next one's alive. About the exact same timer, almost there on the Drake as well. We'll see how that ends up shaking out once we get a little further along. You can see 3-item power
Man, spring
spikes coming
formats are a
along
bit weird.
Up here in the top side as Whippo
LCK
now has
doesn't
the
even have a
unending
finals.
despair next to that Riftmaker and Heartsteel from earlier. 3 fully completed items for Masu's Varus as well. But the same thing for Sven's Senna, which is now also up to 90 stacks.
Yeah, that
There's
thing's going to keep
2
on
EWC
scaling.
slots.
And Cloud9, since they do have so much threat of picks with the Realm Warp, with the Pantheon,
There's 2
Ultimate Heal,
EWC slots.
Ultimate
What are you talking about?
available,
What, for
it's
the
gonna
north?
be very interesting how they play the next 5 minutes of this game. If they can continue to extend it, continue to get more souls there for Sven, and get that range to an untenable situation, people have become very accustomed to what Senna looks like now with the Soul Generation buffs that were given to her in the late game.
Winner of this goes to EWC.
26-15 in regards to the flower petals as well.
It's crazy.
Honestly,
FlyQuest just has to literally just sit there.
I might expect, considering the fact that FlyQuest claimed
Literally
the
just sit
Otacon
there.
so super early. Cloud9 have at least been able to keep that relatively close overall. 2,000 gold lead for Fly feels pretty good, but again, it's less than the highest gold lead that they had in the game more than 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So C9 hasn't really allowed themselves to be bled out for.
And then they will
I don't
click
think
Dragon
gold
on
lead is
in 1 minute.
super relevant, but you know, at the same time, obviously, we do have this super tanky front line for Whippo here.
I feel
He hits
bad for
level
C9.
18
The
now.
game is
He
kind
does
of
have
lost
2
already.
Mountain Dragons. If they're allowed to continue stacking towards Soul, like if you get a 4
Oof,
Mountain
they
Dragon
did get some
Soul
big
with
items.
a Cho'Gath in the front line, it is going to be
They
so
did just
hard
get
to
some
actually
big
punch through this
items.
guy.
Maybe it's playable.
I keep harping on it, but he is
That
very
looks
behind
fucking
the curve
deadly.
as far as his fee stacks as well. So you
I
would
just
expect
don't
him to have,
see them
you know,
getting
number
through
of
this.
extra fee stacks, even
There's
just from
too much
neutrals, not even
front
from
line.
kills. And that does
Cho'Gath,
mean it's harder to
Sinza
get
ult,
every
Sinza
subsequent one
GA,
because you're missing the health, you're missing the extra
Alistar.
damage.
And the thing about the front
Can
line
they get
is
through that
very
front line?
critical
I don't think so.
because they also have Guardian Angel on the Xin Zhao. That plus the ultimate buys a lot of time, plus then the Alistar ultimate. So here we go. We got the zoom in on the big Cho.
He only has 1 non-guaranteed. The 1 epic was the Rift Herald, I believe he got.
Yeah.
He hasn't got a single one off of the champions. He missed. No, it wasn't the Rift Herald. It was
Was the
I think
Otacon.
it was the Otacon. He got the Otacon one. He missed the one on Rift Herald, even though he was there. Hasn't been there to feast any of the dragons. You know, wasn't there to feast the grubs. Hasn't gotten any last hits on the champions.
I wonder if
so,
C9 are going to
definitely
try
is
and
a
like
lot of
push a
slower
lane
game
and
for
rise
him,
ult to
but
Baron
he's
and rush
obviously
it.
comfortable. He's doing his job, and Thanatos is the one that I think has more
Here we
pressure
go.
to get
Does
things done.
Whippo die?
Cloud9 continue to pressure
The
side
double
lanes
global.
here,
They're not
'cause
going
Dragon
for it
is up,
again.
So FlyQuest want to go get it, but it is
They even
only
have
number
Senna ult,
3.
but they just
They were
can't
making the
kill that
move to
Cho'Gath.
try and pick
This is
Whippo
the
and try to
4th
play
time
this
I've seen them
Baron side of the
hover
map,
behind
but FlyQuest are just pushing
Yorick's
up mid
lane
to
to
get
look
mid
for a
prowl
play,
first.
but not pull the trigger.
Okay, Busio going to clear out
They've
some vision
gone
here.
for
Blabber
a-
and Loki are lying in
What the-
wait, ready to back up Thanatos if they need to.
What the
C9 has to have it in their minds how the last Baron went over to FlyQuest with Thanatos getting picked.
Quad is just going to solo the dragon. You know, they spot everyone over here. They know that they can't do Baron in their face.
What
So
the
Quad
fuck?
just goes down. They have vision of everything.
Said I need to do
They'll be able to
something.
grab this dragon uncontested, and it should be Fly moving to Soul Point here. Triple Mountain Dragon is going to make them so incredibly tanky.
And as Quad gets it low, Inspired is going to make his way over just in case there's no chance for Blabber to do a crazy
Late.
entry into the pit like what you're seeing
Maybe
right
they can
there.
take a
Blabber
fight.
makes his way over as
But this
Inspired and
Xin Zhao
Quad
is
are ready
so
to fight
tanky.
back. Busio and Masu
There's the
off to side of
TP.
the fight as Whippo is ready to teleport in right on top of everybody else. Tons of damage here to Vulcan.
Rel
as
goes in on
Masu is
Varus,
firing
dies,
straight through his heart.
Pantheon
Blabber's
dies.
already down to the snake bite
It's
venom.
super unplayable.
FlyQuest have already claimed 2. Loki's trying to run away. He has to flash just to not be caught as the 3rd casualty. FlyQuest will take the objective. They will take
I
the
feel like
gifted
C9
kills,
need to
and they will
do
take their
something
lead as they head
to
over
win
Baron.
because
Yeah,
their
they can go and
ultimates.
start that thing up.
They have an
still have a
ultimate that's a
very
global,
dangerous
an
turn.
ultimate that's a
Blabber's
global,
down,
an ultimate
so
that's a
no
global,
smite steal.
and
It would have to be a
like a
miracle
minion.
steal
Their
if
ults
Cloud9
aren't
wanted to
team
say
fight
anything
ults.
about
They have
this.
ults
I
to
have
like
say,
pick
though,
someone
that
off.
play,
Whereas they have
really
Varus
good
ult, Cassio
play.
ult, Alistar ult, Sinza ult. All the ults are just so much. C9 have
one
one ult in team fights, and it's fucking Rel. They need to make a pick. Stuff like this, they need to do it. It's a bit too late though. I don't even think it matters if Whippo dies. Oh my god, he lived. Oh god. Oh good heavens. Oh good heavens. Nice flash by Sven.
A double kill for the FlyQuest mid laner, and Busio is ready to line it up for
Yeah,
number 3.
I think C9 had a draft where they had to play a very specific way. They didn't find any of the windows to play that way, and then they just lost.
In Whippo's time of need,
The 2 dragons they got bought them a lot of time. If they lost one of those dragons, this game would be lost 5 minutes ago.
huge with the teleport. He defends his teammate, and FlyQuest with the Baron.
This must have been something that C9 practiced, but I wonder if it's just one of those things that you do it in scrims. You Pantheon Rise ult to a side, you get a kill, you get another kill, Yorick gets a tower, he's 2k gold up, he's pushing sides, it's struggling. Then you go on stage and then no one presses R, and then Cho'Gath gets 2 items and then eats your fucking wife and dragons. GG.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds on Thanatos.
I think it's one of those.
Loki, 15
It's
on
one of
Sven.
those.
They're going to go for double inhib at least. They've still got the Baron for another 2 minutes almost. FlyQuest continuing their push, continuing their pressure. The waves will be forced down. They've got 2 waves ready to crash into the Nexus turrets at the same
Push,
time.
push, push. Look at how
A ton
many
of damage.
bars
Oh,
that
first
Cho'Gath
Nexus
has.
turret already killed as the
There's their
Vulcan
R
goes in for a
button.
big 2-man Magnet
There's the
Storm.
other R
They
button.
need more damage to kill Quad. Blabber
Is
makes
Quad
his
dead?
way towards the FlyQuest mid lane.
No,
Where
he's
is
not.
the damage? Where is the threat? Quad with the flash away.
Wow. Stay alive as Inspired kill
kills Van in a 1v2 in the backline at the same time. He's got the Guardian Angel. He will resurrect as Masu goes on a killing spree and Loki goes down. C9
I think C9 were a bit too... I don't know if they were scared, but maybe they just didn't think about Cho'Gath.
Well played to
The game plan just did not game plan.
The big star in this one got fed early and showed us just why that Cassio is so frequently banned against him.
Really huge stuff from FlyQuest.
That Cho'Gath hurts.
Like the positioning on the map versus a team that did have more globals, did have more mobility than them too. The ability to get that key pick onto the split pushing Yorick, turn that into a Baron.
Man, if Team Liquid looks the way they do and C9 loses this series 3-0, I guess FlyQuest is just so uncontested in this region.
Cohesive look from FlyQuest in game number 1.
It was close for a good long while. I mean, Cloud9 even had that, what looked like may have been a comeback fight in their own jungle where they punished FlyQuest, but Fly's coordination, the pick on Thanatos that led to the first Baron, it felt like they just had it figured out. They all leave the
same way.
They seem to
it's kind of awkward though, walking next to the enemy team.
How to play their strategies better, more effectively, and they earn themselves their first win in this best of 5. Now we're going to head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
All right, I need to see a lot more from
Thank
C9.
you so much, Flowers. Welcome back. FlyQuest win. We are first going to break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring Quad's TP and rescue of Bwipo. Okay, it's not ready yet. So I'm going to slap Cho'Gath up here.
Spoiler alert!
I know.
Oh, you messed up!
I had it before the break. There we go.
Okay, that was decent. That was decent.
Chat, I'm going to go fill up my water and go to the toilet.
Being able to
I'm going to come back and you're going to be behaving. You're not going to sit there and spam emotes and be weird. Deal? Okay, deal. We'll be everyone's like...
Brought out the Cho.
Yeah,
Don't
I mean,
be
this
weird.
game was interesting because we talked about the drafts beforehand. FlyQuest completely goes to the full FlyQuest script. They have no interest in denying C9's champion pools. They play Cassio, Cho'Gath in their solo lanes. And it did look dicey for a little while, but when we look back, Licorice, it almost looks dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Cho'Gath looked like a really smart pick because it felt like C9 tried to put a lot of resources. Oh.
You're getting your
Raz is erasing the Thanatos board.
Death percentage is going up. It's we need to update this one. We need to update this one.
So the Pagoda moment is now ready. So let's check out this week's Pagoda moment featuring Quad's TP rescue of Bwipo. You're breaking that board.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
So, man, this play itself was ridiculous. We thought maybe C9 would be able to just get a kill while the other team's getting Baron, but no.
Yeah, I mean, I like the confidence from Quad where it's just like he sees Bwipo's in trouble, he TPs in immediately to a 2v3, and then, you know, they just somehow win it, kill everyone. Like,
I even thought Senna coming in was going to make the kill guaranteed. I did not anticipate how much damage Quad was going to pour in, especially with Thanatos flashing over. I thought it was like, okay, surely it's not much HP to hit through to get the kill on Cho'Gath.
Yeah, also a reminder, if you see a Pagoda-worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat.
Yeah, that man right there, they have a lot of confidence
in
his Cassiopeia. I also really appreciate that, right? It feels like when FlyQuest players have something that they feel like they're really good at, it was his original like solo queue pick. Brings it out.
That's
Look,
on Leo. That's on stat man
why
Leo. Fill that stat in. We need to know what the updated stat for stat percentage was.
It's for regular season.
Oh, well, now we need to change it. Now you're giving out false information.
It is a regular season vote.
I mean, really quick though, this is FlyQuest looking confident. I honestly, my pre-prediction of maybe everything has been working and that will harm them didn't work because everything worked for them and it is continuing to work. Licorice, they're just dominated.
yeah, they had that one fight where it looked like, I think it looked like Quad stepped a little too far forward and died, and Loki had a really nice Rise ult behind them. But apart from that, like one little oopsie, they just had control the whole game and kind of just ran the whole time.
Yeah,
so.
Also, a reminder for the fans out there that the LTA, they are headed for Texas. So the 2025 LTA Championship driven by Kia, it's going to be held just north of Dallas the weekend of September 27th, and tickets are going on sale soon. The MasterCard pre-sale goes live next Saturday while the general sale begins Sunday. Visit Ticketmaster to get yours once tickets go live. That'll be the split 3 finals. The LTA Championship is going to be going on sale soon. That is it from the lounge for Game 1. Game 2 will be up, and we'll be covering the draft after the break.
gives you wings.
Ready, set, go!
Chat, any links? Any good links? Any funny links? Anything to link? Anything to look at on the link? Did you wash your hands? No. I like to let them marinate.
Boom! 80% winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC.
I like to let them marinate. What is this? Okay.
What I do?
Bro, what are you linking? Bro, some guy's linking me his fucking solo queue account. Bro. Friends proved to be fraudulent and getting gate kept out of MSI by an NA mid. Case fans still got a job till split 3. What a beautiful start to the day. Bro, Flowers always triggers KC fans on Twitter. He's fucking crazy. He always fucking pokes the bear. Always. Always pokes the bear. Don't feed. Well, step 1 already failed. You should watch FaZe CS. I'm watching Onapixel play League of Legends right now. What do you know about CS? Hello? Oh, okay. Are they playing in the CS right now, chat?
And then at 15 at 14, Stewie 2K pulls off.
Stewie 2K. Chat, what is the awards game show on right now? What is the fucking game awards show? Future games? What is future games?
We're rounding things out with Worship, a cultist simulator where you try your best to bring about the end
simulator.
Of the world. Inspired by Pikmin, this cute and creepy multiplayer roguelite tasks you with performing blood rites and recruiting followers to please the old ones. It's coming soon to PC, and you can wishlist it on Steam.
That was our spotlight
Future
montage.
games show.
We hope you enjoyed the summer showcase.
Wait!
Collection. Laura?
Oh, it's time for an update on Scum, the survival shooter with poop mechanics.
That's the guy from
Not as in,
fucking
like, they're
thingy.
bad, no.
Matt, what?
Just like you have to manage your bowel movements to survive.
Oh, I might actually learn something. I love video games.
Peggy 18.
Chat, what games are they showing? All of the negative reviews you're about to read are real and are written by people who were not ready for Scum. What is Scum? I'd rather buy WinRAR. Killed by indestructible robot, sad face. Nobody wants to micromanage their poop. What is it? Is it like DayZ or what? Truly a game for masochists. Penis size. Penis sliders are... Am I gonna get fucking banned? It's the most realistic survival game that exists. So it's closer to real life as possible.
Inspired reviews have grabbed your attention, then we're here to help.
Yep, you can head to the link on
Chat,
screen
games
right now
are for
a chance to win
escapism.
one
I don't
of
want to have to
100
take a
keys
shit
for
on the
Scum
fucking street
1.0.
in a game.
And if you're not one of the lucky winners, then you'll just have to jump in with the rest of us when it launches on June 17th.
Now, our next game is a squad-based survival shooter where you dodge deadly dinosaurs. Here's the latest trailer for Death Ground.
Death Ground.
Deadly dinos are on the loose in Death Ground.
I can't, chat.
A lot, and even the small mistakes can change the outcomes of the whole split.
A memory of playoffs that fuels me is 2022 with EG,
when we had a pretty whatever regular season. I think we finished 9-9. We were either like 4th or 5th seed, and we lost, I think, our first series against TL in the upper bracket, and then we went into the lower bracket, and we kind of ran every
Chat, what's it
series.
called?
I mean,
Matt
every
Mercer.
playoff
What's
that
it?
I
What's
won,
it?
I remember the best because every time I win, it's always some crazy highlight happening.
Critical role. That's it. Oh my god. Danny.
We were very much not expected to win that playoffs. You know, in the end we crushed everyone. So
those type of plays are what makes playoffs special. Those type of crazy plays that decide the outcome of the whole year.
that memory just reminds me that regardless of what happened in the regular season, regardless of
Danny.
any team can always win in the playoffs. What matters
Danny,
is how you show up on the day,
Danny.
how you prepare for that match.
Those moments in playoffs are the ones that motivate you to keep
Man, I feel
playing
like
and keep
Jojo and
grinding
Danny were really the future.
trying to make the playoffs in the first point, and then once you are there, you know that the magic would happen, and that fuels me.
What fuels you?
What fuels you?
What fuels me? My Twitch chat. I'm not gonna lie, it's my chat. If
Welcome
my
back to
chat
Game 2
didn't
also.
exist, I don't know if I could
It is
watch this
Pride
much
Month,
League.
And the Rel emote is available immediately for free in the client. Check that out. But we're here for FlyQuest versus C9. Game 2 champion select. What are we expecting from C9 as a rebuttal? Licorice?
I think pretty standard stuff. Maybe some
Yeah.
Vi, a little Azir. Maybe some Rumble or Renection in the top lane.
Yeah.
Those are my guesses.
Yeah. The Azir one makes a lot of sense because I feel like these games, they're getting pretty hectic.
What are you drinking?
but they're
I'm
getting away,
drinking
and I feel like
barley
FlyQuest
tea
will
that's been
consistently go
marinating in the
towards
fridge.
more scaling picks. And I think Quad and Loki are both great Azir
Big
players
W.
in particular. So
Big
that
W.
one has to be contested in my eyes.
Why are you saying ew, bro? Barley
Wait a
tea
minute,
is
I see the
goated.
screens. They're starting
We're in
that thing.
draft.
Let's go!
We're in there.
Hey, hey!
Nico ban. I think we might
How
be
is
seeing
that a
for
British
lot of
take,
series.
bro?
Lucio is one of the best at manipulating the clone to get
The
vision
war is
of all
over, bro.
players
What do you
in the league,
mean?
So not surprised that C9 banned that out early.
Chat, Google it. Google it.
super annoying,
Is
like, I
barley
feel like
tea
it's
good
really-
for you?
It's really. I mean,
It's
Nico's just such an annoying
fantastic.
champ
It's
to play
fantastic.
against. I mean, like, it just does so much. Like, it has the AoE engage. It wins lane. You can like become a minion and gank
Yeah.
people. Like, it's just too much. So I definitely understand the ban there. And then the Vi banned out on the other side. I know C9.
Okay,
prioritizes
C9's
that
blue
really
side
highly,
now, and I'm
just,
guessing
like,
FlyQuest had
consistent
side
engage, so
selection and chose blue
looks pretty
themselves
standard so
earlier.
far.
It was like a week
The
ago,
C9 draft, I
3
didn't
seasons
mind
ago,
it last time.
watching
Let's see what they
Connor
can
get
grab
killed
this
by
time.
Nico
Talia
walking
ban,
through
Nico
the
ban,
lane. I was
Rumble
like,
ban, Yone
bro,
ban,
it's
Vi ban.
2025.
I mean, it has to be Azir ban here. Last from Fly, surely. I'm guessing Loki's a good Azir. And then what? Azir ban?
Get you for that. But yeah. it
Gwen
makes
first
sense.
pick?
Looking at this though, I'm still leaning on the Azir, but I have to figure out if there's anything else that has higher priority.
Can you trade
especially
Gwen
with
Azir?
Talia being
Does
banned
Bwipo play
on
Gwen? I
the
feel like he
side.
doesn't.
Oh,
Okay, they
there
ban
it is.
Azir.
Well, rest in peace.
I feel like Gwen is not really a Bwipo
Gwen
champ.
is open this draft, so I think maybe we'll see like a Gwen pick come through. I'm not sure if he wants to first pick it though, but I don't know that.
I feel like
there's a
Bwipo
lot of
would
other
cook a
pile
Gwen
picks
first
left
pick. I
besides
don't
maybe
like
something
Nefiri
like the
first
Nefiri.
pick. Yeah, Gwen.
There we go.
Alright, then just play or what?
Just get your top laner.
Hi
a comfortable
Lily,
pick right
hi
off the bat. I think
Aiden,
that's
hi
one of the-
Luna and
It's like
Atticus.
sometimes you can criticize having a smaller champion pool, but it can also be a strength. Because when you have a top laner
Who?
who's just so good at a small set of top laners, you can just
W,
pick it
whoever those people
anytime.
are.
Because
Shut
they're
up.
so comfortable in any of the matchups, and I feel like that's
What have we
C9's
got?
trying to leverage here.
And Gwen is so interesting because at the beginning of the split,
His
it
license
was
plate says
permanently
Gwen
first
lol.
pick, right? And every other top laner kind of had a different take on how to do it.
Kalista,
I mean, you had
oof,
the
they're gonna go
Nefiri pick when
Kalista
you were
Renata or
flexing
what?
alongside Audi.
That is nasty.
But also, like,
I don't like
Millie,
Kalista Renata 1-2 though. I
going
saw
to
this
do that
exact
with
same
Bwipo.
draft in the
Earlier we
LPL,
saw
and then they went
Connor pick,
Ezreal
like,
Karma
the
2-3 into it,
Akali.
and
He
they
did
fucked
really
them.
well into the Gwen pick
So
for that
please
one.
don't
there's
go
a lot of
Kalista
different
Renata.
types of picks that people are quite happy with.
Jarvan the 4 on his license plate.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh
saying.
my
That's
god,
what I was
they're
saying.
doing
I
it.
can do that, but
Please
have
just
their
pick
own answer.
Ezreal Karma 2-3. Please do
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
Just
Gwen was
fuck them.
something, it's gotten nerfed a lot, but I feel like especially the changes to unflinching helped bring it back, where a lot of the matchups that were good, like I played a lot of Jax into it. It's like all of a sudden Gwen is like tankier and outscaling you.
Who was it
and
in the
just made
LPL who
matchup
did it?
much worse.
Lucian
So
Nami?
I think
Yeah,
has been
that's
a really
also
strong
fine.
pick this whole time. And then now we're seeing the Lucian
Ooh,
Melio.
Lucian Melio.
It's a pretty even, close-ish lane.
Yeah.
Lucian Melio does.
There is
Okay.
a interesting thing
Oh, yeah, those
happening
Weibo
right
IG,
here,
yeah.
because I would say that I love Lucian Melio into hard engaged comps, but FlyQuest doesn't yet have hard engaged comps. So you want to get the Lucian Melio in.
Yo, Licorice, get a picture with him. Get a picture with him.
But it's not like as valuable of a Melio angle as it would otherwise be.
Oh.
Yep.
There we go.
That's his answer.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own answer,
Set.
and it's going to be set for Whippo.
Is he playing set into Gwen? Well, we're going game 3.
But he has not
It's 1-1.
played yet. It's just something.
What are we
that
doing? What do you mean
all
set?
know. I'm sure you know, having had to go up against it.
What do we mean set?
The Whippo
Wrap
set
it the fuck up, man.
What do you think of that matchup?
Gwen, Lucian, Melio?
I mean, kind of what I was saying earlier.
He's gonna
I feel
fucking
like
roll his ass.
Made the matchup a lot easier
I missed
for
an
Gwen to
interview for
navigate.
this.
I think that like if
That
the
guy's
Ethos
reported.
does a really good job of the lane, then he's going to be able to just
Trundle
survive
ban,
early, and
like
then I
he
think
loves
once
the
you get to,
matchup.
like, I don't even know if you need an
I'm
item.
missing
like, once you
Worlds
get around to, like,
Collide
level
and
9,
money
then
in
you're
the
gonna
bank
be
for
able to win
LTA.
those 1v1s as long as you're not too
I'm
far
missing
behind.
Worlds
But
Collide and money
I
in the bank.
imagine
What the
that
fuck does that
FlyQuest
mean?
is going to try to play really aggressive into topside, and like the top dives early are going to be really nasty.
What is so funny about this, by the way, is like
At
earlier on
Caedrel,
in the
Barley
split,
has
Ben was on
Acrylimidated,
pros,
and
he was talking about
Acrylimidated
how
can
psychotic
increase the
Whippo
risk of
versus
tensor, so
Thanatos
is it really
was
good for you?
in scrims. And it
Bro,
was,
I
he literally
swear
mentioned this exact matchup at
everything
like
increases the
Gwen
risk of
versus
cancer
Set.
these days.
Both of them just like fist fighting.
Oh,
in
you
the
drink
top
coffee?
lane,
That'll
and then you
increase
just
your
see
risk
some
of
crazy,
cancer.
Like Thanatos
Bro.
going Doran's blade exhaust. Like,
I feel like if you Google, if you
So
do
it's just
is,
insane
I
level
bet
1,
you
level
any
2
money,
fighting,
you can
obviously
take
on
any food
stage
or drink
in a
and
playoff
type in
moment.
Google
That
is
not gonna happen.
bad for you, and
No
it'll say
coach will
something
see
bad.
that as acceptable.
No matter what food you do.
But
I
we
know
got
you're
some
hyping
psychos
us
up
up,
here.
Rez. You're hyping us up.
No
Now
matter
I see
what.
it.
I'm just reminding us of what has been said in scrim. Now it's not going to happen, Licorice. Would you be doing that?
If I'd played it 1v1s, and
What about water and oxygen, Caedrel? Bro, you're so fun at parties. Shut up!
You know, there's not a lot more
Shut
to
up!
that.
Just ward the jungle early, make sure you're not getting cheesed. And
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But I do think probably the strength of this
Sejuani
draft
Trundle
so far
ban.
is that their
Sejuani
early game
Trundle
dive
ban.
is so
Sejuani
strong
Trundle
both
ban.
in bot and top lane, so
Yo,
Inspired's going to have kind of his choice.
I don't like
assume
Lilia,
he's
I
gonna
don't
try
like
to pick,
Maokai,
a strong jungler on
I don't
4,
like
and then
Naafiri.
He'll have his choice of where he wants to go, and they can start snowballing from there.
Is it a Karthus
Now,
game?
I love the Trundle
No.
ban. It looks
It's not.
really good for C9's competition.
It is something, though.
And also, we've just been seeing a lot of people been popularizing it, playing it globally. I saw it from Monkey when he was on WE.
Some guy in chat said,
JDG. Like,
it's
I
pretty
think it looks
universally accepted
so
that bananas are good for you.
and
Are
taking
bananas
that
bad
away
for you?
is going to be a lot.
Trundle absolutely decimates Set as well. Like,
Yeah.
Any team fight with a pillar, it's over.
Yeah. So that one's really smart, speaking of Monkey.
Ooh, Wukong on 4, yummy.
Maybe you go for something like a Skarner. I
Eating
think
too
C9
many
needs
bananas
some level of
could
front
cause
line,
excess in
that can
potassium,
allow
which is
them
called
to interfight easily.
hyperkalemia, which can
Maokai
cause
is-
heart
Maokai
issues.
is a very good pick here.
Boom.
Okay,
Bananas are
Corky.
bad for you.
The classic combo.
I mean, pretty standard C9 composition once again. They have the front line with Maokai, they'll have the Enchanter, a scaling, do your job type mid laner for Loki, and a lot of the eggs will be on Thanatos being able to win that matchup
Ooh.
against Set. Now, what do we go mid lane here? 'Cause you
Fuck
definitely
me,
need
C9's
AP
comp is
into
disgusting.
Corky.
They have
Corky's here is
Lucian,
not
Melio,
possible.
Maokai, Corky?
Annie
What?
is a pick that
With a
has been
Gwen?
getting stronger. It will be slightly weaker because of Emilio.
Chat that one
Yeah,
ads,
I don't
everyone
love
ads,
it
you
in
can tell on
Emilio,
Twitch Prime
but
and sub channel for 1 to back for the
that's
games
what
house
they
because
got.
if you sub now you get 1 month
I
of
gotta ask
ad-free
you,
viewing
Licorice,
experience. I
who do
appreciate you all. Big shout out.
Which comp do you like most between C9 and Flies?
I mean, C9's comp, I would say I like better. I feel like FlyQuest's comp depends a lot on like the early game.
Well, this
execution.
champ
Like, you
Renata
really
is officially
need
useless.
a lead
She's
in that
against
top lane or else you're
Maokai,
gonna, like, get
Corky,
outscaled and
Lucian,
fall behind
Melio.
in the game.
Renata
then
will do
also in the
nothing.
bot
She will
lane,
press
like,
W,
Lucian Melio will
redemption,
eventually
and then
start
she will
winning
close
the
her eyes and
trial.
do a backflip and hope the game wins.
I would definitely give the edge
However,
to C9
these-
in this draft, but it really depends. Like
I think the
FlyQuest just
dive
has to, like,
agency
make
of these three.
make some good
Ooh.
things happen early, and then go from
Ooh,
there.
ooh, ooh.
Emily?
I agree. I think the big thing for me
I
for
think
FlyQuest
FlyQuest
is
wins,
that
you
they
know. I feel like
really
FlyQuest
do
has so
want
much
to be
tools.
making early
They can
plays,
stack early Drakes, they can
keep
fight early
things
Grubs,
kind
they can
of
fight Heralds, they can
volatile
fight
enough,
everywhere.
and that- but
It's just if they fall behind
by
really
contrast,
hard and Lucian
C9
gets
actually
4
has a
items,
really
they probably
nice
have a problem.
composition to be able to sit back and wait to scale and be able to take over in 5v5 team fighting.
But I just wonder how
That
top
sounds great to
matchup
us.
goes.
I want to hear from the casters now. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Lounge, and welcome back, everybody. Let's see what this game 2 is going to shape up as non-subscribers. We'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, FlyQuest is packing some real AoE punch in this second game team comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty spicy draft. Kobe and I were both just having our
Do you have any fitness advice? Yeah, sure, I can give you fitness advice.
Also with
Don't
the new,
watch or play League.
Overlord's Blood Mail from a couple patches ago. It is a very strong item as well.
What
I
is
have
this?
seen Set
I'm
hit
watching
some
that.
ridiculous true damage W's late game. The highest I've seen was over 5,000. So it is pretty insane, the numbers you can pump out. The early game definitely going to be heavily favored towards him. He didn't go anything super crazy, like he's not playing Ignite or anything, but if you watch his stream, this is one of the picks he really likes, and you can brawl very
So
heavily
Bwipo
with it
likes
early
Set
on. It
top
is
into
really
Gwen.
tough to win trades against Set.
Yeah, the lane phase is just insane because he has the passive regen afterwards. He can always go for these W trades, use the shield.
Oof, I
he
feel like
can
Set
chase
is
you
going to
down,
flash,
and
grab
any sort of fist
Maokai,
fight, it is just
slam him on
not
top of Corki
advised,
Lucian,
early on,
and he's going to flash Tibbers. Wukon's going to W flash ult, and
Thanatos
Jesus will take the
was talking
wheel.
about that in the pregame interview, actually.
Yeah,
quite a lot. But Gwen is one of his favorite champions for Thanatos, so we'll see how he does play this one. He will, of course, be cautious when appropriate.
Okay, with no action happening at level 1, let's go ahead and toss things down to Jat, who's standing by for an interview with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck.
I gotta ask, how did game
Nuke
one
Duck's gonna go,
align with your
oh,
expectations
yeah,
for the series? The Cho'Gath Casio
yeah,
seemed quite interesting.
Yeah, I think first game they try to play in a way where they like take away our champs a little bit. I think they're trying to like, it was a sacrifice game almost looked like from my point of view. So yeah, I think they had an interesting like you know, draft like fearless strategy.
I love Nuke
so
Duck.
that's what we're looking out for now.
And it looked pretty interesting as well. We've heard tales from Gwen versus Set in scrims between Thanatos and Bwipo. But what needs to happen in this early game for you to feel good about game 2?
We don't have to do too much in the early game. We just need to like fight for objectives.
So,
I
yeah.
guess making sure we don't give any random kills. We should be just stronger early game. So we're just playing early game comp basically. So we can't afford mistakes in lane, and we need to, you know, stack objectives.
All right, what's the confidence level like to win the series at this point?
I'm pretty confident. I think this game I think we can do a good job this game, and then yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Ooh, we're going to do a good job this game. Does he not like the draft?
All right, well, let's see how this one does go with that top lane head-to-head. With the state of all of these lanes right now being pretty standard stuff as we get our tri-lane camera even over in mid lane as Bwipo does have control,
How
does
tired
have
are
push
you?
up
I'm
there
not
in the
that
top
tired
side.
at
And
all,
also in Busio doing the same thing down here in
Maybe
bot
in a
lane.
few hours.
Yeah, looks like as well.
I'm just
junglers
wondering
on
if I should
regular
finish the
full
coffee or
clears,
not. I'm
both from
halfway
top
through a
side to
coffee.
bottom side. Of course, they're level 6s for both of them.
I'm tempted.
extremely
I'm
potent.
holding the coffee. I have
And
drank
Blabber
half
here
the
on
coffee.
Maokai with the phase rush
I will
plus
drink the
blue.
other
This
half
might start
if C9
for
wins
all
this
of the
game.
extra
Because I
speed.
feel like
I
this is a
expect him
fly
to go
trio, but
full
let's see.
tank in this to be the big front line, you know, for Cloud9.
11 p.m. coffee?
As they
Bro,
do
you know it.
approach the team fights, and Nuke Duck was kind of talking about it for FlyQuest perspective of trying to utilize some of these early advantages to snowball.
I'm here for a 5-game series, but I
Right,
just...
with the Corki in mid lane, but you've still got a massive AP threat in the Gwen, so it's not like Maokai feels the extra pressure to have to build Leandries or something.
And they have no tank, right? They have no front line besides him. So it's like he's got to, I think, really build some front line. You can see that Set just on top side, just running past the tower. He's going to proxy a wave. He's going to be able to get that faster
W proxy by
recall
Bwipo.
out. Well, the Gwen will have to stay around and collect the wave as it crashes. So Bwipo going to be able to get a nice early reset here, not have to actually spend the teleport.
Is
Always
that
gonna
the
be feeling like a
$400
good
set
position
skin?
for him. Whereas if Thanatos does not TP back, he's going to lose some minions here. And so Bwipo using that early prio that we heard the coach Nuke Duck talking about, you know, just saying that they really want to be able to use that early game power, play for these objectives. And you can see Thanatos is giving that respect over going early Bramble here, which honestly I don't love. I don't think that the self-healing is really that important at all for Bwipo.
Isn't
And
Set more of a health
if you just
regener?
want to get armor, you could just go towards like early tabbies, or you could even just sit on some cloth armor, something like that. It's probably just he had 800 gold, and he's like, okay, this is a good buy, but
Bramble.
I just feel like Bramble is not really very effective whatsoever unless you're getting a ton out of the anti-healing, and Set does not give you much there. So it's just not really a super efficient buy, and it is going to put him way down because Bwipo's going to have a much earlier one-item power spike now.
Thanatos did a good job there using the Howl
Oh,
of
if
Mist
that
to
hit,
make
it would be a
so
fisting
he didn't
session.
take any
Literally.
damage from the Haymaker. Step just far enough away that even if you're not all the way out of the range of the thing, you can still manage to keep him on the outer edge.
I used to
of
be a
that
Set
ring, so you
main
don't
in
take the
2020
damage.
in jungle.
As now the wave
Set
just going to
jungle was
continue
the
once
thing.
again to be crashed into the tier
Full-
1
there was
turret
3
of the
camps,
C9 top
dive
laner as
bot,
Bwipo
base
maintains
by
control
Ruby Crystal.
over this wave, and there's that damage
Repeat.
potential that you're talking about. This guy hurts, man.
Yeah, Bwipo as well with keeping
I feel like
up all
Set's
the
a champ
pressure,
that you
has
just have to
almost
play with a
earned
lot
his
of
own first
confidence,
turret
otherwise
play,
you'll never achieve
by
anything.
himself. And
You
he
can't
didn't have
just
to
go
take
like
Demolish to do this. Of course, he is
play
the shield
normal. You
bash
have to
and
play like
bone
really
plating
fucking
combo
forwards
for
and like
these big
super
trades that he
cocky.
goes for.
And this matchup between these two teams has been pretty close. You know, we talked
Otherwise,
about
you
it,
never squeeze
3
anything out of this
and
champ.
3 this year. Over the last couple of years has been pretty close
Like, your
as well.
passive is you get more health regen the lower you are, right? So you just have to fucking fight it.
Towards Cloud9, you can see, you know, as FlyQuest came in 2020, you know, definitely in the
Get
early
the
years,
plate.
Cloud9
Whippo's
was,
lane state looks.
you know, the
You're not getting that
stronger
recall
team,
off. What are you doing?
absolutely. And it has just gotten closer more recently. I would say a large part of that is because of how strong this new Fly roster is. And
Yeah,
how
I think
good
that Fly
Inspired
C9
has
record is
been
skewed
for
by
this team.
FlyQuest
Since
21 and
he
22,
really
probably,
made
right?
such a big difference. We talk about multi-time MVPs. Inspired won Kia MVP for Split 2 here. That puts him in some pretty prestigious company. You know, only 3 players have actually won 2, and then Bjergsen has 4.
Power
and
of
he is
evil?
going up against one of those players that does have 2, Blabber over on the other side. So he's in some rare air now with that second MVP that he won here. Plus he won one in Europe, so if you want to count that as well, that would put him, you know, second
Doublelift
just
never win
behind,
MVP?
Bjergsen.
And I mean, both of those Jungle, the only role that has 2 of those multi-time MVPs in it, and they're head-to-head in this game as Blabber and C9 are going to go ahead and start
gotta
off
fight
this
these
first
Drakes.
Drake.
Look at this flank
Quad's
around by
positioning
Quad.
is
They don't want
nasty.
to let them have the dragon. Quad is level 6 on the Annie.
Oh boy, Blabber's walking right into the brush there, immediately gets stunned
dead.
up.
Is he dead?
Busio hits him with a
W,
follow-up
Q,
handshake.
dead.
Blabber trying to create some space,
Oy,
but
oy, oy,
it
that
won't
is not good
matter.
for C9.
Fire
They
beats
lose
the
Drake.
tree, and FlyQuest is on the board first.
That's 2-time MVP down.
They got him.
I feel like I like FlyQuest draft, but I just think this set. Maybe this is gonna age like milk, but I feel like this set is gonna lose the game, man. This champ doesn't. I don't believe in this champ.
Is going to actually claim the dragon, and that is just another good play by Quad. And we were talking about Quad a lot in the previous game for his Cassiopeia, but there on the Annie makes the roam count, and that's what you really want to see from the best Annies when they get out of lane, when they roam around to make these plays early on.
Man, and if you didn't like the Bramble buy like me, you're not going to like the second buy here from Thanatos, which was a glowing moat.
They picked Set against Gen G last year.
Not the best buy, but yeah, the early game against Set, you know, is very hard. He's done a great job to keep pretty even here in farm. He's only down that 1 plate and a couple CS. So Thanatos, if you are not dying and you are getting XP and you're getting minions, you are feeling really good about how you're performing in this matchup because you are going to outscale the Set. It is going to be harder for the Set on average in team fights to actually, you know, really make a big difference. And there is going to hit a point where you get to that late game where you can win in the 1v1, you can win in the side lane. So Thanatos just needs to survive.
Yeah, but right now,
Oh, the all-in timer is rough.
With the showstopper, trying to beat Thanatos down here. Big haymaker comes out, but Blabber has already made his way into the fight, and that
This set
means
is going to lose the game.
is coming out on top.
And Jack kind of mentioned it, but we had heard the stories of these 2 teams scrimming against each other, and of those 2 top laners, you know, going at it in a lot of to-the-death fights. This one was just a very good move from jungler. You know,
I
top
think there's
laners are
champs
always complaining about junglers, but they completely
that don't scale,
chain matchups like
but are
that.
strong.
And as you say, the Gwen getting
You know,
the kill.
like I think if you pick
really
Kalista, you play
feeds
bot.
into that,
You pick Olaf,
scaling
you
advantage
probably want
that
to
he
play a
wants
bit aggressive
to
early,
get
like
later.
jungle, for
And
example.
if you haven't
Olaf.
heard some of these stories, you know,
Pantheon,
some
you
of the stories
kind of want to get
about
some
this
shit done, you know.
matchup were pretty funny.
Set,
Is
you
that,
really want to get
Wood
some
would
shit
come
done.
in, bringing the Set into the
I don't
Gwen, and
mind
he's
those
playing
champs.
Knight. So then the next game,
You know,
Thanatos is
I don't
playing
mind
Zod.
those champs that have
Then
like a lot of
they're playing
early game
double combat
strength.
summoners. And it
And
apparently
you need to play around
to
it.
the point where Thanatos was playing lethal tempo, Doran's Blade start with
But I don't
Ignite
like 2 of them
Exhaust
on the same
top lane
team.
against Bwipo's Set.
I don't like
they just were
Kalista and
fighting
Set.
to the death level 1 before minions spawned in the brush.
I mean, hey man, it's an arms race up there in top lane. You've just got to keep escalating the deal.
It paid off.
Yeah, I mean, you talk to any top laner, if he hits me, I gotta hit him back. That's just the way it goes.
It's the rules. If he's on my screen, his health bar's a
I see the
different
game
color.
like
only one of us should
agency
be in
is
this
key.
lane right now.
Don't like fucking get me wrong.
He
I
just
love
autoed me. I need
agency.
to
I
kill
love
myself and
playmaking.
fight back.
I love
Go in. Well, after
this
the
part of the
last
draft.
kill, he decided I'm not going to be on his screen. So
You slot in
now it is the
like a
swap,
Jax or a
and
Cannon or
of
whatever.
course, Masu and Busio are going to
Obviously,
try and work
not
away as many
looking at
turret
enemy
plates
comp.
as they can.
I feel like it
as
just
quickly
fits
as
a bit better.
possible in their 2v1.
Whatever
Already
it
made
is,
quick work of
Gnar.
the first one and then bounce the wave.
I think C9 is doing great though. You know, they're
But let's
up
see
a
what Set
slight
can
amount
do.
of gold here.
Set-
They are the ones playing
Set-
this more heavy scaling.
As much as you can
type
say
of
Set
composition. You're
scales,
playing
I
double
do
AD
think it
carry with
depends on the
Helio.
like
You know,
fights
at
are
some
so
point, I assume
conditional
he's
for
gonna
him.
get an Ardent Sensor in there.
If you can
You
get a
have
really
the
good
cozy
W
campfire,
flash, then you're
giving
probably
extra
gonna
range, you're
one-shot
giving the
someone.
healing, you're giving the Ardent, you're
Otherwise,
giving
you
all
might
these
get
buffs, these double
Maokai
AD
W'd
carries, and then you have
into
a
fucking
great
Lucian
pusher who's
Culling
scaling. You have
and
Blabber,
Kite and
who
just
we
die.
now know is going towards tank. And over on the other side, you know, they did get the early objective, as Nuke
What is he
talked
building,
about.
Stride
We'll
Breaker?
see if they can continue to stack that, because I feel like since they haven't been able to pick up a lot of kills or anything, there is really a lot of pressure on them to get every single dragon and to be able to put on some pressure in that way, right? To
I do like the split push
kind of
aspect.
wipe out the scaling.
Maybe it's a whole break angle.
Whippo's just going to continue mining more money from
I just
these
don't know if he
turret
beats
plates
Gwen
because
past
they
2
got
items.
the 3 grubs. That true damage over time will keep ticking.
What
See
happens
these
if
last couple of minion autos
Set
nicely
ults someone
calculated there to
and
guarantee
Meteor
the
ults?
second plate goes over
Does
his
it
way,
take
but
him
not
out of the set
overstaying
ult?
and committing
No, right?
more time than was necessary. Blabber sitting around here over the wall in mid lane as FlyQuest does have a control ward in the line brush off to the side, so they'll have vision control over this area. As Blabber
I actually don't know how Meteor ult works with settled.
on what's going on
I
with these brushes.
presume
We've
he
still got
stays
over a
in the
minute
settled.
until the next Drake spawns, so nothing to immediately fight over in this bot side river just yet.
Yeah, and even though there isn't a dragon up, since both junglers have flashes and their ultimates ready, and their first item in the case of Blabber here with his Unending Despair, he's sniffing around for a possible play here. Malachi ultimate, he
Is
actually walks
Masu a
over
good
a
Kalista?
lot of vision.
I actually don't know
So
for some
not
reason.
going to get too much down here with the Scuttle Crab plus all of the wards for FlyQuest. And here comes Inspired on his Wukong, who is a champion notorious for having to power level until he gets to this point to try and look for something more aggressive.
And you can see Bubbo has his Stride Breaker done, obviously going to complete that item faster than Gwen because she made that pit stop for the Bramble. And I want to see what he can get done with this, you know, if he can put some pressure
dead
on.
here? He has Bramble.
Thanatos potentially in trouble, but does have that Shroud.
Okay, Thanatos with the flash out. Nice
Oh, I think they could have played that, maybe.
Pulls him right back in for a little bit more damage. Thanatos still going to lose half HP, decides to take the reset.
And these are always, calculated plays when they're full sending.
But
on
I
that
think
side of the map before
Inspired is
Dragon,
saying,
20
I
seconds
don't
ahead.
want to use
So
ult before
they got
Drake.
the flash out of Thanatos.
Get the
they got
flash, get the
ultimate
Gwen
out of
ult, get the
Thanatos.
Gwen TP,
They're gonna get,
keep
the
bot push and
teleport
stack
as well
Drakes.
out of Thanatos.
I think it is the correct
those types
decision.
Of plays, even though you're not going to be able to kill him, now there's so much less threat from the Gwen if they decide to fight the Dragon fight. Plus, they're actually just going to keep up the pressure, push it into the turret.
Because
and
now
they're
the
gonna
Gwen
have
is
bot
basically
prio
useless on this
first.
Dragon fight.
Meanwhile, look at the Annie 2 quad up there, trying to deal with the
And they still have
remnants
Wukong
of those
ult. Imagine you
minions,
killed
and
Gwen there.
he's got his
Wukong
stun
goes
charge,
half
he's got
HP,
his
uses
flash
ult,
ready
they
as
use
well.
heal.
Okay,
And then Gwen
FlyQuest
TP's
have
back, you
started
just
up
lose
the
Drake.
with a
But actually
three-man
not
squad
killing
of
her gets them
Lucio,
Drake.
Masu, and Inspired, putting the DPS into it. You can see that C9 was around the area, thinking about a potential fight, but now thinking better of it. As with FlyQuest being first to the Drake, there's so many of those Callista spears in the objective. It's so very easy to secure it. C9 are not going to take the fight for that.
And I think barring any sort of major mistake from Fly, as soon as they got that pressure onto Thanatos and they got his flash ult, you're just not going to fight, right? C9 want to scale,
Why
wants
is
to play
the Senna
this slowly.
farming and not
I
letting
do
her
think
get
this is the
support
kind of pace
CS?
of game that they want to play.
He wrote that message.
The
That
question
was
is going to
last
become
game.
when do they
Brother,
fight?
when you
Are they
see
gonna
this,
feel
refresh
prepared
your
at this
browser.
third Dragon here,
You're
or are they gonna have to
48
risk it and
minutes
wait till
behind.
fourth?
Are
It
you
is gonna be
fucking
Hextech.
fried?
As far as pro play goes, that is the one that people prize generally the
Refresh
highest.
now.
And especially, when you do have teams that are pretty easy to apply that.
Okay, Whippo dealing with Loki up here. That Stride Breaker that you mentioned, Isaac, I think is especially important when you're up against a comp like this with plenty of range with the double AD carries, making it so you can have that greater efficacy in the big fights. Like you already said, it's by default easier for Gwen to accomplish her mission in a larger fight than it is for Seth.
Bro, still
so
in a
Whippo giving
DK
himself
game.
some extra tools to
All right,
accomplish
FlyQuest stacking
is
those
always gonna
Drakes.
feel good. Blabber with the Unending Despair completed on the Maokai. Tank items cheaper than damage or carry items by
Ooh,
default.
Set is
so
TPing
considering
on the
Inspired
Gwen's
is
head.
going
Is this a kill?
more damage-oriented stuff here on the Wukong. It's not going to work out the same, but now Thanatos once again going to be in some danger. Showstopper right back away from the turret. Thanatos giving himself a lot
Okay,
for
they got
now,
it.
but a flash over the wall from Inspired.
Not bad.
For one last smack upside the head. FlyQuest.
Kills on
Wukong
Wukong are
Good
so
kill, but it
good.
does cost them teleport, double
So
flash,
good on
and
Wukong.
double ultimate. So that was a lot invested
You really
there.
want
So now
kills on
Blabber
Wukong.
immediately going to go in on the other side.
Getting to
They're gonna push
Triforce
pretty
is
aggressively
key.
here in mid lane, and Quad getting really low from that culling means this tower mid is probably going to go down. They're going to be able to likely at least steal away this red buff. So they will try to get something down, and Loki's trying to defend that bot lane tier 1.
Okay, so this tier 1 turret in mid lane about to fall, but not quite there just yet. Remember that the first turret is still up as one of the claimable
Okay,
piece.
Kalista has
FlyQuest
Blade,
got
big spike.
themselves the first 3 neutral
Chad, do you miss
objectives
Gale
by
Force?
controlling
Yes or no?
everything in the early part of the
I
game.
kinda miss Gale
Still
Force.
only 2-1 in terms
I'm
of
gonna
kills,
say
so
it.
that feat of warfare still up for grabs as well. And sometimes the turret hanging on by just a sliver
That was
of
a good
HP
item.
is enough. FlyQuest are going to hold on to it in mid.
Yeah, we'll see if there is any sort of counterplay as far as these flashes that are down, though. Want to see if there's going to be Cloud9 just continue to try and farm up and try and keep this early game steady, or if we're going to actually go for that big play on the side, because FlyQuest, they are here. Rift Herald has spawned.
Okay.
They are going to immediately go for it. Again, this is the team with all the early game focus, so they are going to keep on going towards these objectives first. They've got the Callista.
Oh,
and now
on the face check.
walks right into the brush,
But
immediately
a
gets
kill.
hand shook as he tries to make his entry, but now Inspired in some danger, has to use
A
the
kill,
clone to
low
get
key.
back over the wall, but C9 is in hot pursuit.
Oh, he tried to smite for health or what? They have Callisto. He's chilling.
Trying to dodge
Wow,
away
they
from
actually
the
got out
rockets,
there.
Projectiles flying forward as
Oh,
Quad.
he was thinking
He
about a
looked
T-Bag.
like if he wanted to, he could have full sent it there, but the rest of
I
the
feel
team
like
couldn't have
Inspired
backed him
should have
up.
died there.
It wouldn't have worked out the way they wanted. C9, they
Maybe
might not have got a kill, but they earned themselves control over the topside river and the Rift Herald pit.
Exactly. I mean, Blabber walks
Oof,
in,
they got
but
Corki
he's pretty tanky. He already
TP.
has
Was
that
good
tier
for
2 boost,
FlyQuest.
already
They
has
lose
his
Herald,
first
but they
item
get
completed.
first brick.
They will grab Feats of Strength off of this, though, as Bwipo is going to take that first tower down on bot side, so FlyQuest will get something there. But they are able to win out on the fight on the other side, as Blabber, too tanky to take down, has that support of the team behind him. Loki insta-TP'd in and is able to turn that fight.
And it just shows how important holding this mid lane turret was.
I mean,
earlier,
Herald will
because it
help
does give you that
C9
extra edge
get
of
the
that
next
first
Drake.
turret bottom, allowing you to secure the feats for yourself, gives you the extra boots.
But will they
Feels
get the
less
next
bad
Drake?
that you
Because they
the
just lost
Herald as the
Maokai Flash.
objective
And I
there
do
from
think
the
with
FlyQuest
Maokai,
side,
actually, he
who
went
are
full
still
tank.
up over
I think this was a good
1,500
adaptation.
gold.
I think
You
if
can see
Maokai
we're
had
at the point of the
Leanderis,
game
next
now where the
fight, and he
Trinity
flash
Force
ult into
builders
flash
have
one
built
out
their
the queue,
Trinity
Maokai dead
forces.
instantly.
We've got the Wukong and Corki both locked
Maybe
and
now
loaded
he's
with
actually
those.
tanky enough to
Quad
tank it.
versus Thanatos up here in the top side. Thanatos just trying to hop,
T-Ba?
skip, and jump away from this one, but Quad immediately chunks him for a massive amount of HP, forces the Gwen back, takes the tier 1 turret.
Bwipo
in
is
the
top.
meantime, now Bwipo's moving through the enemy jungle,
They
seeing
want
if
tier 2.
maybe he can catch Thanatos here on a lazy recall.
Oh,
Thanatos
is this
gonna
a tier
get
2,
all
really?
the way back behind that tier 2 turret, though. But yeah, here comes Bwipo. Quad still here.
Is it a macro
Healers is still
masterclass or
angry,
what?
knocking the minions
They have
over.
TP on Set
Loki's
soon
working
and
on the
TP on
tier
Any
1
soon.
turret in the bottom lane at the same time.
What?
But a tier 1 from a tier 2. I might not be a mathematician, gentlemen, but I think the tier 2's worth more.
Yeah, I always love ultis like that. You know, he's playing for pressure. He has the early
I
malignant,
said I didn't
so,
believe in the set.
Quad here just
The set is
unloads the
2,000
ante,
gold
and
up.
they get very, very quick 2 turrets. It is over 2,000
I still am
individual
skeptical.
gold
I'm
there
still skeptical.
for
I'm still
Bwipo's
skeptical.
set.
Hey,
Yeah, and
I'm
he's-
still
he's got,
skeptical. I'm scared of a
he's
Maokai
gonna
W
back to
into
base,
Lucian
and he's
culling
gonna
into
be
a
close to a
useless.
second item. Already had the tunneler.
Push,
now
push,
he's able
push.
to grab another ruby, another longsword there. So we'll see where he wants to go
It's
second.
always
Wouldn't
fun
be
to look at
surprised
any
see
ult
Sterek
cooldown.
second.
She's
That
level
does
12.
feel,
Look at that square
pretty
box.
standard
Look at
for
her
Bwipo.
ult
He
cooldown.
plays so well around that spike. And when he's playing Renekton, whatever he is playing, he really utilizes that
Yeah,
shield
Herald mid is
to
good
the
for the
maximum.
Drake, like I said, but
And
it's
with
just a
Dragon
case of
coming up, they
FlyQuest
have an
waiting.
easy place on the map to go, so teleport for Cloud9. They want to fight it.
Ooh, I do think Fly should fight
Going to
this.
be over there,
It's
though.
not a
They're
monster
first,
spike,
and it
but
looks
it's
like FlyQuest going to be maybe too late.
FlyQuest
It's
still
gone,
thinking
actually.
about
Is
the
it gone?
approach here as Inspired jumps in after Loki but does not want to commit the ulti here just
Oh,
yet. Quad
there's the ult
goes
from
in for
Melio.
play
There's
on
the
Sven,
Renata
but he's
ult.
not gonna find the engage he looks
Quad
for.
is dead.
Quad
Big
is
shutdown.
shut down by
Inspired
Thanatos,
looking
who's
for the
made his way
dragon.
into the back lines of FlyQuest. Now Sven
Inspired
is
got the
in danger,
Drake.
but he
They're on
won't
soul
have the
point.
Haymaker here just yet, and Loki is still DPSing and
They
messing
got
up
the dragon. They got
everybody
out
on the
with
FlyQuest
2.
side. Inspired falling all the way back now, needs to continue the retreat because
he can live,
FlyQuest
maybe?
has already lost 3 men. Thanatos flashes forward to force the flash out defensively.
So any
from
flash
Inspired,
ults, Melio
and
ults.
C9 wipes the gold lead off the map.
Yeah, the only thing that saves
They
that from
got
being
the
an
Drake.
entirely disastrous is Bwipo actually ulting
Set
Blabber away
was
from the
useless in
dragon,
the
so that
fight.
Inspired
I mean,
could
Set
secure it. So they do move towards Soul.
kind
But
of
look at
walked
Thanatos
up
here
and
early
ulted
on.
the Maokai
As
to try and
Quad
finish the
goes
Drake.
in, Quad does not hit anything.
But Set gets
He
kited
just a straight up
very
whip
easily.
with the flash W, and then Thanatos on the side is able to get in behind him and shut him down immediately. Quad got nothing in that fight.
Ah, he got Sven
Vulcan
flash.
value there,
He
really
didn't get
big
Sven
too
though, he
with
just
the
gets kited.
Melio. I mean,
Ugh.
this is so big for
Well,
Cloud9. It is
I actually
going to
think it's
be,
so big
you know,
for
that
FlyQuest
dragon
because
for
what this
FlyQuest, so
essentially means
they did get their third
is there is a
dragon, but
guaranteed
the
fight
cost was,
before Baron
substantial here. Let's see if
to
they can
decide if
continue
FlyQuest
on
win the
that
game
focus and actually
with
march
Wukong,
towards
Annie,
the early
Kalista
soul.
set.
And now it's just like
That's
they just need
perfect.
Soul, right? Like,
You have
like I
4
said,
champs
they're
that
gonna
don't
set that
scale
fight, and the only
against
thing
the
that
enemy
saves it is
champs.
Bwipo ulting Blabber away
And
to
they can
guarantee this
decide
win
the
because Blabber
game
didn't
at
have flash. He
23
couldn't actually
minutes.
get back to the dragon in time to really get in and secure it. But now now we're clearly starting to get this point
The
where
gold
C9
is even.
is likely to win the 5v5s. You can talk about execution, of course, as well. You know, Fly
And
does
at
not
least
play
this
that-
time
that
they'll have
fight that
flash on
well.
set and shit.
But you know,
I
if
think
C9
Fly's probably
do
not
keep
too
winning these
upset
fights
with
from
that.
here on out, you might not get
Because I
access to
do
actually a
not see
50-50
Fly
or a
Quest winning
potential
this game
fight
past
steal.
3 items. No way.
Okay, C9. Very, very small gold lead, but a lead is a lead nonetheless. Loki going to work to expand that one a little bit
I think even with
further,
Hextech
putting
solo,
in
it's
the auto
hard.
attacks on the tier 1 turret. And nobody from FlyQuest is really concerned about keeping this thing alive at this point in the game. They'll let that one fall. Loki will pick up the payday on that. Nearly has the tier stacked up to 360 now, too. So as soon as he finishes buying all of the components there for the Manamune, will evolve it into that Muramana, and that's another big power spike.
And it was really
they're
important
forcing
that Thanatos
more.
actually got quite a bit of gold here because he was down 2K in that individual matchup, picked up a couple kills, has closed that gap, but Otacon has been started here. FlyQuest just want to keep the pressure on. They know it's not going to get better for them.
Yeah, FlyQuest rushed the Otacon at 20 minutes in game number 1. Now they're doing the same thing here again in game number 2. Whippo's going to be your target here at the very start of the fight, but Set is very tanky. Wants to find a little bit more damage right on back, and
he almost one-shot Milio.
Nearly killed instantly by the Haymaker.
Blabber, no, Blabber has flash. Inspired's cooked, I think. Where's the bailout? Big Renato ult. Oh my god, it's a monster fight from FlyQuest. What? Masu kills Lucian as well. Oh my god, FlyQuest. Masu, bailout. Doesn't have it. What? FlyQuest just right-click Atakan, force, and get an insane fight.
Slam that fight.
They have to keep it turned up to
Man,
11.
FlyQuest is a quick team, aren't they? They're so quick. Yeah, last game they play a comp where they do nothing in scale. They did nothing in scale. This game they're playing a comp where they're on a fatty timer. They don't give a fuck. Just go fight.
Whippo looks like he
Look at what Whippo did in this fight.
So much pressure. He ults to buy
I think
space to
the
go
set
away
did a
from
lot
those
here.
carries,
He
and
eased
then
the
look
Milio.
at this
I think
Haymaker.
Lucian dashes.
That is what I'm talking about.
I guess Lucian's full
Almost
HP.
insta-kills Vulcan through his
The
heal,
Renato
through
ult was
his
insane
ultimate,
as well. Look
through
at this
his
Renato ult
shield.
from Busio.
It
Goes
just didn't
in,
even matter.
knock
Then
up,
he's able to flash
R,
out to safety, and yes,
flash.
Inspired goes down, but look at the space that is created, and the
I think it would go the
hostile
same direction
takeover
anyway without the
gets
flash.
3.
It catches them. Sven got chased down by Masu, and Loki had to flash just to go for that kill, which ends up costing him his life too anyway.
I think what I'm noticing is just FlyQuest is so decisive.
I mean, basically everybody
FlyQuest
in
is
that
just so,
fight,
bro, they
or
will
even
make
prior
it
to that
happen.
Fight, so there's not going to be a lot left, and we'll see FlyQuest here continue to push.
The good news is for C9
from Whippo,
is
by
all
way,
the sums are out
all
from
of that weight,
FlyQuest,
that is the true
apart
damage
from
from
any
the
flash.
Haymaker.
And from flash.
Just play safe.
So Set, Kalista, no flash is quite nice for this next Drake.
Is worth
I
noting
think this
that
next Drake fight is quite even.
They got the secondary tower after that play. They did not go back for the Otacon.
But there's no top tier 2 or top tier 1, so it's just fight the fucking Drake no matter what.
Huge chunks of gold for the team, and so FlyQuest really investing in that one.
When Set has flash, he can make things happen, I guess.
So Whippo not going Sterix here. He actually did go for the Overlord's Bloodmail, which was, buffed a couple patches ago. You get, a percentage of AD based on your missing health. So that is why it's so powerful with Set, because you get super low, you pop the Haymaker at like 5% health for this massive fully bar, and you're getting tons of AD. Additionally, even at full health, he's getting a bonus of 37 AD plus the 30 AD on it, just from the HP that he has.
Yeah.
So this thing can give you like 100 plus AD when you are really low and you press W, and that is where it can turn into straight up one-shots on carries. It can be really, really crazy.
And he has teleport, so you have to watch out for your teleport flank wards that are on the map right now when FlyQuest go over to this Otacon. Thankfully for Cloud9, most of the teleport wards are pretty shallow, so it won't be too big of a surprise.
Set has a flank.
Soul up and available for the side of FlyQuest.
This fight is a bit hard
right next door, and Inspired
for
goes in after
FlyQuest.
Sven. The Cloud9 AD carry manages to disengage here as Inspired drops his clone. You're going to see Masu
FlyQuest
go
played
for an
pretty
early
well so
phase
far.
call there
They
on
played
Masu.
really
We're
well.
going to keep him alive as well, but Whippo has made his way to the fight, and
Oh,
Loki's gonna be
FlyQuest played this fight so well, actually.
barely starts. Thanatos tries to run as Inspired makes his way into
It's
the
still a
mix,
bit
and Whippo
tricky,
is still
but
alive here too. Sven
it's the
tries
small
to
things they
approach
just
the
do
drive
is
rush.
crazy good.
Blabber wants to try to steal away this Otacon. FlyQuest,
Like,
they may have
Inspired
picked
will
off
go
one
in,
of
flash,
Cloud9
get Lucian,
players,
flash, go out.
but they don't have a lot of
Then
health to work
they will
with.
go in
Whippo
with
is going
fucking
back to the base.
Kalista
He'll
ult,
be able to
get
TP
Malkout, go
to
out.
try to rejoin
Then
the
they will
fight,
go in
and
and
now
make
Otacon
Corky
is
W forwards, and they'll
losing
go out,
his
and then they'll go in
patience,
again.
and
You
his
know,
health
like
has already
it's their
regenerated
fight
back
is
to
played in like
100%.
3 different
Busio
engages.
still very low on HP. Whippo's going to teleport and rejoin the fight now. C9 trying to slow this down, trying to stop this, but
They need to
try
pray
as they
for a
might,
good dragon
there's
fight.
simply not an angle
But look
to
at this
do
FlyQuest
it.
don't
There
even
are
do
too
dragon,
many
they do
spears in the
Atakan. They stay on the
Otacon,
bot side.
and
They don't
that
have vision
objective
around
is
Drake. It's too
secured by
risky. We don't have ult
FlyQuest.
flashes. Get the Atakan and then reset, and then we'll play
FlyQuest
around
to
2
buy
again.
time for Whippo to
They're
go back
they're
and teleport in instead of risking
they're
the red
taking
plus
one
spike
play and
combo,
chopping it
they
up into
reset,
4.
They wait for it now for the soul.
They're trying to buy time for Loki. Loki almost has teleport, but he's gating out. It's all about this soul now.
Okay,
Marking the
going
flank.
after the soul.
Any
Loki
flash
on the
Tibbers is up soon.
long approach, making his way back up here.
Wukong ult is
Inspired
up
still doesn't have
soon.
his smite
Any
back
flash
up,
Tibbers
ready
is
to go
up
here
soon.
just
FlyQuest
yet.
is trying to stall.
Blabber ready to smite
I don't know
on
if
the
they've stalled
Maokai.
long enough though.
Inspired
Let's
makes his
see.
way back over towards the objective, and now
Blabber
Blabber's gonna
W's
be
in. win. It's a 50-50.
Trying to get away from the damage on the Haymaker.
Inspired's not even...
Has found the enemy mid laner.
Inspired doesn't even give a fuck about the dragon. He cares about the fight. Masu bailout. Block. It's over. I think C9 win. C9 win.
He nearly dies.
C9 win. And they get Nash off that.
End up getting an
I wonder why they didn't just send it for the dragon.
Kills, and they're marching their way up to Baron.
Where was Set?
In 5 seconds.
Yeah, Blabber gets the dragon, and what a fight from Loki. He flanks on the Corki. He's eviscerating FlyQuest from behind. They couldn't actually get and turn around onto him to be able to engage
Is Bwipo
onto
just
Loki.
going to
Loki
send
is
it?
just destroying them in the back
He has
line.
flash
Even
in like
Valk's
10
into the pit,
seconds.
onto Masu's head. They get the dragon. They should be able to get the Baron. Bwipo trying to make it happen.
Yeah, Bwipo's going in, wants to try to get that last shot there onto Loki, but the Haymaker doesn't hit.
Yeah, no flash Set can't really play.
Baron, the prize.
FlyQuest are going to regret that one so hard. In the face of a Dragon Soul and a Baron, Otacon is nothing. And Otacon takes a long time.
I feel like FlyQuest played that sequence really well up until this fight. What happened in this fight?
They go for Otacon first, and then by that time, Loki is back out.
Oh, Maokai.
In the back of this fight, he is just
What
constantly
the
hitting
fuck?
Inspired and Bwipo. He got a big one onto Busio and Quad as well. Got them chunked down, and no one can actually turn onto him. They can't actually get anything down onto him. Like then another rocket onto Busio, finishes off Inspired. Valk's over the wall.
They tank a 3-man Maokai queue.
He was harassing
Then
them
their
and hitting
front
them
line
with
becomes
rockets
their
from
back
the
line.
tri-brush. Loki
And then
played
they all
this fight
die.
incredibly well. Very risky positioning coming in from
What?
behind without a front line by him, but he made it happen, and that
Their
is
front
the
line
kind of
became
play
their back
you want
line.
to see from the C9 mid laner.
C9 now up
That's
over
a volume increase.
2,000 gold. The game has been turned on its head here. Blabber also saving his team from having to suffer that Hex Soul. Inspired was off to the side fighting Loki like you were talking about. He wasn't even close enough to try to smite fight for the Drake.
Yeah.
So C9 really just setting up the battlefield exactly how they needed to guarantee a big win there, as now they're going to force their way into the FlyQuest base. That bottom lane inhibitor is already destroyed. Bwipo is set up defensively here with the Nexus turrets. Finally, Quad and
They're ending
Busio
bot.
making it back to the base to try to continue defending.
Oh, he
Bwipo
got his E.
flashing forward, wants the
W rather.
engage. Blabber jumping in with a twisted advance. Bwipo
Oh, that
losing a ton
Renata.
of health.
Oh, that Renata ult was crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck?
FlyQuest hold the line as the true damage
Inspired?
is just way too
Ow! Oh, the flash from
One last
Masu.
hit from
It's an ace.
Masu takes down
What?
Ben, as Inspired is the
What?
sacrificial Wukong. It
What?
does not matter. It's a 5-for-2. It's a full ace. It's Baron wiped off of the map.
What is
as
C9 doing?
FlyQuest
That's a
hold
volume
the
increase.
line.
That's a coffee sip. Oh my god.
Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Here is the siege with the
They
Baron
tried to
buff,
end bot.
and it
Bwipo
gets so
flash
dicey for
E's Corki
FlyQuest,
W,
but Bwipo
who then
goes
has
for
to
the
flash.
huge dunk.
And
Yeah, we're
then
gonna see how much damage
Blabber
this
flash
Haymaker did,
W's.
because the bar gets
Look at
fully
this
filled
set
up,
W.
and
Look
then
at this.
catches up with that Berserk from the hostile takeover. Watch this Haymaker right here.
Boom!
Oh my god!
He just got 1.2k gold from one button.
Gold, and that was maybe 2/3 of his
Dinner's
bar.
on
Wasn't even
Bwipo.
fully filled up because it had
What the
decayed
fuck?
from the earlier damage he takes. Now he has a
I
warm
swear,
up, so
first
even
fight
more
set was
bonus
useless.
health
Second
there.
fight set
That
1v9.
is a
Third fight
punch
set was
that they
useless.
will
Fourth
not
fight
be
set
forgetting
one shot
anytime
everyone.
soon.
And afterwards,
And we're back
they
to an
also
even
ended
game.
up finally getting the mid tower.
We're
so
back to
FlyQuest
an
got
even
more
game.
gold off that, getting
One Punch
another
Man is
objective
fucking
after pushing
3.4k
back.
gold up.
That's like a 3k one.
Bro,
It wasn't- his bar
more
wasn't
than
even full,
half
he
his
wasn't even
damage
that
was
low.
true.
That could have been one of those like 5k haymakers.
That's
that I was
rookie
talking about.
numbers right there. You
Yeah.
can definitely pump those up.
That is crazy, man.
What I've learned is
That
Set
is
has
just
flash,
not
good
right.
fight. Set
Bwipo
not have flash,
takes
bad
away
fight.
the enemy red buff now. And fellas, we are once again back to this situation where now if you're C9, there's less than 90 seconds on the clock and you've got to defend against a potential
1
Hex
minute.
Soul
We're
again.
TPing behind them.
Teleporting up here. They want to fight.
Hola!
Okay, C9's on the
Oh,
run.
Sven,
Nice
oh,
engage
Sven
coming
caught!
out from Masu
Sven
and
caught!
Busio.
Sven
Trying
caught!
to get away with the wall,
Loki
but he's already
caught!
been killed.
Loki caught!
Bwipo
Both carries
catches one
caught!
of
What?
Loki's Corki. A double kill from
I
Masu.
sipped my
Thanatos
coffee,
should be
you
next
C9
to
red!
fall. Quad
C9
trying
red!
to stay alive.
I sipped my coffee for you!
But they
I
don't
sipped my
do it in
coffee for
time.
you!
That'll
Now
be
you
1 for
troll!
1, but
Now
a
you
4
troll!
for 1 overall.
Wait, can they
As
end mid?
C9
Wait.
gets completely
I'm not
mopped
even
up
kidding.
and
Can they
only
just
the cost
end?
of Quad.
Well, the question is, can they actually just like end the game? There's 40 seconds on some of these respawns.
What
How
the
aggressive do they wanna go?
hell?
Will they just go for the inhibitor and back to the soul, or are they really going to try to push for a ton?
But Bwipo is tanking the turret to
Wait.
guarantee that the wave stays in a good a shape as it possibly can. It's only Vulcan around
Wait.
to try to clear things out. Melio has very
The base.
few
Positioning
offensive
to the end.
tools
They're
to do
sending it, by the way.
anything
They're
at
sending
all.
it.
Sven is going to be alive in 5 seconds.
They could just take a
FlyQuest,
free Hextech
they're gonna
soul right
continue
now.
their push for
But they're
now.
sending it.
You can see the Void
2,
Gremlings
1.
shoving their way up here, moving towards the Nexus turrets. FlyQuest are going all
It's
the way
GG.
for the throat on this one.
FlyQuest 1?
Have the power.
What the hell? 3 minutes ago, C9 had Baron hitting bot in the Nexus towers. 3 minutes later, they fucking lost. What?
Just to put their stamp on it. This one, Cloud9 looked like they were in a good spot.
What?
They had the scaling comp. They got to a good position. They got the Baron. They denied the soul. But then FlyQuest just find the angles to force fights, to not allow them to get set up.
Caedrel
and
Productions
just wipe them off
replay
the map,
now.
Back to back, know their limits, end the game.
That engage was just too good. While Cloud9 were split in the 4-1, they get the earlier teleport from Bwipo, and the Kalista ultimate starts it out. Flowers.
Wait, I'm already on
bigger
YouTube.
2 games here, but I'm getting worried already. It might be a short day.
C9 is too, buddy.
That was a wide haymaker from Bwipo. Let's head back over to the LTA Lounge now to break it all down.
Okay, a couple things. The first thing I want to look at is FlyQuest's team fighting. Because their team fighting is good. This is a hard fight to play. This is a hard fight to play. No flash Kalista. You have to face check through Maokai saplings. They see Lucian. Lucian's stepping really far up. Just trade flashes. Inspired flash E ult. Make Lucian ult. Make Lucian flash. Okay, Lucian flash out. Now go back. Go back. Maokai ulted as well. Great. Block it. And we trade Kalista ult. Great. Okay, let's go back in again. Kalista ult. See what we can do. Let's also hostile take over the choke, because I know they're there. So we hostile take over the choke. Look where Lucian and Emilio are. They're fucking stuck. It's a 4v3. 5v3. Inspired's not really there. Then they kill Corki. Then they pushed him out, and now out again. See what I mean? In, out, in, out. And out again. And now out again. And now if they step up, we go in again. Everyone be ready to go in again if they're going to walk up. Actually, they go out again a bit. They kite it. Because I think here they're saying go out again, so Bwipo can base TP, so they go out. So now they're out. And they reset the Atakan. And now Bwipo bases. And now Bwipo TPs back in, now in again. And I feel like their discipline in fights is so good. So good discipline. But then, C9 get Baron. I fast forward 26 minutes 30 seconds in the game. C9 have a chance to end the game. They're 3k up. What is this guy saying? Oh, they're 3k gold up. They outscale. They have Melio Maokai with Gwen Corki Lucian. They outscale. They take bot inhib. They could just hexgate out right now. And the way they're clicking, I think they do want to hexgate out. Thanatos is clicking down. Sven is clicking down. Loki's kind of clicking forwards a bit. And then they all click forwards in the end. They could have just backed away and caught top, pushed mid, and just played the game. But instead, they get engaged on. Everyone dies on C9. So at 26 minutes, 40 seconds, they could have backed and won the game. And then we fast forward to the Drake fight, where C9, I think, are pulling FlyQuest.
Teleporting up here. They want to flank.
2 minutes later, C9 are getting caught. Lucian's getting caught by everything. Dead. And Corki's so close to the wall that a no-flash set can land his ult on him. Through the wall. So both carries are just dead. It's literally 2 minutes later. They lost a 3.5k gold lead. They're 4.5k swing. With Baron, and they lost the game. Actually, a 5.5k swing.
Actually, just like end the game. There's 40 seconds on some of these
What
respawns.
the
How
fuck?
aggressive do they want to go? Will they just go for the inhibitor and back?
It was a little too early. Like they just like panicked a little bit because and then the set combo and just everything is just
Another thing,
a disaster.
I don't know if we have time to go back, but another important thing on that was, okay, keep going. We're gonna wait until, quad going in onto Sven, so play it through.
I apologize to Bwipo. I guess the set pick was
here,
monstrous.
When Bwipo goes in, he immediately goes onto Sven and removes Sven from the fight, right? So there are kind of two fronts, and even though Thanatos ends up going onto him and he gets shut down, that was a really crucial play by Quad 2 to take Sven out of the fight.
Yeah. No, I feel like these games, it's like FlyQuest is in control for most of it, and then C9 makes these comeback plays, and then they look good, and then they lose.
I mean, this was the weird. This is what ended up the game. I think C9's really going to regret that they were caught in this position. They had Gwen
C9
split
had
pushing
that.
wave up top. They were on mid wave, but they didn't have Baron. So this is a time where they just needed to wait for the next objective because I feel like they actually were stronger. And
I love it how the Reddit basically is like EU fans stayed up to watch the series and they're all just comparing C9 to Fnatic.
And FlyQuest just has like some engage or some fight that turns it back, and then they're in the driver's seat again, and then they win the game.
Wow, 19 kills to 14. FlyQuest up 2-0. That game just under 30
This is
minutes.
kind of what Fnatic looks
Awesome
like. If you're an
game.
NA fan and you
LK
don't really know the
North
Fnatic
Switch 2,
memes,
also won a trip to a League of
what
Legends event
C9
where
just
he
did
set
that
up Player
game
of
is
the Week
basically
statues.
Fnatic
You can use
every
your
game
MasterCard
in
to
like
purchase
big
from
playoffs
the
games.
client store and save your card
Fall
on
behind a
file
little
to
bit
enter
or have a
for
little
chance
decent
to
early
win.
game, doesn't matter.
You see FlyQuest
Get some
thinking
good
about
fights
stuff
and get
before we
ahead.
had to break. Last week, Kangas, he set out to answer a very important
And then just
question.
like do random
How
shit and
many
lose in
normal
like 5
players
minutes.
does it take to
Or
beat
like throw the gold
a
lead or
single
whatever.
pro? Take a look.
We have a Busio, notable pro player, and we got a couple of Joes here ready to challenge him to see how many of us it takes to take him down.
I don't know what champ to play, guys. I play support.
Aurelia,
No,
Silas,
don't
give him top lane.
On my life, they win this.
No! Check it out. No!
Are you guys fighting back?
I also was lying.
Okay,
Just commit.
Guys, I haven't even gotten to play yet.
I'm Kangas low, man. I'm Kangas.
I fear that this is not going well.
Production? That was grief. Now you're gonna have the super stun.
I will run it down right now.
Wait, what do they do? A 4v1?
You guys.
Bro, I would drop you for a Wendy's 4-4-4. I would get rid of you for a burger and some fries.
Series so free, Bwipo scrolling Twitter. Series so free, Bwipo is scrolling Twitter. Maybe he's in the chat. Yo, what up, Bwipo?
Because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve.
Oh man, I feel like if FlyQuest wins with that draft, I think they can win with any draft. Not that their draft was bad, but they just showed one game style of playing, doing nothing and winning by scaling, and then one game style by accelerating the game and winning. They just played two ends of the spectrum. Chat, is Future Games still going? No, it's not.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is it?
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. And kill. Get fed. Scan the QR
Watch
code
the
for
major.
LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I'm not gonna watch the major. Oh, Monizi's playing. Wait, Monizi's playing and they're losing.
Run, he is gonna have to somehow
Who are they
fight
losing
his way
to?
out of this with Tess right above him, and Tess just finds the perfect timing.
Wait, they're losing.
Over top of that edge.
Are they winning?
Comes through with the retake, and Falcon's first gun round is the Falcons' first round win.
It's a Chinese team?
Confused up until they got into the site. It was looking a little scary there for Falcons. It seemed like they were playing totally off their info, but they win in the end.
Look at it, guys. She's strong. Look at it. I'm getting fist by tippers. Okay, guys.
I'm getting fisted by Tibbers.
They have no ults, okay? They have no ults. They have no ults.
Keep fighting. Lucian,
Ooh, the Renata value is actually crazy this game. I thought the Renata value would suck.
Flash forward. Nice.
Okay, guys. It's good. Looks good.
But Renata actually ended up winning the game.
Got some fighters in the pit. Look on North.
I got Drake.
Okay,
I can win this though.
Yeah. Double in 10.
Yeah.
I bought in 18, okay?
Yeah.
I need some.
Yeah.
She gets it.
It's good.
I need it.
I will go in soon. Corky.
He's dead. Double kill.
I W'd quad. Keep fighting. I'm chasing with second ult.
Nice job.
I'm helping quad. Go mid. No W, Martin. No W. Yeah. No worries. Can we go?
Copy. It's fine. We killed them both. Can we end mid? I think so. We have the wave. It's just Milio.
No place Emilio.
The minions can end, right?
Yeah, we can end.
The minions can't end, right? He was talking about his own minions, his own team base. Wow, this is gonna be a quick one, huh? C9's gotta pull something out for the reverse sweep. This is the guy who said the Cho'Gath is really tanky or some shit. Thank you for... Oh, Senna was Farming Souls. He says, thanks for telling me to refresh my browser and now I missed game 2. Bro, shut up. Shut up. You're such a liar. You're being a game 2 Andy, am I?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA for the upper bracket finals. Here for game number 3, we have a very special guest for the draft. Please welcome LS joining us on this one to break down some of what we've been seeing in the
LS casting W.
and how this series is going so far.
I am curious to see what's going to end up happening in game number 3 because I felt like C9 were set up for success in game number 2, and then they failed to close that. Game 1 was a complete disaster. I don't know. What
they were not set up for
they're
success,
even trying
that's
to
for
do
sure.
in that. That's a very difficult game to play pretty much across the board and just poor utilization, right, of the graph. So now as we move into game 3, especially with where their mentals are at, what are they even going to attempt to go for? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I mean, that game number 2 ending, you're pushing in the enemy base. It looks like you should have all the tools that you need to win the game. You're at the Nexus turrets. The clock says 27 minutes. Right. Before the clock hits 30, you've lost the game. That is a really rough situation.
I guess C9's blue, right?
Back from just 15 minutes later.
Especially for top lane. I really liked how Bwipo has approached it so far in game number 1 and game number 2. So let's get right into the draft because this should be a fun one. Even though we are only 3 games into Fearless, there will be some interesting changes. You can't see it on screen quite yet, but you did see there FlyQuest going over some spreadsheets they've got for themselves for these drafts, and here we go. There's all the Fearless bands.
And for me, Fly ending up on red, this is what they want to be
Nico
on anyway,
Rumble
typically,
Ari
right? So
Ben.
this is,
Well,
I mean,
Talia's being
C9
first
also
picked if it's
likely
open.
want to be on blue themselves,
Talia
but I
or
think the Fly are
Ari.
just gonna
Talia or
utilize
Azir
now
is
the
open.
remaining
I guess
games
they have
of
to trade,
Fearless
right?
a lot better on red side for the counter picks and everything. So
They have to trade Talia Azir.
I mean, both games so far, we've seen Bwipo take very
Have to trade Talia Azir. What do you ban here? You have a free ban, basically.
And then in game number 1, when C9 is on red side, they counterpick themselves, and
could
it
ban.
doesn't work out.
I was
You
gonna say you
already
could
talked
ban
about how
Poppy.
the draft just felt like a bit of a mess from C9 in that one.
Azir is looking up though.
So yeah, we are already through the first half of the bans. It's Nico, Rumble, and Ari banned out by C9. FlyQuest getting rid of Yone and Vi and Misfortune. What does C9 want to go with first? I want to see a really solid, coherent draft from them this game.
And just like you mentioned, Azir being hovered right now. Now Fly, one of the teams that does have Azir counter picks inside of their pool. Obviously one of the lesser common ones that's fallen off, like Xerath, is something that could be available for them to go with. Obviously I have the Kai'Sa hover by Bwipo. Nothing too surprising.
It's Talia. It's Talia or it's Nafiri.
So many players.
It's
have
Talia.
all of
It could be
their,
Talia.
their hover shout-outs.
Do you like Talia's
But,
Irakan? No,
what are
you don't.
really
I don't
thinking
like it.
From the
Talia
FlyQuest side,
Ezreal?
because
No, I don't like
generally when
Talia
the
Ezreal. What do I
players
like?
talk about Cloud9, they're like, Cloud9, they're fairly standard, and so they do come a bit easier to predict. And there we go. I guess not a lot of thought
Maybe
into
it's
it,
a
but the
Nafiri
Talia
game.
has always been a prominent pick.
But I'm a
It's
bit
the Azir.
scared of going
So
Talia
wonder
Nafiri
if
and they
the
go Poppy
Talia into
2-3.
the Azir here. Again, it's a vacuum answer
Talia
historically. It's
Ezreal is also what I was thinking.
potentially good in team fights.
I think
Azir
Ezreal
very
Jhin are the
prone
good
and weak to
ADs into
artillery,
Azir, right?
long-range team compositions.
That
There's
does
the
open
Ezreal
up
to complement
Kai'Sa for
that.
them, right?
We did have the Nidalee hovers.
They
I
could
wonder
go
if Bwipo was
Skarner
actually
Kai'Sa
pondering just
or
trying
Trundle
to
Kai'Sa.
neutralize Thanatos in laning phase because really the way the series is looking, he might kind
Ooh,
of be their
Trundle
only hope if he
Renekton,
really
what?
turns up in a game, but I don't know if that's going to be the direction as Renekton stolen away from Bwipo.
Yeah, we've got the Renekton locked in for the
Trundle
top pick. How do we feel
Renekton.
about the Trundle second pick overall in the draft for C9 here?
Trundle really odd to me because it doesn't really match that well up into Ezreal, and I don't think it's really doing that much inside of the draft. You're going to give counterpick jungle over
he's gonna go Nidalee
to
top into
Inspired,
Renekton.
which does
Oof.
just surprise me. The one thing the Trundle does do is it prevents things like Malphite or these other big tanks from coming in to try to just respond to the Renekton and then play like a longer controlled game with the Ezreal
Nidalee top. Oh, I think
Yeah,
FlyQuest is
it
cooking a bit here.
Like risky doing it before there's a tank showing. And
Do you ban
like you said,
Kai'Sa?
with the Renekton very early too. We already got the answers here.
Timo
Bwipo was
is
an
the
early
OG
adopter
Nidalee
of
top,
the
is he?
Nidalee top.
Right. The Nidalee, for me, it just seems like the clear pick here. The Trundle thing, it does now being removed in this game 3. If Fearless does go to game 4 and 5, tanks become a little bit more potent.
What champs do you ban
Nidalee just
if
seems
you're
like the obvious
C9?
answer because she's not as vulnerable to Trundle.
They ban Sivir.
as
Do you
other
ban
top lane
Leona?
picks. And now Thanatos will be neutralized. And
I feel like Leona into Trundle sounds miserable when you press W.
A little rough, and if you're
But there's
C9
no way FlyQuest
base,
can play Talia,
what can you
Ezreal,
even
Nidalee,
really
Karma.
hope
That just
to
sounds
do
disgusting. They need
at
Rakan.
this point, because jungle pool is so wide open.
I feel like they
still,
need
and then
Rakan, but it's
support
gonna get
pool,
banned.
you're just gonna
Surely
get
C9 will ban Rakan.
Yeah, and like, did you throw protection bans, you know, for jungle? I feel like that's just throwing stuff into a bottomless pit
They
here
banned
versus
Karma. I think their comp with
don't
Karma
really
is atrocious.
C9 can hope to do. The Karma ban comes in pretty standard against the Ezreal, but the thing is, the artillery is there even with the Nidalee, right? You have the Talia, you have the Ezreal, you have the Nidalee. C9, they're very short range right now. They're going to be playing like a ball comp, right? They're going to hold their phalanx and stuff, but that doesn't matter
yeah, I
when you're
think
getting
Jhin
hit
ban
by
is
a rain of
good.
arrows. So C9 in their remaining picks, they need
Fast trio
something
into
really
LA
big
traffic.
to turn up that can match these types of champions, and I don't think that they're going to go for things
Maybe
like Jinx
Bard is a
or
good
these
ban.
other types
I
of
feel like
hyper
Bard,
carries. I just don't
Rakan on the
expect to
support side
find
want
that
if I'm FlyQuest.
They're gonna have to dig deep here. First, a couple of extra support bans though to come out. Anything else here? They're super worried about. I guess the Braum,
okay.
So they can,
that makes me think they're
melee
going Kai'Sa Note 4-5.
The Braum ban does make me think that they are worried about the thing that we were just talking about, where they can't really get the engage off because they're just so bally. And so that ban is nice. I'd like to see a jungler here for Inspired.
Kai'Sa Note 4-5 is happening.
To get the counter pick in the support to guarantee. And the support counter pick
Ooh,
pinches
Poppy Flex,
what options
Nidalee
C9
Flex,
would have
Poppy
for any
Flex.
hypers. The Poppy's really interesting because it's a dual flex.
Dual flex and very good into
I
the
still think they're
Azir
going to go
plus
Kai'Sa Note,
Connected.
or they're going to go like
The
something.
ability of the steadfast presence to really
MF
shut down some of the playmaking for both of these solo laners that we're seeing so far from C9.
I mean, it's
also
Kai'Sa
really
Note or
kind
like
of putting a
Zeri Leona or
chokehold
some
on
shit.
what
It
could
must be
still
Kai'Sa
picked
Note, right?
for that support position to try to deal with it, to be that
Let's go
engaged
Fly.
that C9 needs. Since what you've already been talking about, LS, FlyQuest is happy to just hang back, fling projectiles all day. C9 needs some way to get in there and stop them.
Right, and the other really cool thing about Poppy, if she does elect to go into the jungle here, she's not as punished as a traditional top lane Poppy because she's not getting as much as a top lane Poppy would in terms of resists. So Trundle
You
doesn't
could
get as
go.
much value, but Poppy's turning up big here. Azir,
Rel
Renekton,
is
both here,
out.
pinches support
Braum
picks
is
that
out.
are potentially
Renata's
possible.
out.
And now you just
Yeah,
get Kai'Sa
Leona.
Nautilus, and it's like, what are these two champions doing together? Because you're trying to run into things that don't really create windows or opportunities for you. And it looks like Leona is going to be the hover.
Yeah, Bard goes crazy, but Nautilus fucks the Bard a bit. Oof, I don't know if I like this FlyQuest.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, they're a bit.
This is a very simple
Chat, I'm
draft.
gonna run ads. If you want ads, you can see on us to try and have some. If you want to back the game, so because
early game steps into the mid game here.
it's a
So the
bit of a
really
fragile
confusing
comp
thing
for
is
FlyQuest.
You just have three really good lanes right now for Fly. You have Renekton, who's going to be suffering by himself. Trundle has to play really sinful this game. He has to take risks, has to do variance-based things, because Talia vacuum answers the Azir. Nidalee vacuum answers the Renekton. But then you have the theme of the artillery from FlyQuest, which just scales really well. And now Bard, he's been getting a lot of popularity all over the world, solo queue and competitive. And this champion just plays magnificently here. I don't know what the Kai'Sa and Not is even here for. I actually just think they're panicked and they just locked in two random things.
Okay, well, chatters for Cloud9.
I actually think C9's comp can be pretty strong. They need to snowball through bot 3v3
yes,
though.
Sir. Now remember, they won't be eliminated if they lose here today. They will, however, move into the lower bracket. Today's winner guarantees you a spot in those finals for all of Split 2 next weekend, and a shot at some international competition after that. We'll see the coaches go in for one last fist bump here. LS, as we're just about to wrap up draft, if you are C9, what is the game plan in this one? What do you think is most imperative for them to bring us to a game 4?
A lot of things have to go well for Blabber early on. He needs to create high variance situations. They need to come out on top.
All right, LS, thank you so much for all of your knowledge, all of your insight into the draft here. We appreciate you lending that brain power to us. Non-subscribers, we'll see you guys in 30 seconds. For everybody else, C9's backs are against the wall. These guys
FlyQuest are a
have got to
much
figure
better
out
team
how to
so
deal with a
far.
FlyQuest team that it looks like they should have beat in game 2.
C9 need to
but
really turn the
FlyQuest,
ship
you give
around
them an inch,
ASAP.
They'll take a mile.
All right, thank you, LS. We'll let you get back to your co-stream that you got going on and dive into this game number 3. Yeah, let's see, because people have been wanting at least game 4
I
here.
do think
I have
C9
for
can
some
win
of
this
these
game. The
series
problem
no
is top is
longer.
losing.
We'll welcome back
But
Azael as
apart from
FlyQuest
that, the game is
get a
fine.
little-
If you
little
just
welcome
ignore
to
top lane
Thanatos
and just
into the jungle.
Renekton, try your best.
Already being
Trundle start
annoying
top
Nidalee
side,
getting
path
up in
bot.
there.
The only thing
I think
had to
Bard
add,
losing
it was one
Flash.
thing you guys talk about the draft. I just always love the Poppy Talia combo because you can just tackle
Bard
people into
losing
the unraveled
Flash
earth,
could
right?
be
You don't
scary,
actually
but I
have to
think
have a wall
FlyQuest is
then
going to
to
late
get a
invade
stun.
top, right?
You can kind of guarantee that, and it is a really nice setup there. You tackle them into the unraveled earth, and then they get seismic shoved right after that. It is really tough to deal with.
He's scared of late invade top. He's going to start bot
Nothing
side.
is really going crazy here at level 1 once more. We're going to toss things down to Licorice, who's standing by for an interview with C9 coach Anero.
Yeah, so I'm here with Anero. So LS seemed to think that FlyQuest won the draft pretty hard, so I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
That's chill. I think some people would say that's like a good thing that he said that. It's kind of like lucky. He's pretty good at like jinxing things when he says the draft is good, like a team just completely runs it down. It's chill. It's whatever.
Okay, cool. And then just in the series, it feels like FlyQuest has been mostly in the driver's seat, but C9 has a few moments where you like get ahead and you should be in like a winning position. So like, what do you think is happening, and what do you want to see out of what are the players this game?
I mean, I really just want to see us playing with confidence in these moments. Like, Fly is a really good team, so when we slip up, they punish it pretty well. So it's really just like pushing it harder when we have the advantage and making sure we're abusing it. So, I mean, I just want to see our team playing with confidence and not backing down just because we're 0-2.
How confident are you in the reverse sweep?
I feel good. I feel really good always. So we'll see what happens.
All right, thanks so much. Let's send it back to the game.
He's
Okay.
feeling real good always.
Okay.
It might look a little bit rough, but Anero's he's chilled, you know?
Yeah,
Having a good
Trundle had
time.
to start bot because he's scared of Poppy late invading top with Nidalee. But now he's going to run into the issue of Poppy
But we'll see if they
invading
can
top
rally.
with Nidalee
Inspired
pushing
here,
top. Is
does
it going to
go
work?
over the
Talia needs
remnants
to
of this
base.
ward. It's just going to Spire after.
Oh my
he did
god,
see him
Inspired
come
the
in,
psychopath.
So Blabber's going to know that there's a Poppy on the way.
Yeah, Inspired jumped over the wall there, but as soon as his feet hit the ground from the blast cone,
Blabber's just gonna run to enemy bot
smites
side
the
or
big
what?
Wolf, also secures both of the smaller ones, so Blabber does not get anything taken away on that single camp. But now it's the blue buff that's in danger. This is the priority of the Nidalee top lane, as Bwipo can guarantee that Inspired can just steal the buff away.
Exactly, and Blabber actually gets spotted by that ward over by the Raptors that he just walked past. So this ward right here did spot
There's
him as he
no
ran
way
by.
bot lane
So
dies to this
now
gank.
Inspired takes the blue, and he's going to cross back over to defend his quadrant over on that side.
Impossible.
As Ari may not be in game, but is in the crowd.
Yep, the Ari unfortunately banned out again. That is a pretty popular pick, but now Thanatos versus Bwipo just continuing to scrap up here in this 1v1.
if that spear
Bwipo
hit.
misses the spear.
Oh,
right
Bwipo,
there on
he's
the
dead.
back
No,
end of the
Flash
trigger.
W.
Now he's got to be careful a little bit as Thanatos
Too long cooldown,
will
I
take
guess.
him down to 150 HP there with that last call of the week.
The cannon?
My biggest thing is where is the Trundle going to go now?
Thanatos
Because
has like a
Blabber,
kill angle soon, I feel
really
like.
is in a desperate
It's like brewing.
situation when you've been counter jungled
Wait,
like
why does
this.
he EE?
Bwipo pretty desperate too.
Wait, if he doesn't EE, doesn't he kill there? Doesn't either of EE flash ult?
Extra grass proc at the very end, but he has to
I feel like EE, if E flash W was going to kill there.
Being able to actually finish him off with
EE
the
lost
flash.
the rage.
And yeah, we are going to see Bwipo going back to base there. So definitely gets a little bit
Oh,
dicey.
Nidalee top is
It's a good
losing the
start for
lane. That is
Thanatos,
not
honestly,
good.
credit to him,
That's a volume increase.
being able to get the advantage in this. He's able to have the wave. You know, it's going to be slowly grouping and pushing towards him. Bwipo immediately TPs, and I think we're going to see Thanatos go right down to bot.
Vulcan getting chunked out there as Busio and Masu find the better of his health bar. Thanatos teleporting now down to the bottom lane as
I think
Sven
C9
walks
got
his
this.
way up towards top side. The Kaisa now assigned to Nidalee duty.
This draft and this level, well, this time it was a level 3 invade, but it reminds me of the first series that these two teams played, and inspired on the Nefiri, went for the level 1 invade and got a super big jungle lead for himself there too. Having a really nice
Super
start
Galaxy
on this
Nidalee skin
Poppy,
is
we'll
kinda
see,
based.
because he can be a huge playmaker in this game. You know, you mentioned playing with Talia, but he actually has a lot of areas he can go for on this map too. And Cloud9 already make their rotation of Vulcan and Sven up to the top side of the map after those first recalls from the top laners.
Yep, was really nice. Just
You're
put that
ulting to
pressure
go to
on
sleep
Nidalee,
early.
but
I'm not ulting.
MSI is going to be in Canada this year. First time ever to have an international tournament there. Masu, Vulcan, both Canadians. Jojo actually
Jojo's gonna be
qualified,
there.
first Canadian to qualify for the event. And Dylan Falco, shout out to him. So EU carried by Canada. So we'll be claiming their wins in Vancouver. But it's going to be really interesting to see, if either of these guys do qualify. Obviously, both playing in this match.
Shut up,
here.
you draft
and it just
Queen
feels that much more
unironically.
special.
The
I think
fuck's
when you're
that
playing
supposed to
a big
mean?
event like that, and it is at home, you have the home crowd behind you.
I mean, statistically, it feels very likely that one of these two teams will be the ones who earn
Quinn's
themselves
a good
the right
champ.
to go and be a part of that
Our win rate
international
on Quinn is
competition, how
100%.
strong they've both been so
Boss
far
Quinn
this
is
split.
fucking dangerous.
Inspired is taking down the first dragon of the game. This is by far the earliest Drake we have had so far in the series.
And because Bard
Actually, we
has
lost one
such
game on
high
it.
move speed across the map, even early on, they actually sent
Wonder, what the fuck are you
Busio
doing here?
all the way up to cover Bwipo just in case, which leaves Masu on the Ezreal down there facing Thanatos. And the Ezreal very comfortable, still pushing all the way in on that top laner, and the Ezreal getting solo experience. So you can already see the Ezreal
How do you
here,
see that? Bro, I just see everything.
Ahead, not quite a full level, but a decent amount over Sven. And we'll see if Masu on this recall is able to make the swap
Absolutely caught Wonder.
I mean, it just feels really, really nice, obviously, for C9 to have
I wonder
the
what you're up
Renekton,
to, Wonder.
have
What
a
are you
good
doing?
Early, like first
Tell me
laning
about your
phase, whatever
day.
you want to call it, the first kind of
You just playing
couple
legal
levels
day?
that they're laning against each other, goes in Thanatos' favor. Then he's able to have this swap where he is now not laning 1v1, and he's just laning 1v1 against an Ezreal instead of against that Nidalee. So he's going to be farming, he's going to be pushing, might even get a plate down here on this bot side on this wave. And the Renekton is going to be in a very
You're just an
comfortable spot
NPC now?
here
What the
to
fuck's that
be able
mean?
to not get bullied by this Nidalee. And I just think the top lane matchup has been really interesting throughout this
You're
entire
just raiding?
series and through the last time that these two teams did actually meet up.
I mean, Bwipo just being unafraid to slam counter picks when he needs to slam them, to use those unique picks as Sven and Vulcan. Now in a 2v2, Bwipo and Busio trying to put some aggro on him up here in this top lane battle. But
This
they
free
don't really
stop
force
is
out a whole lot
not
of
breaking.
anything.
And it's kind of been the theme of both times they actually matched up against each other. Last time, you know,
Ooh,
Bwipo
that-
talked about
is that
his
carry
job
a
was
Bard skin?
neutralizing Thanatos. I feel very similarly this time. So this was the draft from when they actually played against each other last time. They did this early Rumble
Volley
pick
Bear
to
80
basically be
carry.
like, oh, we're blinding top, and then they swapped on last,
Oh, it's
the
Rumble
second
support.
rotation after the Ambessa answer is through. The Rumble to support, they brought up this
My
Volley Bear
brain.
who's able to neutralize. We have Cho'Gath into Yorick for the first game. We have Set into Gwen for the second game. Now we have this Nidalee into Renekton.
Why does that
And I
look
think
so
Bwipo's
funny?
been
I saw
playing his job
Rumble,
really,
Neferi,
really
Annie
well.
in
I
like
do feel
correct
like he has been a
orders. I was like,
difference
oh,
maker
what the
in all
fuck
three
is the
games.
Volley Bear doing in
And,
bot?
and I do think
It's just their
you know,
pick order,
some
I
of
guess,
the
and then
All-Pro
Rumble went
discussion was
support.
kind of underestimating how good he has been.
And even though Thanatos had swapped away from him, FlyQuest got further advantages in that 1v2 with Bwipo staying at the top side and bringing Busio over because they kept the wave in front of their tower for so long and kept the threat of this Poppy that's ahead of ganking the duo. So Sven and Vulcan
What is this chat writing?
had a
Just
little
go
bit of a
reset.
rough
Drop the
time there.
reset.
Meanwhile, on the swap back
No
now,
hiding.
Thanatos finally does meet back up with Bwipo, and Bwipo should have a much bigger amount of gold in inventory. Yes, Bwipo has 1,500 gold in inventory right now because he has taken one less recall.
Yoink.
Ooh, nice smite there from Inspired. He steals away the first grub before Blabber can guarantee it because his own smite isn't ready. Now Thanatos continuing to try to get in the face of Bwipo's Nidalee, but Bwipo is not really afraid to scrap back and forth in those quick trades. So single grub over to FlyQuest. Blabber now has his smite, so C9
Did you ever say
is gonna
sorry
go right
to
back
KT?
into the
Why the
pit.
fuck
Remember
would I say
that
sorry?
FlyQuest has been in control over the grub so
God,
far
this
in
game
the
is
first
quite
couple of
quiet.
games. C9 still trying to
Busio,
work
what you got for me?
on this grub. Inspired goes in and he
Did
steals
Inspired
it
just
away
flash
again.
smite the second
Two
grub?
grubs started by C9.
Did he just
grubs
flash smite the second
stolen
grub?
by Inspired.
And the reason he goes is because he
What?
upgraded his smite already. So he came in
The
with a
fuck?
900 damage smite to the 600 of Blabber there, and he's able to get that advantage.
Hey,
That
first
breakaway is
dragon,
always
2
so
grubs,
nice
worth.
when he can just
Super
go
worth.
in, yoink it, thank you very much, and then he goes back for his red buff afterwards.
Own a pixel
Meanwhile,
on the
they are gonna swap
smites,
again.
baby.
Here's a new rotation. The Talia down to the
You
bottom
don't
side
fuck
of the
with
map
him.
on the recall from Masu here to keep up that pressure.
And it does cost Inspired his flash. Obviously, they don't get the third grub, so they don't actually have the Void Might spawn, but still going to be feeling pretty happy about that. And he is playing with Hex Flash, of course, so we'll see if he can make any plays with that. You know, Trundle, you always think about Trundle as being so powerful into pure tanks. Obviously, the Poppy is going to be going more of a bruiser build, not going to be building full tank for now. We'll see
Nashor's
where
Tooth is
Inspired
here.
goes after that, if he is going to go into full tank second item, or if he is just going to continue building a little bit more aggressive here, you know, utilize that phase rush and just try
Ooh,
to
if
get
that was a
in,
cancel,
get
that
a ton
would've
of damage out
stung.
in one combo, because sometimes with
Static
1-2 damage items,
static
Poppy's damage
shiv.
is shocking. Like, if you can get a wall stun in a fight, flash stun someone, you can nearly 100 to 0 some of these carries.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Sundered Sky because you get a little bit of both. You get some bursts with the crit auto.
And it heals you, so that's like a
All right, we're back to
exactly.
normal
So you're-
lanes,
you're
but
covering a
Nidalee
lot of
has steel
bases,
caps.
especially for Poppy, who already just gets
Talia
kind of
TP
naturally
spot, bot
tanky
lanes are
when
mid.
she gets low.
Drake in 30 seconds.
There you
Busio's
go.
running around
Let's
with his
see,
fucking Bard
though.
skin. Is that T1 Bard? Was that T1 Bard? I don't
He's
think that was
really
T1
just
Bard.
not concerned. He's got the plated steel caps already. He knows he can create extra distance with that additional move speed. Plus, the initial trades from Thanatos just aren't that scary, but the extra
No,
armor.
it's not T1 Bard.
The shoe was
He's got a
kinda on
fucking
the
flower.
last game though, where Thanatos went for the Bramble, he was gonna have the delayed first item. Now it is Whippo going for the early tabbies, and it is gonna be Thanatos much quicker to that one item spike here. So Thanatos does have to be respectful though, because Nidalee can just ignore the minions with the self-healing and just keep autoing you. Like that is all she wants to do. Thanatos has no TP, so it is now an awkward spot for him. Whippo looking like he just wants to hard shove this wave though, not going to be holding for any sort of a freeze. So Thanatos is going to stay around. But then you have to be nervous about potential moves from Bard. Like Bard could actually move up top from mid lane.
I can't wait
like
for this.
That's exactly what he's doing.
They're going to cross map top and dive Renekton. They called the Drake off FlyQuest.
The Bard ultimate
but this guy is not diveable.
Okay,
is Inspired going to rat his way in and ult someone out or what?
Whippo going to keep shoving up like this right now as Busio could be in some danger. Thanatos
no,
hits him with the stun from the Ruthless Predator. Blabber still in control over the Drake on the other side of the map, though. Busio goes on a magical journey straight back to safety, but it's Hex Drake secured
Whippo gets a bit of gold for this, but pretty solid for C9.
Thanatos continues trying to absorb the pressure from Busio's roam.
Really solid game so far from C9.
Now, the damage over time from the Void Grubs is doing a little bit of additional work here, as Whippo and Busio not quite enough to force down the third.
They lost a couple of objectives early, but their lanes are fine.
The ward there, he goes, he fights off the Bard. Make sure there's not going to be any further losses up there while the rest of the team secures the dragon.
And this is just really good macro play because basically Thanatos just holds on until Loki can TP top the cover. And now they're looking for a play of their own.
Loki goes in, finds the shuffle onto Busio, who goes on a magical journey trying to get away.
It's over, by the way. C9 stomped this game.
Escape the wrath of Vulcan and Loki, but it ain't going to work. And Blabber
it's a
shows
stomp.
up to
Their champs will run this game.
There's no way out for Busio either. FlyQuest lose
their champs will run this game.
And Cloud9 take the lead.
Like,
it's just such a well-played sequence from Cloud9.
I just think that
on in the 1v2 as long as he can
if Nidalee top doesn't have a 1k gold lead in the first 10 minutes at least, the champ will just fucking lose the game by itself.
Then Cloud9 used their tempo on the map to rotate up towards topside to get those punishes, to get those kills in. That is huge for Cloud9.
Chat, that's a fact. You know it. That's a fact.
And a couple hundred
that's a fact.
For Sven. They get the early item completions. Shoujin's done for Thanatos.
Their draft is just so conditional on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like you said, they had Sven
Nidalee being really far ahead,
Shiv, taking care of those minions, no problem.
And Bard running the map, but
now with the
Kai'Sa and Nota Zero are fucking strong champs.
There you go. Let's see. Okay,
they're
so
good fighting.
Here's the roam up from the bottom side. This is after Loki obviously had already teleported up there, but he sections them off. And there's nowhere left for Busio to go. You can magical journey back, but it's back into Cloud9 territory.
Are you going to watch Nongshim KT tomorrow?
Guaranteeing both of those kills for the early game of Cloud9 is huge for their hopes. And a lot of the fans' hopes that are looking for more games in the chat.
Yeah, neutral as well. I want more games. So we'll see if they can actually.
Yo, Fevy Knight,
what
what up?
I mean, we saw Cloud9 in game 2. You know,
why are you infecting everyone to play Bard?
But then still, FlyQuest was able to make some magic happen, so you can never count them out. And this game is only a couple hundred gold in the advantage of Cloud9, so not really a big deal. But the big question mark to me is how effective will
Why are you putting the hat on? Someone said haircut.
Without being able to create
the second someone says haircut, the hat goes on. That's just fucking hidden passive.
Can he still find a way to draw people to him constantly in the side lane and negate them from joining the team fight? Or is he going to be forced to join the team fight himself, where he'll likely be less effective?
And currently, Thanatos drawing a lot of
both tier 1s are dying. How?
Simultaneously, though.
What?
Whippo had pushed in there on the top side. Loki was trying to get there, and it is going to be the tower here for FlyQuest. First one, and that top side, like we said, that thing is almost dead due to the Nidalee pressure.
And they got the 2 grubs that he got. That actually counts as one of those objectives. You just need 2 out of the 3. So that means they're only 1 objective away from that final feat. So the double steal there actually impactful because Cloud9 is only 1 kill away from the feat of warfare. FlyQuest doesn't even need the kills.
Okay, they take red, not bad.
C9 invading the enemy jungle to steal away that red buff for Blabber, who is still slightly behind personally in the jungle, but he does have his Trinity Force completed now.
Spear of Shoujin
First items are
Renekton.
online for practically everybody here, notably not Whippo though, like we already talked about, stopping off for the tier 2 shoes.
Herald's gone,
first
I guess.
Of all does mean he's going to have
Maybe
a
they can fish a bit.
Power spike.
I think they can fish a
the
bit.
Herald is begun
But they're
by
calling it off.
C9. FlyQuest around the area, but you can see nobody's moving up to try to contest this. They know that C9 just have better control over the river, and they earn themselves the objective.
I mean, it's going to be so close around these next fights now, because now Cloud9 is 1 objective away FlyQuest is one objective away. Cloud9's only 1 kill away. So if we have a fight at a dragon or something, that is going to decide not only that dragon, but also the feats very likely thereafter. Loki with the Giants belt looks like he's going to be going in towards the Rylai's, which has gotten quite popular these days as that.
Show me the Drake fight.
All right, Blabber just taking the Gromp. Loki on this Azir, seeing if he can be the carry that C9 needs this game. Already has his Nashor's Tooth completed. We'll see if he can find any of those big Shurima shuffles. Obviously, the first one that he used, critical in securing those first couple of kills for C9 in top lane.
And I think that the setup for this dragon that is going to arrive
I would love a Bard ult sometime now.
It's very good for FlyQuest because of the bot side control, but Loki.
There it is again. That's what I'm talking about with these shuffles.
No ult is here. Drake in 30 seconds. Top tier on dead.
So much power to make these plays happen. Force out these summoner spells. And now with Blabber right behind him, you've got Azir and Trundle. You will tear through a turret that's not protected by plates. And C9.
Where's my Bard ult? Where's my Bard ult?
Absolutely. And honestly, if you can just have Loki not only matching, but winning the 1v1 against Bwipo, that is fantastic because you're going to trade farm as an AD Nidalee against an Azir. The Azir is getting way more out of that.
Hey, AD Nidalee's really good at auto-attacking, except so is Azir. So
Azir has more range and more damage and engage.
And AoE.
Yeah, and AoE.
A little problematic, but FlyQuest are going to go ahead and start up this dragon for themselves.
Okay,
there is nobody
2 Drakes to
from
fly.
Cloud9 nearby.
Azir is
so
fucking
for as much
broken.
As we were hoping to see some big battle, some big scrap over the feats, we're not going to get it after all. It's just inspired with the smite, feats, and boots over FlyQuest.
And that's the whole point of the topside plays. You know, it's the calculation of they're like, okay, so
is FlyQuest just never going to tweak and just do Drakes? Is that it?
To go for that. So let's get more
is that the
money,
plan?
like you're saying, into the Giga Champ that is Azir at the moment.
Never tweak, push sides.
The game. And then Loki pushes right back out on bottom
because they lose 5v5.
So
look at all those flowers.
Have made some very good choices for the early stages of this game. We'll see if it does end up.
The Nidalee W into auto attack with grasp and Triforce is disgusting. It just is disgusting.
But Sven actually putting a fairly large dent in mid lane as well.
Okay, we've got Blabber.
Oh, my Bard! Hey!
Bottom lane, but a nice use of Tempered Fate.
Nice hit!
Good at stopping the Herald from doing its job effectively.
Yeah, I think what Blabber was actually trying to do was see if he could actually wrap around, but he got too close to the wall and did end up banging into it. Because sometimes when you are driving it against a Bard, you can actually just kind of dodge the tower and turn and delay. If you
Mind game
the driving, exactly. And try to delay that hit. Of course, was not able to do so. And so they negate that.
Okay,
my Nidalee top is dying on the side lane. My Nidalee top is dead on the side lane. Just fucking open it. It's completely lost.
While the rest of C9 is taking the tier 2 turret over
it's so fucking lost. Nidalee's dying on side.
Everything right now going C9's way.
Yeah, they look so much better in this game. Let's see if they can keep this up. I mean, Thanatos made that one look easy. Just runs him down with the Sojin. You stack up the Sojin, Conqueror as well, and they finished him off. So outer towers going down in quick succession in Cloud9's favor.
Why do people pick Nidalee? Ow, my knee.
Yep,
because the Shy did it, and then Zeus did it because he's the Shy fanboy, and then because Zeus and the Shy did it, then King started doing it, and then Keen started doing it, and Doran started doing it, and then everyone started doing it.
Loki going to be feeling really confident about their chances. Only thing they have to really worry about at this point
and
is
Mirwin had
going
it
to
as a
be
pocket
that
pick
next
already.
dragon because it was 2 early dragons.
But it all came off the back
of course, they don't want to allow them to
of the Zeus and the Shy
and be able to have that potential to threaten the soul.
So the one thing that's on my mind right now is we've got Otacon spawning in less than 1 minute, and in both games so far, FlyQuest has started it within 30 seconds of it spawning. No matter really what's going
Barrier,
on.
this Kai'Sa W for the base.
But this is the worst game state for them thus far at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, we actually just saw a barrier used for the tempo to keep up the recall right there for Masu since he wanted to complete
attack on force for C9.
His Mana Mune,
Thoughts?
so I mean, we'll see if he ends up getting bursted down and doesn't have.
It's spawning topside, 2 minutes on Drake.
Really wanted to get that
2 items on everyone.
It's also, I would say, not only the worst game state for them to actually do Otacon. I also
who
think
can carry the game for FlyQuest? Like, zoom out. Who's gonna carry?
Have actually run thus far.
Yeah, there's no Cassio or anything to really help with the DPS. As C9 once again.
C9 can't fuck this position up. This is one.
Spawned for FlyQuest. Blabber was in there. Now he's in there yet again. He's going to be juggled back though. A seismic shove knocks him down. Blabber got the red, but now he's dead. Vulcan tries to escape, but Bwipo locks him up. Vulcan falls next, and FlyQuest have already found 2 kills. Sven has to flash the Tempered Fate just to get away.
They put a tower. Put a tower. Put a tower.
And the Azir both trying to escape, but Bwipo's ready to cut him off. Now Sundisk might give C9 an opportunity opportunity for an outplay here. But again, it's Inspired with the tackle into the wall. Loki tries to get something back, but he dashes over the unraveled earth. Everybody on C9 is just dropping like flies. Now
that right there,
at least is towards
that's a volume
the
increase.
base. He's working
What
on
the
trying
fuck?
to knock down this tier 3 turret in the mid lane. But man, C9 just tossed away.
How are they
entire
losing
lead.
this game?
Yeah, that is crazy. They invade for this red buff, and the
What?
100-0 CC Blabbery can't even get the ultimate off for the healing. He can't get a flash off. They lose all of those kills. 4 kills plus the Otacon out of nowhere. And FlyQuest has been so good at punishing any overstep from Cloud9. It wasn't really an invade they needed to go for whatsoever, but they wanted to do it.
The way
and
that
FlyQuest
C9's
are
losing these
Exactly.
games
And
is
fighting in
sad.
the
Well,
jungle
not
is
game
so
1,
bad
but game
versus
2 and game
Talia
3.
versus Poppy
This is
versus
just
Bard.
sad.
It is all the advantages in the FlyQuest favor, and it all comes crashing down for Cloud9 just like that. The gold lead
I still
has
think C9 can win.
evaporated and turned in the favor of FlyQuest.
And we'll
But
see
FlyQuest
if they
is
can
just-
kind of rebound
they're
from
just
that, 'cause
taking
that
the
does feel like
fucking-
a bit of a backbreaker as far as the
they're
momentum
taking the
goes.
ball
I mean,
throws
you're
and
in a
they're just
position where
catching
you
it.
have to reverse sweep. You're in a good spot in this game. Then a play like that costs you so much. And now here, 20 seconds until this third potential dragon for FlyQuest. Cloud9 do have 1 to their name, and they know they can't just continue to give these up.
All right, C9. Let's see if they can regain their footing.
Let's see
That dragon spawning 5 seconds now.
if they can
as
get.
FlyQuest
No, I
pushes
don't have
forward
it.
down mid lane. It is
Never
C9
mind.
with control over the bot side river for now. Masu with a little bit of poke there onto Loki. Whippo marking Thanatos, keeping the Renekton zone
Still
away.
think
Again,
C9 can win.
Renekton
Still think
naturally
C9 can
going
win
to
with this
be
position.
better suited for the team fights compared to the Nidalee.
Super winnable.
And Renekton has no TP, so if Whipple gets chunk on him, it's going to stick, and Thanatos is going to be taking some damage here. He's down about half.
Quad's already riding into the
Canceloed.
Weaver's wall. Thanatos down to 1/3 HP. C9 scattering, trying to escape. Loki teleports back in to join up with the rest of the team. C9's top laner is injured, but everybody else
big
is
hook.
fine. Nice catch from Vulcan onto Whippo, but it's not nice enough. Now Vulcan's in some danger, flashing away from the seismic shove to keep himself alive. FlyQuest with some damage on the health
Masu's
bars
frying.
of their frontliners, though. Whippo and Inspired
C9
both
just
taking
split
some
up
damage as
completely. Where's everyone
Thanatos
going?
tries to disengage further. The solo laners
Oh, the
for
Drake is
C9
gone.
also
They don't have
hurting
TPs.
as FlyQuest have managed to take control
Masu
over the
fried
bot
there a
side
bit.
river. They will earn themselves this Drake. That is sole point for FlyQuest.
Yeah, C9 did a good job of actually controlling that tri-brush. They landed
I've
that initial
realized
hook. They
my
went in,
opinions
looked like
need
they
to
were
be
gonna able to
zoomed
put on
out
a lot
more.
of
Does
pressure.
top lane
Loki was
even
getting some
matter?
good damage down on the frontliners from FlyQuest, but then
There was a
Masu
Nico
just
today
hits
that
a
was
couple
4k
spells in a
gold
row
down. She
onto
rocked up
Loki,
to a fight,
chokes him out
pressed
to half
flash
health.
ult, and
He has
she
no
won the
TP.
game.
Thanatos is already
There's a
low.
Nidalee
Cloud9
here
realized,
that
you
is
know what?
70 gold
If
up
we lose this fight
on the
here, it's
Renekton with
probably
Sterak's,
the
but she
game,
got
so we're just
hooked
gonna have to back
and
off.
Blue
We're gonna
Note
have to
ult and
allow them to
Kai'Sa
get
ult,
that
and then
third
she
dragon.
ran away.
But now there's nowhere else to run. There's nowhere else to hide. You can't be giving up any more objectives here from here on out. So Cloud9 have got to play a pretty bulletproof game.
And it's so hard for them to do that because FlyQuest have so many ways of getting big chunks on health bars
How has he gotten
before
there?
these fights happen. That was what they did to basically win that objective without any kills, just getting multiple big chunks on health bars there on the both solo laners to get such an advantage that Cloud9 didn't even want to take the fight at that point.
I mean, Whippo has the heavy auto attack 2-item combo with the Trinity Force plus the Sundered Sky. You get both of those procs at the same
set,
time.
I
All
admit,
of a
I was
sudden,
probably
that
wrong.
one little auto attack spear
I was
for
wrong.
500
The
damage.
set
And I
was
mean,
really
so
strong.
annoying for
Some fights he
Thanatos
was
because when
useless,
you're
some
being
fights he
marked
was
by
strong.
the
My
AD,
conclusion,
like,
Set
you
has
can't
flash up,
win
he can
the
fight. Set doesn't have
without
flash, he's
all-inning
useless.
and popping your ultimate and going
My
in on
conclusion
him, but
from
you
this
can't really
game
do
is
that
Nidalee
and then contribute to the fight.
not
so
good.
Nidalee's just going to sit there and just keep auto attacking.
Still not good. He's a level down, he's down in gold, he loses side to both Azir and
definitely a
Renekton.
tough spot. That being said, gold-wise, item-wise, Cloud9 still
But I feel like the
absolutely
Poppy Talia
fine here.
Ezreal is
It
just kind of
the
poking
individual
them.
lead there for Masu.
That
Cloud9 do have
3-4 man
opportunities
is
here,
just
but given the way the
disgusting.
series has been going, it's been FlyQuest who's been better at setting up these team fights, better at
Also,
executing
that
these team
Trundle
fights,
pillar just looks
and
weird.
Cloud9
Let's be
has
honest.
gotta be perfect
Are you
from here
looking
on
at that
out.
Trundle pillar?
FlyQuest
Are
is
we
looking
both seeing the
hungry
same
to
thing?
secure themselves a spot in the finals
does it look
next
so
week. If you want to watch
fucking
those
freaky?
finals with a crowd live, but you're not in LA, we got some good news. LTA North is partnering up with Regal Cinemas to bring
Like,
the
that
finals to the
can't
big
be-
screen. You
that
can
can't
scan
be
QR code on your
coincidental.
screen to get
Look
some
at it.
tickets today.
Look at
it
it.
could be a rematch of these two teams. It could be somebody else from the lower bracket fighting their way up. But right now, it's looking like it's most likely FlyQuest involved in some way, shape, or form as they continue pushing down mid lane. Tier 1 turret under pressure now as Baron has at least spawned. FlyQuest now moving into the C9 jungle.
And all that pressure was Masu. Like, this kid is just wrecking
Every time I
Cloud9.
see
He chunks
SR,
men out
I
so
think
hard.
I say Summoner's
So then
Rift in my head,
so
not
then they
Shopify
come back to
Rebel.
base. So
Someone
yet
wrote
another
SR win the
objective
LTA.
here with a
I said
bunch of
summoners here.
damage
What the
from the
fuck?
Ezreal. this champion, the quote is, it's all skill and hitting these skill shots. And it's because the reward is so big when you do that. So another big chunk of gold, and the defense that Cloud9 had in mid lane completely taken away. Now you have to really worry about these quad ultimates on the Taliyah cutting you off, and they've already been so good in this game.
I mean, one thing that we talked about earlier before FlyQuest won the fight that got them the Otacon was how they don't have the greatest objective damage this game, but on the other side of the aisle,
Nidalee,
C9
now
does.
that hurts.
Kai'Sa and Azir can both do a lot of damage to neutrals, and if C9 can find themselves a pick or a fight that just goes slightly enough their way, there could be a chance to go for a Baron, go for something big, and swing the game solidly back into their favor.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Vulcan, hit that hook, before that last dragon over on Bwipo. If they could have actually turned that into a kill, it could have been huge. And both these duos are very important for their teams. These are some of the regular season stats here from Masu and Busio up against Sven and Vulcan. Sven and Vulcan, I feel like their stocks have been going up since they have reunited here back on Cloud9. Both really performing so well, have been very consistent for the team. But Masu and Busio, you cannot say enough good things about these guys. Masu has been able to perform, even internationally at a very, very high level when it has been asked of him. And Busio is such a flexible player who I think has really grown
A sad
well
way
into
to
his
lose this
role.
game for C9 would be Poppy ults Trundle, smites the dragon, Soul,
so much about the game, where to be, where to play for vision, what to be doing with your time. Kind of similar to jungle in that way. And so I do think it's one of the toughest roles to pick up for newer players when they come to pro. And he's
Look
done
at that Trundle pillar. What the fuck?
Okay, we've got the dragon spawning in
I think Masu's going to cook. Everyone lock in. Shut up.
FlyQuest claim it, and that is an Infernal Soul on a team with a Nidalee, with
no
a
more Taz,
Taliyah,
no more
with an
Dwarves, no
Ezreal.
more GGs,
That
no more
extra
shit.
poke threat is such a pain to deal with. If you are C9, they do not want to allow FlyQuest
I'm sorry, that
to
pillar just
secure
throws me
another
off every
massive
time.
resource for free. Yes, C9 has had this very, very modest gold lead of a couple hundred for the past 5 minutes or so. It doesn't really mean a whole lot, but remember that souls and their effects are valued at about 4,000, 5,000 gold as a team-wide effect. If FlyQuest can secure this, it'll be massive.
And that was a good vision toggle from the observers because it shows how dangerous the approach is for Cloud9.
It's a
The
2-liter bottle of soda.
They have to approach because, like you're saying,
I don't know what kind of soda you've been seeing.
In only 19 seconds here, Cloud9 are going to have to choose their moment wisely.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. You can see Void Staff now completed there. Third items coming
Masu
through.
level
really,
15.
For both of those big carries for C9, they have to have
a bit of poke,
here.
a bit of poke,
on the side,
a lot
for a
of
good
poke.
angle for the ulti.
Taliyah ult. Loki just sent it. He got the Bard. The Bard got the ult off. Bwipo's TPing. Quad hooked.
Are about to lose their mid laner too. Inspired barely gets away off to the side, and C9 find a massive engaging.
Solid engage.
Loki steps up huge. He just goes
Loki
in
just
as
says,
soon as
fuck
the
this
Taliyah
shit,
wall
go.
cuts them off, and he escapes with his life.
Masu's kind of cooking.
They're going to start the dragon. They want to deny this, but
Loki has no TP. Masu's mana is low as well.
It's Busio and Masu, but Inspired had to go all the way
I
back
don't know if
to the base
FlyQuest can play this.
so hurt. Now Bwipo
I think
flashing
they need
back
to
over
get the
wall,
fuck out of there.
trying to stay
Unless
safe here. Blabber and the rest of C9 are very low on HP. Masu is low on mana. Bwipo is almost completely Inspired
it's over,
still
it's
making his way down towards the
what is
fire.
FlyQuest doing? They're so cocky. They're trying to 2v4 them.
Sven stays alive.
This gotta be GG for C9. This gotta be GG. Their champs are good. They denied Soul. They get Baron. This gotta be GG.
But C9 health bars are in tatters. They're going to take the
This gotta be GG, right?
instead.
They don't get Nash actually.
But they still could potentially go to Baron right after that because there's 35 seconds on both of those late kills.
I like
that
that Loki just sent
it.
it.
One more
Where was the Taliyah combo?
As Cloud9 are able to find a massive fight. Quid goes
I
in
see
here.
what they're doing
but it's actually
here.
Loki that tries to turn it around.
They're trying to
scoops in
Taliyah ult
Busio,
and then
forces the flash out on Quad. And he's
Poppy
winning the
E and
fight
the
on
Taliyah
Inspired
ult.
on this side. So much space created here for Sven. And because Nidalee can't stop Thanatos from TPing, Thanatos arrives earlier, has more of an impact. Even with Bwipo and Masu trying to stay around and trying to get poke and trying to create an opportunity, buy time for Inspired
Okay,
to come back
cancel the
to base
replay.
and potentially contest, they couldn't make it happen.
The Azir we've been looking at for so long here shows up big for Cloud9. And then stage 2 is, let's use this dragon as bait to keep the Ezreal around that they're looking for.
Who's
And
there?
by the time the Azir gets back, once you see Loki approaching on the mini-map, that's when they go. Thanatos gets his stun
That
onto
sound of
Masu,
Kai'Sa
which
is so
allows
nice.
Sven's
Boom.
ulti to proc. He jumps in.
Okay, I
with
feel
the
like I've seen
killer
this
instinct.
exact same thing last
They
game.
get the Dragon Soul denial. They get the kills onto Masu, and they put some pause into the FlyQuest.
Okay, we came out of the replay, nothing happened.
Yeah, and I mean, Inspired had
C9,
players, so I think really
you are
Bwipo
3k
and
gold
Masu are
up,
just
and
saying,
you're probably going to get a
if
Baron
we
in a
can just
second.
Keep them interested, keep them off the
And then you're
dragon,
going to
maybe
push,
Inspired gets
and then
back
what are
when
we going to
get Soul,
do?
maybe you can steal it.
We're
but
not
they get caught,
gonna
they lose
fucking
tempo,
die.
They clearly did not lose Baron during
We're
that
not gonna
replay,
fucking
but they
die.
have taken control of
Right?
that area. And now it's FlyQuest with pressure in mid. They're trying to draw C9 back towards them.
Ooh, Vulcan goes in for the flash engage on the dredge line, but it's not going to find a whole
Inspired
lot
one tap. That's a free Baron. That's a free Baron. Hey, C9, that's a free Baron.
With the unraveled Earth doesn't get anything for FlyQuest. Now Whippo's got to be
Okay,
careful.
we lost the 0. That's not the end of the road.
Another big shuffle.
Okay, we're going on Tilia. Okay, kill. That's still a free Baron.
And sets up another
That's a
kill
free
for
Baron.
Sven, who goes
That's
on
a free Baron.
rampage with this Kaisa. C9 with a nearly 5,000 gold lead with a 5v3 on the map. Enemy jungler dead for the next 25 seconds. C9 starts the Baron.
That has to be a C9 Baron. There's no way this gets stolen.
Oh, impossible to get stolen. Impossible. Whippo, can you steal it? No way.
There is no way. And they get the Baron as well.
All right, C9 got some pace in this
Vulcan,
bitch now.
He goes for the flash play. He has the enemy jungler in his sights. He knows if we kill Inspired, we're going to be able to grab this Baron. He goes for the flash hook. He hits the flash hook. And they even get more because Thanatos on the Renekton feels like he could chew off another kill and does.
Absolutely can. I mean, again, it's just a good play here from Vulcan. Gets aggressive, flash, max range, hook. Doesn't matter that the steadfast presence is there because the follow-up passive
Falcon's
auto, the ulti,
lost.
He can commit everything because he knows if we kill the jungler right here, we are going to be able to go to
That's
the Baron.
disgusting.
And then Thanatos, as you said, Kobe, found an
Wait,
angle
does that
to go
mean
for
they're
one.
out?
We are back to
No,
live
right?
because they are pushing. They want to extend this gold lead. They want to try to get to a position where they can close out this game.
They certainly do. They need to wrap this one up. They need to start building some momentum in this series. Look at the split push continues there. Nidalee, you know, Whipple's trying to get some sort of, you know, compensation for FlyQuest, but Cloud9 push ahead very heavily. And
Whipple gets a top tier 2? No, he doesn't.
7K.
And I want to see how decisive Cloud9 will be, because sometimes after a game like last one, where you get a Baron, you get wiped in a base, you get a little bit gun shy, right? You know, will they still have that killer instinct to go for it when they see the opportunity?
I mean, look at
or will they
Renekton
be
items.
nervous
He's
about a potential
fucking
comeback
OP.
play here from FlyQuest and try to play it more slowly.
I mean, that's kind of what we heard Licorice talking to Anero about in the interview at the beginning of the game. Anero said he wanted to see them play with confidence. He wanted to see them be ready to play aggressively and really show what they've got, despite the fact that the last game had such a frustrating ending.
Absolutely, and I mean, that is just objectively the right way to do it, right? If the play is good, you go for it, regardless of what happened last game. Because if you play slow here, you're going to give chances for FlyQuest
Is it a
to
reverse sweep?
steal
Could be.
away a soul.
I mean,
and
the
then that
first
really
step to
does
reverse
eliminate
sweeping is
much
winning the
of
first
advantage
game.
that they do have. So you want
the
to still
0-2
see
game,
them
which is
playing
game
aggressive,
3.
You know, not overly so, but
Any
if that
truce?
opportunity is there, you have to have that killer instinct, just like Vulcan showed in the last play.
I mean, they're 7K up, and they have Kaisa Azir, who are fucking OP. This game's over.
Take us to a game number 4.
It's game 4.
I would love to see this series go further than a clean sweep, and right now, C9 is positioning
I don't think
themselves
Fly
really
have the
well
damage to even
make
get
that
through
happen.
Trundle.
6,500 gold
Let
lead.
alone this
They're
fucking
also gonna have
Renekton.
the Baron for another
Jesus, look at that
45 seconds,
Renekton.
and critically, the Dragon spawns in 30. So C9 has all the tools to control the Rift in the lead up to this next Infernal Drake. Thanatos just smacking Whippo
Wow,
around
he
in this
just owned his ass.
1v1.
The
Made him
Nidalee
look
top
like
is
a
being put in the
minion.
freezer.
Plus 300 for Thanatos
It is
with a
being
solo
put
kill.
in the freezer.
It's now looking like more of a mosquito over there than an actual cat, and they go for the engage.
Vulcan again with a nice engage on Inspired. If the enemy jungler dies, that Drake is completely free. Now you've got Thanatos teleporting in.
Deny the
He's
soul.
going to go ahead and start pushing the bottom lane wave out
Did
as
Nidalee
well.
top lose every
This is
game
what
today?
I was
I feel
mentioning
like it
earlier.
did.
You've got this Baron for a little bit longer than the Dragon timer, so you get to use that Baron upgrade to get those last couple of waves
KC
shoved out.
lost with
Make
it.
so FlyQuest can't answer. It is now
FlyQuest
3
lost with it.
3.
Well,
If
will lose
your
with it.
AD
Who else
Nidalee
played it?
gets
Did
stomped in the
Weibo play
side
it?
lane, what is it good for?
Nothing. Minions.
No, they didn't.
Still do that.
Hopefully he can get to some minions.
You can win a close 1v1 against the Grump.
TKKT didn't play it either, did they?
Yeah, hey, Grump's a pretty tough guy. That's a big boy.
Grump's got hands.
But we've got C9 with just total control over the Rift right now. I want to see them continue to establish
Every time I
this
even
vision.
say the
I
word
wanna see them
DK, everyone
continue
spams
to make
LOL.
the map dark and scary for FlyQuest to walk out and check brushes even in their own jungle.
And I mean, the itemization is becoming pretty effective here from Cloud9. You've got 4 pairs of Merc Treads. You have double Spirit Visage as well, as they realize a lot of the damage here is going to be magic. You know, even from the Ezreal, you know, there's going to be magic damage in there as well. So it's going to be really difficult to punch through Thanatos here, who has Death Dance, Sterix, and Spirit Visage. Like, he is going to be ridiculously tanky at this point. He's dominating the side lane. Whippo, really, your job doesn't change, though, because you're less useful in the 5v5, so all you want to do is just keep running down side lanes and force someone to answer you. If you can have Thanatos in the side lane with you, that is way better than both of you being in the team fight, even if you lose.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes, a little bit under, until the Baron spawns. Still about 4 minutes away from that Drake that is guaranteed to be the soul. The pressure is on FlyQuest right now. The gold lead is severe enough that they are in some
MSI
truly troubled
2025.
waters, trying to find an answer.
It's gonna
not
bang.
just to Thanatos. The biggest gold lead in the game based on
Surely.
individual roles is Blabber's Trundle. It's not like he had an immaculate start in this game. He was actually behind Inspired just in terms of his early game tempo and whatnot.
Ooh, the Kaisa
But this
poke
Trundle,
hurts,
2,
man.
1, and 4, has the Trinity,
That shit
has
hurts.
the Spirit Visit you already mentioned, Dead Man's Plate to get that little bit of extra distance
Oh.
to set up for one of these E's to find the engage on somebody.
Ooh, the Bartle
now
this-
again, it's Vulcan leading the way. The Tempered Fate locks up everybody on FlyQuest. They got to be a little bit more careful than this. Masu's about to die at the very start of the fight. Thanatos into the back line yet again as Quad
Bartle
will
to shit.
fall. Masu will go with them, and Bwipo's about to be number 4.
All right, Nidalee top is in the freezer. It is in the freezer.
C9 rises to the occasion in game number 3.
Nidalee top
It's
is in
a
the freezer, and it's
5v
never coming out.
Bard in the base, and Bard doesn't win nose. C9 will take out the first Nexus turret. They'll move right on
Really
to the
good game
second.
from Thanatos.
They'll try to pad the stats a little bit further as Vulcan goes fishing and lands another one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 4.
Is this the how long has it been since C9 have beat fucking FlyQuest?
Here today, Cloud9 are going to force a 4th game, build some confidence off of that.
How
I'm so
long
glad
has it
it's
been?
not going to be a sweep because they were
It's
very
been
competitive in game 2. They
14
had
years.
the ability to try to close that one out. Here they actually
kidding.
do so, and now I think we have the potential for some very competitive final games.
And Nero said he was chilling. Are you guys chilling?
Chilling.
Is it a reverse sweep? I don't know. I feel like FlyQuest apparently has a really big champion pool, so they're probably fine for next game. I think they just need to pick better champs. Or more useful champs
Get up.
that actually scale.
I'm not chilling.
But yeah, Raz is chilling. Raz is always chilling.
How about that Renekton though from Thanatos?
That was the aura I was talking about, you know, in the Thanatos list. Wait, you had thrown this
Yeah, he'd already
so
messed up.
callously on the ground.
My bad.
The death percentage, I think, after game
Thanatos
1 was
aura.
like 30% or something like that.
I feel like these bruisers like Ambessa and Renekton, when they get their fucking Sundered Sky, Sterax, Death Stance, that Death Stance spike is so crazy.
Look, tipping. Yeah.
Slowly. They
Yeah,
to do. He says slash no E.
I pillar.
Popping no flash. I'm going. I'm heal for you, Zen. Look, Angel flash now. I'm looking Nidalee
Ooh,
too.
we didn't get the Talia E on this Kaisa.
Popping no flash.
Win.
We can end. Go. Alright, nice guys. Yeah. Two more.
Yeah, I mean, this game was interesting because I feel like it was almost a repeat of the last two, where it was
I
like
wonder
C9
what they'll
got
do
to a
game-
good spot, and then
game
there was like
4.
the one team fight, and then it looked like FlyQuest had control, but they ended up coming out with the win. So, I mean, I was just happy to see that it wasn't like a 3rd game in a row of like winning spot into.
What is
just
people
losing.
doing in his phone?
Yeah, and Thanatos was just huge this game. Double solo
Long
kill. There was actually
peach,
just so much that
iced
was
peach
happening
green
here.
tea.
But man, that was crazy.
Yeah, let's look at the series so far since we're going into game 4. And
He's
let's
fucking
recap
tweeting.
kind of how we got here.
He's
because
tweeting.
game 1,
That's
Nuke
fucking
actually
Twitch
said he
chat.
thought this was a bit of a takeaway draft by C9 with them taking the Yorick and the Rise and maybe even
Okay, hold up.
the Pantheon.
I go
But
toilet, don't
this
be ill.
was
No more
the
fucking
most
glorp
one-sided
spamming. Hold
game
up.
of the series in favor of FlyQuest.
Hold up.
And I love the Cho'Gath look here. Just, it was something that of course, not a matchup that I've seen very frequently. So just seeing the fact that he could just chomp down on Yorick's Maiden. And then this fight, this sequence was hilarious. This was C9 trying to find any trade while something was happening on the top side of the map, and they just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, and Quad again on the Casio. They picked this pretty early on in draft to have the confidence to be able to design multiple compositions around this pocket pick that he excels so well at. And then, yeah, the confidence to just go in, oh, Bwipo's dying, like I'm going to come in. They end up getting away with it. Bwipo even lives off the backside of it, so great game 1 for FlyQuest.
And right into game 2, right when it seemed like C9 was going to be able to take him down, Bwipo just... He hits them very hard with set, using his fists.
Yes, he did.
One could say that.
And Licorice, you mentioned this is one of the good states that C9 was finding themselves in, but still losing games. So it has to feel frustrating. Like if you were in this same position, you're like, hey, winning a game, because technically you were in the same position going up against C9. Like, how do you go back and like plan for the next game immediately?
I mean, after game 2?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a rough one. I think like, because everyone's going to be really frustrated when you feel like you had the game and then you came out of it and you just like threw and then you just immediately lost right after. So it was really good to see them come back in game 3, and they had that one scary moment at the red buff. But after that, it felt like they had a really solid game.
Yeah, the Nautilus being able to find the engages down the stretch, I got to give a big shout out to Vulcan in this game. And then Sven also really good timing on his Kai'Sa ultimate, sending it exactly when he needed to, even in the potential soul fight that happened earlier in the game, just like flying in and finishing off Masu. And then this was that final fight.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's a lot of pressure on Vulcan because like FlyQuest has this really annoying kind of like kite comp, and Vulcan on the Nautilus is kind of the only real engage on C9. So it was up to him to make the engages happen, and he found some good ones over the game. So,
and that was a tough bar ulti. Just thinking about it at the very tail end, it kind of looked like Sven like put himself in a position to immediately get hit by.
The only reason FlyQuest lost is because they were playing Nidalee top.
You know, members of FlyQuest that could be there to back him up, but tough one, right?
Yeah.
Finally, C9 has a win on the board, so they can claim that they have improved since the last series.
He's right.
They have a lot to go up against.
Okay.
Emily is holding,
I'm
the
holding
pile of champions
all of
that have been removed.
that have been removed.
So far.
I can just pull Jet and just
Yeah, you
start
can just
throwing
throw them on the
champions.
ground.
everywhere, right?
Chat, why the fuck are they making Squid Game Season 3? Bro, Squid Game Season 2 just came out.
You better clean up this one.
I will. I always clean up my message.
I didn't even see the trailer for it yet. They are milking that franchise. Oh, it's part 2. Wait! I thought I said you little fraud. I thought that's what it said. Wait, it's spoilers then. Bro, I didn't see Season 2 yet.
For you, scariest champions? I think Ivern is, for me, the scariest. Because I feel like sometimes when you play games against Ivern, you just get to this point where the game feels unwinnable. Because like the Ivern comp is scaled, you can't break the shields, and it's just like so hard to do anything. So
they could still put something together. I think it's interesting.
Tyler 1 is Diamond 3. This is where he's hard stuck?
Is he doing a challenge right now?
Why is the clip
yeah, I think he's trying to demote as fast as humanly possible or something. Or the biggest fall off of rating ever. Is that trying to see how many games he can feed in a row before he gets banned? I'm not sure.
Wait, is Tyler washed? No, he's not right. He's probably gonna get the Master easy.
Wait, what is he playing? Wait, he's playing a... Oh, I don't think Alawi's good top lane right now. That's probably why.
Oh, Alawi's not good top lane?
Oh, I don't know. That's why I don't really main top. I just secondary it.
Oh, yeah, that Alawi was 1v5ing our team. That guy was completely unkillable.
Bro, don't doubt Tyler. You give him 1 week of grinding, he will bench 4,000 pounds at the end of the week and get Master in like a day.
In the shadows, she was waiting. She doesn't gank, she roams. Nowhere to run, nowhere to farm. Fear has a new name. And it's Core JJ.
Core JJ.
This summer, lock your jungle, ward your entrances. The nightmare returns in Invasion Part 2.
What is this? Bro, someone linked me a clip and said Baus cancelled Malzahar R. What? Wait! He did the exact combo I did on stage. He did the combo. The forbidden combo. R into E. All he has to do is throw a flash in there and boom. The Caedrel special.
I'm going I can pillar him for you as well. Yeah, it's good. If I can kill him, it's good. Yeah. I can give him 2 guys. Nice guys. Really good.
Stun. Yeah, he has ult, but we'll kill him.
Oh, jumping. Oh, nice.
Try to survive.
Look at you. Flash too. Puppy. I think it's nothing, but slowly. Take part to this. He says flash, no E. I pillar. Popping no flash. I'm going. I'm for you, son. Look, Angela flash now. I'm looking Nidalee too.
Aglan16 wants to go to sleep. That's when you know the games are getting fucking the games are getting wild when Aglan16 wants them to end. Yeah. Who? Wait, are they? Wait, like, what team do you guys want to win? What team are you guys a fan of, or are you just hate watchers of both teams? I feel like there's more C9 fans in the world than FlyQuest fans, but as of recently, a lot of people have become FlyQuest fans. There's a lot of Masu fans. Chat, I appreciate you all for being here. If you're staying awake and you're SEA gang and it's 5 AM, go to bed, stop being ill. If you're an NA fan and you're new to the co-streams, welcome. Hopefully it's chill. Hopefully it's chill. I will say, being 17 hours deep does make the series a bit different to when you're 1 hour deep. But I'm enjoying the games. Are you going to do LCK tomorrow? I don't know if I'm going to do LCK tomorrow. KT versus Nongshim just doesn't hit for me. I hope KT lose. I didn't mean that. I think I'm doing FlyQuest C9 instead of doing the KT Nongshim.
My competitive spirit. No matter who I'm playing against, I want to win, and no matter the stakes. And at least
I can turn the stream on and fall asleep on the floor if you want to watch me be asleep in the game at the same time or something.
So that's always been my goal every year. First time I noticed I was very competitive was probably when I was like 6. I was playing badminton, some badminton tournament. I just started crying after I lost. I would definitely say
started crying after he lost.
Has helped me succeed. Like when you want to win more, you work harder towards it compared to like if I didn't care as much. What fuels you?
My chat.
Welcome back to C9 versus FlyQuest.
Rage baiting fuels me. Rage baiting chat.
The reverse sweep. We've got Licorice here on the lounge looking into the Game 4 draft. What are you looking for from C9 here?
Yeah, I think I'm just curious about what C9's going to draft here. I feel like last game they got like a really standard kind of like team fight composition that they're kind of known for with like the Azir, the Renekton, the Nautilus. So like with the Champions band, I'm just curious to see what picks are going to come out this game. Like the Rumble is still open, but might get banned out right here. And then I think like if Rumble's gone, then like Thanatos is probably...
Alright, FlyQuest, pick some good champs.
We'll see where they go from there.
Yeah,
I never rage bait you, my glorious King Caedrel. I only speak the truth.
It would have been extremely
Facts.
disappointing for them to get 2-0'd before,
big exhale,
and then 3-0, and the games don't feel lopsided at all. Like C9
I think Ari is really strong right now. I don't know if either of these mid laners are good at Silas, but Ari is very strong.
Like the most notable pick, I think we already mentioned it, the Rumble pick. Feel like that has to be contested between both teams. Maybe even a ban here for
Sejuani ban.
C9 should just ban it out.
Yeah, I am curious if C9 are going to continue to ban it out.
I feel like the Skarner, Ivern, the Nefiri,
they have proven
the Ari.
That it is a flex pick for them. I would still kind of be making the assumption that it'd be going
maybe Victor, I guess, is good for these mids.
And then it would be up to C9 to see what they'd want Thanatos to bring out. Thanatos, by the way, who had definitely his best game of the series on the Renekton in the last game.
Yeah. Scion ban. For some reason, it felt like they had extra long for that last ban.
Yeah, that lasted a long time.
Scion ban.
Thinking over the Rumble.
I guess that's interesting. The Scion ban, I guess, allows
Scion ban.
Play, like picks like Jhin, I suppose. Like things that they're just afraid of this, like the walloping tank, and then if the Rumble gets picked, then they don't have to deal.
Yeah, they take the Fury. It's the strongest AD jungler right now.
But yeah, it's gonna be a Nefiri locked in so far.
I guess that gets matched by what? Skarner?
Right there, because the Fearless client, you can't pick the champions that have already been picked. So with the Kai'Sa pick last game, he can't hover Kai'Sa at the start of the draft anymore. So he was forced into an Elise hover, which I think like might mentally really like mess with him.
Man, absolutely.
I mean, Ari is strong, Silas is strong. Ambessa, Renekton's out, yeah.
A decent amount of success early on.
How's Bwipo feel about a Camille?
This entire time, and they're just blinding it right away, which will mean
I think that's the next in line of champ into Ambessa once Renekton's out.
End up winning this next one.
Yeah, I do want to bring up it could.
Maybe a
I
volley bear
definitely was
top
going
if he's
to
feeling it.
Thanatos, but it could be
Yeah,
a
there's the
flex
Skarner.
pick theoretically.
Yeah.
I still think like C9 as a whole.
I am the
for their
storm.
drafts, I think they really heavily prioritize comfort for their players, and as you already mentioned, Thanatos has had some really good outings on that Mbessa.
Yeah, and the two picks that I see a lot going up against Mbessa that does quite well is like the Renekton and the Jace. Jace was banned, and of course Renekton was just played last game. So
I mean, volley bear is good, but can they flex Ambessa mid is the question. Oh, he's gonna go Shen top into Ambessa. Is that matchup good for
Shen is
Shen?
something that lots of people have been playing. It's like really strong in the early parts of the game.
Is Shen
where it's
good
really
into
hard for
Ambessa?
to do anything, and you do eventually get outscaled in the side lane, but especially when you
I guess Shen's good into every melee until 1.5 item and he just loses.
So I think it's an interesting pick for them.
What have you got for me on mid?
Victor.
Victor.
Like the Rumble, which is
Bro,
still up, but that really is
FlyQuest
just like a
comp
skill
just
matchup.
looks fucking weird already.
Whereas the Shen is something with more like
Something about it I don't enjoy.
You're gonna win early, you're gonna be a pressure point, and then the Mbessa is gonna be a pressure point later.
And then they also lock in the Victor early with the other 6 mid laners already being gone. They're saying Loki doesn't have a hard punish pick.
A soul on
it's so
3 goes
interesting in
crazy.
this specific
Does
Fearless
it
series,
actually?
like,
No, it doesn't.
Whippo is just letting
Severe.
Thanatos play what he's comfortable on. and then
Okay, I
Whippo's
mean the
pulling
only
out
engaged support
the
left
weird
is
fringe
Leona
counter
Rakan.
picks for everything.
Yeah.
Right? With the Cho'Gath
Nico's
in game
out,
one, he's
Renata's
played
out.
Set,
What is
he's
it gonna
played
be?
Italy, now
Severe
he's playing
Karma?
Shen.
Ban
Rather than
Blitz
if
or
you
some
would've
shit?
Run this series back again, just picking the meta early, and now Thanatos would be out of champion, so to speak. But very interesting strategy here from FlyQuest and Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do you need to ban Blitz if you're playing
Whippo
Severe?
himself has talked about it, and it's something that FlyQuest obviously play around.
I think
where
FlyQuest Sire
his
Rakan
thought
is good.
process is essentially that
I think
he's going in
FlyQuest.
assuming that he knows the
Yeah,
matchup
Jinx
better
is
than
good.
you, right? So like that in and of itself is
They
going
could be
to
really
an
disgusting here,
advantage if
C9.
he comes into
And
a
just
game
play like
with a pick that
Severe
not only he
Karma
knows how to
with
pilot,
Galio
but
mid.
he knows that his opponent
And
might
just
not
play.
know the matchup nearly as well.
We're going to get
Or-
into pretty crazy territory here. I like what C9
I don't
did.
really
They
like
took their
Orianna.
80 carry, and now they're just going to start nuking the 80 carry pool. Because now you have 6 80 carry bans gone through. Now, of course, with the 7th one.
I don't like Orianna, I
things
don't
thought
like
was
Sylas.
beautiful with this composition. You have
Lulu
Shen
ban.
and Victor that's giving you a lot
If
of
you
space.
ban Lulu Karma
Xayah's
and they
another
play
one that I
Rakan
think
and you
is
go
really cool
Leona,
here,
what do you pick
just
with
because you
Leona?
go Xayah, Rakan, and you have a pretty good
Aphelios?
type back
Aphelios,
comp
Leona?
against an Mbessa, so Mbessa
Yeah.
will feel really useless. So all of these things, I mean, including the Shen ulti. So I really wonder what Masu is going to pick here, because I do think he has a lot of space to work with.
I mean, MF, Jen, Xayah, Aphelios technically
They ban
available, even though he
Draven.
hasn't played at the split.
Does
Yeah, I was
Masu
thinking-
play
I don't-
Draven?
I guess
Draven bans.
maybe Masu has games on Draven's played, because like Draven would be beautiful here going up against.
I
Silver.
feel
I'm
like
sure she just can't play the
FlyQuest has
matchup,
2
but,
directions. Direction 1 is
wonder
just play Sire Rakan.
what the response is
Direction
gonna be
2
now.
is some fucking
I'm also
Caitlyn
curious
lane.
about the mid lane pick because I feel like the early Sivir pick to me means that like they want like wave clear in their comp, which means they might not necessarily be getting it from the mid lane. So I'm not sure if Loki's gonna pull out something.
Blitz. Okay, the Karma Prio is high.
I don't even
I mean,
know
I'm
why,
staring at the
but,
board,
Yeah.
and Orionna's looking pretty good.
Karma
I'm not
Prio
excited,
is high.
But it's a
Yeah.
standard old school mid laner that would work very well with their
Is
front line,
FlyQuest
as well as
daring
just being
C9 to
comfort
pick the
zone
Karma
for scaling.
with that
is
Blitz
true.
ban?
I haven't seen much Orianna from Loki though. I know Orianna's out of meta.
Yeah. Oh,
No shot.
no.
Emax Mel?
I can see Mel.
Mel.
Like I like the idea.
Oh, he went Sylas.
Silas
That's
is more
interesting.
likely.
That's pretty
Ew.
aggressive. That's a bunch of beef with Sivir running behind them.
Yeah, for me this makes the Sivir pick make more sense because
Yeah.
now like they needed the wave cleared in order to pick Sylas. They probably didn't expect the Sylas to get banned away, so they have a comp that like has a lot of side lane pressure and then like has the Sivir just killing all the waves mid lane the whole game.
Kog'Maw would be interesting.
Chat, are you
Fog.
ill?
Could just-
Are you okay?
I mean, Lulu's banned. But I was thinking Zyrakan. I mean, if you're Masu Lucio, you have
They just
a lot of
blinded
room to work
Braum.
with, but
Braum into triple
What
melee is pretty
the
that is
fuck?
nice.
Yeah.
But what combos with Braum? It's
What?
left? MF probably?
They have to go Aphelios or some shit.
Yeah, not
Wait,
Could go MF? Yeah, not
it's Karma on 5 and eat.
like anything besides
This
Jhin,
chat's
I
dead.
don't know.
Yeah. They're all ready with their fucking copy paste
Just the fact
Lullaboat
that
or
C9
XGG
is
or dumb
kind of-
shit.
Oh, it is.
I
Oh,
love
Rakan. I feel like Rakan and
The
Karma
only
just
Kog'Maw
eat this
Braum
game.
I've seen has been from G2 actually.
Yeah.
So Hansama has been kind of playing that once in a while, but
I
this
think
is a
both are good.
Kog'Maw Braum game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it has a good matchup into Sivir.
I see the
Sivir
Kog'Maw
just,
Braum,
like,
but
can't
Rakan
really
and
do.
Oh my god, that Rakan win rate sucks. Chat, I'm gonna add if you ads, T1 Twitch, back for the games, piece. Yeah, Kog'Maw Braum is good into the Sylas, Skarner, and Bessa, but the Rakan has a free game.
On these drafts. I know it's a little strange going into game 4 Fearless.
I'm gonna have to give the edge to FlyQuest in this draft. I feel like they have like a strong early game.
FlyQuest draft is kind of freaky.
Got, like, nice scaling in mid lane. I always prefer the control mage over.
Someone in chat says, yeah, but it's Vulcan's Rakan. Is that a good thing?
Because I feel like Sylas has
is that a
to do
good
well
thing?
And, like, can't fall behind, or else he's just gonna like fall out of the game.
Yeah, and when I saw the Sylas locked in alongside Mbessa, and you already have the jungler there, I was just really concerned that now you're going into a kiteback comp with Shen, Victor, Kog'Maw, as like it's going to be difficult, I think, for C9 to chase you down.
Yeah, I like the Victor and the Kog'Maw from FlyQuest. Cashers, what do you think?
All right, thank you very much. Lounge, non-subscribers, we will see you guys in 30 seconds. For everybody else, a little bit of fun information for you. It's been a couple of years since we've had a Kog'Maw here on the pro stage in North America. The last one was actually picked by Cloud9 in the summer of 2023. It was Berserker.
Not every rat in the chat can wear a hat. Well, good luck doing that with fucking unique mode, slow mode on. Enjoy that, buddy.
What'll be the final game of this series?
Berserker win.
I didn't ask the producers that. I just know that Berserker played it. Because, you know, if you lose on Kog'Maw, maybe you were just maximizing
no chance to wear your fucking hat now, is there, idiot?
Using all of your skills as frequently as possible.
True. Passive use on Kog'Maw, very important.
I do really like the draft from FlyQuest. We'll see. Again, I think there's pressure on Cloud9, kind of similar to the last game, to be able to make things happen. Sylas is always really good in Shen games because you can steal the Stand United and you can be able to side lane and kind of respond very easily with that. That being said, there's not really a lot of great ults for him to steal besides that. Like Victor is fine. You know, Neferi is nothing.
Bwipo Shen is a
Kog'Maw
classic.
Essentially nothing. It's like, you know, so not the.
What is your all-time favorite era of the
variety
co-streams?
that he can really take from.
2023 LCK T1 KT best of fives was the best co-streams.
You get good position on your blade, and you're able to really kind of always have the push early.
All right, nothing level 1 yet again. So let's go ahead and
T1
pause things
KT
down to
2023
Emily.
co-streaming was peak co-streaming.
Thank you very much, Cast. I am here with Mithy. The first thing
Mithy,
I did
talk
want
to
to
me.
ask is I really, really loved a lot of your response picks, in particular the 4-5 Cog Braum. As it goes later on in these drafts, how do you prepare?
It's hard to prepare. We just have to get creative and trust that we're going to be able to pull off champs that we don't have the best practice on at times. You know, it's just the nature of Fearless and what makes it also very fun. So.
One thing that's really impressed me about FlyQuest as a whole is where a lot of teams kind of fall into a trap, especially on the 4-5, where they might not end up with a cohesive composition despite getting picks that they're comfortable with. You guys seem to put together really cohesive comps, so where does that come from?
Just conversation. We just talk every day about, you know, creating cohesion and making sure that our picks work together as good as possible. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to watching your team, and I'll let the casters get back to it.
All right, thank you very much.
A lot of trading on side lanes.
Was happening, of course. We had some pretty big trades
no
happening
ghost,
in both
no
of our
eel.
side lanes. Bwipo took a turret shot up here in top lane. It's why he
Bwipo did take a tower
was
shot.
worse for wear than he could have been in that 1v1 against
Chat,
Thanatos.
what are you
Meanwhile,
doing?
bottom lane, both non-flash summoners used by the duo of C9.
That is getting spicy. I mean, that gets really risky. He hits that taunt there. Now both of them are going to be pushing for level
What are you
3
doing?
really heavily. Bwipo is able to get it. Inspired, you know, when talking about potential MVPs, he said if he doesn't think about his teammates, Thanatos, he's the hardest player to play against
You're
overall.
like the
Also,
epitome
when I
of
talked to
poking
Inspired
the
before,
bear.
you know, he has said that he is one of those big carry threats. Inspired is right down to bot lane, though, early gank.
Yep, Busio flashes forward to immediately get the auto attack on Sven, starts stacking up.
Oh, he's actually
that
just
stun.
dead.
Inspired just jumps forward. There's no way for Sven to get
Oh.
away. Inspired wanted
First
to
blood
make
to
it
Kog'Maw.
a clean 2-0, but not quite enough damage.
Bwipo,
Now Blabber moving into the
Bwipo.
top side, seeing if he can find something in retaliation back against Bwipo.
Oh, he took another tower shot. It's a solo kill.
And
What
that
the
means
fuck?
There's no chance for an outplay, 1-for-1 across the map.
It's actually really bad, though, for Bwipo, you know, to die in that situation because it is an early game advantage that you have as Shen. So if you give over kills, if you get into a bad spot, you can get outscaled.
I feel like
very
Bwipo Shen
quickly,
is
and it can get to this point where there's not
probably
really
the
coming
most
back
like
in that 1v1.
he
So
trades the
Thanatos
fucking
can be really
hardest
happy
out of
about
any
his
Shen in the
position.
world.
He's gonna
He'll
TP
just
straight
fight
back
you to the
match
death.
Bwipo.
It's very exciting because this is the matchup that everyone talks about leading into this series. It's top lane, top lane, top lane. Thanatos versus Bwipo. #1 all-team pro versus #2 all-team pro going against each other. And on a signature pick on Mbessa, you can make so many picks and have such a high impact. But on the other side
Can
of
Masu
the map,
carry this game?
Inspired had a really good route where he
I've
actually
never
started
seen
on his
Sylas
own
with
wolves
Nefarield,
and then
actually.
went
That
to
sounds
the bottom
funny.
side, jumped
I
over
need to
the
see
back
Sylas with
of the
Nefarield
Dragon
ASAP.
Pit and wraps around to get the early kill onto Kog'Maw as well. And Kog'Maw is going to be critical to their game plan as well.
So one thing that I do want to point out, even though it does seem a little bit silly, yes, Whippo took the turret shot there. Yes, the kill goes over to Thanatos. Blabber didn't even get an assist. So at least you've got that little bit of a silver lining there. Skarner went up, he didn't get anything.
No, I mean, unironically, it's like you're kind of forced into dying.
Because normally Nefarield, all the dogs look like angry. But now Sylas is just going to be by himself.
There's nowhere to run, so you're going to try to go for a 1-for-1. You're going to try to trade. He couldn't get it onto Thanatos. So that is something working for him. Going to be really interesting to see how Whippo builds. People do really love Titanic. It is very strong.
He got that dog in him, though.
When you go Titanic from behind, it takes so long to get there, and a lot of the components
Kog'Maw
are pretty
Kog'Maw
useless.
Braum
You
is a
don't get lot
G2
of
classic.
longswords. There's not like AD
A
scalings in the
G2
kit,
classic from
for
last year.
Shen. So a lot of the Shen 1 tricks actually do something where they just go bombies into Deadmans, especially in a position like this where they're already a little bit behind. So they just use that bombies for wave clear, they go into Deadmans, and then later the bombie gets turned into an MR item, and they kind of just go that more supportive role, because the thought process is generally, if you get behind early, you're never going to win as Shen, because it is such an early game focused champ.
Thanatos down to 200 HP up here in the top lane.
First Drake to C9 is big.
To secure themselves the first
I think
Drake
FlyQuest didn't expect him to be on it. Wait, Braum is just dead or what?
Busio in danger. The Drake is already secured by C9 and they get a kill on top of it.
They don't have Shen ult yet. They don't have Victor mana either.
Masu's still firing.
Oh, Masu's frying. It's a triple kill for Kog'Maw. Oh my god. It's a triple kill for Kog'Maw. He's 4 kills in minute 6. Masu kind of glided there.
The other side of the map in the first play, Masu got the first kill. He just got 3 more. This is going to be a huge Kog'Maw. Greatly accelerated. That makes life very hard for Skarner, a health stacking champion.
Masu played that fight really well. It was quite smooth to watch him.
Super early to try and get his Braum
Q,
passive
auto.
onto
His W is on
but
cooldown.
ends up
I think it
getting
comes
pinned
up in a
against the wall
second.
and bursts it down super quickly.
Now
But
it comes up W.
continues and they extend it.
Exactly. Inspire just goes in, creates so much space, quad arrives. Lethal Tempo
my
gets
God.
stacked here for Masu, and he's just
Hits that
shredding
guy.
them.
Hits
Gets
that
the
guy.
Q
Qs
to
that
finish
guy.
off
Hits that
Vulcan
guy.
as he's hitting Loki
Hits
with
that
the
guy.
autos,
No,
gets
kill
a
this guy.
second kill
Boom.
there, and then Blabber even spends the flash.
Chill.
His E came back up. He tried to flash in and stun him.
Nice, nice.
Nice,
It's
nice.
just one of those things where he looks really silly doing it, but he was waiting
He's only
for his spell
500
cooldowns,
golds
and
up,
he
though.
thought he could flash stun him into the wall and maybe set up for a kill in that way. Of course, couldn't get it off, does die, does lose the flash. You know, you said it's bad news for health stackers. I would also say it's kind of bad news for everyone. Kog'Maw does a lot of damage when he gets ahead. Health stacking or not, it is really oppressive. You know, I do think Kog'Maw always has clear counterplay, though, until you get to like a lot of items where he starts building tanky, and then all of a sudden you can't one-shot him and you can't out-DPS him.
And it's
Thanatos
really
is
scary
dancing.
when he goes double mobility
Thanatos is
summoners
dancing.
just like this. He's got a Braum protecting him, and he has the Ghost plus the Flash.
Bro, the Elo
So
emote being the Kog'Maw auto
usually when
attack
you're playing
is just
against Kog,
funny.
You want to try and play around that W timer. And
It is
the
just funny.
cooldown, but like when he has all this extra mobility,
Versus Ghost.
it
How do you play
becomes
around it?
insanely difficult. So Masu here, who has been such a big story for FlyQuest ever since he has joined this roster. We'll see if he can carry them to victory here.
He's
this
not
series,
that
'cause they
far ahead
only
on
need one
Kog'Maw.
more game.
Oh,
Cloud9
he's dead.
though still
Is he
focused,
dead?
and they're going for a topside play.
Oh, Mbessa ult was
Again,
disgusting.
But Whippo with a nice sidestep there to avoid the public execution. C9 continuing to
Oh,
move
he
forward.
backstepped the
Whippo
ult.
just danced circles around them. First he sidesteps the Mbessa ult, then he backsteps the Skarner Impale. Whippo survives.
That was really well played. So people are going to criticize Blabber for that. The reason he positions his ult like that is because he's going to say, Whippo is going to have to flash as soon as I press this, and he's going to put it in a place where he'll have to flash into it, otherwise he'll die. Of course, in this case, he just held the flash, then flashed afterwards, does get out, That has got to feel really
Inspired
good
gets
for
some free
Whippo,
grubbies.
and he is still going Titanic.
Not
He goes
really
back towards that
contestable for
Tiamat.
Blabber.
This is a pretty weak
And now the
part of
Shenled
game, though, when
threat
you're on
is
this
looming on the
one item, which is
Kog'Maw.
Tiamat.
Can we
And the
gank bot?
reward
No.
for Whippo absorbing all
They
that
have
pressure,
Shenled.
absorbing both of those ultimates, still staying alive, is that now Inspired is up here in this topside river. Not even a minute after the grubs have spawned, he's already secured the first. He's going to secure the second. Cloud9 won't even be around to try to fight.
I don't
for
know
the third,
why,
and they
but when I
don't
see
have the
Rod of Ages
resources to do
Sylas, I
so
feel like that
anyway.
champ is
So
just
Whippo
useless.
wasting that time and those resources buys Inspired the opportunity to lock up these 3 grubs for FlyQuest.
Good jungle brain, Flowers, because I was right there with you. I was like, as soon as I see that, I'm mashing Honor.
Rod of Ages
for my
Sylas just
top
doesn't feel
laner.
like it does
He
damage.
absorbs that gank, both ultimates.
What a Zeka build on
I get the
Sylas.
grubs. That is so good for
I guess that's
Neferi.
really what matters. But I think he's scared of getting
Inspired here,
outscaled by
so,
Roa Victor.
Back down to the Kog'Maw problem, though. That is still going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah, that is going to be problematic. And the funny thing is, it's actually more of a gold lead for Quad. Well, it was, excuse me. You know, it's just about the exact same right now.
Pugmo,
so
what a
Quad
great
doing
skin.
really well in that 1v1. Grasp Victor, very difficult matchup for a lot of these melee champions. You can't
I
really
kind of want to
just
see
go all in,
Masu
'cause
just
you
fucking glide on
burn
them.
Chains, you dash in with the Abscond Abduct. Well, he just puts Gravity Well on his feet, and now you're getting hit and you're stunned up. It's really, really difficult. So he's constantly just going to be autoing you, putting pressure on you, and that means that low
I want to see him ghost up, get brown passive stacks, shadowed on him, and just fucking go. Because Kog'Maw frontlining on 3 or 4 items is fun.
Towards a row of his own. So he's going to be a very tanky build here. Tough to actually 100 to 0. And
Sylas
I
could
think
take
it's
Shenled
gonna
and
be
play a
difficult
cross map.
matchup for a long time
Yeah, but your window
you
for
pair that
cross
up
mapping
with
is
what we
so
were
small
talking about
before the
earlier.
ult
Okay,
expires.
So now we have a mid laner who's going to have some powerful scaling while also being very hard to kill. Kog'Maw has very powerful scaling, and then he'll start building tank eventually and be very hard to kill. Who ends up even becoming the target? Because it's a tanky support. It's a Shen in the top lane. It's Neferi with her very, very balanced W. Who's going to actually die?
I mean, the answer is you still have to go for
I thought it was
Masu.
gonna
Because if
ghost
you don't
there.
kill Masu, you're always going to get out TPS. You're going to die. And that is going to be the challenge. You're going to have to go through a Braum, through a Stand United, through, you know, a Spirit's Refuge. That
Is it
parry
just gank
zone here
Whippo a clock?
From Whippo. You're going to have to try to kill him through all that, which is so tough. And they're looking for Whippo again.
All right, Whippo wanting to try to sidestep away from the Skarner tackle, but it's not good enough.
All in
Meanwhile,
bot,
2v2
Braum
down the
ult.
bottom lane.
I mean, they can
Vulcan's gonna
dive
try to
bot now.
disengage on that one as Whippo
So I
does at
guess
least
Sven
drop
has
this
to
time.
give up.
C9's going to get what they came for in the top lane.
I mean,
Unless they
this is really
full
good
send
from
it,
Blabber.
but
He's just gonna
they're
keep
quite low.
going at Whippo.
Yeah, Blabber's
Got away
doing
last
well
time,
to just
played
get
really
Thanatos
well, but
ahead.
This time, no flash. So
Drake
now
goes
you
to
go down,
FlyQuest.
Another kill goes to Thanatos, and you lose the play. Again, you get outscaled in this matchup. So it's going to be hard for him to maintain, you know, presence in that side lane. And one of the things I think people sometimes
This
don't
split
think
screen
about
is
with Shen
dank.
is, yeah, sure, you can ult away. Great. Help the other side of the map. But the problem
Was
is
it
if
at
you never
Worlds
have
where they did
push,
3
there's
lanes?
such a cost to ulting away. You ult the other side of the map with the wave under your tower, you're giving up a
Oof,
full
is this
wave,
a game
you're giving up
5?
multiple plates. So the play on the other side then has so much pressure on it to succeed. It's way easier for Shen to make plays elsewhere if he also has a push.
Exactly. That's why that play was a
Is
double
this a
win,
game
because they got
5?
the kill and they got the teleport afterwards too.
I
Usually
feel like
you're going to use your teleport to get back, so you don't
C9's
give as
champs
much up. But now Whippo doesn't
should
have
lose the
that
game.
either, and the swaps come out.
Just think
so
about it.
top
Simulate
side,
it in your head.
for
Ambessa
Sven and
ults
Vulcan
in.
to go catch that wave
Sylas dashes in. Rakan goes in.
All right,
They have
Minions doing
a
little bit
Kog'Maw
of plate
with a
damage
Braum
here,
next to him,
12
with a
minutes
Shenled
on
on
the
him,
clock,
who's going to
one
build
Drake
tank.
to one, all 3 grubs
And they have a
enforced,
Grasp
going the way
Victor
of
with
FlyQuest
Roa
means
and
they are
Merc
one
Treads.
neutral objective
I
away
think they
from
just
being
turn
able
and
to
kill the
secure
Ambessa
that
instantly.
feat of strength. However, there's no neutral objectives available to play for quite a while now.
But I do
Dragon
know that
4 minutes
Thanatos
away since
is
that
a good
first was
Ambessa
taken
player.
So late. The Herald's still 3 minutes away from here. Do you
But I
guys
just don't
expect
think
to see
C9's
just
damage
some
sticks.
PvP for the love of the
I
game,
don't
or
think
is it
C9
probably gonna
damage
have to
sticks.
wait
It
until
just
we get to
doesn't
one of these
stick.
objectives spawning?
I mean, honestly, if I'm FlyQuest, I just want to farm. I just
Okay.
feel like you just want to farm, you just want to chill. You do not want to fight anywhere where Thanatos is right now.
Did they swap?
Just being on components here for Whipple. Great taunt.
Nice taunt on Sven there. Forces him to take 2
Oy,
turret
oy,
shots
oy.
and the full damage from the Shen combo with the Q. That means Sven is down to 1/4 HP.
That's a PvP right there, Flowers.
Okay, there you go. That counts.
Love of the game.
Just for the love of the game, as immediately the public
And
execution
Bessa
from
ult.
Thanatos jumping in after Quad.
And
Somebody
out.
used the Chaos Storm to try to protect
Shen
himself,
ult.
and Whipple's
Yeah.
joining up here with the rest of the team. A nice double
Maybe they
fail
can get out
from
here, C9, but I can
Blabber
see
to
it.
guarantee that
Oh,
Loki's able
Whipple's
to
going to die,
escape, and
actually.
now it's Whippo
Rakan!
C9 brought reinforcements.
Oh, I think C9's going to going to need a big lead this game if they want to be able to kill this backline.
5v4 game now for C9 as they get a 1-0 in the scrap.
Yeah, that is massive for them because not only did they kill off Bwipo, this is what I was talking about. When you don't have push and you ult away, you lose so much. They lost plates there, they lost a full wave, and now they're about to lose a second full wave to that top tower. Each of those waves is 100 gold. That's a couple hundred gold. That's all the experience. That's all of this gold going away. on that ult where you got nothing.
Nice
Meanwhile,
timing.
Loki does have his
W
teleport, so
timing.
he's going to at least get under there for some experience, but Inspired comes over to push him out too, or maybe go for the dive. Rakan is on the way.
Okay, C9's gonna have some backup. Loki jumping in, trying to put a little bit of hurt here onto Busio, make the tankiest member of this trio a bit more hesitant to want to try to start up some turret aggro. So C9 not going to be in any real pressure, any real danger over here right now. Now the clock has moved forward enough with this little bit of fighting back and forth. We are getting close to those neutral objectives spawning. Rift Herald up in just over a minute.
Yeah, it's going to be really close now, and we'll see if both teams do want to really pressure for it. Sven here off to a good start, has quite a lot of gold, has kept up very close to Masu. Even though Masu got 4 early kills, he has more farm, he got those plates. So Sven is scaling really well here also, and he does have this big front line to create space for him. Masu, though, at 14, had that 200
Camera angle
gold
for the
lead,
Pugmore.
has put out some good damage, has those 4 kills.
That's all I ever think with this kid. That's what's going.
Can you repeat that?
It's going on in the Kog'Maw players' brains. I feel like every time you press the there you go. That's your whole team fight.
Gonna need a soundboard of that one.
The soundboard is W.
LTA where Kobe will literally bark for you.
W and right click. That's the soundboard.
Oh,
meanwhile, Thanatos is actually the biggest marker on the Rift. He is the one that's going to be looking for the most PvP with his 1,000 gold lead on Mbessa.
FlyQuest just needs time.
Sitting his level 11, so you got your rank 2 ultimate. Love seeing some snowball with that champ. Meanwhile, though, Blabber gets locked up here in mid lane.
Blabber's getting shredded. He flashes over the wall to try to stay alive. Masu needs a little bit more damage, but they don't
no
have
flash
enough
Skarner. The
firepower.
Kog'Maw Brown
Critically,
tears it, man.
Blabber escapes.
Yeah, and I'm actually really surprised. Loki stole the Stand United, never used it there. So, didn't think that it was worth coming through or had the confidence that they could get out without him. But that does mean he gets pushed there, and he's going to actually TP down to bot lane. They're going to actually look for a dive with Stand United.
Yeah, Quad is in some trouble here as the 3v1 is going to put him in a real tough spot.
Okay, they got him.
Chaos Storm will
Whippo
not
didn't have his own
protect
channel
him.
there.
C9 get killed, number 6.
I love the
Nice
offensive
play
use
by
there
Loki.
of the Stand United from Loki.
Now
It's one of
Thanatos
the
can
reasons
base and
it's
TP top.
so
Lovely.
good to have
They
Silas
lose
when there's a
Herald,
Shen on the
maybe.
other side. They make this aggressive move. They kill off Quad. They get first tower. That's feats as well. And a 3rd kill into Thanatos' pockets. They've been playing so heavily for him
I
this
still
game.
think
Non-stop
FlyQuest
gank
is fine.
towards Whippo. Now
Call me
Loki coming
fucking
down,
Susan and
3-man
slap my
dive.
ass, but I
He has
think
gotten
FlyQuest
paid,
is fine.
And now it's Thanatos' turn to try to pay that back. He's got to be a big factor in this game.
So FlyQuest will manage to claim the Herald as the trade for that play in bottom, but I do believe this is the first time in the series that
I
C9
see it,
has
bro. I
claimed
see
the
it.
defeats
I
and
see
the
a
boots,
FlyQuest
considering they were
win.
first to 3 kills, even though it was a really close contest with those big fights. They got the first turret as well.
That's a red buff on
C9 are
Bessa.
feeling good about this current state of the game as Whippo tries to flash
Didn't
away.
get the
but
+3
Thanatos
either.
has Eclipse. He's 3-0 on the
Bro,
Mbessa.
Thanatos
He
is
does
fisting
so
him.
much damage. Whippo is
I don't see it, chat. I
0-4
don't see it.
and
It's gone.
0. Thanatos is absolutely the
I
better
don't see
top
it.
laner in game number 4.
We did warn you. He is looking for more PvP, and he just runs him down the lane, makes it look super easy. The response is going to be the Rift Herald play in mid lane, but Loki's wrapped around too.
Yeah, Quad's in danger now. That gravity well to try to protect himself from Loki, who was stolen away in the Chaos Storm. Busio and Masu making their way down into the fight to try to protect their mid laner, but they've got to be careful because Blabber and Vulcan are also ready to contribute. Loki's still alone right now, but Thanatos has joined the party. This guy's the problem. As
They're murdering the backline.
Have to scatter. Masu tries to flash
They
back on the
live
wall,
there?
barely
No, they
stays
don't.
alive,
They die.
But C9 dog piles in and guarantees
It's game 5. Oh my god, it's actually game 5. That is crazy. Or is it? It's 2 for 2. That was 2 for 2. How did FlyQuest save that? Masu and Quad were both 1.
Piles into the red side
What?
jungle of FlyQuest, and it's 2 for 2 when the dust settles as C9 moves
Kog'Maw
to take the
passive
trade.
was
Whippo got
crazy or
an
what?
850 gold shutdown there. Looked like off of Thanatos, so a big injection of gold for him, but Thanatos still massively ahead.
All I saw
We can
was
see this one more
Silas take
time.
Victor ult
Loki
and
just
press
getting
it
very
on a
aggressive with it,
Victor
and then
and
super early
Kog'Maw
TP
on
from
10%
Thanatos is gonna
health.
put so much pressure on Masu. Masu just
Here,
has to
over the
run
wall.
for the hills immediately.
Masu-
This is a great prediction from Busio though. Over the wall predicts where the dash is
Severe
going to
Q,
come.
Silas
But even
Q,
with that,
Victor
it just
ult.
doesn't matter
And And they
because
won
look
from
at
this position.
Stolen ult from Loki
He flashes
the wall,
over
drops the
Masu and
Victor
kills
ulti
the
on multiple
Sylas.
members. FlyQuest were so low on health that they couldn't stay around and fight.
And then the follow through on this.
And then
scrap
Kog'Maw
was so
passive Bomba and
incredibly
Bwipo
close.
gets a
Quad,
Titanic here.
I feel like had very
Oh,
good
he gets
movement
auto.
this entire time.
Wow.
It started with him dodging the Sylas chain.
This is going to be a good
but
game, I
ends
think.
with him surviving there on the backside of the fight. Bwipo, of course, at the end, with his Titanic Hydra, was able to finish off that kill and get that cash in. We'll see if that moves the needle at all.
I mean, the thing is, it's not in the 1v1. Definitely help him in this stage of the game, but you just do not win. From Eclipse, basically until forever, you're pretty much losing this 1v1 unless you're way ahead. And you can see he was not ahead. He was way behind because Thanatos has a big advantage with all the help they got for him. He already has tier 2 boots. He's got the Shojin completed on top of that Eclipse. It is completely impossible in the 1v1. He's
What do you
down
build
2
on
levels
Cog? You
as
go
well.
Blade,
So,
Rage
Bwipo
Blade,
is just gonna try
Terminus,
to push
Jack Show,
waves
right? And on Jack
hope that
Show,
his
it's
team can do
fisting
things
session,
elsewhere.
isn't it?
And Bwipo right now doesn't have his own ultimate, but he's facing Loki 1v1, so Loki could take his ultimate and actually cover that timer instead and kind of flip the script on that cooldown. Doesn't look like there's going to be any extra pressure or anyone stepping out from towers, though, on the side of FlyQuest. They don't want
Chat, the longer
anyone
Aglan
else being
stays here in this chat,
Really interested to see where
the less
Masu
time
goes
he'll
with his
have
build,
to
of
stay in the
course,
LCK
Blade
chat
Rune
for
King, Rage
Nongshim
Blade,
versus
like, that is
KT.
always going to be
Hey.
in there.
Yeah.
But then does he
W.
just go straight up tank after that? Does he continue to build more damage? 3 into tank. Sometimes people go, 2 items and then they still build, a little bit of tank right there. And to just try to survive the dive with the thought process of if you can't 100-0 me, lethal tempo
cannot
plus
terrorize the
items here
LCK
is going
chat.
to be enough to keep me going. And then there's also kind of like the middle of the road options where you can go like Wit's End or pseudo tanky, with a 3rd item. So we'll be interested to see how he goes.
IE Sivir is going to sting.
Okay, what do we got here? What do our timers look like? 15 seconds on the Otacon.
Does the winner go to MSI? No, the winner goes to the finals.
It a little bit by saying
NA only has one MSI spot.
Be able to force the Otacon 20 minutes into the game, then they get a huge fight against C9 to bring the game back into their own favor. Take the Otacon there. It's 3 games out of 3.
Sivir is strong, man.
FlyQuest have got a very early Otacon in this series.
Bro, half the people writing LOL are probably NA fans.
Here again, because right now it's C9 with control over the top side river where the Otacon has spawned. Thanatos has buried Bwipo so many times, there is no way that Otacon is going to the other side of the rift.
Yeah, and Bwipo does have his ultimate up and available at the moment, so he's
They're trying to get the Shen ult
They
out.
want him to be able to take the bot
Masu
tower
has no
first,
flash.
but
If he gets
C9
hit by
forced.
Mbessa ult, is he one shot?
FlyQuest trying to step up here, but C9
Look
still
at
have
Vulcan.
total control over the
Oh, they're
Otacon.
going to connect onto him pretty well, I think, here.
5,000 HP.
So they went
Vulcan
on
gonna be jumped on by
Inspired.
but that dog's got to be careful.
Oh, he
tried
flash
to get
ulted him.
back away, while Blabber gets a massive 3-man impale as FlyQuest tries to make their way into the pit here for the fight. Blabber's going to be taken low.
I think that's the worst fight ever humanly possible for FlyQuest. That was disgusting. Absolutely murdered all of them, Thanatos. Masu got Flash Skarner ulted, into Mbessa ult, into Rakan W, into dead. Oh no, into Rakan E,
This is going to be
into
a
dead.
5K gold lead. And when everything is said and done here, as Busio,
How did
he was
Masu get
going
so
after
close as
the
well?
top side of this fight.
Why
You
did he
can
get so
see
close?
They're moving up there. They're trying to put pressure onto Vulcan, but Sven
Oh,
is
he's
just
auto-attacking.
free-firing on them. And then Blabber flashes back in right as the stand behind me comes through. 3-man ulti, the no hesitation from Thanatos gets in. Masu gets incredibly low and then is just flashed on by Loki to finish him
Inspired
off.
dies.
Cloud9 know this is their fight to lose. They commit fully
Into
to
Rakan
it,
W.
and they dominate it.
No, it's Skarner into Rakan W. Yeah, Chain CC dead.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Holy fuck, they're actually going to reverse sweep them. WC9.
Oh, they are fired up. The Cloud9 comeback, the hopes of the Cloud9 reverse sweep in this series are very much alive.
And you can see the damage in the last team fight right there. Isaac,
Masu
you
has flash now, but I think
earlier for
it's...
despite the fact that he had to be
This
laning against
Mbessa got so many
4-0
free
Kog'Maw,
kills.
who's the beneficiary of all of the early action. He's done a good job staying relevant, staying caught up, staying powerful, and he topped the charts in the Otacon fight.
And him and Vulcan are the ones that forced Inspire to use the W
What?
really early on Neferi.
I've
which then
never
made
seen a
him
team have
vulnerable
41
when they
flowers
went
with the new
back in,
Atakan.
For the actual
41
smite
to
on
7
the
in a
Otacon.
pro game?
See what they could do in the
That is
aftermath, though.
crazy.
They are all on bottom side here, so looks like as soon as they call Blabber down.
Okay. Busio not going to hit anything there with a winner's bite. Blabber.
Shen ult is still on cooldown.
Over the wall.
Masu's just dead here, I think. He is just dead.
Ready to lead the charge. Blabber goes in, only going to find the
Oh,
opportunity here onto Busio.
oh my god, he kited all of it. But it doesn't matter, does it matter? Nope, he has Mbessa ult still dead. Holy fuck, it's a This is crazy. C9 just eat them.
Double kill for Loki, a triple kill for Sven, a clean ace for Cloud9.
Do you think they can just end
How
bot?
much can they do? There's 40 seconds on quad here. Can they just end the
Do you
game?
think they can just
They're
end
marching
bot 24 minutes win?
Cloud9 want to deliver us a game 5.
Bro, they gave so many free kills over to C9. I think Whippo had a stinker game.
To absorb the turret shots, at least from this tier 3. The next minion
Nah,
wave
don't
is
end.
making its way up, but they don't believe they have the time. Masu and Busio are both going to respawn here in about 10 seconds with their limited health bars, with the slightly delayed wave. They choose instead to retreat, regroup, spend their gold. They're 9,000 ahead, and C9 is poised for victory.
If you ever see a Thanatos Ambessa, you play for the Ambessa, for sure. Here's a look at the
This
engage,
Ambessa is
and it was
so strong.
really nicely timed between them as Blabber came through, and then Loki had the stolen Braum ultimate.
Masu kited
Vulcan
every
goes
inch of their
super deep
engage,
there.
Yeah, Masu,
except
it was
for
worth the flash,
Ambessa
and
ult
he
being
goes,
up.
Look at Thanatos, sneaks through
Boom.
the public execution between everyone, tags Masu.
Holy
That's
fuck,
the end of the
Thanatos
fight,
is
because
ripping
Masu
them
is your
apart.
only chance to get anything done from this point. Thanatos nails him, takes him down. It's a 5-for-0. It's a triple for Sven. It is Cloud9 on the precipice of claiming this game.
I want to go back to the top of the day when we were listening to the lounge talk about the potential win conditions for both teams and why they were split, 2 for Cloud9, 2 for FlyQuest. And Licorice was talking about if Cloud9's going to win this, you can have Thanatos like popping off, right? Like this guy, Thanatos and Whippo being that top lane matchup. Even when I was talking to you guys earlier, Kobe,
Game
you mentioned how
5.
this
It's
is what
it would be the
everybody was
first ever
talking
NA
about
Game
with
5,
these two
right?
teams going head to head, and it has been a Thanatos gap in games 3 and 4.
And when I say everybody, Flowers, I mean everybody, including the players in this game. We actually had Inspired on the dive, and we asked him, all right, what are like the other people that come to mind
I
when you think of
misphrased that.
MVPs?
First
And
ever,
his answer
I meant
was
Fearless. Maybe I
only
missed the Fearless
Thanatos.
button.
He was like,
No, the
this
Fearless
guy,
button.
of
First ever
all the
NA
other
Game
players
5
in
with
the league,
Fearless.
is
I remember.
a guy that will win a
I remember
game
everyone was saying that
against
NA's
us.
not had a Fearless Game 5
we'll see if
once
they can
yet.
actually do that, though.
Okay, FlyQuest looking for a chance here, but C9 are immediately going to stop that engage.
Oh,
Blabber
Masu?
wanted to
He's
find a
dead.
flash and
Insta
pale
dead.
angle, but
No
he ain't gonna
subs,
get it.
one shot.
Meanwhile, Thanatos again marks his target for public
Thanatos Ambessa
The
is
fight's over
insane.
before it ever really begins. Only Quad still alive. A triple kill for the Ambessa, for Thanatos. Loki going on a rampage, picking up the 4th, and now C9
Ambessa's
will take
ahead
their chance to go
so
claim
far.
a free
She's
Baron.
10-1. So when she
21 out of
ults
23
and then
kills,
Q2 auto attacks,
Thanatos has
she
been
already
there
took
for.
half of
If
Masu's
top
HP,
lane
more
is an
maybe.
island, FlyQuest is not booking a vacation there anytime soon.
Not at all, man. Cloud9 played so
This was the
heavily towards
fourth game,
Thanatos
the
this
first game
You
4
know,
of
they
the
get
year.
him in this matchup where they know,
Really?
okay, you're going to lose early, but then he's constantly getting those ganks from Blabber. He's constantly getting that help, putting him in this winning position, and he has paid that back tenfold. Thanatos looking like an absolute
It's the second.
monster in these fights, always able to find Masu. This time was set up well by Vulcan, who was able to knock up Masu, set it up for that public execution. FlyQuest are going to keep on fighting, but I think we all know how this
TL
one
vs. League was
ends.
the first game 4.
12,000 gold lead, Soul Point.
Well,
Baron,
progress
they've
is being
taken
made.
everything, and they are really close to closing this one out.
Yeah, with all
I'm
the
gonna
team
stretch
gold,
after this
even
game ends,
the
and we're gonna
support
lock in for a
matchup
game
is
5.
2,500 individual gold lead there for Vulcans Recon.
That's like a fully completed item or 35 wards. It's a lot. There's a whole lot of stuff.
Get
A lot of
ready,
wards that you
Susan.
could buy with all of that extra cash in hand.
All right,
there's been a
C9,
lot of
wrap it
talk
up.
about FlyQuest obviously being #1, having the first team All-Pro votes, but look at these votes. They were very close in a lot of these roles. It was very competitive, Inspired with Blabber, Thanatos with Whippo, notably, but even the bot lane relatively close. These were clearly the two best teams in the league.
FlyQuest's way of
Rightfully so, they
drafting
got
is
the most
weird.
votes here. And C9 looking to prove people wrong.
Have
show
they
that
always
they
drafted
are the
like
better
this? I
team,
guess my
that
definition
they
of weird
are
might be
the
odd.
best players in
I
the
feel like the
league here.
first 2 games they
And I feel
played,
like
their
people
draft
had been
it
overlooking
made
them a little
sense.
bit, especially after that best of
You
3.
have the
But
Cho'Gath
even
into
from
the fucking
scrims,
globals, you have a
everyone was
team
telling
fight
me
comp, you
that
just go team
FlyQuest
fight.
was really a cut above
And then you have an
where
early
C9
game
is
top
right
comp
now,
with good
and
dive,
C9
you go dive.
looking like they are up to
But their
the
game
task
3,
today.
game 4 comp didn't make any
are about
sense.
to be cut down here in this 4th game.
This
The
comp,
inhibitor
I guess, is
destroyed
protect the
in
Cogmore
mid lane
comp,
now,
kind
as
of.
everybody else on C9 going to gather up here at the top lane, tier 3.
And
Thanatos
last game, it just looked like they were
absorbing
playing
the
champs they
damage
weren't
from
very
the turret
comfortable with. Like,
immediately,
Nidalee just
as
didn't
now
look like
they
comfort.
continue their push forward. Loki looking to take out the first Nexus turret before anything else can even happen. FlyQuest just
GG.
scrambling, trying to defend the last
GG.
remnants of their base. C9 with the full
I do think FlyQuest draft does make sense if the game is even. But if top dies 3 or 4 times and then Ambessa gets ahead.
There's no way for Whippo to get out of it. At least one's going to get traded back as Masu kills Sven, but it does not matter.
Oh, reverse sweep on the cards. Reverse sweep on the cards.
The first Game 5 in LTA history between the top 2 teams in the league.
Doesn't get any better than this. I'm so excited for the final draft as well, going this deep and fearless. I mean,
all right, chat.
Did not work
it's
out
stretch time.
So heavily. This
While
game
we
was
listen
really
to Silver
all
Scrapes.
about Thanatos. It looked like
Bro,
it was
where's
gonna
my
be a tale
easy
of two lanes. Top lane got the best of them.
FlyQuest was looking good in those first couple of games, but C9 have rebounded beautifully as we head to our first
Here it is.
Game 5 here in North America
Caroline.
this year.
We pump up the Silver Scrapes and we pump up the fucking stretch.
Need to loosen
Good old
up.
Caroline. Let's go. Me and Caroline.
Standing side bend. Reach your arms up, squeeze your butt. Hinge over to one side. Lengthen from your fingertips to your toes. And breathe. Can you bend a little deeper? Good job. Other side. Lift up. Over
Oh, yeah.
candy cane.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so proud of you
Oh,
for
yeah.
being here. 5 minutes makes a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Keep breathing and come back up. Wide leg forward fold. Hinge at the hips, come over.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Entire upper body melt down towards the ground as you stretch through the hips, the low back, the hamstrings. Breathe. You can sway right to left as it feels right. Come
that's
on
not
up.
working for me.
Standing figure 4 stretch. So cross one ankle over the opposite knee, hinge back. Stretch the glutes and the piriformis. If you need it, hold onto a chair or a wall for balance.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, this one feels amazing, right?
Chat, you better be doing this.
Let's switch sides. Figure 4, sit it back.
Chat, I'm a Red Bull athlete. Get your stretches.
Little bouts of stretching go far helping you maintain your flexibility and your mobility. Let's get into those inner thighs. Inner thigh stretch. Lunge over to one side. Stretch through the adductors. Sit your hips back as far as you can. Deep breaths. Switch sides. Come on over. Stretch through those inner thighs. I'm so proud of you for being here today.
Chat, stop backseating. Stop backseating. Shut up.
Body.
Stop backseating. Stop backseating. Stop backseating. You're sitting like a fucking goblin. Shut up.
It's hip flexor time. Come into a lunge, tuck the pelvis, squeeze the butt, drop your hips. If it feels right, same arm as leg behind, up and over. Stretch.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
job.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Second side. One
Oh,
leg
yeah.
goes back, tuck, squeeze, side bend.
Oh, yeah.
Have you checked out the other stretching videos?
No, wait,
No, I haven't. Caroline, shut up.
Okay, coach. I'm looking you. I'm looking you.
Yeah, they can't come. Yeah, they can't come. They can't come. Look here, look here.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm looking at
showing
you.
everyone.
Let's go.
We kill. I'm trolling guys.
Come on, guys. Okay. Look, come on.
Stand up.
I'm in again.
Again,
Come on,
share
Junior.
wall
In.
for balance.
Nice.
Nice.
Don't worry, I got it. That's it. One more.
We've made our way to the stage for Game 5 of Cloud9 versus FlyQuest Upper Bracket Finals.
Second side.
What a
Feel
performance
the
in these last two games by C9, but more importantly, Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos has really been showing up. I feel really vindicated in my support for him at the
You
start of today.
don't say! This is the only person here who put him first team All-Pro.
When an arrow in your interview with
Are
him
we done,
said he was
Caroline?
confident always in the reverse
done,
sweep,
Caroline?
I thought that brother was coping. There was no shot. I was like, maybe you guys take a win, but no, this team has looked completely different ever since.
Caroline,
Yeah,
I don't know much time
to me,
left.
I think it's not just Thanatos. Obviously, he did just have an absolutely insane Ambessa performance, but it
Swap.
was the approach that C9
Switch.
took, right?
Other
Like, they
armor cross.
recognized
Caroline,
that they
I'm not
really
gonna lie,
wanted to
Caroline,
be
you
able to
take
get him ahead
forever.
in that lane because of
Caroline
the matchup.
pisses me off.
Despite the early early kills that Kog'Maw got, this Ambessa was absolutely all over Masu all game.
And I think for me, it's the fact that Cloud9 stayed aggressive. We saw Kog'Maw get 4 kills early in that game. We saw they had scaling with Kog'Maw Victor. But just looking at the progression of Thanatos this series, look at this. From having a sleeper game 1 with Yorick 0-3-2, all the way to now 4-0-6 and 12-1-11 with 1,100 damage per minute in that last game. You don't get 1,100 damage per minute unless you are fighting constantly, which C9 was able to do.
He has been a beast, and even just adding a different stat, the solo kills that he's had on Bwipo in both Game 3 and 4 have been ridiculous. Game 4, the first time around when, like, Blabber was looking for a gank, didn't even need it because the solo kill happened because, of course, the extra tower shot. But
all right,
Thanatos
energy's
has
good
been
now.
A real difference
When
maker,
in doubt,
and the fact
Caroline
that C9 has
stretches.
completely supported him in doing so,
And
not
we're
taking
back.
unnecessary fights, if you said, and really just supporting the strongest member in the team.
And we're
They
back
have
for a
been
game
clear
5.
mind, and I think a credit to the veterans in the squad, coaching staff, to be able to come into the next game and really make the trek to Game 5.
And they've proven once again why they are the top 2 teams in the league and they're in the winner bracket final. There's been so much discussion about FlyQuest being all of the first team, and then no one.
Don't message me and said, go fuck yourself. I said, I'm the biggest C9 fan ever. Yay, let's go C9 win.
But I have to imagine in the back of their minds, they would love to almost shut FlyQuest up a little bit in that sense to be able to put them down to the lower bracket after not getting basically any accolades for the regular season that Cloud9 had.
There's that feeling, that underdog element that you get where you're pissed off at a lot of people. Like, I feel like in your career, especially when you're in that Golden Guardians roster, and any time like power ranking came out, like there has to be a little bit of a chip on your shoulder.
Why are you
surely.
backseating my stretching, bro? Shut up.
I feel like it's way more fun
You're,
than being on top.
you're,
'cause it's like,
bro,
you have
there's a
nothing to
guy
lose
in
and you just
chat
get to go out there and have fun.
criticizing my
I
stretching,
hope
and he's
C9
sitting in
shows
his
us
chair
and
like
gives us
this.
a good game 5.
Let's talk about where we are in terms of the Fearless draft so far this
shut the
series.
fuck up.
because
Shut the
there's
fuck
been
up.
a lot of exploration in Fearless.
You're
and not
laying
that
like
much
an apple
exploration
tree.
here in LTA North for Fearless. Thanatos has been the MVP of the last 2 games
You're
of this
you're
series.
backseating
and his
my
pool
stretching.
hasn't been attacked whatsoever this series because anytime Thanatos has picked one of his main picks that are crossed out here, it's been countered by some weird thing from Bwipo. So he still has Rumble and Gnar left, Licorice.
Yeah, no, I think Thanatos is in a really good spot going into this last game because he still has a lot of things. Like, I mean, he has his most played champion left, so it's not. I don't think he's feeling pinched in his champion pool at all. And I'm just excited to see what kind of top lane matchup we're gonna get because Bwipo still has a lot left too.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, you go
I was just gonna say, by contrast, Bwipo has a ton left just because his MO is essentially let them have what they want to have. I have something for it. I have a counter pick for it, and FlyQuest sets up for that so well.
Meanwhile, Vulcan is picking a different
Boot up
pick,
the draft
guys. It's going
now.
to be a new pick, a pick that he hasn't played so far. That's always the most interesting element when, for sure,
First time messenger, he says, real question, in Game 5, where does your mind go for draft? I know it's game to game, but do you worry about champion pools or crafting comps? What you normally do with draft is you think about your first 3 and you build around it. Or you think about OPs. What OPs are in Game 5? Probably none, so you want to make sure your 1, 2, 3 are really good champs that work together. i.e., a very common thing in Game 5 right now, looking at this, is Ahri's open and Nocturne's open. So I wonder if Ahri will tank a ban and Orianna Nocturne will come out. Zaya Rakan is in. Zeri Lulu is in.
I mean, I would say
Camille Galio is in.
Winning that game 3 and then also taking the game
Ornn,
4 so that like there's that threat of
Yon are in. Nico's
definitely
in.
an edge to C9 going
Oh wait, Rakan's out? Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna
These
stick
combos are
with
important.
my
Some people play like fucking Diana Yasuo.
I actually
You
do
really want to
agree,
get a
right?
combo
Like, I feel like
somewhere.
especially after the last
You really want to get a
game where,
combo.
like, things still looked a little dicey in Game 3 at times. But this last
Let's
game was
get
such a statement
wide.
victory from C9 that I actually do think they have the
Hell
momentum
yeah.
going into Game 5.
Hell yeah.
And usually in these moments when the momentum is shifting, I start flip-flopping, but I need some help.
You know the
A
saddest
little
thing
bit of
ever
help
is
from
going to
the
be
fans
is
out
if
there.
whoever
Which one
loses
of you
this
guys
series,
think that
like
FlyQuest
fucking
is gonna
blasts
finish the
Team
series?
Liquid or Shopify Rebel, and then the finals is 5 games again, and then LNA could have had 2 spots for C9 and Fly. That'll be sad.
I feel like the C9 fans are just a little bit louder.
Something
Does
about
that mean
momentum.
you're flopping?
I am flopping. All right, I have no morals at all. I'm switching it on a dime.
I'm glad you can admit it. Admitting is the
W
first
Res.
I'm looking forward to this series. I thought maybe that FlyQuest hadn't been challenged because they've been so dominant, and they were so dominant against C9.
Chat, I don't understand the LCS
But
studio. Is all of its fucking screens? Are they screens everywhere? How are they doing this?
Lopsided in the favor of C9 that we've seen in quite a long time against FlyQuest. I love being up on stage because I can read some of the body
Is there
language of the
screens
players.
on the
Thanatos
floor?
Just really
What
trying
the
to chill
fuck?
out. Busio felt very calm coming into the stage as well.
How
so I feel like
crazy is
both
this
teams
studio?
Are actually ready for this moment, and I'm hoping we see a very competitive game 5.
Oh my god, is Blabber playing Counter-Strike? What is that? Give that man an AWP.
Okay. I'm glad you wouldn't have just pulled a random team in.
That's true,
you know?
but the reason why I would have gone FlyQuest is because I feel like in a longer series with the deeper champion pool, the ability to flex certain options, like that they would be in a better position in the draft. But I'm gonna stick with C9.
So shockingly, before the series, all pros that were surveyed, Licorice was the only one of 15 to pick C9. However, right now before this game, 3 of us are now picking C9. Casters, who do you think can take it?
I think that Raz has got to get that flip-flopping under control. This man is like a fish out of water.
Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me.
He literally picked both teams. What are you doing? You can't pick
He's
both.
like, I'm flipping to C9, but if I didn't pick C9, I'd be picking FlyQuest. Yes, there's 2 teams in the series.
You are trolling, man. You are
Genji.
trolling.
Raz is like, no, I wasn't predicting Cloud9. I'd be predicting TSM for this.
Genji is the sword guy from Overwatch.
Sir? Well, either way, I am so happy we have gone the distance in this one. It looked like it was FlyQuest just running the show early
Alright,
on.
Vi ban makes
C9
sense, Jace ban,
bouncing
Yone
back
ban.
incredibly in these last 2 games, and I said it a bit towards the
I
end of
do
game
think
4.
Ari can be broken.
So much of
Silas
this
is
has
out.
been about
Nico ban,
Thanatos
classic.
being a raid boss in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last game for sure.
Jarvans of the world, Nocturnes, all these
And
champs are
honestly,
strong.
Not just the last 2 games. Cloud9 was in a very heavily winning position in game 2, right? Like this could have been
Ornn.
a potential 3-1, and we'll have to
Akali
see now,
could be
what
good.
is the draft strategy? Do they just stick with standard bans? I am very much a believer in game 4, game 5. You should target one player. And
Yo,
really try to
what
keep them
up?
down because so many champions
W
are already
sign.
missing from the champ pools here. So many people only have 2 or 3 champions left that they've played. If you triple ban someone and then pick
Did
one away,
FlyQuest just
like,
miss a
what are you
ban?
going to do? Do you have something prepared for that? But it does look like
Wait.
we are just going towards standard bans.
Well, the Jace remains banned against Thanatos, and so the
I think
Gnar
FlyQuest just
definitely
missed
sticks
the
out
ban.
as being a very
What?
prominent pick, but Cloud9 have the luxury of being red side this time, so they could save for red
Or is it
side
bugged?
5th pick, counter pick.
Because it says
I
blue is
personally
banning.
Always feel
Did
like
they
the
miss a ban?
momentum and and mentality should be in the favor of the team attempting the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
But even so, reverse sweeps are incredibly rare.
They
to
missed the ban.
actually
That's
complete.
crazy.
So the stats actually don't work out that much in their favor. Do we have a missed ban here?
Yeah, it looks like
They
the missed
first
ban
pick
is actually
Leona.
Rumble, so that's not showing up
Ooh,
on the UI
they're gonna
right
go.
now,
They're gonna
but
go Leona Ivern.
Yes, FlyQuest did ban
Oh my
Rumble
God!
as
They're gonna
their
play
third
Leona
one
Ivern
here in the
Smolder.
first half. They will
I can
first
smell
pick
it.
Leona.
Yep, so Leona does obviously...
Or
go
Leona
for the
Ivern
priority because
Tristana
so
is
many
good as
of
well.
Those big engaged supports have already been picked away. You know, we already have seen the Rel, the Nautilus,
Oh,
the
the
Alistar,
ban
the
is Rumble?
Rakan.
Okay, that
Those
makes a lot
with
of sense.
Leona are kind of the
It's
big
a graphics
5
bug.
as far as hard engaged champs.
Otherwise,
so they are
Rumble
really
Slam would be great.
prioritizing That, and
Bomba.
will be going for it.
Thanatos goes
Will get
Gnar.
picked, and this is kind of like the trend in the series. They talked about it on the desk, obviously on Lounge.
I think it's Ivern Tristana, Ivern Smolder 2-3, or maybe like Ivern. You could go like Ivern Camille. I wouldn't mind that into Gnar.
And Cloud9 saying, yes, we will do that. Both sides accepting
Ari's
the deal
open,
here.
strong champ.
I just really question, should you not have just banned out like Gnar, Jace, Rumble, whatever, something like that, and then said, okay, now what do you play Thanatos? Because we know he plays all the meta stuff so well, and we know that Whippo is kind of that
Camille,
guy who has
OM.
that deep bag of random champs. So it is really surprising to me that they just decide to stick with
Crazy to me they went Sedge on 1-2 knowing they're going to go Ivern here. Surely they just lock in Ivern now.
Two of them are banned, right? The Jace and the Rumble.
What? Are they going to do Leona, Ziggs, Tristana and not pick Ivern?
To know that by leaving
Why?
Gnar open, you are saying we are picking Thanatos' champ for him.
Okay, we get the Ziggs lock in. Okay, are we expecting some solo
Why?
lane AD picks now to go with this
Looks
Ziggs?
like we might.
Well, this could actually be, mid or bot for both.
What is he
So they could
cooking in
actually flex
jungle?
it based on the matchup because Ziggs and Trist both
What
play
is
well
Ona
in both
Pixel
lanes,
cooking?
especially when you're this deep into
Ivern was great
Fearless.
there.
It's not like you're playing against Varus and Nico or something like that. You're not going to be playing against some super dominant 2v2. So Akali being the answer here, Now, this is going to be interesting. You know, what matchup would Quad be more
Akali is good, yes.
They do have this Sejuani plus Akali, so they have that melee pairing.
Akali's a good champ.
That is going to be really tough
C9's top side is solid. Really solid.
Cloud9 now focus some bans on the jungle.
Really solid.
Really put
I mean,
Inspired
just
down
ban
and
Ivern.
try to make
Ban
sure that they
Ivern.
have an advantageous
Ban Ivern,
2v2
ban
no
Lilia,
matter
and
where
just
he
play.
goes.
I want to see some fun.
If he goes Nunu, he goes
jungle
Nunu. If he
picks
goes
here.
fucking
That's
Fiddlesticks, he goes
also a role
Fiddlesticks.
that
Just
really
ban
does need
Ivern,
to get all the
Lilia,
way
and
down
just
to
play.
K5 Fearless to start seeing like Fiddlesticks and stuff actually come up. And
I like the Ivern ban.
Fiddlesticks does reveal a call in this round. Just saying, Inspired does
Well,
like
you
that
ban
cat.
his FlyQuest. You
Probably very low
could ban
likelihood
Aphelios
of
if
it,
Sven's a good
but those-
Aphelios.
those
You
types
could
of,
ban
pocket
Jinx.
picks, yeah, I mean, Ivern is definitely something that's way more
If he's a good
prominent,
Jinx.
way more. It's super
You
good
could
for
ban
their team fights that they like to build. And since they're showing the Tristana,
MF's
which
a
I
good
think
ban.
is going to be
MF Jin.
mid,
Yeah,
is
Jin.
definitely a prio.
So Jin gonna get banned out. If they want to really limit bot lane,
MF Jin is a
still
pretty
hasn't been
good
played.
ban.
That's also quite meta, so I do think an MF ban.
But then
would
he'll
make
probably
a lot
just
of
play.
sense.
They could just play Zeri on
But it's
4. They
all,
could just
you know,
play
really
Jinx
down
on
to, like,
4.
adaptation. I think draft becomes
There's
so
no
interesting,
counter
and it
picks
really
left,
makes
right? Everything's
the
showing.
coach's job a lot harder because you can't
Well,
just like
obviously it's
compare
counter picks, but there's
drafts
no
that
like
people have done.
holding
you
your
can't even
picks.
Look at, like, oh, what are other teams drafting game 5?
Do you
Because
ban
the
Lulu
picks are
if
gonna
you're
be different throughout
FlyQuest?
the
I
series.
think
You
a
have to be
Lulu
able to
ban
adapt.
is
You have to be able
pretty
to find
good.
picks that really work well for your players, but beyond that,
I
you
think
have
a
to still
Lulu
make
ban is
sure that
not
your
bad.
composition is cohesive and actually can function against what your opponents are drafting. So Lilia as that ban, I do think double AD ban could make sense. MF to me is the one
I
that's
think
kind of like screaming
Zeri
out to me
Lulu
as something
4-5
that
is
has not yet
nasty.
been played and
Is
should
there
be
a
taken off the
Karma?
table.
Or they ban the MF?
Yep, that is the one that was on the list when the
I
analysts were looking
think
over
it's a
things
Zeri
in terms
Lulu.
of the champions that Sven has played so far this split.
And it could
That's
be a
the
game.
one
What
he
else
has
can
the
you play?
most games
Greg
on.
as support?
Yeah, exactly. So banning that one away, I totally agree with that.
Caitlyn or
It's a
something
Zeri
like that.
Lulu, I
Maybe you're
think, or a
looking towards
Jinx
some sort of
Lulu.
bot lane, like, you know, a Caitlyn plus
You
plus
could
range
play
folk.
Jinx Tam,
We
but I
haven't
don't
seen
like
Karma,
it.
So you could go like Caitlyn Karma or something along those lines. Zeri as a hyper carry is still up and available. Those are the two that I'm thinking of.
Zeri got buffed. All right, let's see it. Definitely has been a Sven champion in the past.
How does FlyQuest round this out?
Some
I'm
good pairings
confused.
available for it too, so
You can pick.
Lulu hasn't even been played, and Lulu's not banned.
What
so you
jungle are you playing here? Like Brand and Zyra fit the theme, but I don't like them against Akali Sejuani.
Always go to.
I feel like you need
That was a rough win rate though when the numbers
a
popped up
a
there
fucking.
on screen.
I'm not even kidding. You need a fucking
having been
Nunu.
played 7 times so far this split with a
Ooh,
record of
Lee Sin
1
is
and
mental.
6.
But who played it?
It's
We
good
have
into
to
Akali though.
investigate, because sometimes,
You know they're going
you know,
Lulu
if
on
it's a
5,
bottom
so
team
Lee Sin
versus,
could
like,
be
FlyQuest
useless
and
this
C9,
game.
they're gonna lose anyway.
Oh my god,
So,
they're gonna go Lee Sin, Gragas
we get
4-5.
Inspired Lee Gragas as the
I
top
think it's
side
just
here.
Lulu
This
in
is
play.
spicy. Some really
It
good
is just
engage
Lulu in play.
from the FlyQuest side.
Chat, I'm gonna run
Leona,
ads. If you wanna
Gragas,
avoid ads, you
and
can use the tail on our
Lee
Twitch
Sin
Prime.
all
Subscribe to the
there,
channel. You don't
and
have to
it
sub
is
channel if you don't want to.
the
Back for the game,
Lulu
so pick
with that Zeri pairing.
Okay.
This is exciting. This matchup really
Is it
feels
Ziggs
like,
mid or Tristana mid?
can
It's
you
probably
get in
Tristana
onto
mid, right?
Sven and take him down because Sven is such an obvious target, and there's so many.
Is
forms to
C9
engage.
reverse sweeping
And
this
if you
bitch?
can lock Sven down, then you have the Ziggs ult coming over the top. You have all
Is
of
Masu
these
a good
tools to
Ziggs?
burst him out. But if you can't, that is going to be very tough, and you're trying to fight through the Akali with the Shroud, the Gnar, and the Sejuani with the Lulu backing up this Zeri.
FlyQuest has so many yeet buttons. Gragas will knock you out of where you want to be. Lee will knock you out of where you want
I
to be.
mean, Lee Sin
Tristana will
Gragas
knock you out of where
4-5
you
is
wanna
the
be. Ziggs
absolute
will slightly adjust your
anti-Akali
position to the
4-5.
side a little bit. 4 out of 5 of these champions are knocking your champs around.
Zeri Lulu are the
and
main
that can
characters,
be
I think.
very effective at breaking up
Akali
these
is
protect
not
the
going to have a
president
fun
type of
time
comps
against
that you normally play with something like
Leona,
Zeri.
Gragas, Lee Sin.
When you
That
got
is
a
not
Ziggs
fun.
bottom lane there, you can get a lot of roam time out of Busio. And Busio first picked Leona for a reason. Having that playmaker to go around with a Lee Sin is a really potent support and jungle duo roam there.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, I am so excited that for the first time this year, we are going to a Game 5 here on the LTA stage. Gentlemen, which draft are you going to give the advantage to in this one? Who do you like a little bit better?
I feel like what C9 has is easier to play out, but there is so much agency over on the FlyQuest side. And I do think when you're playing
You
at
have
this
Ziggs,
level,
Leona,
having the ability to
Tristana,
be the ones to
then
start
you
the
have
fights out out more
Lee
consistently
Sin
is
jungle.
going to get you that edge. So
Lee
I feel
Sin
like I
Ziggs
give the
Leona
slight
into
advantage
Zeri
to
Lulu
FlyQuest, but it's down
Sejuani.
to execution.
Zeri Lulu Sejuani is
feeling
the
FlyQuest, but I wanna
time-tested
see if
triple
Flabber with this
fucking
Sejuani
combo
can
win game
make
comp.
some explosive plays.
Sejuani Zeri Lulu
lot of
explodes
CC,
Nexuses.
you have
It
an
just
Akali
does.
mid
It
lane,
just gets the
and
fucking
Thanatos
game
on
over the
one
finish
of his
line.
main champions. We have seen what Thanatos does on these champs. The last couple of games for Cloud9, he's been a beast.
So we have 61 times had a 5-game best of 5, only 13 reverse sweeps. The last one back in 2022 summer with TL reverse sweeping CLG. So it has been a long time. They are not very common.
I really think FlyQuest made it harder for them than it should have been. I think they should have just gone Leona, Ivern, Tristana, and play,
and it's like so much
and
mental
drop.
energy being put in, and then you're going to this
I
long
really
series
think
where
this
you're
would have made the
always
draft
at
better.
precipice of losing, and that sometimes
Worst
you can
case, you play
run out
fucking
of gas. You can get a little bit too
Tristana bot
exhausted
and
by the
pick
time
Hwei
you
or
get to
something with
C5.
Ivern.
All right, once
Or
more,
Syndra.
nothing crazy at level 1. Both
I
teams
think
happy
they
to
just
do things
overcooked with
standard
this
as we
Tristana.
toss things
I
down
don't like
to
the Lee
Chat,
Sin.
who's standing by for a dual interview with Reaper and Nuke Duck.
Both head coaches, Game 5 of Fearless. I have to ask, do you think you won this Game 5 draft because they can get crazy, and why?
I think it's a pretty fair draft. They have a stronger early game, and so they need to, like, you know, get objectives and stuff. And we have the scaling one, so I think it's a pretty fair draft overall. Yeah.
Same question to you, Reaper. Did you win draft, and why?
Pretty hard to say because obviously, like, both of sides have strengths on the draft. Like, they have 4 knockups to team fight, and then we have flankers. Like, there's lots of things are going on, so probably it's gonna be like just team fight draft, like 5v5, yeah. 50-50.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have to ask about the Gnar. How surprised are you that you got Gnar in Game 5 of a Fearless for Thanatos, his most played champion in the regular season?
Well, I mean, kind of expected to having a Gnar on the Game 5, because Flyk has been Jace at the Game 4, and then we still have a pocket pick on the Jace, and like those kind of aggressive top laners. So Gnar is somewhat like middle gray area, so I thought we were gonna get Gnar, yeah, at the Game 5.
Appreciate it. The Nuke Duck, it's fine if you don't have anything, but any final thoughts before we head back to casters?
Not really, yeah. Just should be a fun game.
Thank you, Nuke Duck. Thank you, Reaper. Let's get back to the game.
Just play. All right, interview done.
Absolutely. Both coaches
Inspired finishing the full clear. I do think FlyQuest has a good 3v3 bot
It'll be
side.
interesting to see how it goes, but we got to check back in at this predictions mega graphic that we have. Almost everyone predicting FlyQuest here. Only the 3 Cloud9 members and then Licorice, who's on the desk. Out of all the pros,
An ex-Cloud9 member.
Exactly, an ex-Cloud9 member. Out of all the pros that we did,
Yeah, after this game, we're going to play Hollow Knight chat. Yo, Banto, I think, so I didn't give them much love.
All
Alright, I didn't want to talk over the interview, so sorry for not yapping.
Almost 0 even
But
game 5
C9's winning top,
Everyone was
expected.
Like 3-1, 3-0, you know, FlyQuest.
FlyQuest
so
has a bit of
very
mid-bot
heavily
push.
favored
I
towards
think
them,
to be fair,
but this has been
expected,
very even
nothing too
series.
crazy.
Cloud9 take the last 2 games, almost took game 2 as well, and I think we really are in for a very exciting final one.
Inspired on this Lee Sin, going to step up into the face of
Ooh,
Blabber
quad.
here. A lot of times we
Good
like
trade.
to see junglers fight over second spawns of chicken camps, or at least the vision around that area to try to contest it when it does spawn. Instead, going to go ahead, toss the ward over the wall.
If
into the
C9
clutch
chills to the outscale, I mean,
will be
I just
attempted
think
again by
Akali
Blabber.
is
Topside
not going to play the
Scuttlecrab
game
was
this game.
secured by Blabber. Bot side the same. Blabber's
Like,
Crabbers
Akali
off
is
to a
just
good
not in
double
this game.
seafood start.
Yeah, and a lot of junglers do like Lee Sin into Sejuani. He has so much mobility. He
So
can
I
go
think
over the
Zeri Lulu
Conqueror
really
build.
have to be
And actually, at the beginning of this match, fun fact, Vulcan was
spoon-fed.
spam-being the Lee Sin pick. So they definitely have their eyes on Inspired here.
Lee Sin
Meanwhile,
is
Lucio, we
not a
talked
good
early
matchup into
about, hey,
Sejuani. Normally
he's
you
paired
pick
with a Ziggs,
Sejuani into
he's
Lee
gonna
Sin
get
in
a lot of
old
roam
metas.
time. The Leona,
Or you're very happy playing Sejuani into Lee Sin.
Vulcan, who's kind of hovering behind his mini
The
Gnar.
worst part
Two
is
Yordles here.
Sejuani
Still,
got
if you
double
combine
crab,
them, not as
and
big
for
as
some
one Gragas.
reason Lulu is behind top.
Probably not even as big as Gragas' belly, but
I feel like
Vulcan
Vulcan
does
tends
have
to
try
do this a
shadow
lot.
these
It's
plays
like
and
multiple
be
times I
around,
see him lean
anticipating
top to
where
get a
Lucio's
push
gonna
out.
go. Lulu kind of can't flex her muscles the same way that Leona can, trying to force things to happen, but she can tell Leona to sit down, go back to bottom.
Akali has a
go back
hard
to
lane,
farming, have a
and
nice
they have
turn
really
into a
good champs
friendly
against her.
critter. Yeah,
Tristana
just trying
ult,
to
Lee Sin
frog her a
kick,
cupcake or
Gragas
whatever
ult,
she turns
Gragas
people
E,
into.
and
I feel like
Leona
it
CC.
changed the critter sometimes,
And
depending on the skin,
Ziggs
but
W.
now
What the
Lucio's
fuck?
making
She has
his
so
way
many
back down
interrupts on her
towards that
face.
bottom lane. Masu's got control over the push, as you would expect.
I think
with
throw
the
in a
additional
fucking
AoE and
TF,
range
and
of
this
the
is probably
Ziggs
the
compared
worst
to
draft
Zeri,
humanly
especially
possible for
early on.
Akali.
FlyQuest controlling this bottom side river, just clearing out some vision. Inspired goes back to farming.
And you can tell Sven is kind of showing us what type of lane he thinks it's going to be. He grabbed the early call here. He's just going to be looking to scale up. Bwipo on that top side has picked up a lot of mana, and generally once you get through those early couple levels on Gragas in these kind of matchups, it's very easy to neutralize. You get back to base, if things haven't gone bad, you buy some mana, and then you just have infinite Qs to be able to spam out.
You're watching Loki's Akali sit back and enjoy.
I know Bwipo is also a really big fan of Roa.
Okay. I mean, bro, I'm here to enjoy this game 5.
If he is just going to go for tier Roa, double scaling, because he is really a big believer in Catalyst and feels like if you can get to Catalyst on Gragas without actually getting into a really bad spot, he believes you win almost every matchup on this champ from that point.
And sustain is also a big thing on the mind of Ziggs players. That's why he went for the Lost Chapter, get to that break point, get his refillable potion,
Trying to bait Blabber to face check this.
To lane as well. One of the few bottom laners that does bring teleport to competitive matches. To immediately get back out, so...
Is this deep?
Played on the Blabber over the wall. FlyQuest is going in for the first play, but they're taking a lot of damage in the process.
All right, it's 1 for 1.
Over to Blabber, as
wait,
it's
Loki's kind of cooking.
Now they've locked up Loki. Masu flashing forward away from the C9 reinforcements. As
oh, that Ziggs ult hurt. Oh my god, that Ziggs ult hurt. What, that Ziggs ult hurt so much.
FlyQuest completely dominate the early skirmish.
How is Masu level 6?
A banger, a bloodbath to start out game 5. Flowers through the jungle, and FlyQuest get the beats with the first 3 kills.
I really love how they played this. They don't show Busio, and Inspired is saying, no, I'm just doing
You gotta level up on the kill?
I don't know that you're around. Quad jumps over the wall. They all go in. They do get the
Blabber
initial kill onto Inspired.
Yeah, he does. He levels up on the kill.
But Blabber not able to flash over the wall. Then when
wow,
Sven
that Ziggs ult was massive.
Hey, could they actually make this happen?
Holy
Sven's
fucking
in a pretty good
bomba.
spot. But Busio goes back in. They get stunned up. They're all stacked in. They get slowed by the quad jump and AoE'd by the Ziggs. That was massive.
Yeah, it's actually, people always joke about the Malphite Tristana Ws, but when you have the Ziggs bomb with you, it's actually better than a Malphite ultimate. Right
now bot lanes are mid at 8 minutes in the game.
Into that Tristana, into Quad, who now has rotated down to the bottom side with his lead.
And when you take into consideration, Reaper talking about, you know, oh, we're the more early game draft, you know, Nuketalk touching on that Cloud9 needs to be the one stacking objectives. Cloud9 needs to be the one, you know, out to that early
well, Sejuani has her power spike,
really
which is good for
3
C9, but
early kills like that to get
Tristana got 2 kills.
Where he already is kind of off
and
the
Ziggs
races.
is quite strong.
And you can see it on Sven's face when that fight went bad. You see the player replay, and yeah, he looks frustrated. He looks
no
a little
Drake
bit worried,
taken. Grubs are pretty solid. I mean, they're playing
game.
Tristana Ziggs. I think Grubs are fucking fantastic.
Start off that way, and especially
Sven needs a lot of time. He's a full level down. He's just level 6. Busio sacrificed a lot of XP.
4 out of 5 of the games now that FlyQuest has controlled a majority of grubs in. It'll be all 3 for Inspired and FlyQuest here in game number 5 as they continue controlling neutrals. However, the Drake has been started up by Blabber. We'll see if C9 can try to take this or if FlyQuest
is
ready
it
to
worth
fight
stopping
for it.
that? Can they stop that?
They got to remain focused here.
Ooh, that hit?
Trying to get
What?
their trade on the other side of the map, and they should do so pretty easily as you got the resets from the side of FlyQuest. So at the very least, they'll be able to end up with that. But it's already the Ludens completed super early off the early skirmish there. Masu went back to base. This Ziggs is going to do so much burst damage here. First to the first item.
Yeah, he's got that, and Yuntal now completed as well.
Yuntal at 9 minutes.
So definitely feeling really good about their position in this game. They're able to grab the grubs. They should
Tristana's
have
running
and
top.
when you have grubs plus Tristana and Ziggs,
I mean, it's a
the
Merc
best
Treads
power
Gnar.
players in the entire
I think the
game
Tristana will
already.
eat him.
It just makes it that much
Then
easier
Bwipo can
to
space the
extend
TP
that gold
bot.
lead, and you can see Masu and Busio heading straight up towards bot. They're going to be looking to put some pressure on Thanatos and his tower.
I mean, we talk about gold leads all the time, but really what gold leads are is
Wait, he's going full Balsi out here.
Bwipo now finds himself on the wrong side of a Gnar, but it's Thanatos having a flashback away as Quad and Busio are
Wait,
ready
full
to
Balsi.
join the fight. Quad with that Yuntal. Thanatos has boots and a Dorans. He knows he doesn't want anything to do with this fight.
This is going to turn into some tower damage here. It looks like Thanatos will stick
There's the
around
TP
with
bot.
Vulcan, though. He's got that safety, and you can see on the mini-map, Sejuani is coming over to Krugs anyway, so Blabber can shadow.
I just love this, right? You know, Quad becomes the bot laner, Masu becomes the mid
Ooh,
laner.
he
He's
has
just gonna be
Gathering
parked
Storm,
mid,
Gragas,
wave
yummy,
clearing
yummy.
on the Ziggs. and Quad moved top with Busio, just kind of acting as that duo to put pressure on the turret here. You know, is going to be the more effective 2v2 at this point in the game. So this is just great from FlyQuest. Great lane assignments. They send Whippo down towards bot. He pushes that. You can see Thanatos TPs to match. So Whippo's just going to base and move again, and they're going to keep resetting the lane assignments to get the ones that they want. It's going to be Whippo going
keep
up to
swapping,
top to
keep
Akali,
mismatching, keep avoiding.
Again down to keep
the
pressure
Tristana.
on Thanatos.
They
So
just want to
is
keep
really
the Tristana
smart
into
stuff.
Gnar.
And because they have the tempo, they're the first ones to make the swaps. So they're always going to be able to choose what the lane assignments are.
Okay, Sven just continuing to try to scale on the Zeri here. 20 stacks left on the Cull, so has that one mostly paid for, but still, this is just another example of the early advantage
Rod of Ages
manifesting
Gragas.
itself for FlyQuest. We already touched on Luden's Companion, first fully completed item done for anyone in the game there for Masu. Because Sven stopped off to get level 1 boots. Hold on, we don't even have time
Very
to finish
big pick.
talking about it. Goodbye, Masu!
Very
the
big
last
pick.
shot in the air, and Sven picks him up. Nicely done.
They had Masu
Those
flash
are the
timer.
stat
That is
plays
very
they were talking
important.
about for Sejuani, for Blabber there. He gets in. They nail the ultimate. And
They also get a
are
Kali
rewarded
bot right
for
now,
their
which is
kill here,
good.
taking out that Ziggs pressure. See what they can chain it into, because Whippo, again, after that reset you're talking about, works away on the turret plate. Bottom side is the same thing. The grub value is just through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. You get a good kill there.
Why is
on
that
mid
big?
lane
Because
on
Zeri
Tomasi,
needs
but you
gold. I
don't
really
get
think
his
Zeri needs
flash or
all the
anything
gold
like
in this
that.
game for
He clears out
C9.
most of the wave, and you're taking plates in both top and bot. So honestly,
Sven's gonna
not
have to
bad
fucking
for
carry.
FlyQuest still at the end of the day. But there are no cleanses over on the team. There's no natural Mikhail's build or anything like that. So Blabber is going to have the opportunity to
TP
really be
top
able
to
to
what?
put things on. And now they're just going to try to pressure Thanatos. They know he has
To
no
keep
flash, he has no
Tristana
TP.
into
They
Gnar.
just want to zone him off and farm these
And
plates.
get some plates.
Oh,
I mean, they have 3 grubs actually.
For the turret.
It's a
Quad's
monster
just gonna
TP.
go ahead,
It's such a
start
fucking good TP.
rapidly
It's crazy.
auto-attacking that thing as Whippo can use his AoE to soften up the minion wave. Quad strapping an explosive charge to the tier 1 turret now.
What a
Should
good
be able to
TP.
detonate that 4th plate relatively easily, and there it
Ooh,
is.
the
More
boomerang.
plate money for FlyQuest.
So much pressure.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but notice how he saved the explosive charge until the
Where's the
minion wave
boomerang?
arrived, so he can actually detonate that on the wave, clear out the wave at the same time he's hitting the tower. Just these small little things to keep that push going, to keep that pressure going.
Masu's
pushing
job,
down
clear
there.
waves. Sven's
Inspired
job,
covered
carry the
wave
game.
on bot
Whippo's
side.
job,
They're
be a
just
nuisance
moving
on
around the
side.
map very
Thanatos' job,
effectively, but
group
that
and
being
fight.
said, still incredibly close
After
game.
pushing
The other thing I
sides.
want to highlight is during these
Quad
times
is
where
the
they have
tower
to push
killer.
waves, you're getting Busio use those timers to go in through the jungle to place the wards between these lanes that are going to be rotated to. And so they're setting up the vision for the next plays while they're getting all this extra pressure onto the towers as well.
They need to play into Tristana's side big
500
time.
gold lead is all that's there.
They're playing into
for
Whippo's side
FlyQuest,
right now, but I
again,
feel like Tristana
it's
can really
still more
carry.
about items than anything. Roa now completed for Whippo, has the tier about halfway charged as well. Eclipse done for Inspired
I've
on
never
the Lee
streamed it this
Sin,
time
so
before in my
looking to
life,
be
but I guess
very
this is
scrappy with
what
that
my
item
life will
early
be
on
like
here
when
as
MSI
well.
starts.
2 minutes until the Herald spawns. Less than 1 on the second Drake of the game. Remember that C9 did secure the first one for themselves.
And while obviously there's a very good scaling with the Gragas, the Tristana,
But I'll just
the
have to
Ziggs,
change my
I will
sleep
say
schedule.
It's a really hard game to actually play
So
Lee
that I'm a
Sin
lot
when
more
you're
awake.
there against a Lulu. I always feel like Lulu is such a good neutralizer when you're going in for these kick flash plays. You Q forward, you just get polymorphed, and all of a sudden you can't move, you can't do anything, something
Whippo.
falls up, and you just die.
Oh, speaking of not being able to move or do anything, Whippo thought he was going to get a quick trade
Whippo
on
caught.
Loki. C9
I feel like
knows
Whippo needs
that
a
he's gonna
weak
go
side
for those
spanking.
types of plays and immediately punish him.
A crafty trap was laid right there. Loki looking juicy, and Blabber already lying in wait inside the Dragon Pit. And these types of plays right before the objective
Let the cannon
spawns
die.
are what you
Let the
need,
cannon die.
because otherwise your map is
Lovely.
just collapsing
What
in
fuck?
on you.
Why isn't he
As
letting
you
the
can
cannon
see,
die?
The top tower is gone. Quad
died.
finishes his
Beautiful.
work.
I mean, C9, another good kill, but every time they go for one of these
Oh,
plays,
he
they're
wants the
losing stuff
plate.
elsewhere. They lost the plate mid, and they lost the tower top at the same time. And now Masu is going to be pretty close. A couple autos and a satchel, and this thing could be gone because plates just fell, so that tower now is very vulnerable.
What a snow TP. Go on, Inspired, steal it.
Inspired looking to steal away the Dragon, not going to find it. Blabber with the smite secures that one, so 2
Close.
Drakes to none, favoring C9. However, the
2
feat
Drakes
of
is-
warfare, the feat of towers.
2
both
Drakes is a
already claimed
very
by FlyQuest,
comfy
so they've
spot to
got
be
the
in.
enchanted boots. Except nobody. Okay, never mind. At
FlyQuest
least
just has a
Masu-
lot of
Masu
tower
and
damage.
Busio do
They're
have
going to
the
lose
tier
all
2
3
shoes. I was
autos
about to
here,
say,
C9, and they're going to
everybody's
get
got
0
brown
towers
bag
in
shoes,
response.
So nobody actually has any
Like Tristana can
yet,
base
but
now and
there's
take
another turret
over
going the way
bot,
of FlyQuest.
and Whippo can run out top.
Come in the mail yet.
Exactly. They're on the way.
He can press B and run out top
it
if he
was
wants.
another example of another dragon going
But
their
it
way.
looks
and
like
Blabber, this is
Tristana's gonna go
another time
mid
in
top
this
and they're gonna
series
fight
where
Herald.
He was the one with the upgraded smite. He has 1200 smite right now. So even though you're used to seeing Lee Sin use QQ smite steals, to the 1200 here for Blabber just trumps it. And so he's able to get it before the Lee Sin comes in for the steal. So nice job again.
Gragas
from
gets
him.
the bot tower
Again,
even.
Paying off these little
All 3 altars
breakpoints
dead.
of farming your camp so you can get that upgraded smite prior to the objective does
If they can
have
get
a
Herald as
meaningful
well.
effect. That being said, again, all your outer towers are gone.
Fly's
for
position in this game is
Cloud9,
really good.
And that's what resulted in this gold lead for FlyQuest.
And if you lose all your outers before you get the Herald, it's always scary because then it's such an easy way to go to the side lane, drop that, and
Fly's
especially
position
with Ziggs,
is really
you
good.
drop it, it nearly gets it in satchel range.
I
And
might
we
jinx
know
it.
those outer tier 2s, you know, top lane, bot lane are worth so much gold that it's this huge injection of gold that's just waiting to be claimed here from FlyQuest.
It's just a 1-2 punch that pays
Did I ult?
almost 4
Is
digits
it over?
immediately, and it's very
Should we wrap it
difficult
up?
to respond to as Thanatos going to get this wave.
It's a blessing not to have the first time
crashing,
HUD. I
colliding
wonder what the
to the
MSI
bottom
HUD
tier
will be
1
like.
turret down here.
Hopefully it's
Mega
good.
Inferno Bomb from all the way away helps back Whippo up so that he's able to clear the wave out and guarantee this turret stays standing for a FlyQuest squad.
I really
that is
wonder what the
1,500
MSI
gold
HUD will be like.
ahead of C9.
It's also interesting, Bippo, you're not going to go for Archangels. He's going to go
Clueless.
for the more conservative build. You know, feels, hey, maybe I'm a little bit behind, or maybe I just need
No
to be a
one's
little bit
typed
more
nice
tanky.
day for 5
But we
minutes.
haven't been seeing people, you know, go
Good job,
this
chat.
build as much lately. Obviously, you know, was really popular at the start of the season, got nerfed a number of times, and people kind of always started going more towards the Archangels when they were playing it.
We're also getting closer and closer to second items coming online now. You can see the BF sword in the inventory for Quad. Double Fiendish Codex there for Masu.
Double Fiendish
so
Codex.
Everybody just continuing to move forward towards these next power spikes. 3 minutes until Otacon spawns. Still got a couple
When does
of
MSI
minutes
starts?
until the next dragon
MSI
is
starts
live
on the
as
27th
well.
of June, I
Otacon
think.
pit, of
27th
course,
June,
being
28th
just
June.
such a focus for FlyQuest throughout this entire series. A lot of times you see teams be a little
Well,
bit
the game's going to come
hesitant
down
around
to
it
a dragon
because of the
fight.
amount of damage it can
It's
put
going to
out.
come
But
down to a dragon
FlyQuest
fight.
just seems to be very confident in how they play around that objective specifically.
Yeah, and the setup should be in the favor of FlyQuest since they're the ones that constantly are getting
2
the
minutes.
push, and there's no defensive towers.
Wait, Quad's quite low on
outside there
XP, isn't he?
for
How is he
Cloud9,
level 11 and a
so
half?
They get to use the extra teleport that. Wait a second,
Ooh,
they get
caught.
to play.
Yeah, Busio could be in some trouble here. Nice catch from Blabber and Thanatos, but a flash over the wall keeps the FlyQuest support alive.
Blabber has been on it with this Sejuani, constantly finding
They
these
traded
plays
ults,
with
Loki
his
and Quad.
ultimate. Busio does have Hex Flash, so it's not like the biggest flash to actually get. Since it is the Leona
This Tristana's
and
getting
has that
fucking
kind
strong.
of backup,
He went to
but
Merc
the
Treads.
cooldown for Blabber's ultimate is low enough.
Makes
it'll be
sense
back
against
for Dragon
Sejuani
anyway,
Akali, I guess.
Which is always the point why you're going for these plays.
Exactly, yeah. The timing on it was really good, and like you said, you know, he's been on point with it, but he has to be. He is their only real engage, right?
135
sure, you can
on
look
Drake.
For an R-flank or something like that,
FlyQuest
but he
needs
is the
this
go
Drake,
button.
otherwise
there's
it's
no
cooked.
cleanse, there's no Mikhails. He has got to find good Sejuani ultimates onto Quad and Masu to set up Loki, because Loki's already quite behind. You know, you really are looking for that kind of dynamic duo, get in there in the back line, have Thanatos come in, be able to finish people off really, really quick.
Okay,
Insta
Busio
ult by
diving
Vulcan.
in here, trying to help Inspired as they invade for the red buff. Vulcan takes a little bit of damage, already used the wild growth to keep himself nice and healthy. Masu trying to fire into the mix, but now Thanatos has forced his
Whippo?
way into the fight to zone the FlyQuest AD carry out. FlyQuest
Okay, they just lost
having some
Gragas
vents in
flash
the health
TP.
bars now, forced to back away.
Yeah, they do get double
How
TP
is
down,
this
but
Drake
Fugo had
fight
to
looking
flash
for
out immediately
FlyQuest?
after arriving there. So,
How is
you
this
know, you
Drake
just kinda
fight
minus
looking?
That flash. You do get the
This
kill on the
Akali
other
looks
side, but I do
fucking
think at the end of the
scary.
day, Cloud9 are going to be happy about how things turned out.
Okay, 45 seconds, though, until the next Drake spawns. Now, if Cloud9 gets this, now you're in a 3-0 Dragon condition, right? Now you're at Soul Point. You're feeling really good moving forward. And I think if you're FlyQuest, you have to be painfully aware of that, really wanting to make sure
30
that you're
seconds.
not kind of put
Inspired's
in that
on
spot where you
Grump and
have to
Drake's up in
respond
30
to every
seconds.
Drake for the rest of the game, especially when
What?
you're already
And
1,500
Whippo's top
gold
with
ahead,
no TP.
when you're already at a couple of really strong
What?
power spikes. The Fimbulwinter not fully evolved yet. Still Winter's approach for another 40 mana here for Whippo. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Horizon Focus completed for Masu's Ven.
Are they-
Or, not from Masu's Ven. From
They must
Masu's
be coming
Ziggs,
down, right?
As that means he's got a distinct advantage over Sven right now.
Yeah, and it's that newly buffed Horizon Focus as well.
Yeah, okay, so there is a lot of steal potential, though, with a Lee Sin and a Ziggs. So
Inspired
FlyQuest
just
are
smited
going to come
Raptors.
over.
His smite's
They
up
could
in
look for
10
the steal.
seconds.
They could look for the fight. Herald actually gets popped
They
down
need to
for
fight.
mid first.
Okay, Thanatos has just transformed back into Mini Gnar.
Inspired
The
Smite's
Mega
still
Gnar
not up.
not ready to be used again for a little bit longer as Blabber goes for the flash
Oh,
potential
Blabber?
play here on Amasu, but he's not going to find the chance to do a whole lot more with
Blabber?
Quad is free firing onto Blabber, who goes over the wall, but he's going to be killed
Blabber's
by
dead.
Busio's Ignite. Busio's
Inspired,
low,
smite the
but it's
dragon.
over to
Okay.
FlyQuest. The Drake over to FlyQuest. C9 still
trying to fight back.
Sven?
But Thanatos has to disengage.
Can't cook here, I think,
He's nearly
Sven.
ready to transform, but is it
Can he
going
cook?
to do
Nice, and
anything
Ronaldo on
at
his ult.
all? The Gnar
bar sitting at 95%.
What the fuck? Blabber like R-flashed the Ziggs.
FlyQuest will stop
He like R-flashed the Ziggs, but they can't really follow up. It's not like they have good dive. And then, like I said, Akali fighting against FlyQuest champs are impossible. It looks kind of cooked for C9 now. Soul Point's gone, Atakan's gone.
Look for this kind of cute flash ulti onto Masu, trying to get around his opponents, drift to the side.
He also smited.
Nail the ulti, but no.
But what does he want to happen there?
Like, look at where Loki is. Loki is the one who's supposed to follow up and be able to kill that off, but you can't be going for that play that far ahead.
And then look at Akali in this fight, stunned, kicked, fucking dead, can't play. I think it's
when you snap engage, because like you're saying, Akali is the burst damage. That's the assassin for the back line that needs to follow up.
It's a game of front to back for C9. They can't just flash on Ziggs and kill him like that.
C9 conditions that they need to be met to have the advantage in the team fight.
Is that GG?
Yeah.
Infinity Edge should be bought by Tristana soon.
And he was trying to look for that
Doesn't have it yet. No cleanse on Sven.
Busio, nice stun
Buipo
there on Sven, forces out the cleanse from the Zeri. Not going to have that defensive tool moving forward here, but honestly,
3k gold lead. How bad's the flower situation? 23 to 6. XP situation is not the end of the world.
Career all-time assists this game with the Gragas.
That was a big bomba. That he got some good assists.
That was a big bomba.
You saw Blabber go down from it. You saw the
Quad has IE in base, I think, after this wave.
From it immediately.
He must have IE in base soon.
And now FlyQuest, after getting just control of the single dragon, relieving any sort of pressure of Cloud9 early dragon stacking, have a lot of control now,
he has
a lot easier choices as they move towards the mid game.
Absolutely, and Quad basically has IE gold whenever he wants to go back for it, so should have that finished. Yep, there it is. So now you're looking, there's 2 items kind of across the board, and this is that point where you absolutely will not want to fight for C9, because you look at mid, you look at jungle, you look at top, they're all 1 item in pieces.
All they have to do now is peel for Tristana.
Right? So Cloud9 needs to look for a window to fight, but it has to be once they complete their second items before FlyQuest gets their third.
Are you going to sleep and then wake up for LCK? Chat, I'm not waking up for LCK. It's not happening.
Gonna be working towards that
it's
death cap.
not
when
happening.
You get that third item death cap in, your ultimate is so dangerous. You know, 1 CC, 1 lockdown on someone like Sven.
Chawai saying D colon.
They just go down.
Especially when you've also got just the bonus extra damage from the upgraded boots here as well. Very scary stuff here from Masu with the Ziggs. Top lane tier 2 turret under half HP. FlyQuest don't quite get it low enough to blow up the remainder of it with the Ziggs satchel, but 1 or 2 more auto attacks here should be able to put it in range. Masu gets the empowered one there, and sure enough, there it is. Satchel takes it down.
And
yeah, 1 or 2 normal person auto attacks, or 1 Ziggs passive bomb. Those short fuses are crazy. Meanwhile, they have the luxury of still having those triple teleports. For
I will be in the
LCK
LCK chat hate watching, don't you worry.
The destructive power of Ziggs and Tristana and the triple teleport here does feel like the ability for FlyQuest to constantly keep the pressure on Cloud9 is going to necessitate a huge surprise C9 vision play. You've got to clear out the vision. You have to clear out the vision, and Blabber
Deal
has
say
to
funny
full
shit in the
send.
chat. I will say funny shit in the chat.
Has to get his Mega Gnar before, has to be Mega ready when the play goes off.
1 minute on Drake. What do you do as C9? I think your next breakpoint is to get Infinity Edge on Zeri and then pray to anything that exists in the universe that it's a win. But look at the XP on Ziggs, man. This guy's almost level 15. What the frick? He's like a solo laner.
Almost guaranteed, and he's going to force you to respect that. And then when you all turn on him, in goes the stasis that is just buying time for Quad, that's buying time for Masu. That is how he loves to play. You know, he doesn't care if he dies in the fight as long as the team is going to win.
He's a fucking solo laner, the Ziggs.
Many possible resources.
I guess Leona was laning with Tristana for a bit.
It's going to be difficult for Loki to get past him. That big body, the ulti coming through, knocking him around. You know, Loki's burst damage is a big part of, hey, we got to kill Quad. We got to kill Masu. If Whippo is the bouncer, it's gonna make it hard.
Akali might have 4 dashes.
I think C9 will give this Drake. 90% chance they just give Drake.
In the game of League of Legends, it is very.
I wonder if they're gonna try and think of a Baron sneak.
Let's check in on some summoner spells here.
They don't really have the damage for it though.
Less than 30 seconds until both the Dragon and the Baron are alive. FlyQuest has everything except for Masu's teleport specifically. C9 has everything.
Yeah, and Masu needs 500 gold for death cap, so he will not have it for this fight. But it looks like C9 want nothing to do with it. They are just going to give up this dragon. Will only be the second
There's
here for
no
FlyQuest,
cross
so
map.
not really concerned
Maybe they
yet
can get a
about
top
any
tier one,
sort
but
of
there's double
stack
TP on
towards Soul.
FlyQuest.
They've got a lot of time, and they're going to
Oh,
wait
this
here
game's a
very
Suko
likely
Mucho for
an
C9.
IE for Sven. They want that third item for Zeri. Of course, they have Zeri Lulu. Yes, there's
I also
Breakthrough on
think
the other side,
Ziggs, when he
but
gets
one
Rabadons, is a
great fight
big
from
pain
Zeri
in the
Lulu,
ass.
We have seen it 1,000 times before. You can have a Zeri moment. You can get a pentakill. Any game is winnable with that duo.
2
if you're
Infernal
able to
Dragons already.
Create space for Sven to constantly attack.
Yep, Sven has Cleanse, and his support has the Shirelias. Plus is
-1.
Lulu, so tons of extra speed on it.
I think
Definitely want
FlyQuest
to
got it
set
in the
up
bag
to
unless
see if
something
they can,
fucking crazy happens.
Grab it, but Infinity Edge really is the key. Definitely need those big crits.
And the other thing
I think
is
the only way
it's Loki
FlyQuest
and
can
Thanatos
lose is
have
if they
gotta
just
get in
start
there
Baron and flip
create
it.
chaos, right? Because otherwise, you can't win a fight as Sven where every single thing is just thrown towards
Oh,
you.
Rabadon
You have to
Ziggs.
put pressure on the back line. You have
FlyQuest,
to be
just
pushing
don't flip
Quad and
Baron.
Lasso out. You
Just
have to be
don't
making
do that.
The job difficult
Don't flip
for
Baron.
those carries on the FlyQuest
Deal?
side, and that's where that top side for C9 really comes into play. If they're creating chaos, if they're making the FlyQuest team scatter and run, then Sven is just going to chase you down. He's going to get hit with the Whimsy. He's going to get hit with the Shirelias. He's going to have the ulti move speed, and he's going to be able to chase down and get those kills.
No
but
deal.
it's tough because it's only Blabber
Here it
that
comes.
really has that
Oh my
opportunity
god,
to
here it
engage,
comes.
And FlyQuest are just starting this. Blabber
Oh
saw
my
it, but
god, here it
they're
comes.
just hitting it.
Yeah, Blabber has had a couple of really solid Glacial Prisons so far
Lee Sin
this
Smite
game,
secure
but
is
he's
not
going
bad.
to need
Ward over,
another one
kick,
here
Q back,
soon,
secure.
as FlyQuest
But
not
there is a
doing
Lulu
ton of
polymorph,
damage
and I'm
here to
scared he
Baron,
goes.
just kind of trying to
Guys.
draw C9 in.
FlyQuest, again, they have a lot of
Guys.
displacement abilities that you highlighted in Champ Select. So there's some worlds where you're like, okay, we're going to use
They got
Tristana
Gnar
ult
TP.
and Gragas ult
Got the
and
TP.
bunch of stuff, but they actually can run straight through mid now. Mid is wide open.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. They get the TP out, and they were just on really good item timings right now. So they're saying, okay, if we can force you into a fight, that's great. If we can't, we don't have to commit. At the very least, we can
That
try to force out a
TP
TP.
sucked.
C9 didn't maintain good vision in the pit, so Thanatos TP's over, gets a little bit nervous, and now you are down that one teleport when FlyQuest is playing 3. So now it's only Loki who can really answer side lanes for now.
Holy fuck,
so
it's
he
1
has gotta
a.m.
go bot
What the
and be able to
fuck?
be
I haven't
the
been
one
awake this late in
covering
ages.
there,
I woke up at
which
6:30
makes
this
things
morning.
a little bit more dicey
6:30 a.m. stream to
All
1
right,
a.m.
Thanatos, we'll see if he can
Damn.
manage to get some money from this top lane tier 1
And
turret.
this
You know
chat
he'd
says
like
no
to, but
pace.
Quad does not want to allow that to happen. He'll
Look at
be
the
able to
Ziggs.
step
Look at
up
the
and
Ziggs
clear
rat.
this wave with plenty of time to spare. Blabber, meanwhile, secures the super-powered post-20-minute Scuttle Crab here in the topside river for the burst of vision. Keep an eye on things. Make sure
Loki's in a great
FlyQuest doesn't
spot.
try this again. Yeah, Loki is
He can't really achieve much
behind
here,
enemy
though.
lines here.
Can't go on Lee Sin.
Inspired just walks right past
Unless
him
you go
and
on this
then
next
straight over to
mid-wave
the
on
red buff.
Ziggs.
Loki is not interested in the Lee Sin. He's hoping to find
But the
one of
wave
these
is far,
carries
and
in
he
the
needs to
jungle
base
instead.
for Infinity
Yeah,
Edge.
that's not the kill I'm looking for.
No.
Let that one pass by. Doesn't look like he will find anything, though.
All
so
right.
Is gonna
Well,
be all
I mean,
about
Sven is
setting
pretty
up,
fucking OP.
For the next objective. Constantly, though,
Sven
FlyQuest are just
is
happy
pretty fucking
to
OP.
keep this pace, keep their income flowing.
Yeah, critically, IE now done here for Sven. You can see Seekers ready for Loki. But on the other side,
You
third
co-streamed
items are obviously
21
coming
league games
through.
today.
We already had that third item Death Cab
Did
done
I
for Mossy
co-stream
before they
21
started
league
Baron.
games?
Yeah. Now the Zonias is done in the
And
top lane
DK
there for
won none of
Quippo.
them? That's
And you can see
fucked up.
Last Whisper coming in for Quad.
That
So,
is fucked up.
The carry's still ahead of the pace, but not so much that I think a fight is unwinnable by any means here for Cloud9 because you have 3 item on both the bot laners. And, you're 2.5 on both those mid
That is
laners
fucked
right
up. That's
now.
made me
So
mad.
Cloud9 definitely do have a chance, but they're going to have to really be careful about what window they choose because
Oh yeah,
if
because
you lose a
Weibo
fight
series was
and
5
the respawn
games.
timers are even kind of long. Like your base is
LEC
just
was
getting
5
one-shot by this
games.
team.
Yeah,
No, Weibo
the
series was 4
Tristana
games.
Ziggs
LEC was
combination
5 games.
is
This was
just
5
so
games.
dirty when
They
it
can
comes
just
to
end.
taking structures.
LCK was 3 games.
Everything collapses
Lost
like
Ratones
paper
was
mache.
2 games.
3.5 thousand gold lead for
LCP was
FlyQuest.
1 game.
2-2 on the Drakes, and that next one is spawning in under
I don't
a minute
remember.
and a half now. It's been a very quiet previous few minutes. You can tell it's game 5. You can tell that both teams
I don't remember.
are saying not yet. It's not the moment. If this was game 1 or 2, we'd probably have some more random PvP in between these objectives just to push the limits, see what you can get away with. Not in game 5. Not when it's all on the
It's
line.
just a Sven.
As you
It's
can see,
a Sven
Blabber,
team
again,
fight.
just having to
It's a
step
Zeri
back. The
pentakill or
zone
it's open.
control from Masu here with the Ziggs. Pretty extreme with the damage that he's putting downrange.
Because there's so much anticipation for the next fight, I feel like Guardian Angel for Inspired is just going to be so crazy if they can get it. Having that revive, having that extra life. Whippo going for a little bit of a playtime. Yeah.
trying to put a little bit of damage into Blabber. Now you don't want to overcommit onto the Sejuani.
Loki fighting Inspired, but Inspired wins that.
Side, and the Akali's losing the 1v1. Inspired smacks Loki down below half HP. Blabber also taking a significant chunk of damage at around
My favorite
half
combo on
himself.
Lee Sin against Zeri Lulu is you hit Q on one of them, then you Q in and you cancel your Q by ward jumping back, and then Lulu ults him as you're queuing.
Cloud9 can try to commit to the fight.
So you like dodge the knock,
and
you force Lulu ult by doing nothing.
Inspired going to be able to grab the crab.
Maybe he can do it.
And he's going to go back in.
Yeah, oh, Quad jumps in. Blabber tries to throw out the Glacial
God,
Prison,
that percent of damage is crazy.
Now Thanatos has lost half HP. Blabber and Vulcan both at half HP. FlyQuest moving into the C9 jungle, looking to continue to take over this space. Loki has gone back and healed. He's now back out at full, but C9 don't ever have everybody with a full tank at the same time.
All they have to do is go to
no
Drake here,
Sejuani
FlyQuest,
is
and take the free
quite
win.
big. I mean, I think it's just going to be Inspired soloing Dragon.
Like I said, the only way to lose is forcing for no reason.
Around Baron. That cooldown is a bit too long. So
what they're doing is good. What they're doing is good.
It's okay.
Just take it fucking easy through the Drake.
This is not Soul
it's one.
yet. The game is broken on Soul or Baron here.
That's a 3 Infernal Dragon Ziggs Tristana.
Around the bigger objective.
Oh.
The tough part is when you don't challenge here, you're again getting back into that window where FlyQuest is going to have the additional item completions, right? That gold lead is really going to start manifesting itself. Now the GA gets completed. You know, now we're going to have that LDR coming through. Now we're going to have all
Safe
of
FlyQuest
these extra
can't
things
lose right
getting
now,
spent
Sally.
up. Mikhail's
FlyQuest cannot
Busio,
lose.
which I love. Even though he's playing Leona, who
That's
cares?
a fact.
Sejuani is their win condition in that she has to nail those carries, and they don't
Look
have
the
cleanse,
items.
so you are the summoner spell
Look.
for them. Like, you can die,
Look.
that's fine. Drop lock it. Mikhail's your carry. Keep them safe. And it is going to be so tough now for
GA,
Cloud9 with that item completion coming through.
Sundered Sky, Eclipse, level 16. 3 items,
Plus,
4 items almost.
Objective, it is generally easier for Lee Sin
Full
to steal
tank.
these endgame
Oh,
objectives.
I don't think they have. I don't think they have
even
targets.
If you are able
I
to
just
get
don't
this
see
set
it,
up,
man. I don't
can
see
get
it.
super duper risky with only one more having to go over. So C9, they really want to actually pick someone off beforehand.
And I really want to give praises to Inspired's Lee Sin. Blabber having to
I
Arctic
don't
Assault
see it,
back
chat.
into the wall there. Lee Sin, not a super meta jungler right now. I believe when he locked it in the Champ Select, I said we'd only had, what, 2 games of it so far, or something similar, something very rare along those lines. But just in that last standoff where they secured
Is XGG
their
the
ability
best
to
emote
take
on
that
Twitch
third
this
Drake
year? I think it
uncontested,
might just be.
Inspired won a 1v1 skirmish against Loki, then he won another one against Thanatos. He knocked both enemy solo laners down below half HP. Now he's in their face, stealing away their blue buff.
Yep, it's going to be feeling good, and Quad's going to get aggressive here. Look at the damage onto Thanatos before the explosive charge
That
even
man
goes
needs
off.
a Rendoins
Down to a
ASAP.
third HP. This tower is just going to be gone as well. And you see Thanatos was kind of debating, what do I want to build? Do I want to build Randomins here? Do I want to build towards the Wit's End? You know, started a bit of both, but that means he's going to be very far from his next item completion. He's going to be stuck on 2 in pieces for quite a while.
Man, oh man, C9. It's honestly a pretty low kill game compared to the rest of the series.
Bro, I feel like
5-3
a lot. Some of these games were really low kill
the gold
games.
lead does keep slowly but steadily climbing for FlyQuest.
I mean, basically, you get 3 more minutes here as C9, and in 3 more
But
minutes,
FlyQuest did the right thing. I think if this was game 1 FlyQuest, they would have tried to flip Baron at least 3 times by now. But it's game 5 FlyQuest, so they're like, yeah, maybe we'll just stack Drakes.
Up 4K in this final game.
You don't want to play against Infernal Soul Ziggs with a
No,
death
sir.
The rewards are a little bit too big if they go next. Here we go.
Oh, bomba! GG, that's it. Game over.
That's the Zeri.
That's it. Game over. Zeri's dead.
Now bringing Thanatos straight into the waiting maw.
That's Baron.
C9 lose.
That's Baron and Soul in 2 minutes, 100%. Unless Blabber makes magic.
Might be the game. That
I don't think he can though. Busio's marking. Yeah, it's over.
Blabber, I mean, he's on red buff. He could like full send a miracle thing here, but it's just, it would be a one-way ticket, and then you would just lose your base afterwards anyway.
Yeah, and both Masu and Busio were waiting there to satchel him back, to stun him up, to never let him in. They would never 50-50 that. FlyQuest finding a massive pick onto Sven.
I feel like this game 5, when it's slow for 10-15 minutes, no kills, it's fatigue.
But now their
Like,
main
where the
Dino
fuck are
later,
they
C9
going?
Gets picked, they preempt the fight, they get
They're
the
trying to
kill,
flank them on
they're
Drake
marching
with
the
TP
base.
wards, but
Loki and
FlyQuest
Vulcan
just said, I'm
aren't
going to end the
even
game.
there. Sven is still dead. These towers are going to be dead instantly. Double inhib is sure to fall.
Loki is not even recalling yet. Yes, he's got his teleport if he needs to try to use it, but the mid lane inhibitor is already down. Bwipo putting in the work on the top lane tier 3 turret. Nearly has that one killed off as well.
No flash,
now
Thanatos.
Thanatos in some danger as Bwipo continues the charge forward. While
Okay, no ult.
Thanatos trying to keep him alive. Sven is back and ready to fight, but now Thanatos has already lost hysterics. He's transforming into Mega Gnar, but he's already got less than half HP.
Now
2 inhibitors
FlyQuest will
down
press
to the
B.
C9 base.
They will open mid bot. They will get Drake. They will get Soul. They will get bot, and the game will end.
It's gonna be a quick
C9 need to interrupt that, but they can't. They really can't. They don't have the champs. I mean, actually, Zeri does have some pretty nice items. So I think it's just a case of push one wave, everyone right click and go fight.
Need to pray now.
And you can see at the very least, Cloud9 did get these 3 wards over the Dragon Wall, so they have some potential opportunities here for, you know, maybe a TP flank from Loki or something like that, because they know it's all going to be down to this Dragon. This really is their last hope, but it's so tough when there's still a minute 30
this
left
Ziggs
on this
damage
Baron.
is going to be
the Baron
insane.
is going to be active. You're going to be getting pushed in on all these waves. Quad is already down bot lane. They're going to be threatening triple and hit before Dragon even spawns.
Exactly. I don't think they get a chance to. FlyQuest are coming back to finish the job. Tristana annihilating the minion wave. Here we go. C9. It has to be now.
FlyQuest ready to turn this into a double super minion march in every single
Sven
lane.
Pentakill, pulse champ.
In the game if the opportunity presents itself. Blabber goes in for an engage.
Wait,
but
Bwipo's
he only finds Busio.
kind of inting.
Now Bwipo's leading the charge.
But Sven is one. Yeah, Akali can't play. It's so unplayable for Akali.
But it's not going to matter. There's no firepower to try to back him up. C9
Oh, it's a pentakill for Quad. Oh my god, we're in Sweden. Well, we're soon to be in Texas.
And C9 can't get away. Thanatos will
Wow,
die
GG.
next. Yes, he gets
GG.
but what does it
Slow bleed out from FlyQuest.
Go the distance against C9.
No reverse sweep today. No reverse sweep today.
A spot in the finals.
Great games 3 and 4 from Cloud9, but FlyQuest
They gave them hope, but yeah.
game number 5, and it is all them.
Tough game 5 for C9.
Man.
I think the Dragon fight where they misplayed the fight really just fucked the whole
They
game.
will be waiting in that grand finals, but Cloud9, of course, not out of it just yet. They'll be in the lower bracket, and if they play like they played
I just
today,
watched
they have a
Caedrel
very
for
good
17
shot
hours. I'm
at
cooked.
claiming a rematch
You
next
are
weekend.
indeed fucking
That's right.
cooked.
I think a lot of people
Chat,
are
I'm a
probably
piece it.
looking at this upper bracket final.
I'm gonna piece it. Pretty underwhelming game 5. I like it when game 5s are really back and forth bangers, but I mean, respect to FlyQuest, they played really well. Chat, I'll be back tomorrow, okay? Whatever time, I have no idea. Whenever I wake up, I'll turn the stream on. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye, chat. Bye. Bye. Whenever I wake up, I'll turn the stream on, okay? Deal? Deal? Okay, good night. Peace. I love you all. Shout out to all the lurkers, but give us shout out, stars, donuts, restarts if you're new here, drop a follow, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.